Chapter 1. On a Wing and a Prayer. Oh, better far to live and die. Under the brave black flag I fly, then play a sanctimonious part. With a pirate head and a pirate heart. Away to the cheating world go you, where pirates all are well-to-do. But I'll be true to the song I sing, and live and die a pirate king. W.S. Gilbert and Arthur Sullivan. I am a pirate king. Anything on sensors? The pilot Shulon checked her instruments. Negative, Captain. Scopes clear. Remy Haddad leaned back in his chair. And the other Alliance ships? In position and showing green. We're as ready as we're gonna be. Understood. Rig for silent running. Full Emkin. Make us a hole in space, he ordered. She tapped the icons on her console as the bridge went to low light. We're quiet, Captain. No detectable emissions. Nodding, he turned to his gunner. Slavko, guns up. Be ready to fire on my command. Aye, Captain, he nodded, bringing up the targeting display. The captain swiped the intercom's touchscreen on his armrest. Maraid, how long can we maintain our current posture? The engineer's voice emerged from the comm panel. I can give you 4 hours, no sweat, she informed him. After that, the engines'll start throwing off power spikes. I'll do my best. Do better, he snapped, before glaring at the view screen in obvious frustration. Slavko cleared his throat. Captain? Not gonna lie. I'm not thrilled with the Admiral's plan. Too many ways for it to go wrong, and considering our part in all this. You think I like it? He snarled. Orders are orders. There's a war on, in case it somehow slipped your attention. Besides, with those damn drones running around, nowhere is safe. No one's arguing that, Captain, Zulin chimed in, playing the peacemaker. But there's a big difference between plain bad luck and poking the bear. Remy was about to respond when ISI appeared on the bridge, bearing steaming, covered mugs of caffeine. Wake up juice, he announced, handing one to the captain, before moving on to the others. Thought you guys could use it. Giving the cup a sniff, he nodded a grudging thanks to the steward. We secure back there? He asked. While they were in their suits as a precaution, their faceplates remained open to save on bottled oxygen. It only took a second to close and seal a helmet, a procedure all shipborne Terrans learned and drilled on from childhood. Everything's battened down tight, the big man assured him. Make sure you're strapped in, he told him. Things are liable to happen pretty damn quick if this goes south. Aye aye, Captain, ISI agreed. Hopefully no crazy Ivans this time. No promises, Remy growled. The fucking drones might not give us a choice. Shrugging, the steward retreated the way he came, while the others settled in and made themselves as comfortable as they could. There was no telling how long they'd have to sit here in the dark, waiting to spring the trap. Well, that part of the plan was actually the other ship's responsibility, not theirs. Gerfalcon and her crew weren't part of the reaction force. They were the bait. The Ichun had been wreaking havoc all across the Perseus Arm, striking without warning individual ships and inhabited worlds. No one was safe, not even the high and mighty Troika. The newly formed alliance was barely out of its cradle when the machine struck, an ancient terror brought to life by a madman intent on punishing the galaxy for crimes both real and imagined. They were a threat Captain Haddad and his crew knew well, even before the current crisis. All Terrans did. While the alliance had originally formed to throw off the Troika's oppressive stranglehold, even they took a back seat to the Terrans and their righteous fury. All the crimes one could lay at the Troika's feet paled compared to the Holocaust unleashed by the Ichun, the creatures responsible for the desolation of Earth. The enemy seemed to strike at random, with no obvious strategy when choosing their targets. Over time, however, as the war dragged on, the Alliance discovered there was a discernible pattern to the Ichun attacks, though one that made little sense. It was as if they had designed the distribution of military strikes with that thought in mind to throw off the defenders. But machines, even ones as obviously deranged as the Ichun, simply couldn't reproduce the chaos of an organic mind, instead falling prey to the siren's song of recursive algorithms. They might be subtle, but the patterns were there, waiting to be exploited. This was the first test to see if their theory was right. The rest of the squadron was under Imkin as well, waiting to ambush the enemy when, if, they showed themselves. For the plan to work, however, they needed someone to wave a red flag in front of the angry bull. focusing the drone's attention away from the other ships. On paper, it looked solid. It still meant putting his crew at risk, though, no matter how well thought out their tactics were. If it all went wrong, Gerfalcon would quickly face the Ichun's wrath, and the odds of their surviving the encounter didn't bear mentioning. They'd built the ship with speed and maneuverability in mind, which explained its relative paucity of offensive weapons. The other vessels were all much better armed and armored, making them the obvious choice to lie in wait while they got the drone's attention. Oh yes, on paper, it all made perfect sense. Funny how the ones who planned this aren't risking their own asses, Remy thought sourly, his eyes glued to the display. Their part in this was simple. Wait for the Ichun to appear and get close, then drop the Imkin and power up engines and weapons. The drones would more than likely face off against the new threat, leaving them vulnerable to an attack from their rear. With any luck, their surprise would be total. It still felt like shoving your dick into a meat grinder. Taking a sip from ISI's brown sludge, he considered his options. If the drones bored straight in when they revealed themselves, their best option would be to turn tail and run, hopefully leading them straight back to the ambushers. If, however, they stood off and opened fire, unlikely, as the Ichun seemed to savor their violence, preferring it up close and personal, then racing away made sense there as well. Almost all the scenarios that came to mind were variations on a theme, all involving them putting as much distance as they could away from the machines, all while hopefully leading them toward the waiting wolf pack. What worried him were the situations he couldn't plan for. If the drones managed the unexpected, it was always a possibility. Even now, after all these years, the Ichun were still very much an enigma. Captain, picking up something on sensors, Sholan reported suddenly. It's faint, but is it Ichun? He demanded, half rising from his seat. Might be, she answered, but the signal's awfully weak. Attempting to boost it now, bringing up the electronic suite, she began manipulating the data as it came in, running it through several filters while working to amplify the beacon. Under the bridge's meager light, the sensor display illuminated her face in shades of yellow and green until her head snapped up from the console. Confirmed, she said tightly, Ichun drones inbound. Estimated time until they arrive on station, 05 mics. At least we're spared the wait, Remy answered before thumbing the intercom. Maraid, Ichun are inbound. In 5 minutes, I'll be ordering you to fire up the engines. I don't think I need to tell you how important it is you don't hesitate when I do. Give me the word and I'll have us haulin' ass inside of 2 seconds, she vowed. I'm holding you to that, he informed her, before turning his attention to his gunner. Slavko, ready targeting, but do not bring it fully online until I give the order. I don't want to spook them before we trigger the ambush. Copy that, Captain, he agreed, his fingers poised over the console. Seal 'em up, he announced over the intercom, slamming his own faceplate shut and locking it in place. Enemy is in sight. The rest of the crew quickly did likewise. No one spoke as they watched the targets firm up on the display, coalescing into half a dozen individual returns. They sailed on blithely, unaware of the ships awaiting their arrival, until Remy glanced over to the pilot. Sholan, drop Imkin, he ordered. Time to unzip our fly. Aye, Captain, she acknowledged, bringing the ship back up to full status. The reaction was immediate. Within the space of a heartbeat they'd been detected, the drones instantly changing course and increasing speed as they sought the new threat. The captain punched the intercom. Maraid? Now, he ordered. The ship leaping to obey as the engines roared to life, burning hard as they ran for their lives. The drones are following, Zulin shouted. They're on an intercept course. Time to weapons range, 03 mics. Have the other ships spotted us? He asked his gunner. With the noise they're transmitting on the EM band? Slavko said sardonically. Oh yeah, Captain. They definitely know we're coming, da. Good, Remy smiled, his eyes now the slitted hoods of a predator preparing for the kill. When they're 10 seconds out, bring up targeting. Roger that, he nodded, awaiting the order. Cuttin' it kinda close there, Captain, Zulin said warily. There's too much riding on this to screw it up at the last second, he growled. I don't want them spooked, not until it's too late to run. Since when do the Ichun run? Slavko asked no one in particular. Ignoring the remark, Remy instead scrutinized the display's projections as it updated. showing the drone's acceleration profiles compared to their own. The Ichun were steadily gaining on them. Without the need to support actual living beings, their craft were little more than engines and weapons tied into a computer. It gave them velocity impossible to match, and was one reason the enemy had done so much damage up and down the Perseus arm. It looked like they'd be within their allies' defensive envelope by the time the drones caught up to them, but as Zulin had pointed out, it was going to be close. 30 seconds to weapons range, Slavko said nervously. Stand by, he ordered. We're only getting one shot at this. The gunner swallowed and nodded, his finger hovering over the firing stud. 20 seconds, he reported. Distance to friendlies? He queried. Within weapons range, the pilot answered, working to coax more speed from the engines. 10 seconds, Slavko shouted. Bring up targeting. Remy grinned, and paint the lead drone. An angry red reticle appeared on the Ichun craft, flashing as it locked on. Time to dance, he whispered, before snapping his head around to the gunner. Fire. A brace of missiles leapt away, racing back towards the pursuing drones. Evasive maneuvers, he roared, as Zulin jinked Gerfalcon around to make her a more elusive target. The Ichun bored straight in, all but ignoring the incoming torpedoes even as they returned fire. Deadly particle beams lanced back at them while their pilot fought to avoid them, putting the ship through a series of acrobatic gyrations that tested her skill to the limits. The missiles detonated, and as they looked on, the crew could tell they'd gotten a piece of the drone. It staggered for a moment before shrugging off the attack, and while its speed had decreased, it was still in the fight. The tactical situation didn't look good, but then the ships lying in wait chose that moment to open fire. Beams and missiles from all directions slammed into the drones, tearing into them as the jaws of the trap snapped shut. Sadly, not before one of the enemy's beams struck home. Gerfalcon slammed hard to port, spiraling out of control as blood-red icons flashed onto the display, highlighting damaged systems. Starboard engine is compromised. Mairead howled over the intercom. I have to shut it down before it goes critical. Remy shot a glance toward the tactical display. Their ambush had hit the drones hard, but not hard enough. They were still being pursued, and if they killed engines now— Negative, he snarled. Not until we're clear. Captain, without containment, that engine is nothing but a goddamned bomb. The engineer swore at him. We've got less than a minute before it detonates. Then you'll wait until the last possible second, he roared back at her. That's an order. Zulin and Slavko shared a nervous look while simultaneously monitoring the display. The tactical plot was still dicey, though Gerfalcon's status board was catching up fast. It was a coin toss which would kill them first, the Ichun, or their own ship. The sounds of tearing metal and venting plasma filled their ears as alarms blared and screeched their warning. The small craft shook violently, already in its death throes as they clawed their way clear of the battlefield. Alter course, Remy shouted. 027 by Mark 195. Zulin wrestled with helm control as she brought the craft about, angling away from its original trajectory. All tubes to rapid fire, he snapped, the gunner quickly sending yet another flight of missiles back at their pursuers, as one of the enemy icons suddenly disappeared from the plot. It wasn't me, Slavko announced, even as he readied another strike. A brief glance at the display revealed the responsible party. One of the Alliance ships had gotten in a lucky shot. They immediately repeated their success as yet another drone vanished in a ball of fire, the other ships closing in to finish the rest of the Ichun. When a third drone exploded under the withering fire, the others decided they'd had enough. Reversing course in a tight looping turn, they sped off back the way they'd come, to fight another day. He smashed the intercom with his fist. Kill the engines, he shouted. A mere half-second before roaring silence filled the cockpit, the trio breathed heavily as they took a moment to assess their status. Damage report, the captain said in more conversational tones. Engines are offline, Mairead informed him. After APAs. We have hull containment barely, and life support is on backups. I'd advise you to keep those suits on, just in case. Noted, he replied, taking that in. How close were we to losing the engine? You don't want to know, she fired back, barely controlled anger seething in her voice. We're dead in the water, and we need a tow. not to mention a couple weeks in space dock before she's space-worthy again. We'll pass the word, he informed her, finally allowing himself to relax. Good job, all of you. Silence greeted his words as Remy bristled. Is there a problem? He demanded. No, Captain. No problem, Slavko said quietly, busying himself at his station, while Zulin just shook her head. Glad to hear it, he said, unsnapping his harness. Let the fleet know about our status. Until they get here, we're on damage control. Captain, the pair mumbled, not meeting his gaze. He shot them both a look, glowering, before making his way aft to check engineering. Chapter 2. Deja vu all over again. With Maraid's hands full keeping Gerfalcon from exploding, it fell to the others to rig the ship for tow. Remy, Slavko, and ISI climbed out onto the hull lugging hawsers, attaching the heavy lines to hard points spaced out across the ship's nose. Zulin remained on board, monitoring their progress while coordinating with the Corsair vessel Mako, the ship assigned to do the actual towing. It was grueling work, as the carbon nanofiber cables had a disturbing habit of entangling themselves if they weren't kept under tension. Once they clamped each hawser line down, Slavko shot the free end over to Mako, where their crew would catch the hawser and attach it to their own hull, repeating it several times to give them redundancy. With that completed, they then balanced the load, distributing the strain evenly around Gerfalcon's center mass. It took hours checking and rechecking their calculations for each line, and by the time they finished, tempers were fraying. But with the last line secured, the load double and triple checked, Remy stood on Gerfalcon's hull and surveyed their efforts. No captain worth their salt relished being towed to port like some novice dirtsider, but if they were being forced to endure the ignominy, then by Terra, they'd see it done properly. Having even a single line snap under the strain would put both ships in danger, and Gerfalcon had been through enough. She was a good ship, the best, and it pained him to see her like this, but with a war on it was hardly the first time she'd been damaged, and somehow he suspected it wouldn't be the last. Bringing up his helmet radio, he cummed his pilot. Zulin, get me Mako's captain, he ordered. Captain, she answered. Patching you through now. A handful of seconds passed before he heard Captain Tanika's voice in his ear. Captain Haddad, she said politely. Ready to get underway? Just making my final checks, he confirmed. Unless Maraid says otherwise, we should be ready for transport in 20 minutes. What's our ETA looking like? Assuming all goes as planned, we'll dock with Freya in about 3 days, she informed him. How long before she's ready to sail again? He bristled at the question, despite himself. 2 weeks, maybe longer, he grudgingly admitted. But don't worry, we'll be back kicking Ichun ass soon enough. That's good to hear, she said in obvious relief. We need every ship we can spare. The captain sighed heavily, suddenly sounding as exhausted as he felt himself. Better get back inside, she told him. I don't want to hang around 1 second longer than I have to. Couldn't agree more, Remy answered. I'll call you when we're secured. Copy that, Gerfalcon, Captain Tanika said, her tones now clipped and formal. Mako clear. Remy took one last look, satisfying himself they were ready, before sparing a glance up at the stars. It was a view he never tired of, out here in the black, all that space, and all those worlds. Pity they all belonged to somebody else. Shaking his head, he began trudging along the hull with magnetic boots as he carefully made his way back to the airlock. Maraid had the ship at minimal power, not trusting the systems until she could tear them apart and inspect them herself. She'd slung a hammock in engineering and camped out, refusing to budge until they were safely moored alongside Freya. Zulin practically slept at her station, watching the lines like a hawk in case one let go. Not that he was any different. Other than the occasional catnap, Remy was also on the bridge, waiting for the hammer to fall. ISI hovered over all of them, keeping them supplied with food and beverage while they remained at their posts. The only one with nothing to do was Slavko, but with everyone else pushing themselves to collapse to nurse Gerfalcon to safety, he was at his station as well, keeping an eye out for unfriendlies. They're a damn fine crew, Remy thought to himself. The conjoined twins Gerfalcon Mako were an ungainly beast, forced to travel at a snail's pace. Unfortunately, with things being tight as they were, no ships could be spared for escort duty in case the Ichun made an appearance. Mako would do their best to protect them, but if the situation grew too hot, they'd cut the lines and haul ass, leaving Gerfalcon to its fate. If it came down to that, he'd try to sucker the drones in close, and then order Mairead to blow the ship. It wasn't ideal, but there it was. He didn't blame Captain Tanika. If it were him, he'd make the same call. Only the ruthlessly cold-blooded survived in the deep black, and you knew there'd come a day when you were forced to cut your losses to save yourself. Truth be told, Remy preferred it that way. At least it was honest. Thankfully, no Ichun drones or Troika armadas hindered their journey, and as promised, 3 days later, Mako cast her lines free as Freya took over the reins, reeling them in and securing Gerfalcon alongside the old girl. When Zulin announced they had hard dock, the entire crew let out a sigh of relief. She was in the Tinker's hands now. Gathering the crew on the mess deck, Remy gave them their marching orders. All right, once we've checked in and handed her off to the engineers, consider yourselves on stand down for 24 hours. Grins broke out all around at the news, with each of them already making plans. Slavko clapped ISI on the back in his excitement, only to groan in disappointment as Remy delivered his next set of instructions. But at 24 hours and 1 minute, he continued, I expect to see you back here ready to work and sober as a knight. I catch any of you staggering back in here stinking of rot gut or tweaking on no dose, we're gonna have a big problem. He glowered at each of them to drive the point home. We've got an enormous job ahead of us getting Gyre up and running, so you enjoy your downtime. You've earned it. But after that, we work. Questions? Everyone shook their heads. They all knew the drill. Okay then, your assignments after stand down. Mairead, you already know what needs to be done. She nodded in agreement. Slavko, replace the missiles we fired. That's your first priority. Copy that, Captain. He shrugged. ISI, food and any other supplies you think we need. If you stumble across something we haven't had before, but think we should check with me first. You got it, Captain. The purser agreed. Zulin, update your charts, dig up any new intel on the war, etc., etc. Standard procedure. I'll get right on it, Captain, she assured him. And once you've got those jobs knocked out, if I haven't given you something else to do, take your cues from Mairead. As long as we're in space dock, her word goes. Understood? More nods, though they were all anxiously looking toward the airlock, forcing him to chuckle. All right, let's get her turned over to the Tinkers, and then the clock starts. Let's do this. Slinging a duffel over his shoulder, he led the crew out of the airlock and onto Freya proper, where a welcoming committee awaited them, including a pair of familiar faces. Oh, bloody hell, he swore, as Maggie El-Hajja glared back at him. Beside her stood the boy Diggs, several inches taller since the last time they'd crossed paths, a tool belt around his waist, and wielding a massive wrench he was smacking against his open palm. The look in his eyes was just as savage as he remembered. Well, look who just landed on our doorstep, Maggie growled. I'd say it was good seeing your murderin' hide, but that'd be a lie. Maggie, he spit out, as if he were chewing on ground glass. Son of a, Mairead sighed, rolling her eyes before breaking ranks and going to the other Tinker. Maggie, this doesn't have to be a thing, does it? She pleaded. The older woman spared her a look. Mairead, still sailin' with the pirate, I see. She put her hands on her hips. And you're not, she fired back. You're chief engineer of the biggest pirate ship of all. So how's about we call a truce? Tinker to Tinker. She spat on her hand and held it out to her. Maggie gave Remy a final scowl before spitting on her own palm and clasping hands. We'll fix your boat, she grunted, thoroughly vexed at the necessity. We need every fightin' ship on the line. So don't you go thinkin' I'll sabotage Gerfalcon again, she warned him. I'm a woman of my word. She'll get the best care we can give her. She stepped forward, invading his space. But if you step out of line on my ship, I will end you. I'm just here for repairs, he told her, fighting the urge to strangle her with every word. Nothing more, right? She drawled, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. Diggs here'll be keepin' an eye on things for me, she informed him, before flashing him an evil grin. You remember Diggs, don't you? His eyes traveled to the boy. Vividly, he answered. Jesus Christ on a fucking raft, Slavko groaned. Captain? Requesting permission to go get shit-faced? Remy took a long, controlled breath as he forced himself to reel it back in. "Gerfalcon is all yours, Maggie," he said stiffly. "I'm certain you'll give the job your best effort." "I always do," she avowed, before turning her head and spitting into a battered pot. Seething with anger, Remy forced himself to walk away, striding down the corridor as the others fell in beside him. "That could have gone better," Zulin observed. "Captain, you knew she was Freya's chief," Mairead sighed. "We could have, had a plan for this." "I was hoping the old bitch was dead," Remy growled. "After what she survived?" Slavko just shook his head. "You'd have to drive a stake through her heart, and even then I'm not sure it'd take." "She's not a vampire," ISI said reproachfully, speaking up for the first time. "She's just, grumpy." Mairead snorted as they stepped through the companionway when Remy came to a halt. "According to my chronometer, it is now 16:37 hours, he announced. "The clock begins now." 5 seconds later, he was alone in the corridor. With a shrug, Remy headed deeper into the old battleship, the administrative section his final objective. It had been a while since he'd been in this part of Freya, but the memory came back to him easily enough. Half an hour later, he arrived at his destination as a yeoman looked up from her desk. "Captain Remy Haddad of the Gerfalcon, here to see the Admiral," he informed her. "Just a moment," she told him, rising from her chair and going to the closed hatch behind her. She tapped on the bare metal and stepped inside, only to emerge a few seconds later. "The Admiral will see you," she told him. Nodding his thanks, he stepped through the portal as it closed behind him. Admiral Van Alst turned around from the sideboard and held out a tumbler of amber liquid. "Here, I figured you could use this." "Thank you, sir," he said with a grateful nod, taking the glass and letting the alcohol dance across his tongue, savoring it. "That's good stuff," he said with an appreciative grin. "Rank hath its privileges, and all that," the Admiral chuckled, taking a tumbler of his own and waving Remy over to the sitting area. "How long will Gerfalcon be in the body shop?" he asked him, taking a seat. "My engineer says a couple of weeks," Remy explained, sitting down across from him. "Could go longer, though." "And how was your reunion with Maggie?" He grinned. "Charming," he said through gritted teeth, before taking another swig. "Just remember, she is my chief engineer," the Admiral reminded him. "A damn good one, in fact. So whatever issues you two have, don't let it become a problem." "You should tell her that, sir," Remy grumbled. "I'm telling you," the Admiral snapped, leaning forward. "For one thing, she's not a Corsair. You are. And being completely honest, I need her more than I need you." He leaned back, eyeing Remy over his glass. "We clear on that, Captain?" "Yes, sir," he said tightly, "crystal clear." "Don't take it personally," he said with an airy wave. "You're a good ship's captain. I wouldn't have tapped you for the Earth mission if you weren't. But you have to know how hard the Ichun have hit us, and by the Troika before that. Maggie and her crew have performed miracles to keep our ships flying, turning them around faster than I would have thought possible. Yes, she's a pill to deal with, no argument, but given the numbers she cranks out, if she started doing repairs in the nude while screaming like a mad banshee, you wouldn't hear a peep from me." Remy sighed, nodding. "I get it, sir. If anyone knows how good she is with a wrench, for better or worse, it's me." "Good," he smiled. "Well, enough about that. How's the crew holding up?" "They're good, sir. Solid," he said with no small amount of pride. "I'm glad to hear that." The Admiral paused for a moment, sizing Remy up. "So, after they declare Gerfalcon space worthy again, you'll be going back to the fight. How do you feel about that?" "I'm not sure I follow," Remy answered carefully. "I mean, it needs to be done. Only," he paused for a moment, debating his next words with care. "Only what, Captain?" the Admiral prompted, throwing back the rest of his glass before setting it aside. Remy leaned forward, throwing caution to the wind. "Only we're spinning our wheels out there, Admiral. They're drones. We can kill 100, 1,000, 1,000,000, and they'll just pull back to some out-of-the-way corner of the galaxy, make 1,000,000 more copies of themselves, and suddenly we're right back where we started." He looked his commander dead in the eye. "Admiral, we're losing this war." The older man looked away. "You're not wrong," he he said quietly. Rising to his feet, he went to the sideboard and retrieved the decanter, carrying it back with him. Filling both tumblers once more, he set the bottle on the table, taking a long drink before staring into his glass. Remy remained silent while the Admiral seemed to wrestle with something. "What would you say to another special assignment, Captain?" he asked point blank. "As it happens, something's landed on my desk, something that requires discretion." Their eyes met once more. "It's a long shot, Captain. Another long shot, I should say. But if it pays off, it might just end the Ichun threat once and for all. And if it doesn't pay off?" Remy prompted. "Oh, well, then you'll be dead. Of course, so will the rest of us. You'll just die a little sooner." Remy took a long pull on his drink as he mulled it over. Finally, he set down his glass. "Sounds like fun," he smiled. Chapter 3. Strange Bedfellows. Remy knew Freya fairly well, having visited the ship many times over the years, but the section the Admiral was currently leading him through was unknown to him. They had given most of the compartments they passed over to storage, but there were others whose purpose was less apparent. The pair came to a halt near an unmarked hatch as Van Alst held out his hand. "Before we go any further, I need you to surrender your sidearm," he told him. "Excuse me?" "No weapons inside the compartment," he explained, "and no exceptions." His hand remained outstretched, waiting. He raised an eyebrow. "And if I refuse?" "Then I'll find someone else for the job, and you can go back to chasing Ichun," the Admiral answered, his attitude decidedly frosty. With a sigh, Remy plucked the weapon from the holster at his hip, locking and clearing it before handing it over. Van Alst took the pistol and deposited it in a storage bin mounted flush with the bulkhead, and then turned back around. "Now the other one," he said patiently. He considered answering with, "What other one?" But only briefly. Reluctantly, he reached for the small of his back and withdrew a small hideout piece, snapping it open and unloading it before handing that over as well. The second weapon joined the first in the bin, but the Admiral wasn't finished. "And the knife?" he said, with a pointed look at Remy's feet. Grimacing, he reached down and pulled out the dagger hidden in his boot, flipping it end for end before handing it over pommel first. Van Alst placed it in the bin with the others, then closed and locked it. "Mind telling me what's with the extra security?" Remy asked. "You'll see," he said cryptically, before gazing into the retinal scanner mounted beside the hatch. "Verified, Van Alst, Kichiro, rank, Admiral," a disembodied computer-generated voice announced, as the hatch's locking mechanism disengaged and silently slid open. "What the hell do you have in here? Relics from old Terra?" he asked point blank. "Not exactly," Van Alst said blithely as he entered the compartment, with Remy at his side. They passed through another security checkpoint, this one requiring a palm print before it opened up as well. Finally, they reached a third hatchway, when the Admiral held up his hand, blocking their path. "Before we enter," he told him, "I need your assurance that you won't say or do anything threatening, and that you'll remain calm as long as you're in there." "Why not just tell me what's in there instead of this charade?" he demanded. "Because it's easier to show you," the Admiral replied, thumbing the release switch. The hatch opened as the pair entered the cluttered space, with tables surrounding them filled with scientific equipment, most of which he couldn't identify. "Dr. Axjerks?" Van Alst called out. "I've brought a visitor." Remy scanned the compartment, searching for its oddly named occupant, but given the disarray, there were many places someone could hide. He caught the sign of movement from the corner of his eye as someone lifted their head from behind a display, his eyes going wide while instinctively scrabbling for the sidearm no longer in its holster. "Greetings," the insectoid Alex said through its voder, waving one of its appendages. "It is most agreeable to have visitors," it continued. "While I understand and agree with the need for security in this matter, the accompanying isolation can be distressing." "What the hell?" Remy said in shock, his voice going shrill. "Relax," the Admiral told him. "Believe it or not, he's on our side." Changing direction, he headed for the alien while Remy hung back, the ship captain instantly wary of the creature. "It is pleasing to see you again, Admiral," the Alex said politely, before turning to Remy. "May I inquire your companion's name?" "Dr. Kariza Axjerks. May I present Remy Haddad, captain of the Corsair ship Gerfalcon," he said by way of introduction, before giving him a subtle nudge to the ribs and a pointed look. "Doctor," he mumbled, even as he struggled to make sense of it all. "A ship?" the alien said hopefully. "Will Captain Haddad then be taking me to my final destination?" The Admiral placed a hand firmly on Remy's shoulder. "Don't screw this up," he hissed in his ear before stepping aside. Remy shot his commander a look before turning his attention back to the Troika scientist. "Apparently," he said finally, "but we're still working out the details." Looking around the compartment once more, he asked, "What's all this stuff?" That is my research," the Alex replied. "I am very close to perfecting a means with which to defeat the Ichun threat." He dubiously scanned the equipment a second time. How, exactly?" The scientist's mandibles clacked with excitement as it warmed to the topic. It is most exciting. The problem is twofold. Before one can inflict sufficient damage, we must first gather them together in large concentrations. When that is accomplished, you must then deploy a weapon of sufficient destructive power in order to eliminate the swarm. That is what my research is working to unlock." It was an intriguing idea, assuming the alien was right, but that still left a glaring question to be asked. "And why are you here?" Remy insisted. "Since when does the Troika come hat in hand over to us Terrans?" The Admiral cleared his throat, a warning gesture, but he ignored it, instead focusing on the scientist, who bobbed its head in concession. "I regret that our peoples have long been adversaries," it answered. "The Troika has stood for thousands of years, but it is now clear that its time of dominance is over. If we are to survive, it will only be by working together against the common threat." Shaking its head, it gave an almost human-like shrug. "Sadly, many of my kind refuse to accept this. They would rather hoard information than share it with others, even when doing so is self-destructive. We should ally ourselves as we did in the past to defeat the Ichun, but instead, we bicker and squander our efforts. I finally realized from my research to have any impact against the enemy, it would only bear fruit under the guidance of your alliance, not the Troika." "So, you defected," he said. It was one hell of a tale, though he wasn't yet convinced it was genuine. "I prefer to believe I am merely more conscious of prevailing sociological trends than my counterparts," it said haughtily. "Eventually they will see, as I did, that political reconciliation is the only logically sustainable course." Remy stared at the insectoid in disbelief as the Admiral appeared at his side. "That's enough for now, Doctor," he said brusquely, interrupting them. "Captain Haddad and I have much to discuss, as well as arrangements to make. You have my word. I'll keep you abreast of any changes." The Alex bobbed its head once more. "That would be most gratifying, Admiral," it answered, before looking back at Remy. "I hope that this was merely the first of many such conversations we will have during our journey, Captain." "Yeah, likewise," he muttered, allowing himself to be shepherded back out of the compartment. Once outside, after the hatch was secured, he spun and faced his commander. "Are you insane?" he demanded. "Not here," the Admiral said stiffly, his jaw clenched in a hard line, pausing briefly at the storage bin so Remy could retrieve his weapons. They traversed the ship in silence, neither of them saying a word until they were back inside his office, the hatch now locked and shielded. "What the hell is going on?" Remy practically shouted. "We're conspiring with the fucking Alex?" "Sit down," Van Alst snapped, glaring back at him. The pair stood locked in a silent contest of wills, until finally he relented and did as he'd been ordered, taking a seat across from his commander. "Let's get one thing straight," he growled. "No one is conspiring with the Troika. If anything, Dr. Axjerx is conspiring with us. The technology he's helping us develop will put us light years ahead of everyone else, and if his theories are even half right, will help us defeat the Ichun once and for all. So one crackpot Troika scientist appears on our doorstep, and we just take him at his word?" Remy said incredulously. "How do we know he's not trying to pull a fast one?" The Admiral just looked at him, long past where it grew uncomfortable. "We don't," he said at last, before heading to the sideboard to pour drinks. "We've double-checked as much of his story as we could, and so far, it holds up, but there is still a genuine possibility it's a con." He returned and handed a glass off to Remy before taking a seat himself, sipping his drink. "The days of playing it safe are over," Captain, he said tersely, we are way past that now. The only way we survive is swinging for the fences on every pitch. Not just us, but all the clans. When this fell into my lap, you're damn right I jumped on it. The scientists I've consulted with all say his theories are sound, and that's good enough for me. And if he turns on us? Remy fired back. What am I supposed to do with him then? If that happens, the Admiral said coldly, then I expect you to eliminate the threat. Permanently. Gladly, he smiled, sipping his drink. Finally, something that actually made sense. Where exactly am I supposed to be taking him? He asked. Tapping a remote, a star map appeared on a nearby display, with a single star highlighted. Here, 41 Ori A, in the Orion Nebula. It's a mothballed Troika research facility, off the trade routes and well outside their space. Squinting at the display with a jaundiced eye, Remy asked, why there? And why did they abandon the site? Apparently it's home to some sort of unusual gravimetric phenomena, the Admiral explained with a shrug, which is necessary for his work. As to why they abandoned it, Dr. Akshcherks claims it was due to, as he called it, a reassessment of fiscal and logistical priorities. He ran the phrase through his head a few times before wincing in disgust. Budget cuts? He said skeptically. Not even the Troika have unlimited resources, Van Alst shrugged. He says they deserted it years ago, and that it's powered down to standby mode. If that's true, getting it operational again shouldn't prove difficult. Assuming he's not lying, Remy said sarcastically, or that it's not a trap, which it might be, so I suggest you exercise caution at all times. Oh, you can count on it, Admiral, he snorted. What's my timetable? If you haven't seen tangible results in 6 months, you are to return here so we can reassess the situation, Van Alst ordered. Other than that? He gave Remy a stern look. I expect you to use your best judgment, right? He sighed, running through a mental checklist in order to prepare for the mission. The Admiral set down his glass. It goes without saying that this entire mission is classified. You are not to discuss it with anyone outside of your crew. To keep Dr. Akshcherks' involvement secret, we'll put him inside a shipping container and load it on your ship just prior to your departure. You will not open that crate until after you've left local space. Is that understood? Remy nodded. Seems clear enough. And here I thought the mission to Earth was crazy. Look at where we are, Captain, Van Alst exclaimed, spreading his hands to indicate far more than just the compartment. The Proteans have imploded. The Knights have their hands full dealing with the humanitarian crisis brought on by the HeWhoLooksKskyward. The Valkyries are fighting on at least a dozen different worlds, while we're scrambling to hold this alliance together long enough to defeat the damn drones. Even the dermists are up in arms, from what I hear. That little mission of yours set off a powder keg, and where it all ends. He shrugged helplessly. No one knows. And New Terra? Remy asked quietly. Not a word, the Admiral sighed. I keep hoping someone will find it, but after all this time, any hope I had on the subject gets just a little harder to hold on to. I want to believe it's still out there, waiting for us, but I can't chart the course of our clan based solely on hope. I can't. Hence the new mission, he pointed out, taking another sip. If we can't defeat the HeWhoLooksKskyward, then none of the rest matters, the clan leader said. Ending that threat has to take priority, even above the Troika and New Terra. If Dr. Akshcherks' research helps us do that, great. If not, then we'll have to find another way. And pray we survive long enough to pull off that not-so-minor miracle. Remy drained the rest of his glass as he let that sink in before rising to his feet. I need to brief my crew, he explained, the basics at least, if not the complete story. We have arrangements to make before we depart. Yes, you do, the Admiral agreed, rising as well. I don't need to stress how important this mission is, Captain, but the fate of humanity, not to mention the entire Perseus arm, may well depend on it. Yeah, no pressure, he grimaced. Dare I ask about getting some backup? Do you have any idea how close to the ragged edge we are, just holding the line against the HeWhoLooksKskyward? Van Alst said wearily. I don't have any ships to spare. If the Troika got off their goddamn asses, or at least stopped fighting each other long enough to focus on the fucking drones, things might be different. But they haven't, so it isn't. He nodded in resignation. I had to ask, he shrugged, before gazing at the star map display. You ever wonder how things might have turned out differently if the Oivu hadn't contacted our ancestors and sold them that interstellar drive? If we just stayed on Earth, we wouldn't be having this conversation, the Admiral pointed out, seeing as how we'd be dead. Maybe, Remy admitted, though not entirely convinced. They wanted so desperately to explore the cosmos, hoping to find intelligent life. Somewhere, out there, he sighed and glanced back at his commander. There must be a lesson in that. The Admiral drained the rest of his glass. Just one, he shrugged. Be careful what you wish for. Chapter 4. Fair winds and a following sea. What did you just say? Remy sighed. Briefing the crew on their mission was going about as well as he'd expected, poorly. If this was any indication of their feelings on the subject, just wait until he introduced them to Dr. Axcherks. You heard me, he retorted. The Admiral tasked us with another one of his special assignments. It seems he's a fan of our work. Wonderful, Mairead groaned. We almost got ourselves killed on the last one. It can't be worse than playing chicken with Ichun drones, Slavko pointed out. I'll take that bet, Zulin said unhappily. What odds are you giving? ISI asked the pilot, suddenly curious. Enough, the captain barked. And no, we're not taking bets on our own demise. It's bad luck. As much as ship crews love to gamble, they were even more superstitious. Not uncommon for those who routinely risk their lives. This is straight from the Admiral, he reminded them. So don't start thinking there's some way we can wriggle off this hook. It's an order. So deal with it and figure out how to make it work. There were unhappy faces all around. Well, he was used to that. Now, your new assignments before we depart. Zulin, we'll need charts for that region of space, not to mention any intel we can get. Yeah, I figured, she sighed. I'll get right on it. ISI, on top of the added supplies we'll need, we'll be taking on a lot of extra cargo. Make room for it. I don't care how you do it. I'll figure something out, he shrugged. Mairead, you've already got your hands full with the refit, but we're going to be way off the beaten path. Make sure you top up your spares, plus any other goodies you can snag. I don't want to end up stranded out beyond the black over a 10 credit part. You got it, Captain, she agreed. Slavko, he said, turning his attention to the last member of the crew. Ammo, as much as you can steal, and then I want you to go out and steal some more. If you come to me before we cast off and ask, is this enough? Guess what my answer will be? No, the gunner predicted. Got it in one, Remy agreed. Aye aye, Captain, Slavko nodded, before glancing over at the others. There'll be more, especially after we cast off, but that's all for now. Make it happen. The crew remained where they were, in case there was more. Remy glared at them. Why are you all still here? You have your orders. The others scrambled out of the compartment as the captain shook his head. Well, at least they were moving now. They'd get it done before it was time to go. He was certain of that. They were still a good crew, even if they needed a swift kick now and then to get them moving. Satisfied for the moment, Remy departed the ship as well to confer about the mission, only to suddenly have his passage blocked. Haddad, Maggie growled. We need to talk. I swear to Terra, I do not fucking need this, Remy snarled. Whatever your problem is, take it up with the Admiral. He moved to shoulder his way past her, but the Tinker stiff-armed his chest, bringing him to a halt once more. You're about 2 seconds away from losing that arm, he snapped, grabbing her wrist and yanking her aside, before glancing about to see if her diminutive companion was lurking nearby. I sent Diggs on an errand, Maggie informed him, anticipating his concerns, so we could chat in private. Other than you telling me my ship is ready, we have nothing to discuss, he barked at her, and you are dangerously close to having an unfortunate accident. He gave her a feral smile, one full of both promise and intent, before resuming his journey and leaving her in his wake. It's about your mission, she bellowed, her outburst forcing him to pause, then turn back to face her. My mission is classified, and none of your goddamn business, Tinker, he seethed. So stay the hell out of it. I know all about your mission, she spat back at him. Who the hell do you think installed all them security devices to keep folks away from your buggy friend? You think anything happens on this ship I don't know about? Remy rapidly closed the distance between them. Then you sure as hell shouldn't discuss it here, he hissed, Or don't they teach basic security in your clan? Maggie glared right back at him. Look, you don't like me, and I don't like you. But I want 2 minutes, and after that? If we never talk again, that'd be just fine in my book. He folded his arms across his chest. All right, 2 minutes. She gave him a brusque nod. You remember Genvis? The dermist, he nodded in return. From the last mission. What about him? We stayed in touch, him and me, since I settled here. Figured I owed him for the way I treated him when we met. Remy raised a questioning eyebrow at her comment, earning a dark scowl in return. Unlike some others I could mention, he never did nothing to deserve it. Remy snorted in disgust. Get to the point. He needs a ride, and he's traveling the same direction you are. I want you to take him where he's going, Dot. The Corsair threw back his head and laughed. What part of classified don't you get? He demanded. I'm not running a passenger service, and I sure as hell aren't taking any hitchhikers on this trip. I'm guessing you already asked the Admiral and he shot you down. So what makes you think I'd say yes? What possible incentive could you offer me, Maggie Al-Hajja? He sneered. The Tinker's expression was of someone forced to swallow engine degreaser. She took a deep breath and made eye contact. I would owe you a favor. She managed to get out, her mouth rebelling against every word. A favor? Remy repeated, cautiously sampling the word. What sort of favor? He asked suspiciously. If it's in my power to grant, it's yours, she informed him, her vocal cords threatening to strangle her. Oh, I bet that hurt to say, Remy chortled, savoring her discomfort. You got no idea how much, she muttered. So, we got a deal or not? The pirate leaned in close, leering at her. And what if I want to cash in my favor now? He grinned. I ain't Samara, she fired back. And we both know that ain't what you want from me. Yes or no, Haddad? No more games. She crossed her arms as well, awaiting his answer. Remy cocked his head, considering her offer. Deal, he said at last, spitting on his palm and holding it out to her. The Tinker did likewise, the pair never taking their eyes off each other. I'll need his contact info, plus his itinerary, he informed her, and make sure he knows his movements will be restricted during the trip, preferably without breaking security. I'll let him know, she agreed, before turning away and starting back towards engineering. Just tell me why, he called after her. Why go to all this trouble for someone you barely know? And owing me a favor? Why would you do that? Maggie froze, and then slowly turned back around. I doubt I could ever explain why folks do for one another to the likes of you, she sniffed, before resuming her grand trampling exit. Chuckling at her back, Remy toyed with the notion of never calling in his marker, instead just letting it dangle over her like the sword of Damocles. The thought of giving her a few sleepless nights, tossing and turning as she agonized over what he might demand from her, made him chortle with glee. Maggie completed repairs to Gerfalcon on schedule, though Remy was more than happy to leave the details in Mairead's capable hands. He'd already had enough of her company, thank you very much, and the less time spent in each other's vicinity, the better. It was likely one of the few things the two of them actually agreed on. She'd also provided the information he'd requested for their passenger, their second passenger, though he'd tucked that away until they were clear of Freya. Loading Dr. Axjerx's equipment proved not to be an issue, though it required some shuffling on ISI's part. Gerfalcon wasn't a big ship by anyone's standards, and some of the overflow ended up filling a couple of the staterooms. They still had space for the doctor and Genvis, so he kept his thoughts to himself regarding the matter. There were more than a few questioning looks regarding their mission, but Remy simply stared them down until they backed off. They'd learn the truth soon enough. Slavko came through with the spare missiles, though it forced them to get creative in storing them on top of all the other gear. Space was rapidly becoming a premium aboard ship, and if that Troika installation couldn't be brought back online, they were likely to end up at each other's throats before their deadline was up. Of course, before it got to that point, he'd simply jettison the cargo, not to mention the good doctor, and tell the Admiral there'd been an accident. Such a shame. Zulin discovered their charts were kind of sparse on data that far out, much to their chagrin. Sadly, there was nothing for it, though perhaps they could trade with one of the other races for intel. Unfortunately, the odds weren't great on that option, but like every other Terran before them, they'd manage. Somehow, finally, the day of departure arrived. Remy had ensured there'd be enough space left in the hold for one final crate, the dimensions of which he just happened to have on hand. When said container arrived at the last moment and just fit within the available space, the crew seemed equally divided on treating him with awe at his foresight, or with suspicion because they believed he was holding something back. Unsurprisingly, it was the ladies who were eyeing him like a phony credit slip. Those two didn't miss a trick. Admiral Van Alst came down to see them off, wishing them all luck before pulling Remy off to the side to ensure everything was in place, including their passenger. Assured that he was, he made a discreet exit as they closed and sealed the hatch, though not before the captain gave the docking bay a quick once-over to confirm a certain tinker wasn't lurking in the shadows. That done, the crew took to their stations as they prepared to depart. Settling into the captain's chair, Remy punched up the intercom. "Mairead, bring the engines online and ready the ship for navigation." "Aye, aye, Captain," she answered from engineering. "Engines are hot. Life support is at 94% and holding, reading green across the board." "We're ready when you are." "Excellent," he nodded. "Zuulin, release docking clamps and plot us a course." "Docking clamps released," she confirmed. "We are detached from Freya." Engaging thrusters, she brought the ion jets online and gently nudged Gerfalcon away from the larger vessel, giving them room to maneuver. Once they were at a safe distance, she shut the jets down before locking the coordinates for their first stop into the navigation array. "Course plotted and laid in, Captain," she informed him. "We're ready when you are." No matter how many times they got underway, this moment was always special. All the promise, all the possibilities, the excitement of a brand new adventure. An electric current filling the air that all of them felt. Nothing but open space ahead, and the stars to guide them. For a race that had spent the last 2 centuries hovering near the brink of extinction, it was a sense of freedom unlike any other. "Zuulin, take us out," Remy ordered. They spent the first few hours of the journey on ordinary tasks: diagnostics, communication checks, physical inspections to ensure nothing had shifted during transit. As the crew settled into their routine, Remy pulled up a plot of their current location, gauging their distance from other vessels with a practiced eye. "Good enough." Punching the intercom, he made his announcement. "All hands, this is the captain. Form up on the mess deck for mandatory briefing." "No exceptions." Zuulin looked back at him curiously. "Lock the helm on autopilot," he ordered. "This won't take long." "Aye, aye, Captain," she shrugged, doing as he'd commanded before rising from her station to join the others. It only took the crew a couple of minutes to assemble, Mairead being the last to arrive since engineering was on the opposite end of the ship. "So are you finally going to tell us what we're doing out here?" she asked, leaning against a bulkhead. "Admiral's orders," Remy explained. "Security is tight on this, even tighter than the mission to Earth. We couldn't let it leak. Figured we'd find out eventually." ISI nodded. "We all knew you'd tell us when the time was right." They all looked at him expectantly. "Well, long story short, we're headed to an abandoned research station. Admiral thinks we might learn something there, maybe even a way to beat the Ichun. We'll remain on station for a while we conduct research." "Research?" Slavko scratched his head, puzzled by that. "Captain, none of us are scientists. We meeting up with somebody?" Remy sighed. "Not exactly. Before I tell you the rest, if you're strapped, leave it here." He paused for a moment before shooting a look at his engineer. "In your case, that includes the tool belt." The crew stared at him curiously before glancing at each other. They'd served together for years and were well familiar with everyone's standard carry. Mairead just shook her head, unhooking her belt and dumping it on the mess table. Like most tinkers, she preferred a heavy wrench for close-up mayhem. ISI produced a heavy slug thrower with well-worn grips, while Zuulin slipped a wickedly curved dagger from her sleeve. Last but not least, Slavko set a deadly little beam pistol onto the pile. Their captain didn't disarm himself, a fact that did not go unnoticed. He glanced at the collection of weapons before jerking his head towards the cargo hold. "All right then. Follow me." Leading the way, the others quickly followed suit, the glances growing more pronounced. "So here's the deal," he explained, as they headed aft. "We're taking a passenger with us to the Orion Nebula. His involvement is classified higher than Mother Terra herself, so not a word to anyone. Don't even tell yourselves." The Admiral personally vouched for him. So before you ask me what the hell he's doing here, that's what. Those are our orders, and we're going to follow them. He paused for a moment, giving the crew a hard look. Anybody got a problem with that? A chorus of, "No, Captain," filled the narrow corridor. Good, he nodded. Remember that in about 30 seconds, arriving at the hold, he undogged the hatch, letting it slide open. The final crate stood just inside the compartment as he crossed the threshold, taking a moment to locate the hidden catches that opened the container. "Ladies and gentlemen, meet our passenger," he announced, swinging the crate wide open. A burst of gasps heralded the insectoid Alex staring back at them. "Greetings," Dr. Axjerks said enthusiastically, addressing the crew. Chapter 5. Down the Rabbit Hole. "What the hell is that thing doing on our ship?" Mairead glared at her captain, who was gritting his teeth in return. "If I didn't need her to keep the ship running," he thought to himself. "He's here because the Admiral ordered us to take him," he snapped. "Otherwise he wouldn't be. But since he is, and given the fact it's a done deal, my advice is to get over it." "Get over it," Zulin replied, deadpan. "Just get over the fact that we have an enemy agent on board." She fixed him with a hard look. "He claims he's a defector," Remy said after a moment. "Says he's broken ranks with the Troika." "And you believe him?" Slavko blurted out. "Boss, you know he's gotta be lying." Remy glared at his crew. "Remind me again who's the captain on this ship," he growled. "This is how it is. And for your information, you're not saying anything I didn't already say to the Admiral." Want to guess what he said? There was a collective sigh as they saw the writing on the wall. "It's an order," ISI predicted. In so many words, he confirmed. "He also told me to get over it. So now I'm telling you. This is our mission. So instead of complaining, start figuring out a way to actually make it work." A mumbled chorus of, "Aye, Captain," was their response as they all found something interesting on the deck to look at, instead of meeting his gaze. He let them stew for a few more moments before reeling it back. "This could actually make a difference against the Ichun," he said in more casual tones. "I don't know what he's working on, probably wouldn't understand it even if I did. But the Admiral thinks it could give us the edge we need, and that's good enough for me." The crew relaxed a bit, though still not thrilled about the situation. "I'm not expecting you to make friends with him, but I do expect you to be civil. We're stuck with him for the foreseeable future, and there's no point in making things worse." There were nods all around while he sketched out a compromise they could live with. "Does this mean I have to cook for him?" ISI asked, "'Cause I got no idea what the Alex eat." "Don't worry about it," Remy informed him. "He brought his own food, enough for the entire trip. Anything else, we'll play by ear." The purser sighed in relief. "That's enough about that," Remy said, "though there is one more thing. Zulin, we're changing course. Adjust your heading for Zakiakium. We're taking another passenger aboard." "Please tell me it's not another Troika stooge," Slavko pleaded with him. "It's not," he confirmed. "He's human, and he's flown with us before. You remember the dermist from the Earth mission, Genvis?" "Sure, I remember him," Mairead answered. "Is he part of the mission, too?" "Not exactly," Remy grimaced. "We're just giving him a lift to Syverakish. I wouldn't agree to something like this, but, well, let's call it special circumstances," he told them, leaving the rest intentionally vague. "While he's aboard," he continued, "there is to be no mention of our mission, our heading, our passenger, or our orders. He's to learn nothing about why we're out here. Is that understood?" he demanded, fixing each of them with a stern glare. Aye, Captain," Zulin replied, speaking for the others. "All right then, you know where we stand. The mission's important, so let's get it done." The crew began leaving the mess deck, returning to their normal assignments. "In the meantime, I need to have a chat with our guest," he grimaced, earning a few guarded looks as he headed back to the cabins. After the big reveal, he'd moved the scientist over from his crate to settle in, and now seemed like the perfect time to get a handle on who this guy really was. Rapping on the hatch, it was no surprise to Remy when it opened almost immediately. "Captain Haddad," the alien said in cheerful tones. Come in, come in." He stepped back, giving him room as he entered the compartment. "You settling in okay?" he asked. "I realize it's probably not what you're used to." Troika ships were enormous, large enough to have staterooms the size of shuttle bays, while Terran quarters were much more cramped. Plus, Gerfalcon was showing her age. Mairead took good care of her, but anything not vital for operations, like, say, guest quarters, were towards the bottom of her to-do list. "Your hospitality is most appreciated, Captain," Axcherix replied. "I realize Terrans are not an affluent race, which makes your welcoming even more remarkable." His response caught Remy off guard. "You're not what I expected," he admitted. "Ah, you assumed I would be cruel and aloof, treating your race with contempt," the Alex surmised. "Sadly, there are many of my kind who would conform to that paradigm." Remy folded his arms across his chest and leaned against the bulkhead. "What interactions I've had with the Troika mostly involved us shooting at each other." "You are hardly alone in that," the alien agreed. "Many of the races who call the Perseus arm home have similar stories to share. The Troika has cast a long shadow in this region of space for a very long time, and the virtues of kindness and compassion rarely accompany that sort of power. So what makes you different?" Remy asked point blank. "Most Alex wouldn't give a Terran the time of day, let alone speak to them like you are to me." "There are several reasons," Axcherix explained, "the most obvious being that I am alone on this vessel, surrounded by Terrans. It is simply prudent to show courtesy." He smiled at that. In the deep black, dealing with unwanted passengers was as easy as opening an airlock. "Good point," he chuckled. "Is that the only reason? Self-preservation?" "No, though it is the one that currently weighs heaviest on my mind." The Alex shrugged. "It is apparent that your crew does not trust me." "Trust is hard-earned, among my kind," Remy agreed, "especially for someone from a species with so much baggage. Time to test the waters. Let's face it, the Troika has run roughshod over the Perseus arm for millennia. No one says no to them, at least not before we founded the Alliance, and woe to anyone who gets in their way." "You are not wrong," the alien admitted after a moment. "All races strive for dominance. In fact, it appears to be one of the few universal traits to be found in the myriad of intelligent species' evolutionary history. Those that do not do so do not survive." He shrugged once more. "My race is no different. We merely had an early advantage we could exploit. Not to mention an entire spiral arm," he said pointedly, "though you had to share with the Agatadub and the Tuathas." "Ah yes, our allies," the doctor sighed. "At the time of the Troika's founding, we believed that creating such an alliance would spare the galaxy further decades of brutal fighting. We were evenly matched, the three races, with none strong enough to gain a clear advantage. I'm surprised none of you formed an alliance of your own to wipe out the third race," Remy mused. "A two-way split is better than three ways." "Oh, we did," Axcherix exclaimed. "Many times. Every permutation was attempted at least once, only no one was willing to wait until they thoroughly beat their victim before turning on their ally, allowing them time to recover, and the chance to ally themselves with one of their former enemies." He signed once more. "Who would then, of course, betray their new ally the first chance they got, starting the cycle all over again. The Troika was a compromise, Captain. After many long and bloody years of war, we finally saw it as preferable to the alternative." The brief history lesson was something he'd never considered before. The Troika had always seemed to be some giant monolith, always looming, always present. He'd never wondered how it came into existence. As a Terran, he'd always had more pressing concerns. It was a thought-provoking look behind the curtain, one he never would have gotten without the doctor's presence. "There's another matter I wanted to discuss with you," Remy revealed. "In a few days, we'll be taking on another passenger. They won't be coming with us to our final destination," he hastened to add, "but as long as he's aboard, I need you to stay inside your cabin. He's not a Corsair, so I can't simply order him and expect him to obey. I have already ordered my crew, not to mention you being here while he's with us." The Alex scientist bobbed his head. "Of course, I understand. It is in both our interests to keep my involvement covert. If my research is successful, however, hopefully that will change." "I appreciate your cooperation, Doctor," Remy said. "This is a difficult time and requires sacrifice from us all." "Indeed so," Axcherix agreed. "Once your passenger disembarks, will we proceed to our objective?" he asked. Barring complications, Remy nodded. He paused for a moment, considering that. I've been going over our charts, he informed the doctor, changing the subject, but unfortunately, what data we have of that region is sparse. Which leads me to ask, why the Orion Nebula? What's so special about it? The alien's compound eyes seemed to suddenly sparkle as he rubbed his claws together in excitement. An excellent question, he exclaimed, even as Remy fought to stifle a groan. He should have realized he was triggering the scientist's enthusiasm. The urge to be somewhere else, anywhere else, suddenly seemed like a wonderful dream, one that, sadly, he was already far too late to enjoy. The region you call the Orion Nebula is a fascinating place, HeWhoLooksSkyward said cheerfully, home to interstellar and spatial phenomena not found elsewhere in the known galaxy. We have documented several gravimetric anomalies we cannot explain, as well as elevated counts of exotic particles that in fact should not exist in such quantities. It was these very conditions that drew my fellow researchers there initially, though after years of study we could not draw any definitive conclusions. Then why go back? The Corsair asked him. Because I have been working to develop new testing equipment to better answer the questions raised by the nebula, the scientist said excitedly. It is my fervent hope that the data I record will answer the questions that have long plagued us, and if I am right, will be the first steps in developing a weapon to defeat the HeWhoLooksSkyward. You mentioned that before, Remy probed, but what kind of weapon are we talking about here? A beam array, of some sort? Bah, nothing so crude as a mere particle cannon, HeWhoLooksSkyward said dismissively. What I am hoping to create is nothing less than a weapon that uses gravity itself to defeat the enemy. Imagine opening a quantum singularity to swallow the drones whole, or send them to a pocket dimension and then seal the entrance behind them. There are so many possibilities if my theories are correct, so many ways we can weaponize space itself against our common foe. Remy's eyebrows climbed his forehead as the HeWhoLooksSkyward scientist waxed poetically about his theories, but even as he did so the captain was already imagining their potential, banishing the HeWhoLooksSkyward with little more than a wave of their hand, using space itself to vacuum them up like so much refuse. If even half his ideas bore fruit, they would be powerful tools for destruction, and he was in the perfect position to ensure he and his fellow Terrans got them first. The poker face he'd long since perfected immediately dropped into place as the alien scientist began winding down. That's all very interesting, Doctor, he said politely. I hope your theories are indeed proven correct, and you can create those weapons to defeat the HeWhoLooksSkyward. The sooner they're a distant memory, the happier I'll be. Checking his chronometer, he graced him with a gracious smile. Unfortunately, my presence is required on the bridge, so I'm afraid I must cut our conversation short. But I would very much like to learn more about your research and what you hope to find. I would be delighted to show you my theories, the HeWhoLooksSkyward said gleefully. Until then, Captain Haddad, with a bow, he retreated into his quarters and closed the hatch, while Remy headed back towards the other end of the ship, though not to the bridge. Instead, he entered his own quarters, pouring a glass as he sat down at his desk, musing over what he'd just learned. It was easy now to see why the Admiral had given him this mission, instead of to someone else. He had proven his ability to handle tough assignments during their journey to Earth, and he and his crew had certainly demonstrated their ability to keep a secret, but it was more than that. It was obvious his clan leader was covering his bases. If HeWhoLooksSkywad's theories didn't pan out, then no harm done. They'd lose a little time, but nothing more. If, however, his theories were correct, Remy sipped his drink, more certain than ever he had given him this job for a reason. By all appearances, Admiral Van Alst was a polished yet capable leader, charming when he needed to be, or unyielding if that attribute was required instead. He'd obviously had a similar conversation with Dr. HeWhoLooksSkyward, and like himself realized the promise of his creations, assuming he could bring them to life. The Admiral had crafted his image well and knew the value of diplomacy, carrying with him an air of approachability and polish. To look at him, one might think he'd risen through the ranks via patronage and backroom deals. Nothing could be further from the truth. Kichiro Van Alst had once captained a ship much like his, Gaia's Revenge, and had earned quite the reputation for his efforts. His boarding actions were the stuff of legend, his piloting skills second to none. He'd taken prize ships far more powerful than his own, and by the time he was done, Their corridors ran thick with alien blood. He'd murdered and clawed his way to the top by sheer force of will, and now, people only saw the politician and not the pirate underneath. He'd given him this job for many reasons, but mostly because he knew he could count on him to see that the Corsairs got that weapon and not the Troika, by any means necessary. Chapter 6. Best Laid Plans of Mice and Men. Planetary insertion complete. Orbital trajectory is stable, Captain, Zurlin reported. Excellent work, as always, Remy nodded. Contact Zakiakium Traffic Control and inform them we are on station as requested, he ordered. Once that's done, let our friend Genvis know we are standing by to take him aboard. Aye aye, Captain, the pilot agreed. As she began making the call, Slavko turned around in his seat. You sure this is a good idea, Captain? He asked. What about our other passenger? I'll remind the good doctor to stay out of sight until Genvis is off the ship, he replied. The rest of you, until he has disembarked, be damned careful what you say around him. I don't want any hints dropped about our mission or our special guest. If he gets wind of this, then we have a problem. He gave them a stern look. I do not want to have a problem. No worries, boss, Slavko said in a rush, holding up his hands. No one's gonna say anything. Glad to hear it. Zurlin, let me know when the dermist is inbound. He rose from his seat and headed aft, tracking down the purser. ISI, make sure the dermist's quarters are as far away as possible from the aliens. I don't want to tempt fate. Already done, Captain, he grinned. I figured that's how you'd want it. Good man, Remy smiled, clapping him on the back. Find Mairead and remind her not to let slip our little secret while he's on board. In the meantime, I need to have a chat with the bug and remind him. You got it, Captain, he nodded, as made his way towards the passenger cabins. Arriving at Xerxes' hatch minutes later, he rapped his knuckles on the bare metal. The hatch opened almost immediately. Captain Haddad, the Eliex said cordially, your appearance is most welcome. Doctor, Remy answered, somewhat more formally. I just came to inform you we've arrived at Zakiakium and that we're expecting our passenger to arrive shortly. I wanted to remind you to remain in your cabin and out of sight until he departs. Of course, Captain. Of course, Xerxes agreed, bobbing his head. As I have already stated, it is in both our best interests. I'm glad to hear it, he said sincerely. If there's an emergency and you absolutely must speak to someone, call me directly. We'll sort it out from there. I understand, the scientist agreed. I will, of course, abide by your instructions. Excellent, Remy beamed, putting on his best diplomatic face. I need to greet our new guest, so I'll take my leave. Until you hear from me personally, keep your hatch locked at all times. I will, the alien said. Until we speak again, Captain. Until then, he replied, waiting till he heard the hatch close and the locking mechanism engage before heading forward once more. Once back on the bridge, Zurlin addressed him. We've just received word that Genvis shuttle is inbound, she reported. ETA is 15 minutes. He must be in a hurry if he's already en route, Remy mused. Wonder what's so urgent? Maybe he has to skip town, Slavko offered. I don't think so, Zurlin countered. It's a government-registered shuttle that's bringing him up, and when I spoke to the crew, they mentioned nothing out of the ordinary. If he was in some sort of trouble, I'd expect them to call him a prisoner or something. That's a good point, the captain agreed. I'll be sure to ask him when he arrives. Captain, Slavko piped up, why are we taking him on? Is this something for the Admiral? No, it's not for the Admiral, Remy glowered. Let it drop. Aye aye, Captain, the gunner swallowed, returning his attention to his console. As Slavko hurriedly looked away, Remy cursed himself yet again for agreeing to Maggie's terms. The thought of having something to lord over her had been too tempting to pass up, but he'd been experiencing buyer's remorse ever since. He should have realized the crew would have questions about the deal, given their mission, and the more he shut down their questions, the more questions they had. I swear, this is the last time I ever make a deal with that woman, he thought to himself in disgust. Shuttle is on final approach, Zurlin reported, interrupting his reveries. They should dock in just a few minutes. Then I believe it's time to greet our guest, the captain announced, standing up and heading for the main hatch. With the thought of Maggie and her devil's bargain still fresh in his mind, it reminded him of another trip to the airlock, one that hadn't ended well. The Tinker and that imp of hers ambushed him and sabotaged his ship, disabling them both. Of all the losses he'd been forced to endure over the years, that one cut the deepest, and that didn't mean the knife wound that little bastard Diggs had given him. Gerfalcon was his ship. Here, his word was law. For an old woman and mute orphan to turn the tables on him, to so thoroughly shame him in front of his crew. Oh, how he longed to balance the scales. It wasn't impossible. He knew people, but contracting out that sort of work inevitably left fingerprints. Since the Admiral had made it clear how important she was to his operations, a thorough investigation was all but assured, and given their history, he'd be high on the list of suspects. Besides, if he were going to take them both permanently off the board, he preferred to do the job himself. Glancing down, he saw his fists were clenched and felt the familiar ache in his jaw as his teeth ground against each other. Remy forced himself to take a deep breath and relax. Losing control now was something he simply could not afford. So Maggie had beaten him. You couldn't win every fight. One had to be philosophical about such things, no matter how much they stung. But if the opportunity to revisit the matter ever presented itself, Remy shook his head, clearing his thoughts. Now was not the time. He arrived at the airlock to find ISI already standing by, in his official capacity as purser. When he arrives, see to his baggage, he informed him. He and I need to have a private conversation. Sure thing, Captain, ISI agreed, as a tremor reverberated through the ship's hull. Peering through the airlock's porthole, he then glanced back at his captain. It's them, he reported. They've got hard dock. Very well, he answered, adopting a more formal pose as they awaited his arrival. Several more minutes passed before the shuttle's hatch opened and a suited figure stepped into the airlock, towing a crate behind him. Remy got a brief glimpse of other figures behind him as he gave them a wave before closing the hatch and equalizing pressure. That done, he crossed the small space to the inner hatch, waving at them both as ISI cycled the lock. A hiss of escaping air accompanied the hatch, sliding open even as their visitor crossed the threshold and worked to remove his helmet. Genvis took a deep breath as he got his first whiff of semi-fresh air, sighing with a weary smile. Captain Haddad, it's a pleasure to see you again, he said affably, before turning to the second man. And you as well, ISI. Something about the dermis' demeanor caught Remy's attention. The last time he'd seen him, he was more than a little standoffish, not to mention constantly looking to avoid confrontation with anyone and everyone. Being completely honest, he'd never given him a second thought, simply because he couldn't imagine a more thoroughly inoffensive, non-threatening individual. He could have broken him in half with one hand, without even trying. Now, the individual standing before him gave off a very different impression. He was more assured, more confident, more obviously comfortable in his own skin. Whatever he'd been up to since they'd parted ways had apparently agreed with him, and he couldn't help but wonder what that might be and how that might affect their mission. Genvis, he answered, inclining his head. Welcome back to Gerfalcon. If you'll remove and stow your suit, ISI will take your gear to your cabin. Thank you, he said gratefully, quickly shucking his suit and stashing it inside the crate. Feels good to get out of that, he smiled. I'm sure it does, Remy agreed. Before you get settled in, I'd like a moment of your time. There are a few things I want to discuss. Of course, Captain, Genvis nodded. My time is yours. I'll stow this in your cabin, ISI told him, grabbing the trunk's handle. Thank you. Genvis smiled as Remy led him back to his own quarters. Once inside, he closed the hatch before taking a bottle out from his footlocker and snagging a couple of glasses. Have a seat, he told him, as he poured them both a drink before sitting down as well. The dermis took a sip and then nodded his thanks. What did you want to talk about, Captain? He asked. A couple of things, he said nonchalantly. First off, I would prefer it if you didn't discuss who arranged this trip. That Maggie was the one playing travel guide makes things awkward on my end. I was actually wondering about that, Genvis said after a moment, and I certainly get the awkwardness after what happened between the two of you. In fact, it surprised me when she said you'd agreed to it. It's complicated, Remy sighed. Though her owing me a favor is something I can trade on should the opportunity present itself. I understand, he nodded. You have my word. My lips are sealed. I appreciate that, he answered, taking another sip of his drink. I'm curious, though. What's your business on Cyvarukish? Or on this world, for that matter? Something's obviously changed with you. You're a far cry from the individual we took to Earth. No offense. He'd already decided to take the diplomatic approach with the dermist. It was the smart move, given their history. None taken. Jinvis shrugged. Well, you might recall that when the last mission ended, I'd had something of an epiphany regarding my clan. I remember you weren't as certain they were on the right path, Remy allowed. To put it mildly, he sighed, taking another drink. I recognize why my father, and those like him, made the decisions they did. After losing Earth, survival was all that mattered, and it forced everyone to make hard choices. The chance to live on a planet and breathe free air? To feel the sun on your face? Not having to worry about your ship suddenly losing containment? Like I said, I get it. He sighed and stared into his glass. But if we as a people are going to survive, it can't be on the sufferance of others. We must chart our own course, find our own path, and we'll never be able to do that on an alien world, where we'll always be second-class citizens. Remy gazed at him thoughtfully. I can't disagree with any of that. So you've been out spreading the word, trying to get your fellow clan mates to see the light? At first, he admitted, but as time went on, everything we'd learned on the other mission began to sink in. I started wondering what would happen if we found New Terra. He leaned in, eyeing the Corsair. Don't you wonder about that? Of course, he nodded, keeping his expression carefully neutral. We've had little luck in that department, unfortunately. It's a big galaxy, Jinvis agreed, and there's a lot of systems to search. But now that we know about it, do you imagine that we'll ever stop searching for it? No, he replied, shaking his head. Even if it is a long shot, the potential payoff is just too great to ignore. We'll keep hunting for it, no matter what, to our dying breath, if it comes to that. Exactly, he exclaimed, pointing his finger across the table. Which means eventually, someone will find it. If it's the Troika or someone else, then we're screwed. But if we're the ones who locate that planet, and if we somehow find a way in, what happens then? Then I imagine we'll see the biggest human caravan since Task Force Odin split apart. Remy mused, all burning hard for New Terra. He looked at the dermist curiously. Where are you going with this? Out of the 7 clans, 6 can pack up and head for New Terra at a moment's notice, Jinvis stated. But us dermists? We're planet-bound, at the mercy of other species, all of whom wanting a piece of the action should we strike gold. Look at me. I had to make a deal with Maggie just to get a ride. You think the Bayshane, or the Cheetam, are just going to lend us a ship to make the pilgrimage without wanting something tangible in return? Assuming they let us go at all. That is, let's face it, my clan makes for excellent hostages, if they really want to push it. Yes, you do, Remy grimaced. That puts a disturbing wrinkle on things. It does, which is why I've been talking to anyone who'll listen to beg, borrow, or outright steal a ride. If we ever find it, he said emphatically, before fixing him with a desperate look. I know you're close to the Admiral, Captain, Jinvis told him. Will you speak to him on our behalf? Even a handful of ships could make an enormous difference. I'll pass your request along with my endorsement, he agreed. If they hold your clan as hostages, we'll be forced to either give up our advantage or watch them die. Neither is acceptable, he growled. Thank you, he said softly. I've also been creating alert networks, should the balloon go up. One call starts a chain reaction on each planet as the messages go out. I'm hoping that if we find New Terra, we can calm the dermist worlds and have them form up so when the ships arrive. If the ships arrive, they can board at a moment's notice. Clever. Remy nodded. You realize you're going to have stragglers, no matter what you do? I know, he said quietly. We're still debating that. Some want to force them aboard the ships regardless of their own wishes, while others are happy to leave them to their own devices. We don't have a consensus on that just yet. And you? He asked. Where do you stand? Jinvis was silent for some time. We can't afford to leave anyone behind, he said at last. Not if they're going to be used against us. Which means dragging them kicking and screaming aboard transport against their will, treating them like cargo. He shook his head. I don't like it, but I don't think we have a choice. Tough call, Remy agreed solemnly when he was struck by a sudden thought. You know, if we find New Terra, things won't be all that different for you. What do you mean? Genvis asked. The Corsair chuckled. You'll still be on an alien world, living on their sufferance. Maybe, the Dermis said with a wry grin, but with the original owners off playing absentee landlord, they shouldn't be surprised when the squatters make a few changes. Chapter 7. Casualties of War. Captain? Picking something on sensors, Zurlin reported 2 days after Gerfalcon departed from Zakiakium. Is it Ichun? Remy queried, as the bridge crew instantly went on high alert. Working to clear up the signal, the pilot finally shook her head. No, definitely not, she reported, much to the relief of the others. Signal return shows something much larger. Battlecruiser, maybe? She scowled as she worked to refine the data before looking back at her commander. It's 2 of his AK, and it appears to be drifting. I'm reading elevation radiation levels, signs of vented plasma, and its engines are offline. She met Remy's gaze. It may not be Ichun, but it looks like they tangled with them. The captain leaned back in his chair and considered that. Any signs of life? He asked her. Zulin shrugged. Hard to say, Captain. Not getting any comm traffic, and I'm not seeing thrusters or anything else under manual control. It's possible there are survivors, but there's no way to tell from here. What are you thinking, Captain? Slavko inquired. I'm thinking it might be worth a look, Remy mused. Could be something of value aboard. Too bad our cargo holds are full, Zulin pouted. If their databases are still intact, that could prove valuable in its own right, he said thoughtfully. Plus, there's bound to be a few odds and ends lying around we can find room for. The pair grinned in anticipation as Remy thumbed the intercom button. ISI, Maraid, suit up. A target of opportunity just presented itself. The other crew members cummed their acknowledgement as he nodded at his gunner. Slavko, you're with me. Zulin, slave his console to yours. If that ship powers up weapons, dissuade them. With all of you on board, she said apprehensively. If you could avoid killing us, that would be appreciated, he grinned. I'll keep an open link so you can track us. Questions? No, Captain, she answered. Be careful. We will, he assured her, as the 2 men headed aft. They met Maraid and ISI near the airlock, the pair already donning suits. Entering his command authorization, Remy opened the weapons locker and started doling out boarding gear. Slavko accepted a riot gun with a drum magazine, checking its action before securing it to his harness, while ISI took a heavy plasma thrower. Maraid reluctantly procured a sidearm, strapping it down opposite her favorite wrench. Never entirely comfortable with firearms, the Tinker at least recognized her preferred weapon's lack of range. Remy was handing out grenades when Genvis appeared in their midst. I overheard the message, he said. What's going on? Salvage job, Remy explained, lifting out his own weapons of choice, a slug-throwing subgun and a beefy beam pistol, slipping them both into their custom holsters. The Dermis looked askance at the arsenal being parceled out. Salvage? Sometimes the original owners don't like to share, Slavko explained, clipping the grenades to his web belt. I see, Genvis said carefully. He observed their preparations in silence until finally speaking up once more. May I join you? He asked. The others froze. Why would you want to do that? Remy asked casually. Genvis struggled to respond. Honestly, I'm not sure, he admitted. I spent my entire life hidden away from the realities most Terrans face daily. Ever since the last mission, I've been trying to expand my boundaries, but there are still plenty of things I haven't done. He nodded at their gear. Like this. Remy folded his arms as he regarded him. You ever been part of a boarding action? Ever used a weapon? Hell, ever held a weapon before? No, he shrugged. And yet you want to board a 2 of his AK battlecruiser, potentially filled with hundreds of Chell, ordered to fight to the last, and for what? The experience? He shook his head. This isn't a pleasure cruise, and I'm not a tour guide. Forget it. Captain, I can be of service, he said in a rush. I speak Chell fluently, remember? What if you need to communicate with the crew, or decipher some bit of data you find? Genvis pointed out, pleading his case. Not a lot of conversation during a boarding action, Slavko chuckled, cradling his helmet. only to stare at his captain in alarm as Remy held up his hand. You realize if there are Chell aboard, they're not likely to be in a talkative mood, the captain pointed out. It's far more likely they'll just shoot you full of holes, without bothering to say hi, he informed the dermist, approaching him. Your inexperience could get you killed, or worse, get us killed. So you need to come up with a better reason than wanting to fill out your bucket list. Genvis stared at the deck, working his jaw. The other clans have long accused us dermists of being traitors, he said quietly, though they could hear the anger in his words he was desperately trying to suppress. Collaborators, alien lovers, sellouts, quislings, suck-ups, heretics. Oh, I've heard them all. All the accusations we were taking the easy road, that we had abandoned humanity. No one ever says that about the avatars, or the proteants, no matter how queasy they might make them feel. No, they still get a pass. They're still considered human. But not us. He lifted his head and glared back at the captain. If my clan is to ever be accepted as equals, it will only come if they see us share the same hardships, take the same risks, hazard the same fate. I'm fighting for not only the lives of my people, Captain, but their dignity as well. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to relax. I can be of use, he petitioned the Corsair, and I won't let you down. Please, let me do this. The two men stared silently at one another, neither of them moving, while the crew looked on in morbid fascination while holding their collective breath. Finally, Remy reached into the locker and pulled out a compact beam pistol, holding it up to him. This light shows green, it's safe. Flip this switch here, he pointed out, and it glows red, which means it's ready to fire. You stay in the rear, you do exactly as I say, and if you shoot one of us, it'll be the last mistake you ever make. His eyes bored into the dermists. Are we clear on the rules? Yes, Captain, he swallowed. Quite clear. Remy gave the dermist a final once-over before handing him the weapon. Then gear up. Unsurprisingly, they had to hold Genvis' hand as they transferred over to the Tuatha ship. Remy had considered taking the shuttle over, but if the Chell were still actively defending their ship, it made for a rather convenient target. Instead, they went EVA, with Zulin piloting Gerfalcon to a safe standoff distance once she made the drop. ISI took charge of the dermist, shepherding him across the gap by tether, his calm and reassuring nature making the transit a much smoother journey for all concerned. Remy and Mairead landed on the hull first, near an emergency airlock, followed by the others. We've landed, he informed the ship. No problems yet. Copy, Zulin replied. Keep this link open. Count on it, he growled, glancing to confirm there was no one in sight before stepping aside. Mairead moved in to check the controls. Power's offline, she announced. It'll take me a few minutes to engage the manual override. As quickly as you can, he urged her, before checking on the others. Slavko and ISI were old hands at this, and both were doing exactly what they were supposed to be. Genvis seemed to be looking in a dozen directions at once. No easy feat in a suit. Switching to a private comm channel, he spoke to the dermist directly. Do I need to leave you outside? He demanded. I'm not taking you if you're having a meltdown. His breaths were quick and ragged as he struggled to respond. I'm okay, he gasped. Just getting my bearings. Get it together, he snapped. I don't have time for this shit. He glared at the dermist, though he couldn't see his expression through the tinted visor. His words seemed to have struck a chord as he watched him struggle to regain control. Genvis' movements became less frantic, his breathing now noticeably less like hyperventilating and better regulated. It still couldn't be called good, not by any stretch of the imagination, but at least it was appreciably better. Got it, Mairead announced as she cracked open the airlock's outer door. Slavko joined her and helped muscle it completely aside as they entered the enclosed space one by one. The Tinker went to the inner door and plugged into its controls, examining the conditions inside. I'm reading some power, but it's weak and sporadic, she informed him. If I had to guess, I'd say they were down to batteries. No air on the other side, though. Looks like this section's been holed. Copy that, Remy nodded, as he started passing orders. Once you get it open, ISI and I will take the lead. Slavko, you've got Trail and Mairead. You hang in the center. Genvis, you're between them. Stay out of their way and don't make me regret this." "Yes, Captain," the dermis said nervously. There was a tremor beneath their feet as the inner door lurched open in fits and starts, before finally grinding to a halt just shy of a complete cycle. "Good enough," Remy shrugged, as he and the purser stepped through the hatch, each immediately facing out as they swept the corridor. Debris lay scattered throughout the space, while a handful of bodies were visible as well. Here and there electrical currents arced and sparked, further signs of just how badly damaged the ship was. "Clear," ISI announced after a moment. "Clear," Remy confirmed. Taking his bearings, he gestured forward with his weapon. "Bridges that way," he informed them. "Move out." The group cautiously made their way down the passageway, pausing to check the intersections and open hatches. Remy called a brief halt while he inspected a Chell corpse, the body's condition telling him a great deal. "Explosive decompression," he said grimly, spotting bloody discharge from the eyes, mouth, and ears. A quick glance at the other bodies confirmed his suspicions. "None are in suits," he observed. "The Ichun must have ambushed them." "Typical," Slavko grunted from the rear. Glancing back at the team, he spotted Jinvis hovering over the cadaver. "You still with us?" he snapped. The dermis head snapped up. "Yes, I'm fine," he swallowed. "Uh-huh." Shaking his head, Remy headed out once more, as the group, with one exception, moved like a well-oiled machine. They were forced to detour around one section where the ship no longer existed, as if some giant predator had come up beside it and taken a bite. It was far more likely an explosion had caused the damage, of course, but he couldn't quite shake the mental image of some enormous space shark swimming through the cosmos, attacking ships at random. Terra knew it wouldn't be the strangest thing he'd ever stumbled across in the Perseus arm. They worked their way through the Tuatha ship, pausing here and there to examine areas of interest, but nothing worth salvaging made an appearance. Actually, that wasn't exactly true. There were a few items they might have grabbed under normal conditions, but given their current mission, the lack of space back on Gerfalcon, not to mention Jinvis tagging along, Remy kept them moving forward instead. They'd found no survivors, though they hadn't checked the locked hatches. It was possible some were trapped in various locations throughout the ship, but they weren't aboard on a rescue mission. If there were survivors, they were on their own. There was one section of the ship Remy was intensely curious about, and after conferring with Mairead, or more accurately, once she'd plugged in and found some schematics, they'd taken an alternative route until they found what he'd been searching for. It was an enormous risk, but as they forced open the hatch, the group stared in horror. While the mammalian Chell were the Empire's labor and military force, the amphibian Tuatha themselves were its true masters. The last time the Admiral had sent Gerfalcon off on a special assignment, they'd uncovered many secrets, not the least of which was that masters were telepaths, mentally coercing the Chell to do their bidding. They'd kept that hidden from the other races, though of course now the secret was out, thanks to them. Aboard ship, they lived in a carefully recreated aquatic environment, their every need seen to by their brainwashed slaves as they swam amidst the fronds of their faux lagoon. The water had all boiled off, ablated away into space once the master's chamber had been exposed to vacuum. Dried mud caked the inside of the compartment, while scattered bits of plant life were spackled everywhere they looked. There were bodies here as well, both master and servant, but that wasn't what had left them nauseous and dismayed. There were perhaps half a dozen of the Tuatha scattered across the chamber, their elongated bodies and triangular heads in stark contrast to the furry Chell. And before each master's body lay a pile of their equally dead slaves, many of them clutching what appeared to be emergency rebreathers. It was all too clear that none of the rebreathers had been used by the Chell. "Holy Mother Terra," ISI whispered, the normally sanguine purser thunderstruck at the sight. "They let themselves die," Mairead said quietly, her voice threatening to crack. "They had life-saving oxygen in their very grasp, but—" She trailed off, unable to finish. "But instead of saving themselves, they gave it to their masters," Remy finished, shaking his head, "because they didn't have a choice. Worse, it honored them to do it." The others turned to him, as the true depth of the tragedy was made brutally clear. It was all they knew. As much as I want to blame them for unleashing the Ichun, after seeing something like this, Slavko's tones were hushed and subdued. "Man, I fucking get it. Don't get me wrong, I still hate them, he said in a rush. But I get it. Jinvis had remained silent until now, but could contain himself no longer. No, the worst part is it didn't make one damn bit of difference, he said bitterly. The Chell might have made it somewhere safe, a few of them at least, but the two of the Zk? Even with that bottled air, they only survived a couple of minutes before the vacuum sucked them dry, and by then, the Chell were already dead, ISI said sadly. What a goddamn waste. They stared at that awful tableau, frozen, until Remy finally snarled. Fuck the Troika. Chapter 8. The Wolf You Feed. Leaving the mounds of corpses behind them, the group resumed their exploration of the shattered Tuathizake warship, still heading for the bridge. While everyone had been affected by what they discovered, Jinvis had taken it the hardest. For Remy and the crew of Gerfalcon, this was far from their first boarding action, and all had witnessed, or committed themselves, on occasion, other acts of barbarity, though perhaps not on that scale. Piracy was a way of life for the Corsairs, and it was an increasingly harsh universe they lived in. You either survived long enough to build up scar tissue and a thick skin to protect you, or you didn't last long. Privately, Remy was surprised Jinvis hadn't vomited his last meal into his helmet when they'd stumbled onto the site. Maybe there was hope for him yet. Captain, Mairead announced suddenly, interrupting his thoughts. I'm picking something up ahead. Someone's restored power in the forward section. The bridge? He surmised. Most likely, she agreed. Looks like we have survivors, after all. How do you want to play it, boss? Slavko asked. The captain thought furiously for a moment, then spoke into his helmet mic. Zuelin, we're getting power readings forward of our position, he informed the pilot. Are you seeing anything on your end? Maybe, she answered after a brief pause, but it's awfully weak. What are you thinking, Captain? Target where the readings are strongest, but do not fire unless I give the word, Remy informed her. I want a closer look on our end, but stand ready if things go south. Copy that, she replied. Gerfalcon standing by. What's the plan, Captain? ISI asked. Remy thought for a moment. If some Chell survived, and if they're holed up on the bridge like we think they are, that's a complication, he answered, his expression betraying none of his emotions. But since they're enemy combatants, the solution is simple enough. The crew gave him some puzzled looks, though once he made a pointed look at Jinvis, they quickly adopted carefully neutral expressions. They were used to his orders being blunter and to the point. Outsiders, especially a dermis like Jinvis, simply didn't grasp the realities of life as a Corsair. Are they, though? The dermist probed, oblivious to the silent byplay all around him. Enemy combatants, as badly damaged as this ship is, they're not in a position to hurt anyone. If there are survivors, we should try to rescue them. We don't have the room, Remy said firmly, and even if we did, I wouldn't take them on board. I guarantee their first instinct would be to take over Gerfalcon and dispose of us. Jinvis stared at him. What are you saying, Captain? After what we've already seen on this ship, you have to ask, he snorted. The rest of you, stand ready. I want this done quick. The crew checked and prepped their weapons as they resumed their search for the bridge, but their companion wasn't finished yet. Captain, you can't be planning to simply gun them down on sight, he exclaimed in shock. They're too dangerous to be left alive, Remy fired back. You don't know that, Jinvis said shrilly. What if they're praying for someone to rescue them? The Corsair whirled back to face the dermist. After seeing the evidence with your own eyes, I would think by now even you would get it, he snapped. They're conditioned from birth to obey their master's every whim, and to the Troika we are the enemy. Even if we could rescue them, what makes you think they'd accept it? So that's it then. You're just going to kill them and be done with it, he said bitterly. Remy glared at him. This is how it is. This is what survival is out here. And if you can't accept that, stick to your own kind. He jerked his head at the purser. ISI, take the right, Slavko on the left. Mairead, hang back and keep Jinvis out of trouble, but be ready in case we need you to pick the lock. Questions? The crew gave him the thumbs up. Their guest looked as if he wanted to continue the debate, but another look from the captain and he quickly clammed up. Taking the center position while the others flanked him, Remy carefully sidled his way up the corridor until they reached a hatch, glancing back at his engineer for confirmation. Mairead took a moment to double-check her instruments before giving him another thumbs up, prompting him to examine the lock. It was a robust design, well-engineered to prevent the access of unauthorized individuals and maintain atmospheric integrity. It was not, however, indestructible. Removing a breaching charge from his kit, Remy positioned it over the locking mechanism itself before arming it and waving the others back to take positions. Genvis was on the verge of outrage and apoplexy as he watched them prepare, even moving to intervene. But Mairead clamped down hard on his shoulder and yanked him back before he took a step. A brief look to ensure all was in readiness before calling the ship. "We're making our move," he informed the pilot, "so get ready. If anything happens, it'll happen fast." "Copy that, Captain," Zulin replied. "Be careful." "We will," he told her, before glancing at the others, holding up his free hand as he started the countdown, curling each finger back as he did so. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fire in the hole. It wasn't an enormous explosion, just large enough to shatter the lock, but even as the hatch blew, a gust of air came pouring out from the entrance, buffeting them. The team was already up and moving before the dust settled, charging the hatch and muscling it aside, only to throw themselves clear as weapons fire lanced out from the interior. ISI laid down a base of fire, sweeping plasma left to right even as Slavko opened up with his riot gun. Remy tossed in a grenade as the others took cover, the second explosion quickly shattering any further resistance. The three men moved in and made short work of the survivors, the last one dropping when Remy delivered the coup de grace at point-blank range to the back of their head, shattering its helmet. After hastily scanning the area for potential threats, he called out to the others, "Come on up." Mairead and Genvis arrived moments later, the engineer taking a minute to orient herself before locating the ship's mainframe interface, plugging in and downloading what she could. The rest of the crew started searching the bridge and surrounding area for hazards plus anything of value. Delighted the assault had gone as well as it had, with no casualties on their side. Unlike the others, however, the dermist was not in a celebratory mood. This was unnecessary, he seethed. Can't you see they were no longer a threat? The crew kept their own counsel as Remy approached, reaching out and plucking the small pistol belted at Genvis' waist, disarming him before he could object despite his shocked expression. "You think the only war we're fighting is the one against the Ichun?" he snarled. "Did you forget what happened the last time you sailed with us? The attack on Freya? Samara being controlled by the Elieks?" He stepped closer, so close their helmets were in danger of bouncing off one another. "Remember how the two of his Ake masters tried to turn you into a sleeper agent? Do you?" he practically shouted. Genvis flinched and looked away, earning him a sneer from the captain. "That's what I thought," he said in disgust. "You weep for the Chell, for their poor brainwashed souls, while conveniently ignoring the fact they would gladly gun you down without hesitation." Somehow, Genvis stood his ground. "Maybe so," he admitted, "but you'll never convince me that murdering helpless innocents is anything but wrong." Remy barked out a snort. "The Troika may be a lot of things, but innocent isn't one of them." He gave him one last scowl and turned away, focusing instead on his engineer. "Where are you with the download?" he questioned her. "Gimme a few more minutes," she told him. "The mainframe keeps threatening to crash on me every few seconds. I'm really having to baby it along." "As quickly as you can then," Remy nodded, before calling back to Gerfalcon. "Zulin, you have a good fix on this wreck?" he asked her. "Roger that, Captain," she answered. "I've triangulated its position and pinned down its current vector and velocity. Unless someone comes along and changes that, I'll have no problems finding it again." "Excellent," he said in approval. "Once we're clear of the area, transmit that data to Captain Tanika on the Mako. Maybe we can't do a proper salvage job, but she can. Besides, we owe her for the tow to Freya. Offer her the standard deal. 10% finder's fee goes to us. She gets the rest. No sense letting this go to waste." The single positive aspect of the Ichun War was the boom of derelict vessels, ripe for the taking. If it weren't for all the ships they were losing against the machines, Remy might have considered the war to be the best thing that ever happened to the Corsairs. "You got it, Captain," she agreed. "I'll send it once we're safely out of range." Slavko and ISI returned from their sweep of the area, making their presence known. "Find anything?" he asked them. No surprises, ISI shrugged. If there are other survivors, they're not near here. Could be some trapped in one of the other compartments, the gunner chimed in. But if that's the case, they're not communicating. Not our problem, Remy growled. Once Maraid's finished, we're heading back to Gyre. Let Captain Tanika worry about potential holdouts. Giving them both an appraising look, he asked, "Find anything of value?" "Pocketed a couple weapons we got off the defenders," Slavko told him. "But other than that, there's not much here. All the good stuff is probably down in the cargo hold." "And done," the engineer announced, interrupting them. "Downloads complete," she informed them, stowing away her gear. "Then we're out," he ordered. "Find the nearest working airlock, and let's go home." "Fine by me," ISI agreed with a shudder. "Troika ships give me the creeps." No one was in the mood to argue that, not even Genvis, despite his feelings regarding the Chell they'd shot. Remy had known from the start that bringing him along was a bad idea, but in a moment of weakness, he'd let the dermist's impassioned plea sway him. Even though it hadn't turned into the disaster he'd feared, it still left all involved sullen and uneasy. It was a harsh truth of the universe that there simply weren't any good options in times like these, merely less bad ones. The sooner his guest learned that, the better for all concerned. Checking the schematic, Maraid found an airlock 2 levels down and guided them to its location while Zulin repositioned Gerfalcon, narrowing the gap between them. There was little discussion during the crossing, still unsettled by what they'd seen on the broken alien warship. Upon their return, the engineer began working to decrypt their take from the ship's mainframe, while Genvis went straight to his cabin, shunning the others. They resumed course for Cyver Ukish, while Remy retired to his stateroom as well, struggling with a report on their discovery when the door chime interrupted his thoughts. "Enter," he called out, grateful for the distraction. Zulin poked her head in. "Is this a bad time?" she asked. "No, it's fine," Remy replied, waving her in. "Course locked in?" "It is," she nodded, taking a seat opposite him. "I heard things got a little rocky over there." The captain shook his head. "I knew letting him tag along was a bad idea." "It was," she agreed, "which makes me wonder why you did it." Raising an eyebrow, Remy glared at her. "You going somewhere with this?" "I'm just trying to understand your reasoning," she explained. "Like you said, it was a bad call, and you realized it almost immediately. But you still let him talk you into it, despite being completely unprepared for what he was likely to find. He was in over his head, and because of that, things got messy. None of that needed to happen. You could have just told him no and been done with it, and yet you didn't." She peered into his eyes, struggling to discern his thoughts. "This isn't like you, Captain." Remy looked away, his expression unreadable. "Thought he deserved a chance," he grumbled. "That's on me." Zulin reached out and touched his arm. "Captain, it's me," she stressed. "I'm the one person on this ship you can be completely honest with. Not only am I your second in command, I'm also the one that's known you the longest, ever since we were both snot-nosed ship rats aboard the Acer." That earned her a chuckle as he turned back to face her. "Seems like a century ago." "Sometimes," she agreed, "and sometimes it feels like it was only yesterday." She sighed and leaned back in her chair. "What's going on, Remy?" "Nothing," he assured her. "It was just a bad call. Won't happen again." Zulin cocked her head. "Are you sure there's not something else to it?" She pressed him. "Of course not," he snorted. "We've got a lot on our plate, and I let myself get distracted. That's all." She took a moment to process that, idly gnawing on her lip. "I know better than anyone what you had to become and why," she said at last. "It's a hard old universe, and it won't do you any favors. Only the strong survive, and that means sometimes you're forced to do things that maybe you wish you didn't have to." Zulin gave him a pointed look as his face suddenly turned to granite. "It leaves a mark on you, making those choices, and then one day you realize that line you swore you'd never cross is 1,000 light years behind you." Remy worked his jaw, his teeth slowly grinding together. "I did what I had to do," he growled, glaring at her, "and I'd do it again." "I know," she said softly, "and there wasn't anything else you could have done." She gave his arm a squeeze. "But I hate what that decision cost you, Remy." It was some time before he could speak. "Like you said, it's a hard universe. Especially for a Terran, he said at last. I sit in that command chair because of what I did that day. It made me who I am, who I needed to be if I was to survive. Not only survive, but thrive. He spread his hands, indicating the compartment. I command my own ship, going where I wish, when I wish. How many Terrans can say that? His nostrils flared as he fought to control his emotions. So don't you dare feel sorry for me, Sui, because this is who I was always destined to be. She nodded, biting her lip as she slowly rose to her feet. That's what saddens me the most, she whispered, her expression bittersweet as she let herself out. Chapter 9. A Tangled Web. It was a mistake. ISI glanced over at Jinvis, pausing between bites. What was? The dermist pushed his food off to the side. Going to that ship? I should have stayed behind. Probably. The purser shrugged. Rough way to lose your cherry. The rest of the crew was at their posts, leaving the two of them on their own. I've been trying to find common ground between my clan and the others, but I'm beginning to think there isn't any. Course there is, ISI disagreed. We're Terrans. Everybody hates us. He considered that for a moment. Well, maybe not as much as they used to, he amended. I just don't know what I'm doing here, Jinvis sighed. I feel like I'm spinning my wheels. The Corsair eyed him curiously. You want some advice? He asked the other man. Sure, he answered. Seems like you're trying to be something you're not, ISI said thoughtfully, instead of figuring out who you are. Gotta be something you can bring to the table the rest of us can't. The dermist looked up at him in surprise. I mean, take me, he continued. I can't pilot the ship like Sui, or fix the engines like Maraid. I'm no gunner like Slavko, and I sure as hell couldn't run things like the captain. But that still leaves a lot I can do. It might not seem like much in comparison, but I'm not ashamed to say this crew would be lost without me, he grinned. None of them can cook worth a damn, for starters. I'm good at getting gyre loaded and unloaded, making sure we have all the bits and baubles we need for a journey, and keeping an eye on everyone so they don't burn themselves out. It ain't flashy, he said with a shrug, but it still makes a difference. I couldn't help but notice how loaded the ship was when I boarded, Jinvis observed. Must have been a challenge. It wasn't easy, ISI admitted with a shrug, but it all worked out. So, what's it for? He asked. You on a trade run? A wary look appeared on his face. Just delivering some supplies, the purser said casually. You know, because of the war. Jinvis cocked his head, regarding him for a moment. Of course, he said politely. I should probably get back to my cabin, he announced, abruptly standing up. It was a good talk. You've given me a lot to think about. Anytime, the Corsair smiled, as the dermist gave him a nod and headed back towards the cabins, only to detour at the last minute and make for the cargo hold instead. Something about ISI's sudden shift in demeanor bothered him. He'd always seemed a pleasant enough sort, even on the first mission, but the moment he'd asked about the cargo, he shut down. He couldn't prove it, but Jinvis was all but certain ISI had lied to him about their mission, and if that was true, then the question why loomed rather large in his mind. Captain Haddad and his crew were dangerous enough under the best of circumstances, but if they were up to something more nefarious, what did that mean for him? After 20 minutes spent crawling around the boxes and crates, he learned very little. The labels and stencils on the containers were cryptic, none were familiar. He suspected they were intentionally vague, placed there to lull the casual observer into lethargic disinterest, and the only way he'd learn anything more would be to open one up. That gave him pause. If he did, it was likely they'd discover his snooping. If they'd already delivered him to Cyver-Ukish, it was all well and good. But what if they hadn't? How would the captain react then? Badly, he thought with a grimace. Jinvis remembered vividly what happened when he crossed swords with Maggie on the first trip. He'd ended up nursing a knife wound and sprained knee, but it could just as easily gone the other way. He was no fighter. He'd certainly proved that aboard the Tuath's Akay ship, remembering the incident with embarrassment. And what exactly did he hope to find? Anyway, that they were up to something? Gerfalcon was a Corsair ship, which meant they were almost always up to something. If he wanted to survive, then the best way to do that was to remain in blissful ignorance. Clambering out of the hold, he carefully checked the corridor to ensure he hadn't been spotted before making his way back to the passenger cabins. What the hell had he been thinking? What Captain Haddad and the crew did on their ship was their business, and most definitely none of his. In a few days, he'd be off this boat. So until then, he needed to stop prying into their affairs. Shaking off whatever strange compulsion had come over him, he reached for his cabin's hatch release when the clatter of something hitting the deck whipped his head around. What the hell was that? He wondered, moving deeper into the ship as he tracked the sound. No one was about, which made him even more curious. Something had made that noise, though he supposed it could be rats. Still, he was moved to investigate, despite his resolution not to get involved. The sound of movement drew him towards one of the empty cabins, pausing for a moment before pressing an ear against the hatch. Listening closely, he could hear someone moving around inside. Taking a deep breath, he checked the control panel before slowly opening the hatch and peering within. Jinvis screamed when he saw an insectoid Alex staring back at him. Would someone mind telling me just what the hell triggered this fiasco? Remy glared at each of his crew in turn. Jinvis and Dr. Axjerix were both safely locked in their cabins, though it had taken some time to calm down the dermist. With the situation contained for the moment, the captain was now looking for answers, and possibly someone to pin the blame on. Murray just shrugged. Beats me. I was in engineering running a diagnostic. Slavko held up his hands. Captain, I was on the bridge. Me and Sui both were. The pilot nodded in agreement. The captain's attention swung over to ISI, who sighed in resignation. Look, Captain, I don't know what made him do it. We were talking, sure, but not about anything that would explain this. And why exactly was the doctor's hatch unlocked? He demanded. Said he needed to grab something from storage real quick, and figured he could sneak out and not be spotted. The purser shrugged. I guess he forgot to lock it when he got back. He's a scientist, Captain. Unlocking the hatch is a piece of cake for him. Fantastic, he sneered, with every over-enunciated syllable dripping with sarcasm. As if we didn't have enough to worry about. So, what do we do now? Zulin asked. I'll deal with the good doctor at my leisure, but first, I need to have a chat with our dermist friend, Remy said darkly. What happens next will be up to him. ISI, retrieve our guest, if you don't mind. The rest of the crew shared nervous looks as the purser hurried to comply, returning a few minutes later with Jinvis in tow. The captain barely glanced at him as he pointed to an empty chair. Have a seat. He fidgeted anxiously as he stared wide-eyed at the corsairs. Why is there an Alex on board? He asked them, his question framed in equal parts fear and betrayal. Remy ignored the question. I have a problem, Jinvis, he said calmly. You see, I'm under orders to deliver our other passenger, safely to a specific location, in the hopes he can develop a weapon that will help us defeat the Ichun. I think I can safely say ending that threat is a laudable goal. Wouldn't you agree? He asked pointedly. Well, of course it is, the dermis stammered. Excellent, Remy smiled, though there was no warmth in his expression. However, given how those in the Perseus arm feel about his race, we were also ordered to keep this mission confidential. You understand, I'm sure. Jinvis looked at him warily. Just what exactly are you saying, Captain? I'm saying that you being aware of the doctor's involvement is a complication for me, Remy answered, his words now smooth as silk. Just how much of a complication, that remains to be seen. You want to know if I'll keep my mouth shut, he said in dawning realization. I couldn't have said it better myself. The corsair beamed at him. However, I'm afraid I'll need something a bit more concrete than just an assurance. If news of this mission leaks, it could be very bad for my clan. He leaned in, eyeing Jinvis carefully. So tell me, why should I trust you? Because frankly, making this as plain as I can, I have the means at my disposal to ensure you never speak of this. His mien grew swiftly frigid, the room's temperature bottoming out to absolute zero. His jaw dropped as the implication of his words struck home, while the others stared at him in abject horror. Captain, you can't mean, Sui began, the rest of her words succumbing to a gruesome death as he turned his attention to her. You were all briefed on the mission's objectives, he said caustically, and you all know what's at stake. So I'm afraid I must insist on an answer. Jinvis Shafvazif of the Dermist clan, he snapped, redirecting his focus away from the crew, and I'm going to need it now. Or what? He challenged the pirate, his voice threatening to break as Remy glared at him. You'll throw me out the airlock like you threatened Maggie? Do you really want to know the answer to that question? Remy fired back at him. If you think for one moment I'll hesitate if you fail to convince me, think again. I have far bigger concerns than a single dermist's bravado, and the rest of you will just stand by and let him? Genvis said frantically. The crew was having a difficult time meeting his gaze, not to mention each other's, while each of them wrestled with their own conscience. Defeated, he looked back at the captain. Then you might as well do it, he said quietly, because we both know there's nothing I can say to convince you. You'll never trust me to keep your secret. The compartment went dead quiet as the captain regarded him. You know, I suspect you're right, he agreed, his hand dropping casually to the weapon at his waist. Genvis swallowed nervously as he awaited his fate, when the sound of a chair being pushed back drew everyone's attention. Captain, you can't do this, Mairead announced, her voice quavering. It ain't right. His eyes zeroed in on her with a laser's focus. What did you just say? He snarled. Her body trembled with apprehension, but the engineer stood her ground. Captain, you know I'm loyal. I've been part of this crew going on 10 years now, and as far as I'm concerned, you're all my family. She took a deep breath while Remy glared at her. But the thing is, I'm not a corsair. Maybe that gives me a different perspective. I dunno, she shrugged. I don't have any problems with us being pirates. It's a hard old universe, and we all gotta hustle to get by. I don't give a damn about taking down a troika ship or any of the other races that pissed on us. But I draw the line at killing a fellow Terran. The rest of the crew's attention darted back and forth between the two as Remy rested his hand on the butt of his weapon. You need to think very carefully about what you're doing, Mairead, he informed her, his voice suddenly raspy and constricted. I don't tolerate mutiny aboard my ship, and while you may not be a corsair, you agreed to our regulations and customs when you signed on, and my clan has an established method of handling shipboard revolts. You want to put me off your boat? That's fine, she answered, licking her lips as she watched his gun hand. But a tinker's obligated to resolve disagreements between clans, which is what this is when you get right down to it. Maybe I've done little of that in the past, but I'm here now. She met his gaze, refusing to cower. And being completely honest, Captain, you need me. 'Cause without me, we're not going anywhere. I see Maggie's rubbed off on you, he sneered, drawing his sidearm, though he kept it low against his thigh. You are making a dangerous mistake, Mairead. And because I'm feeling especially generous today, I'll give you 30 whole seconds to reconsider. Please, there's no need for any of this, Genvis said frantically. I'll keep your secret, Captain. You have my word. I never intended doing anything else. I'm afraid we're past that now, Remy answered, his gaze still locked on his engineer. It seems I now have a mutiny to deal with. The sound of another chair scraping across the deck whipped everyone's head around as Slavko slowly stood up. Captain, I'm begging you, don't do this, he beseeched him, moving to Mairead's side. This is getting out of hand. His eyes whipped back and forth between them. Did the two of you plan this? He hissed. Of course not, the tinker answered gently. You've always had our allegiance. We're just saying that maybe there's a better way. That's all. And the rest of you? He growled, turning towards the others. Do you stand with me, or with them? ISI slowly rose to his feet before joining the other two in solidarity. Captain, just maybe take a step back, the purser said carefully. You know, come at this fresh, after everybody's calmed down. Remy stared at him before slowly pivoting to the remaining holdout. And you, Zuulin? I suppose you have some words of wisdom you'd like to share. The pilot gave him a mournful look. This isn't you, Remy. I don't know what's driving this, but I implore you, please put the gun away. Let's just talk about this. No one is trying to unseat you or undermine your authority. I swear, we're still loyal, still your crew, if you'll have us. But, she hesitated for a moment, struggling with her emotions. You're still Terran, she pleaded. We've lost so much since the Ichun destroyed Earth. Don't let anger and pain and a hostile universe strip away what makes you human. Remy, please. Tears filled her eyes as she gazed up at him, her chin quivering. The pirate looked at the others with barely controlled fury, a spring under tension begging for release. And then he shoved his sidearm back into its holster and stormed off, leaving the others to gasp in relief. Chapter 10. Ghosts and Demons. Remy ignored his cabin's hatch chime when it buzzed. He ignored it the second time it rang a minute later. And the third time, the fourth time, the hatch slid open on its own, revealing ISI standing on the other side clutching a bottle. He immediately raised his hands skyward when the purser spotted the weapon pointed directly at his chest. "Captain, I just came to talk, I swear," he said in a rush. The pirate glared, motioning him inside with the pistol's barrel. ISI obeyed, seating himself across from his captain. "Why are you here?" Remy demanded. "Things got a little tense," he said affably. "I was hoping maybe we could talk about it." "What's there to talk about?" he fired back. "My crew turned against me." "No, we haven't, boss," ISI replied. "We just didn't want to see you toss Jinvis out the airlock." He held up the bottle. "Been saving this for a special occasion. It's the good stuff, I swear." He glanced around the cabin and spotted some glasses nearby, reaching over and grabbing a pair before cracking the bottle open. He poured 2 fingers worth of spirits into each of them, sliding one across the table. Remy eyed the proffered glass before looking back up at the purser. "You first," he said, the distrust obvious in his voice. ISI shrugged affably as he raised the glass. "Nas Doravi," he toasted, before tossing back the drink. "Ah, smooth," he grinned. The glass remained untouched as Remy watched and waited until the purser sighed. "It's not poisoned, Captain," he said carefully. "I wouldn't do that, and besides, it'd be a waste of good hooch." Grunting in acknowledgement, he picked up the glass and took a tentative sip. "Not bad," he admitted, before taking another. As the liquid fire played over his tongue, Remy finally relented, laying his sidearm down on the table, yet keeping it handy just in case. Pouring himself another, ISI settled in. "Can I ask you something, Captain?" Sipping his drink, Remy gave him a nod. "That mission to Earth. Would you really have tossed Maggie out the airlock?" The glass froze. "What do you think?" he snapped. "Honestly," ISI scratched his cheek. "You two were like oil and water from day one. I think she actually enjoys getting under people's skin. If it weren't for the fact she knew her business backward and forward, it'd be easy to pay her no mind. But that didn't make her one bit less irritating. And that temper." He shook his head, chuckling to himself. "Maggie's one of those people you're gonna love or hate. Nothing in between." Remy snorted as he took another sip. "You're a hard man to read sometimes," ISI continued, "but I don't think you would have done it. Maybe throw her into the airlock and reduce the pressure to give her a scare, but actually spacing her?" He shook his head before meeting his captain's gaze. "No, I don't think you would have taken it that far." Polishing off his drink, Remy held out his glass for a refill. The purser happily complied. "If you truly believe that," he asked, "then explain to me what the hell just happened back there." "Like I said, you're hard to read," the purser shrugged. "Last time, Maggie was the key to the mission's success. That's the reason I think you were, well, not bluffing, exactly, but maybe leading her on a bit. This time, Jinvis finding out about our Eliak's friend actually threatens the mission, which puts a different spin on things. None of us were sure what you were going to do. And if I had spaced him?" Remy asked, point blank. "What would you and the others have done then?" Hell," he sighed. "I don't know. It wouldn't have gone over well, I can tell you that much. Might have even had some of the others looking to transfer to another boat. But not you," the captain stated. "No, not me," ISI agreed. "Why?" Remy pressed. ISI leaned back in his chair, regarding him. "You're a hard man, Captain," he said finally. "But when you think about what life is like for us Terrans, you realize it takes a hard man to survive out here. Harder still to lead others. We get by on our own, 'cause no one will lift a finger to help us." He paused for a moment, considering that. "Though I guess that's changing now, what with the alliance and all." "Get to the point," the captain snapped. The purser shrugged uncomfortably. "I'm guessing you already know what I'm going to say." "I suspect I do," Remy said darkly, "but I want to hear you actually say it." Reaching for the bottle, ISI topped off both drinks before setting it aside. "Because of Asir," he said quietly. Something about the man hardened at the name. "And there it is," he said at last. "I've spent the better part of 20 years with that draped around my neck. and every time I think I've finally put it behind me, someone always comes around and reminds me." He took a long pull at his glass, his eyes staring hard at something only he could see. "Like I needed a reminder," he muttered. "Captain, everybody respects what you did," the purser said in a rush. "It was a hard choice, sure. But what?" Remy snapped, interrupting him. Sighing, ISI tried again. "You did what you had to do," he said gently, "and no one faults you for it. A lot of folks wouldn't have had the guts to make the hard call." The captain slowly turned to face him. "Do you even know what went down that day?" he challenged him. "Did Zulin say something?" He held up his hands in self-defense. "She didn't say a word, Captain. Honest." Remy snorted in disbelief. "There's maybe a handful of people who know what happened. What really happened. So unless someone's been talking out of school," he said pointedly, "whatever it is you think you know is nothing but rumors." He glared at the other man, daring him to disagree. ISI refused to take the bait. "I expect that's true," he admitted. "I'm sure there's plenty of details the reports get wrong." He reached once again for the bottle and freshened both glasses. "But the stories all agree that Acer suffered a catastrophic engine failure, rupturing the hull, and that you were the one who saved the crew." He peered intently at him, searching for a sign he'd gone too far. Remy reached for his drink, draining it in a single go, and then grabbing the bottle to fill his glass once more, while ISI watched him with growing disquiet. "Yeah, that's what happened." "All right," he snorted, a nervous tick twitching his cheek. "Went down just like they say." There was a pregnant pause, as both men waited to see how the other would respond, until Remy finally leaned back in his chair, his eyes dark and impenetrable beneath his furrowed brow. "Course, that doesn't tell the whole story," he said bitterly. His subordinate said nothing in return, waiting instead for his captain to continue. Staring into his glass, Remy finally spoke. "Acer was way past her prime," he said quietly, his mind's eye drifting back to that day. Grav plating was going, and everything else was held together with spit, baling wire, and prayer. "We were searching for a replacement, not to mention making plans to split up the ship's complement if we couldn't find one in time." He took another drink before shaking his head. "But ships were expensive, and we didn't have the credits. So we made do, like we always did. No one was keen to take on strays either, 'cause they all had their own problems." ISI simply nodded. Given what he already knew, it didn't take a genius to see where this was headed. "I was the youngest and most inexperienced bridge officer aboard Acer, and it was my first watch in the big chair," he reminisced, his thoughts stretching back through space and time. "Being assigned officer of the deck was a symbol of trust, and I was determined to prove I'd earned my place. Captain Lakshmi, she was damn good, and I knew she'd taken a big chance on me. I memorized everything there was to know about standing watch, and I was going to make sure I didn't let her down." His expression grew distant as he whispered, 2 hours into mid-watch, the primary drive's plasma intake manifold ruptured. There were half a dozen people in engineering, some of the most experienced tinkers aboard. They died instantly. Taking another sip, ISI said nothing. What he knew of the Acer disaster was all secondhand, little better than gossip, really. Besides, the last thing in the universe he wanted to do was interrupt his captain. Something told him he'd been sitting on this for a long time, never able to speak of it until now. "My console lit up like a supernova the second it fractured," he continued, while the radiation alarms started screaming like banshees. "Primary systems began crashing, one after the other, and as I stared at the warning lights and error messages in sick horror, I knew." Remy's eyes seemed to come back into focus as he looked across the table. "Acer was dead. And unless I acted quickly, so was everyone on board." "What did you do?" ISI prompted him, speaking up at last. "We had to evacuate," he said simply. "As long as the hull still held, we had a brief reprieve, but the clock was ticking. We put out a general distress call to all available ships requesting assistance, but we didn't know if they could get to us in time. I tried to locate Captain Lakshmi or anyone senior, but with all the system's malfunctions, intercoms were spotty. I had to send runners to pass the word to abandon ship." He reached for the bottle. One of them staggered back to the bridge with a rebreather clamped over her face. She said the plasma conduits had overloaded and were fracturing the hull, and worse, That we had people trapped waiting to be rescued. He shook his head, wincing at the memory. And once you started losing oxygen, ISI said slowly. Remy nodded grimly. I had to make the call. The regs were clear. In case of a hull breach that threatens the ship's integrity, you sealed off the damaged sections and concentrated the survivors where the hull was still intact. He paused for a moment, letting that sink in. Even if that meant leaving people behind. ISI sighed. There was nothing you could have done, Captain. Like you said, the regs didn't give you a choice. Don't you think I know that? Remy snarled, his sudden vehemence catching the purser off guard. We had to vacate the radiated sections, and we grabbed as many as we could and took them to safety. But there were so many. So many, he whispered. If you put your hand on the bulkheads, you could feel them pounding away, begging for help. He made a fist and began banging it against the table. 3 quick taps, 3 longer ones, then 3 more shorts, over and over. SOS. When I close my eyes, I can still hear them pounding, he said hoarsely. No one senior ever made it to the bridge, so it was all on me. I made the call. Me. He stared into his glass, looking for answers. Captain Lakshmi was in one of those compartments, he said quietly, and so were my parents. The purser bowed his head in respect. He'd known going in the story was brutal, assuming his captain opened up to him about it at all. But this was far worse than the scuttlebutt had ever let on. How old were you? He asked softly. 17, Remy answered, polishing off his glass. When the rescue ships arrived, we pulled out the ones we could save. We offloaded 243 survivors before Asir finally went up. He gave a half-hearted shrug. With that much damage, it was only a matter of time. That's 243 people who owe you their lives, boss, ISI said with respect. If there's any good that can come from that, I mean, and the 179 who didn't make it off, he demanded. What about them? Captain, the instant that manifold ruptured, your hands were tied, the purser said as gently as he could manage. Their fates had already been decided. Bullshit, Remy snarled. I could have ordered all hands to focus on rescue efforts. I could have turned over the watch to the bosun and led a damage control party myself. I could have. And if you had, ISI interrupted, just how many of those people you saved would be dead now? He asked pointedly. He froze for a moment as the question registered. I don't know, he said at last, reaching for the bottle. ISI shook his head in resignation. Boss, you know even better than I do why those protocols exist. Safety regulations are written in blood, Remy replied. And yes, I'm well aware of why they exist. Doesn't matter. I followed the rules, and people died. And no matter how many of the well-intentioned pat me on the back and say what an incredible job I did, that will never change. He glared at his subordinate, daring him to disagree. And what do you suppose would have happened if you had done any of that? He fired back, picking up the gauntlet. If you'd abandoned your post in the middle of a crisis to rescue them yourself? Turned over command to someone even less qualified than you were? Assuming you survived, which, being honest, would have been a goddamn miracle. They would have cashiered you on the spot for disobeying regs. You think I care? Remy fired back. After losing people that meant something to me, you think I give a fuck about any of that? He stared into his glass, relieving the moment yet again. No, ISI said honestly. Captain, that ship was 200 years old, on its last legs, patched up with whatever they could scrounge 1,000 times over. If the tinkers who knew her best couldn't prevent it from happening, how could you? He raised his hand, forestalling his commander as he started to reply. You couldn't, he continued, rising to his feet, taking a moment to steady himself. But there's something that you can do. Oh, and what's that? Remy said sarcastically. The purser's face softened. You could forgive yourself? He said gently, before seeing himself out. Chapter 11. The Pillars of Creation. It was many hours later that Remy finally emerged from his quarters. By all appearances, it seemed the crew had returned to their duties, but there was an anxious energy about them as they exchanged furtive glances, each of them on tenterhooks as they gauged his mood. Despite their efforts at nonchalance, the captain recognized their reactions for what they were, each of them walking on eggshells to avoid setting him off. It was a sobering experience. With a grimace, he took his place in the captain's chair, giving the various readouts a brief glance before turning his attention to the pilot. "Zulin, what's our ETA to Sci-fi?" he asked. She jumped at the mention of her name, though she tried to hide it. "Air, we should arrive in orbit in approximately 17 hours, Captain," she reported after checking her console. "Very well," he nodded, before pressing the intercom switch on his armrest. "ISI, please inform our guest that we will arrive at Sci-fi in about 17 hours, and that he should be ready to depart at that time." There was an almost palpable sigh of relief on the other end. "Aye, Captain. I'll let him know," the purser replied. That dealt with. He punched up engineering. "Maraid. Status report?" he queried. She responded almost immediately. "Showing a flutter on one of the plasma conduits, but I'm pretty sure it's a false read," she informed him. "Other than that, we're showing green across the board." "Excellent," he nodded. "Keep me posted if there are any changes." Hadad out. He closed the circuit and looked towards the gunner. "Anything on sensors, Slavko?" He shook his head. "Negative, Captain. Scope's clear." Remy made a gesture of acknowledgement as he settled back in his chair. The past few hours had been an unpleasant experience for all involved, but the best way to deal with the situation was to put it behind them and fall back on their routine. The last thing he wanted was to have some big heart-to-heart talk where they shared their feelings, or some such nonsense. Bad enough he'd spilled his guts to ISI about a dark moment in his past, but he was willing to chalk that up to circumstance. Likely the Knights would disagree with his solution, but what did you expect from a bunch of starry-eyed do-gooders? "Have we heard anything from the good doctor?" he asked aloud. Sui and Slavko both shook their heads. "Think he's lying low? After what happened?" the gunner ventured. "Now he does," Remy grumbled. "I think another conversation is in order regarding the rules." Rising from his seat, he nodded at the pilot. "Sui, the bridge is yours." "Aye, aye, Captain," she confirmed as he headed aft. Making his way through the passenger section, the captain came to an abrupt halt when a hatch slid open. Genvis startled when he spotted the Corsair, his eyes wary as Remy faced him. "Did ISI tell you our ETA?" he asked cordially. "He did," the dermist admitted. "I appreciate you keeping me informed, Captain." "It's the least we can do," he replied, pausing for a moment as he wrestled with putting his concerns into words. "It would mean a great deal to my clan if you could keep what you've seen here to yourself," he said at last. "Any success we might have against the Ichun depends on your silence." "I understand," he nodded, "and of course, I'll keep your secret." Taking a deep breath, he plunged forward. "I never intended otherwise." The two men regarded one another. "We come from very different worlds," Remy said finally, "and trust is never easy, especially when the stakes are this high. Our clans may not always see eye to eye," Genvis agreed, "but we're both still Terrans. Now more than ever, that has to mean something. Besides," he shrugged, "my clan knows a little something about cooperating with other species. The Troika ended the Ichun threat last time, so maybe they can do it again. It's just a theory for now," he shrugged. "Be that as it may, I wish you luck with your mission, Captain," the dermis said formally. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I should start packing before we arrive at Sci-fi." "Of course." Remy gave him a nod before leaving the dermist to his own devices. With 17 hours to go before their arrival, he was certain packing wasn't the real reason Genvis had made his excuses. Far more likely was he not being entirely convinced an airlock wasn't still in his future. It wasn't, but convincing him otherwise seemed an insurmountable goal. Once he disembarked the ship, he'd start breathing easier, but until then, his guard would remain up and fully charged. Hard to blame him, considering. Continuing aft, he arrived at Dr. Axjerx's cabin as he activated the door chime. The hatch slid open moments later. "Captain Hadad, it is agreeable to see you once again," the Eliax scientist gushed. "I'm afraid this isn't a social visit," Remy answered, coming straight to the point. "I thought I had made myself clear why I needed you to remain in your cabin until our other passenger had departed. That you snuck out and risked exposure, compounded by the fact you neglected to relock the hatch, which got you found out, has created a colossal headache." The alien bobbed his head. "My deepest apologies, Captain," he answered. "I was in the midst of conducting some basic research when I realized there was a key component I required for my baggage. I had hoped to retrieve it quickly without being noticed, but in my haste, I neglected to re-engage the cabin's locking mechanism. I regret my lapse and assure you it will not happen again. Had you simply contacted me directly, we could have avoided all this unpleasantness, he informed him, making his point. However, he continued, the damage is now done. Thankfully, the other individual appears willing to keep your involvement in this mission confidential. I hope, he thought to himself. That is indeed gratifying to hear, Xcherx replied, bobbing his head once more. Let's hope he's as good as his word, Remy said pointedly, though it was difficult to say whether the Eliex could read between the lines. By this time tomorrow, he will have disembarked. I would appreciate you remaining in your cabin until then, even though your presence is no longer a secret. I would prefer not to make an already unpleasant situation worse. I understand completely, the scientist agreed, and I, of course, will abide by your wishes. I appreciate that, Doctor, the captain said gratefully. At least he wasn't digging in his heels or making this more difficult than it had to be. Once your other passenger has departed, how long will it take to reach our destination at 41 Orie? Xcherx inquired. Assuming all goes well? A week and a half, give or take, Remy shrugged. Assuming we don't run into the Ichun, that is. Indeed, the alien said gravely. I am most eager to begin my research, Captain, but not at the expense of your ship's safety. We'll get you there in one piece, Doctor, Remy assured him. That much, I can assure you. A shuttle from Cyver docked with Gerfalcon to offload Genvis early the next day. Remy saw no need to hand him off personally. Not only was it unnecessary, but someone already on edge could see it as suspicious. ISI and Maraid made their farewell since they were both friendly with Genvis, which was probably for the best. Departing without fanfare, the shuttle dropped away, headed for the surface, even as he gave the order to break orbit and begin making their way toward their ultimate destination. The next several days were strictly routine, though once Genvis departed, Dr. Xcherx began cautiously stepping outside his cabin to explore and become acquainted with the crew. They were resistant at first, but as time went on, the scientist's harmless demeanor eventually disarmed them. He even joined them for an evening meal, but his species' digestive process thoroughly nauseated the Terrans. After the single attempt at communal meals, he went back to eating alone in his cabin. Their course took them toward the outskirts of the Perseus Arm, which was a bit of a mixed blessing. While it left them unable to call for assistance, the scarcity of settled worlds also freed them from attacks by the Ichun. But as they neared the Orion Nebula, a dark sense of foreboding began percolating deep within their subconscious, which left each of them on edge. The swirling patterns of magenta, turquoise, and coral gave a spectral hue to everything around them as they entered a realm of shades and apparitions. Even the stars themselves seemed colder and more threatening, an impression that remained unchanged as they entered the system 41 Orie. 3 blue-white suns burned bright and hot as they sought the abandoned research station. The massive orbs intertwined amidst the nebula in an intricate pirouette as they danced among the heavens. The system tested Zuelin's skills to the limits as she fought the currents, the deadly solar wind buffeting Gerfalcon. No habitable worlds could exist in such an inhospitable place, only broken chunks of rubble amid the filaments and tendrils of cosmic gases. It took time to locate the jagged asteroid that housed the facility, and once pinpointed, actually landing on its surface left their pilot shaking and soaked with sweat. But once Maraid confirmed engine shutdown, the crew breathed a sigh of relief. That was a brilliant piece of flying, Sui, Remy said with pride. Well done. She flashed him a weary smile as he punched up the intercom, bridged to Dr. Xcherx. We have arrived on site and require your presence to access the research facility. An answer came back immediately. Excellent. I shall join you shortly at the airlock. All right, time to earn our pay, he informed the crew as he signed off. Sui, you have the bridge. The rest of you, suits and weapons. I'm not leaving anything to chance. And the doctor? Slavko inquired. What do we do about him? We keep a close watch, but no one does anything final unless you get the order from me. Understood? There was a chorus of, aye, Captain, as they acknowledged his orders. Arriving at the airlock, they began donning suits while Remy opened up the weapons locker and handed out their preferred hardware, with their engineer once again strapping on a sidearm despite her obvious distaste. It was during their preparations that the Elix scientist appeared beside them, looking on their efforts with obvious amusement. "Captain, your preparations are unnecessary," the alien assured him. "The facility is fully sealed and only requires a simple command to be reactivated. The atmosphere will be breathable, I promise you." His large compound eyes took in the collection of firearms. "The premises are also quite free from hostile forces. There is certainly no need for weaponry." Remy gave him a gimlet stare. "And you are certain of this, despite the facility being abandoned for decades? Certain enough to stake your life on it?" "Of course," the doctor smiled. "It is quite safe." "I hope you'll forgive my lack of optimism," the captain said dryly. "We Terrans have learned by painful experience to assume the worst unless proven otherwise. We'll keep the suits and guns, thank you." "As you wish," Axjerx replied, nonplussed. "Once you send the signal, how long until the station is up and running?" Mairead asked him. "A few minutes at most," the scientist responded with confidence. "Despite the harsh environment, we constructed this facility using the most advanced techniques available. It was designed to remain fully functional at a minimum for several centuries. In fact," Axjerx pointed towards the site's main entrance as bright lights suddenly flashed into life, while overhead a set of massive doors began to close, enveloping Gerfalcon and the landing zone. "As you can see, I have already taken the liberty of transmitting the authorization code to reactivate the station. By the time you finish your preparations, they will no longer be necessary." The crew turned to Remy for guidance. "We will continue as planned," he ordered, despite the good doctor's assurances. "If it turns out to be unnecessary, it costs us nothing." A collective shrug passed through the group as they finished suiting up. "Better safe than sorry," ISI announced, speaking for the others. "A quaint idiom," the scientist said politely, "though if your technology were as reliable as ours, I doubt you would still give it as much weight. Remind me to explain the concepts of hubris and Murphy's Law at some point, Doctor," Remy said sardonically, locking his helmet in place and checking his weapons. "Mairead, we have a reading outside the ship," he asked the engineer. Taking a brief glance at the airlock's controls, she quirked an eyebrow. "According to the sensors, I'm showing a standard nitrogen/oxygen atmosphere, with trace amounts of carbon dioxide, water vapor, and helium." She looked back at the captain. "Assuming this is correct, it's breathable." "As promised," Axjerx chuckled. "We'll remain in suits until we've checked out the site," he ordered, erring on the side of caution, before giving his gunner the nod. "Slavko, you're on point." The man moved into position as Remy looked over his shoulder. "Last chance to don a suit, Doctor." "As I have already stated, it is entirely unnecessary," the Elix replied. "I will be quite safe." "It's your funeral," the captain shrugged. "Mairead, crack the seal." The tinker tapped the controls as the hatch slid open. There was a small buffet of wind as the pressure equalized, but it failed to affect even the unsuited doctor. Slavko stepped forward, his riot gun sweeping left and right as the group moved forward, assuming a V formation as they made for the site's entrance. The sound of their footfalls echoed inside the enclosed space as they approached the facility proper. The portal irising opened automatically as they drew near. Slavko glanced back for orders, continuing forward at Remy's urging as they entered the building with the doctor trailing behind. Once inside, they discovered a sterile-looking structure, with walls and floors clean enough to perform surgery, with strange machinery scattered almost haphazardly throughout the interior. "See? Just as I told you," Axjerx said triumphantly. "There is nothing here but the equipment necessary for my research." "Mairead?" Remy inquired. The tinker checked her readings and shrugged. "I'm not seeing anything on sensors, Captain," she said at last. "There's a couple more floors to check out if you want to be thorough, but being honest, I don't think we're going to find much." He had already come to that conclusion as well. With a sigh, he cracked his helmet, removing it and tucking it under his arm while giving the air a tentative sniff. It smelled musty and antiseptic. "Run a quick sweep just to be certain. But I agree, this place is deserted." Tapping his communicator, he radioed the ship. "Sweet, we're secure at this end. Give us a few minutes to finish up, and then we'll start planning for tomorrow." "What's tomorrow?" the pilot asked him. Glancing back at the LEX, already eagerly inspecting the various devices and consoles, he simply replied, "Moving day." Chapter 12. Destroyer of Worlds. Gerfalcon being under a pressurized roof made unloading a lot easier. When they'd loaded Axjerx's gear from Freya, they'd been hampered by the single airlock connecting the two ships. Docked as they were, it created a narrow bottleneck that slowed their efforts to a crawl. If suit work wasn't inherently strenuous, time-consuming, and dangerous, it would have almost been simpler to simply muscle the crates through the vacuum and load them via one of the larger airlocks. Instead, it forced them to do things the old-fashioned way, though thankfully they hadn't been working under any time constraints. No one was happier about the change than ISI himself, now that offloading the ship wouldn't suffer the same handicap. "Ready for the next pallet?" he asked the alien scientist, swatting the automated loader. "Yes, indeed," Axjerx said enthusiastically. "Right this way." Scurrying ahead, he guided the purser and his carryall forward, out of the cargo hold and into the oversized parking garage now housing Gerfalcon. Behind them, the rest of the crew were busy muscling the next batch of containers onto another portable platform as the loader trundled through the hatch and into the facility proper. Peering closely at the collection of crates and boxes, the LEX academic consulted a handheld tablet before bobbing his head in excitement. "Ah yes, this way," he exclaimed, pointing towards the far corner of the ground floor. ISI tapped a command into his own device as he sent the machine to its destination, letting it come to a halt a minute later as it began offloading the collection of equipment. Several meters away, Mairead was staring at a collection of alien technology and scratching her head, while ISI chuckled at her plight. "Problems?" he asked her. "I have no idea what any of this stuff is," she lamented. "How the hell am I supposed to put it together if I don't even know what it does?" Axjerx scurried over to help, giving the gear a quick once-over. This apparatus is for monitoring the space-time field's quantum state while in flux due to topological isomorphism in an n-dimensional manifold. He beamed at her, glad to have been of assistance. The tinker gawked at him. "I understand the individual words, but when you put them together like that, they don't make a lick of sense." Yes, well, I admit this is a rather rarefied field of study," he confessed with some chagrin. "There are perhaps half a dozen other scientists in the entire Perseus arm who have a working knowledge of the theories involved. That's great and all, but if you want me to put this stuff together, I'm going to need a theoretical quantum physics for dummies primer I can use as a guide," she said sourly. "This isn't anything like the drive on Gerfalcon." "Yes, of course," he agreed, moving to assist her. "Will you require my further guidance in offloading your vessel?" he asked ISI. "Just point me in the right direction," he assured the alien. "I'll take it from there." "Splendid," he said gratefully, before returning his attention to Mairead's dilemma. "If you look here, you can see where this emitter connects to the console with." ISI tuned out the rest of their conversation as he finished dropping off the pile of gear before sending the loader back for another trip. Arriving at the cargo bay, he spotted Slavko and the captain piling up the next load. Remy had rolled up his sleeves and worked up a sweat as they muscled the heavy crates waiting to be transported. "Appreciate the help, Captain," ISI said gratefully. "Be glad when we've offloaded all this crap." "Not like I had anything else on my plate," Remy grunted, dumping another box on the pile. "Besides, with a crew as small as ours, we don't have the luxury of standing on ceremony." "Tara knows that's true," Slavko chimed in, though I couldn't help noticing Sweet ain't here helping. "I want someone on bridge watch at all times, just in case," the captain informed him. "Look at where we are and who we're working with." "Sure, he seems friendly enough, but we haven't survived this long by being optimists. What if he tries to screw us over?" ISI wondered aloud. "You gotta figure this base has some sort of defenses, and even if it doesn't, how do we get past the roof?" "By shooting big fucking holes in it. What else?" Slavko grinned. "Something tells me it won't be quite that easy," Remy grimaced, "which is why I want everyone keeping their eyes open. That's why I had Mairead give the good doctor a hand assembling his equipment. What better way to get a layout of the facility?" "That's smart thinking, Captain," ISI said with approval. "What else do you have in mind?" "Stick close to the ship as much as we can. For starters," he continued, "if we need to take off in a hurry, We don't want to be chasing folks down. I've already got Mairead looking for a way to override the roof controls if we need to make a quick exit. And if she can't find a way? Slavko asked quietly. Then we come to my second precaution, Remy said darkly. From here on out, no one goes unarmed, but I want it kept quiet. Hideout pieces for everyone. If our friend tries anything funny, then the gloves come off. He looked at the other two men. Anyone have a problem with that? Not me, ISI answered, shaking his head. Since when have we had trouble pointing a gun at the Troika? Slavko grinned. Glad to hear it. Remy nodded in satisfaction. Hopefully it won't come to that, but I want us to be ready. If Xerxes is on the up and up, then with any luck he figures out a way to defeat the Ichun, and we all go home heroes. The gunner suddenly grew thoughtful, enough so that it caught the captain's attention. Something on your mind? He asked. It's just, say he does figure out a way to beat them, Slavko said slowly. What then? What's stopping the Troika from using that same weapon against the Alliance? Now there's a disturbing thought, ISI said unhappily. It's the way they think, though, Remy growled. Even if the doctor is playing it straight with us, I guarantee the other Allies won't. Hell, we wouldn't even be in this mess if it wasn't for them screwing around with things they should have left alone. So what do we do about it? Slavko asked him. Whatever he finds, whatever he comes up with, we need a copy for ourselves, the captain decided. I'll talk to Mairead about it. See if there's a way to download his research without him finding out. And if there isn't? ISI worried. A shark-like grin came over the captain. Then, in true Corsair fashion, we take it from him and dump his body where it'll never be found, Remy said quietly. It took 2 more days of effort to offload the rest of the cargo. Once they'd finished, Xerxes and Mairead spent the better part of a week testing and linking up the various components. Other than basic manual labor, the rest of the crew was all but useless in making the last connections, freeing them up for other tasks. Remy shamelessly took advantage of the opportunity, and within a day the entire facility had been thoroughly scanned and mapped, though much of the technology was still labeled unknown. Mairead was doing her best to learn what she could about the strange alien equipment, but she was sadly out of her depth. Xerxes patiently answered her questions as best he could, only she often faced the same quandary she'd had initially, where even the explanation itself proved less than illuminating. After clarifying the situation for her captain, he told her to do the best she could, and with any luck, they'd get a better handle on how the equipment functioned further down the road. But finally, the alien scientist announced his preparations were complete, and that he was ready to begin his experiments, inviting the crew of Gerfalcon to witness his first test. Hovering over a console, Xerxes was practically beside himself with excitement. Good, excellent, he chortled, making minor adjustments before dashing over to another control board and double-checking his readouts. Pentaquark concentration is rising nicely. Graviton decay is leveling off to compensate. Antineutrino concentration holding steady at 1 part per trillion. Lifting his head, he looked over at the Terrans. I am ready to begin the first test. The crew glanced at one another in confusion, before Remy finally asked, and what exactly will this test do, Doctor? Xerxes rubbed his chitinous manipulators together with glee. If all is successful, I hope to convince the local space-time to momentarily lose its cohesion. Mairead's jaw dropped. You want to rip a hole in the fabric of space? Here, she said frantically. Isn't rather that dangerous, Doctor? Remy asked him, while the others prepared themselves to follow his lead. Oh, do not concern yourselves. I have taken all the necessary precautions, he assured them. The facility is well shielded, and we are far removed from the experiment's point of origin. We are completely safe, I assure you. But what if something goes wrong? Zurlin demanded, sounding more than a little hysterical. Impossible, he promised her, if for no other reason than the energy levels I am using for this first test are far below the threshold for creating an actual rupture in space-time. I am simply going to nudge it, not rend it asunder. The crew looked askance, despite his protests. Assuming all goes as planned, what exactly will we see? Remy queried him. From a purely visual standpoint, very little, I'm afraid, though if we are fortunate, we may observe a brief ripple in space-time. If it occurs directly between our position and a stellar body, it will be even easier to detect. We may observe some effects of gravitic lensing if the conditions are correct, Going back to his console, he brought up a display of the local star field, with the nebulous filaments and gas clouds in abundance. This should make monitoring the test easier, he explained, before going back to his final preparations. Remy leaned over to his engineer. Should we be worried? He asked quietly. Haven't a clue, she shrugged. I mean, yeah, he's playing with some pretty powerful forces, but is he doing it safely? I couldn't tell you. Most of this stuff is way beyond me, she admitted. Bit late to run now, ISI pointed out. Then let's hope he knows what he's doing, Zulin said nervously. They watched in silence as he made a few final alterations before entering a command into the facility mainframe. And now we see, the scientist said in hushed tones, as a deep vibrating thrum began building all around them. Energy levels are rising. Stand by to initiate continuum pulse in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Initiate pulse. The reverberating hum swelled to a zenith before exploding into space, a burst more felt than seen or heard. Even as they watched the display, a strange shimmer seemed to tug at one star on the screen, resembling the stellar twinkling observed at the bottom of a gravity well because of atmospheric conditions. But there was no atmosphere in this region of space. Yes, the Eliek scientist leapt in euphoria, bounding and capering across the open space. Did you see it? Did you see it? He practically shouted, dashing off once again before any of them had a chance to answer. In a flash, he was back at the console pulling up data, the official results of the test. Most likely, he was engrossed with the readouts, though every few seconds a buzz or chirp would escape his mandibles. Sounds the voder around his neck could not translate, perhaps because they were not words at all. So, that's good, right? Slavko ventured. Good? It is astonishing. Akshcherk squealed, his excitement undiminished. The measured disruption to space-time was 23.71% over projections. It was even more successful than I could have imagined for a first attempt. He began digging even deeper into the data readouts, muttering to himself as he reviewed the test results. I'm guessing that's it then? ISI wondered aloud. They glanced over at the scientist for some sort of response or sign he'd heard the question, but after a few moments, it became obvious he was tuning them out while he lost himself amidst the raw data. I suggest we make a discreet exit, Remy proposed, nodding towards the hatch leading back to Gerfalcon. Congratulations on your test, Doctor, he told the scientist, raising his voice to be heard. Akshcherks managed a half-hearted wave without bothering to turn around, already preoccupied with the success of his experiment. With a collective shrug, the crew left him to his devices, arriving on board ship within a handful of minutes. Taking a seat at the head of the mess table as the others joined him, he took stock of the situation. I realize this is why we brought him out here in the first place, Remy began. And he said all the right things during the trip about distancing himself from the Troika, but should we be encouraging this? He wondered aloud. We're kind of deep in the game for second thoughts now, Captain, Slavko said uncomfortably. Especially this being straight from the Admiral and all. It's not like you could stop them from doing research, ISI pointed out. At least this way we know what's going on. And if he comes up with something, we can grab it first, Remy vowed, the hungry growls of his crew punctuating his remark. Gotta love the irony. Using their own superweapon against them, Slavko grinned. You know, if he comes up with something, and if it becomes necessary, Shilon chimed in. Pretty sure that's the one part we can count on, Mairead said sourly. Chapter 13. Behind the Veil. More tests followed as Akshcherks familiarized himself with the facility's equipment plus the gear he'd had shipped on Gerfalcon. The results varied, from having no effect to one that was shut down prematurely when it threatened to destabilize the station. The humans were no more enlightened than they were at the beginning, since the doctor's explanations were rarely understood. He was more than happy to answer their questions, but the doctor was operating on an entirely different level than the rest of them. Either that, or he was just spouting nonsense. Who could say? But that didn't stop them from trying to learn more. Their very lives could well depend on getting it right, even if they were struggling with the questions. As the Eliek scientist prepared for another attempt, Remy and the others tried one of their own. There's something we've been wondering, he asked casually. What's so special about this region of space? You said there were unusual readings here, particles not found elsewhere, but my question is why? Why here? Akshcherks looked up from his console and gave an almost Terran-like shrug. There are many competing theories, he explained, though none have found widespread acceptance. Why is that? He continued. None of them have enough supporting evidence to convince the scientific community, the doctor revealed, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say the contradictory data has shattered every attempt at a more cohesive thesis. He paused for a moment, then lowered his voice to more conspiratorial tones. But I believe I have come up with a model at last that explains the errant data, though my contemporaries dismiss it out of hand. He seemed disgusted by that. Oh, Mairead interjected. What's your theory? That somehow it involves the precursors, he said matter-of-factly, though I am still working to determine in what capacity. The crew shared a few carefully guarded looks. What makes you think the precursors are involved? Remy asked, shooting for innocent curiosity. Because otherwise, the data makes no sense, the scientist blurted out. The exotic particles found here appeared to have been manufactured, though by what process I do not yet know. The crew stared at him in disbelief. How do you create a particle? Zulin wondered aloud. I do not know. Axcherks exclaimed. That is what makes it so intriguing. Remy took a moment to consider that. If the precursors had something to do with the strange nature of this system, what do you suppose it was? What were they doing here? Again, I do not know for certain, the scientist sighed, though I have my suspicions. Okay, what do you suspect they were doing? ISI prompted him. Well, he began, only to stop and shake his head. No, you would think me mad. Try us, Remy urged. We might just surprise you. The crew leaned in, hanging on his every word. They could see he was wrestling with whether to share his theory, when finally exuberance won out. You must understand this is merely a hypothesis, but I believe they were attempting to pierce the very fabric of space-time itself. Remy blinked. I'm sorry, they were what? I know. Madness, he exclaimed. And yet, based on my observations, it is the only explanation that makes sense. I do not yet know what it was they were attempting. Were they experimenting with some new method of propulsion? Exploring other dimensions? Or perhaps they were seeking to alter the nature of reality itself. Change reality? Zulin yelped. How? Why? How? I do not know. But as to why, he paused for a moment, considering his answer. Imagine being able to create anything you wished, instantly, with a mere thought, Axcherks said hoarsely. Imagine what one might do with that kind of power. You could simply wish the Ichun away, erasing them from existence with a wave of your hand. If I am correct, and if I am able to somehow unravel the mystery they left behind, then nothing is impossible. His bulbous compound eyes seemed to grow even larger as his excitement reached a climax. With that kind of power, one would be a god. That last sentence hit them like a punch to the belly. That's fascinating, Doctor. Remy got out. I'll be interested to see what you come up with. But if you'll excuse us, there's some housekeeping duties we need to attend to back aboard ship. We'll leave you to your experiments. The scientist gave them a vague nod, his mind already engrossed with his research as the crew made a discreet withdrawal. Slavko started to say something, but a single look from his captain immediately shut him down. Returning to Gerfalcon, Remy waited until they were all on board. Close and seal the hatches, he ordered, his face a mask as they made their way to the mess deck, taking their seats around the table. Glancing at his engineer, he asked, Is there any way he can overhear us? Doubt it, Mairead shrugged. None of the equipment I've seen is for surveillance. Good. Looking at each of them, he said quietly, What the hell do we do now? He could be wrong, ISI pointed out, and even if he isn't, he's just one guy. The odds of him figuring out any of the precursor's secrets are astronomical. But what if he's right? Zulin punctuated. The Troika as gods? Holy Mother Terra, she whispered in horror. Maybe we should think about ending his little experiments permanently, Slavko ventured. Without him, the problem goes away. And what about the Ichun? Mairead reminded them. That's the whole reason we're here, remember? They're still out there, and they aren't going away. The crew all turned to their captain, awaiting his decision. Remy took a long moment to consider his position. We can't afford to be chasing ghosts, he said at last. All he's got are theories. If we can't find a way to end the Ichun threat, then none of this matters anyway. We'll all be dead. So what do we do? ISI asked him. We wait, the captain answered. We keep an eye on him. We monitor his experiments and see where we stand. If nothing comes of it, fine. I mean, we'll still have the fucking machines to worry about, but at least we're no worse off than when we started. And if he has a breakthrough? Zulin asked nervously. Then we'll have decisions to make, Remy said pointedly. The experiments continued. Gerfalcon's crew observed and debated without reaching a consensus, even as Axtjerks made incremental improvements on his results, waiting for a sign he'd gone too far or learned too much. With the fate of the Alliance, the Perseus arm, and every Terran still breathing in the balance, all felt the burden they carried. As the days dragged on, each wondered if this would be the day he made a discovery that changed everything, forcing them to end his existence once and for all. It'd be easier if the bug didn't act like a kid who just figured out Morse code. Mairead was still struggling to grasp the science behind his tests and had actually made some headway, but much of it seemed to border on the arcane. Despite his quirks, Axtjerks was a certified genius, and as near as she could tell was actually inventing the math and science on the fly to explain his discoveries. It might be decades before someone smart enough came along to prove or disprove his theories, so until then, they simply muddled through as best they could. They'd been on station for over a month when they were summoned for yet another test. Come in, Axtjerks said excitedly, waving them forward as they entered the facility proper. This promises to be my most ambitious attempt yet. The crew filed in and took positions surrounding the scientist. What do you have for us today, Doctor? Remy asked patiently. I have been working to increase the energy output of my equipment, as well as narrowing and intensifying the beam's focus, he explained. If my calculations are correct, I am certain that this time I will be successful in breaching the space-time barrier. Isn't that exciting? He said gleefully. The captain blinked. Assuming you manage that, what happens then? He asked carefully. I have no idea, Axtjerks exclaimed. That's what makes it so exhilarating. With that, he turned back to the console and began entering commands. The machinery within the facility hummed as it drew power. Slavko drew up beside his commander. You want me to end this? He asked quietly. Not just yet, Remy answered, keeping his voice low. Let's see what he discovers first. Besides, if anyone pulls his plug, it should be me. The gunner nodded and fell back as the power output increased steadily, with the bulkheads and deck plating vibrating as the scientist tied in additional circuits, drawing in every erg of power available to pierce space-time's shroud. Taking a few steps back, Remy positioned himself directly behind the Aliek scientist, his hands slipping into his tunic to grip the concealed hideout piece he carried. This was one job he couldn't delegate. If Axtjerks had to die, he'd be the one to do it. He was certain none of the others would hesitate if he ordered them to make the hit, but the situation was too fluid, too fraught with potential danger to pawn off the responsibility on someone else. As the sound continued to build, the Terrans began feeling its effects, wincing in discomfort as the harmonics seemed to drill into their skulls, making their teeth vibrate and leaving a vaguely metallic taste on their tongues. On the display above, something was happening in the region of space where the beam was focused, the nebula's tendrils being pulled into a central point, swirling and bubbling like paint dumped into a boiling pot. The crew glanced back and forth as Remy's grip tightened on the weapon. If Axtjerks forced him to do this, it had to be quick, not out of some sense of fair play or mercy for the Troika doctor, but sheer self-preservation. There had to be some sort of security protocols in place here, though, despite her best efforts, Mairead could not locate them. 2 quick rounds in the back of the head before he realized what was happening, and it would all be over. They could lose the body and disappear with no one the wiser. It wouldn't be that easy, of course. It never was. There was still the Admiral to contend with, who would want to know why the mission had failed as well as how. Maybe the Troika wouldn't come after them if Axtjerks were truly the rogue he claimed to be, though he'd be a fool to put his trust in that. And of course, the Ichun were still out there, as numerous and deadly as ever. Without the good doctor's superweapon, they would eventually grind the Alliance into dust. So instead he held back, watching and waiting to see what happened next. The equipment's hum had slowly grown into a scream, driving daggers into their brains as the vibrations increased in magnitude, threatening to tear the equipment from their mounts. The crew stumbled about, clutching their heads in agony, and still Axtjerks would not relent, with energy discharges now crackling across the facility's compartments, arcing and radiating like sentient lightning gone mad. And on the screen, something began to emerge. A roaring, swirling cauldron of space-time began tearing itself apart, and they could see an image slowly taking shape, its dimensions warped and distorted by the intense gravitic maelstrom that had ripped a hole in reality itself. They could see brief glimpses of a physical object, though it was impossible to determine what they were looking at. But whatever it was getting closer as the rift widened further. Pulling the gun from his tunic, Remy aimed for the scientist's head, thumbing back the hammer and charging the weapon. He held his shooter's stance, his arm outstretched, slowly putting pressure on the trigger. One of the massive pieces of equipment powering his experiment reached its physical limits and shorted out in an explosion of sparks and incandescence, the power shutting itself down as the safety interlocks kicked in, slamming the rift shut once more. Everyone froze, staring at the screen, while Remy carefully safed his weapon and slipped it back inside his jacket. "What the hell just happened?" Slavko asked, still shaking his head as he dealt with the after effects. "Did you see it? Did you see it?" Akshcherks shrieked in ecstasy, bouncing from one console to another as he double-checked his readings. "Tell me you saw it." "I saw something," Remy said at last. "Not sure what it was." "It was a rupture in the very fabric of space-time," he howled in delight. "This is incredible." The scientist began replaying the images on the screen, studying them intently, freezing it when the rift opened and revealed what it had been hiding. "What is that?" Zulin wondered aloud, staring at the monitor. "Can we clear it up any?" Akshcherks fiddled with the controls, doing his best to clear up the picture before shrugging in defeat. "I am afraid that is the best I can do. The intense gravitic warping has distorted the image far beyond my ability to reconstruct it." His disappointment was palpable, but only for a moment as he quickly rebounded. "But the fact there is something there is beyond reproach." "But what?" ISI demanded. "I mean, should we be worried here?" They all turned to the scientist. "I have resealed the rift," Akshcherks stated with assurance. "Whatever we saw is safely locked away on the other side of space-time. For now," Remy said pointedly. "I assume this means you will try again. Perhaps even contact whatever we saw." "Of course," he answered, his eyes filled with excitement and passion. "Whatever lies beyond could be the key to everything." "And what if it's dangerous?" the captain continued. "I mean no disrespect, Doctor, but our current predicament with the Ichun was brought on in part by others of your species, meddling with things best left alone. We can't simply ignore this," Akshcherks said indignantly. "How else are we to advance?" "At what cost, Doctor?" Remy growled. "You are risking not only our lives, but the lives of every living being within the Perseus arm." The insectoid turned and faced him. "If we do not pursue this, then the Ichun have already won." The two sapients glared at one another, eye to eye, neither of them budging, until Remy turned on his heel and stormed off, heading for the ship, with his crew belatedly in tow. Chapter 14. The Last Crossing of El Kalush. "This is crazy." Once more, the crew was seated at the mess table, with conversation centered yet again on their Aliex associate. "I mean, what the hell was that?" ISI continued. "It could be anything," Murade answered. "And I mean anything." As if things weren't terrifying enough, Zulin shuddered. "So what are we supposed to do now, Captain?" Slavko demanded. "I saw you were ready to punch his ticket. What stopped you?" They all looked at their commander. "Because if I'm going to take him out, I need to be sure," he replied. "We're here at the Admiral's orders, remember? And despite everything, Akshcherks isn't wrong. The Ichun are still out there, and they're still a threat. If there's even a chance what he's doing can defeat them, then we need to give him the opportunity to prove that." There were reluctant nods around the table before Remy continued. "Besides, there's something to be said for giving him enough rope to hang himself." "It's a setup then?" Zulin said in surprise. "It's an opportunity," he clarified. "If he's playing straight with us, if he really can come up with something to fight the Ichun, then we support him. If he's working on another agenda, like, say, for the Troika, then karma's a bitch." A wintry smile graced his features as Slavko cleared his throat. "There's something else I've noticed," he ventured. When we first started this, he was talking about using whatever that thing is as a weapon against the Ichun, like smashing them to paste or ripping them apart using gravity. But that's not what he's doing, the gunner clarified. All his experiments? There's a means to an end, nothing more. He's not interested in making a weapon. He's just opening up a portal to grab whatever's on the other side. Spotted that too, Mairead chimed in. I get the feeling he hoped us Terrans were too dumb to notice the bait and switch. Does he even know what's on the other side? ISI asked nervously. Or is he just rolling the dice and crossing his fingers? I don't know, Remy said carefully, and being honest, I'm not sure he does either. But given the circumstances, I think we'd better assume he knows something we don't. Pretty sure that goes without saying, Slavko sniped. Fucking Troika always keeps a few cards up their sleeves. Then we operate on the belief he has a target in mind, Remy agreed, something he's specifically searching for. And if that's true, then he must have some means to control it, whatever it is. Have we found anything like that? He asked the crew. Same issue as before, Captain, Mairead sighed. We still don't know what half this stuff does. So we're just gonna stand by and let him do it? ISI said, dumbfounded. Just let him bring through whatever he's fishing for? That fucking alien is crazy, Captain, and we all know it. Whatever's on the other side might be too big for him to handle, and he'll never admit it until it's too late. What do you want? A guarantee? Remy snarled. We're way out on the ledge here, in case you hadn't noticed. The fucking Ichun are going to destroy everything unless we stop them. And right now this, whatever this is our best hope of doing that. Which should tell you just how fucking desperate we are. Again. He glared at them all before finally relenting. Or maybe I should say still, what with us being Terrans and all. We're playing a rigged game with marked cards, and everyone at the table is armed to the teeth and has a hair-trigger temper. We can't cash in our chips, we can't walk away, and our whole card is a deuce. And what's worse, everyone knows it's a deuce. So you tell me, just what exactly are our options here? Silence greeted his outburst. Exactly. Nothing. So we play these cards out to the bitter end, and if we lose? He shrugged angrily. Then it sucks to be us. At least tell me you'll kill that son of a bitch if it all goes south, Slavko growled. With my last breath, Remy vowed. It took Axjerks over a week to set up for his next experiment, while he and Mairead repaired the damaged systems from the previous attempt. Upgrades came next, boosting power across the board by an order of magnitude, not a simple enhancement by any stretch of the imagination. Once installed, they conducted a series of tests to ensure the system wouldn't explode in their faces, while Remy watched on with a dark sense of foreboding. But far sooner than he liked, the Eliax scientist announced he was ready to try again. They held another conference aboard Gerfalcon as the crew prepared for the worst, before finally putting on their game faces and awaiting the next test. As a precaution, the doctor had them don their suits and set their visors for automatic polarization, in case the worst happened. Remy double-checked his weapon, transferring it to one of his pressure suit's outer pockets should it prove necessary. Though given the amount of energy being pumped through the facility, whether the suits could protect them was a question even Axjerks could not answer. As the clock slowly ticked down to 0, the scientist was once again hovering over his console, making final adjustments. Power is steady at 93% of rated maximum, he murmured, safety interlocks in place and primed. Target coordinates designated and locked in. Taking a deep breath, he turned and looked at the captain. We are ready to proceed. The captain gave him a nod, not trusting his voice. Everything about this felt wrong, like a sudden drop in pressure right before a blowout. For 2 centuries, Terrans had been forced to endure one hardship after another in the name of survival. But this time, the price just seemed too damn high. If by some miracle something good actually came out of this, so much the better. But everything he'd ever experienced in his life screamed he was being set up. He didn't know what sort of game Axjerks was playing or what his goals were. But as the power levels rose once more, he reached down and patted his hip pocket, just to be sure. Power levels at 40%, the alien announced, as the hum and vibration returned with a vengeance. The crew shot each other nervous looks, glancing back at their captain for reassurance as he once again took position behind the scientist. Things were likely to move fast if it all came apart, and the possibility of disaster before he could react was all too likely to ignore. He'd try to get his shots off and get his crew out safe. But if the facility's plant went critical, or whatever was waiting behind the curtain took a personal interest, there wouldn't be time. They'd simply be dead. Or worse. Probably worse. Power levels at 60%, Aksjerks informed them, the hum growing to a high-pitched shriek, like the sound of tearing metal, setting the crew's teeth on edge. The vibrations intensified as well, as amplitude and frequency rocketed upward at a fever's pitch, blurring the facility's sharp edges as the deck plating sent chills up their spines. The doctor himself seemed unaffected, or perhaps he'd known what to expect and was better prepared. What this experiment was doing to the terminal's equipment and foundation didn't bear thinking about, and it was far more advanced than Gerfalcon. When this test was complete, would there be anything left of his ship? Power levels at 80%, he declared, his voice steady beside the howling madness swirling all about them. One console broke free of its moorings and skittered across the deck before toppling over, sparks sputtering from where it tied into the power conduits. A massive girder groaned overhead, twisting out of shape when the brackets holding it in place deformed, while a string of lights exploded in succession overhead, one after another as Zulin screamed in terror. Power levels at 100%, the Eliex shouted, making himself heard over the cacophony of noise that raged within the space. Remy and the others struggled to maintain their footing as the oscillating tremors grew seismic in proportion, the entire structure now roaring in protest at the demands placed upon it by the crazed scientist. His vision blurred as the sonic assault continued, the infrasound hammering his visual cortex while using his digestive tract as a punching bag, his previous meal threatening to make a reappearance. Slavko was thrown to the deck as ISI hurried to assist. Just as Aksjerks threw the switch, sending a beam of disruptive energy ripping and tearing into the space-time continuum, threatening to unmake reality itself. The target detonated like a supernova, sending out a concussive shockwave in all dimensions that shredded and contorted the nebulous filaments. The station's power-generating system died violently as breakers snapped into place too late, the facility's foundation shifting hard on the asteroid that housed it, savagely knocking them off their feet as the surge plunged the structure into darkness. With the beam's energy cut off at the source, the noise and vibrations quickly evaporated. Remy panted hard as he pushed himself up from the deck, switching on his helmet light as he scanned for survivors. "This is Remy. Can anyone hear me?" "Report." "I'm here," ISI responded, his own light coming on as he waved from across the room. "Fuck," Slavko swore, staggering to his feet as his own helmet lit up. What the hell was that? A groan came over the radio, followed by a string of indecipherable utterances before Mairead finally answered. "I told that idiot," she snarled, before belatedly marking her own position as well. "Ow," Zulin moaned, her lamp flickering to life as she struggled to sit up. "My head is killing me." Remy sighed in relief as the crew reported in. None of them appeared to be badly injured, though a more thorough examination would have to wait. Belatedly, he realized there was still an individual who had not responded to his hail. Stumbling to the console, he found Aksjerks still on the deck, only now beginning to stir. "Are you all right?" he asked the insectoid. "I believe so," he stammered, slowly rising to his feet with the captain's assistance. His own suit's lights snapped on as he looked about, investigating the damage, before finally turning to face Remy. "Did it work?" he asked hopefully. "Did it?" he repeated, before shaking his head, incredulous at his priorities. "I think we've got more pressing issues than your experiment, Doctor," he snapped in frustration, before looking around for his engineer. "Mairead, can we restore power?" he asked her. "Give me a minute," she mumbled, carefully making her way to a console as she attempted a diagnostic, finally relenting after a few half-hearted attempts. "Power's cut off at the source, Captain," she reported. "I need to check the generators, but after that, don't expect much," she warned. "Probably get you backup power at least." "ISI, go with her," he ordered, before addressing his next consideration. "Zulin, Slavko, check the ship. Make sure we still have one," he grumbled, trying not to let the pessimism take hold. "Aye, aye, Captain," the gunner responded, the pair supporting one another as they staggered off towards the landing bay. "You gonna be okay here?" "I'm fine," he assured them, eyeing the scientist. "Let me know if Gyre can still fly." If it couldn't, they had even bigger problems. Captain, I must know if the experiment was a success. Axcherks protested, his exuberance returning in full measure. The fate of the Perseus arm may well depend on it. One thing at a time, he said wearily. If Maraid can restore power, then we'll try to see what our status is. Until then, all we can do is wait. A string of buzzes and clicks erupted from the radio. The doctor's rendition of cursing, he was willing to bet. The fact the voter didn't translate made it that much easier to ignore. Several minutes passed before he received his first update. Captain, it's Zulin. The pilot reported in. Gyre appears to be mostly intact, though Maraid will have to run ship-wide diagnostics to be sure. I'm showing a few warning lights and error codes, but nothing too serious from where I'm sitting. Thank Mother Terra, he said fervently, before transmitting his reply. Do what you can, he told her. Once she's secure, you guys get back here. We've got some planning to do. Copy that, she answered. We'll be there soonest. Remy clicked off, only to have Maraid hail him moments later. You don't even want to know about the power plant, she growled. But I've got the backups mostly straightened out. It'll get the basics up and running, at least. But Axcherks can kiss off any more experiments. This place is slagged, but good. The scientist listening began pounding the console in frustration, much to Remy's amusement. Zulin says Gerfalcon came through it all right, though she likely needs some TLC, he informed her. Once you get the lights on, you and ISI get back here. Time to see what the hell we just did. Be there in 5, the Tinker reported, before clicking off. It was actually closer to 10 minutes before the entire crew finally reappeared. Emergency lighting came back online as Maraid worked to restore life support, while Axcherks frothed in disgruntled exasperation. Finally, with the bare essentials dealt with, she turned her attention to the main viewer. Looks like we have a few exterior cameras still functional, she noted, checking their feeds, but most of them won't be much help. They're pointed in the wrong direction. There is one, though, she muttered, her fingers tapping away at the controls before nodding in satisfaction. Throwing it up on the main viewer now. The group looked up at the monitor as it dissolved into electronic hash. Think you can clear it up? Remy asked her. Yeah, give me a minute, she grumbled, pulling up a drop-down menu as she began fiddling with the graphics. Her first few attempts did little to improve the image, but finally, she located what she'd been searching for. Okay, this ought to do it, she said, at last, making one last change before glancing up at the main screen to view her handiwork. Her jaw dropped, stunned by the display. The others almost immediately followed suit. That can't be right, Zulin said hoarsely, staring at the image of the ancient Terran battleship. What the hell is Freya doing here? Remy stepped forward, staring in shock. That's not Freya, he whispered. It's Tyr. Chapter 15. La Barca de Acarant. The rest of the crew stared at their captain in disbelief. It can't be Tyr, Slavko protested. Tyr disappeared over 100 years ago. Maraid stepped forward, eyeing the image with a practiced eye. It's definitely not Freya. I can tell you that much. This ship doesn't have any of the repairs we did after the Agatadub attack. And it can't be Thor, Zulin chimed in, naming the third Terran battleship that was confirmed destroyed not long after the Ichun ravaged Earth. All those sightings over the years, they were real? ISI said in wonder. I always thought they were just space stories. We all did, Remy agreed, still staring at the monitor. Which begs the question, what is it doing here? They all turned to stare at the alien, who up till now had been carefully saying absolutely nothing. I believe you owe us an explanation, Doctor, the captain growled as he approached the scientist. I cannot explain this, Axcherks demurred. I do not know why a Terran ship has appeared in this region of space. Then what were all those experiments for? Remy demanded. It's been obvious to us for some time you've been looking for something. Something on the other side. He stepped in close, his hand on his weapon. So tell me, Doctor, what are you searching for? I have no idea what you are talking about, the scientist said disdainfully. I explained to you from the start that I was attempting to create a weapon to use against the Ichun. That has not changed. That's the story you're going with? The captain replied, as he withdrew the weapon and placed it against the alien's head. Are you sure you don't want to revise that statement? Captain, I just realized something, Zuulin interjected, interrupting him. Tyr's last confirmed position before she vanished was somewhere near the Crab Nebula, not Orion. That's over 5,000 light-years away. The confusion on her face was palpable. How the hell did it get from there to here? Remy raised an eyebrow. That's an excellent question, he said coolly, returning his attention to the Eliek scientist. How does a derelict ship travel 5,000 light-years, Doctor? He pressed the barrel of his weapon against his skull for emphasis. Are we sure it's derelict? Slavko said nervously. I mean, you hear stories. I am not entertaining notions of it being a ghost ship, Remy snapped. We're adults, not children. Let's try acting like it. He turned his attention back to Axcherks. I believe I asked you a question. How should I know? The alien snapped, exasperated. This is new science we are exploring. There could be many reasons. The pirate glared at the alien scientist before turning to his crew. Maraid, Zuulin, prep Gerfalcon for flight, and repair what you can. Slavko, ISI. Secure the prisoner. The two men moved up, and each grabbed an arm. I want him bound and gagged and locked into a cabin. Not the one he's been living out of, one of the empties, he amended. Terra only knows what sort of surprises he's got hidden. Now see here, Axcherks sputtered, only to yelp in protest as the two men dragged him off. Assuming Gyre passes pre-flight, Maraid posed. Just where do you plan on taking her? Remy looked back at the ancient ship on the display. Guess. It was almost 4 hours before Maraid pronounced the ship ready to fly. The experiment that resurrected Tyr did a number on the old girl, and the Tinker refused to bring the power plant online until it was safe. It left Remy champing at the bit, but with repairs, he deferred to his engineer, except under the direst of circumstances. The last time he'd overridden her, they'd ended up with a 2 of his AK Corvette stalking them on their way to Earth. That still left the retracting roof. He'd worried the experiment's aftereffects had trapped them inside the Troika base, but Maraid assured him there was a separate dedicated generator just for that contingency. At first, Axcherks refused to transmit the code to open the doors, but after some persuasion, he quickly saw the value of cooperation. It hadn't even required Remy to break anything. The bridge was strangely subdued as they approached Tyr. She was a legend, a tale shared by drunken corsairs and told to frighten small children, but staring at her now brought those thoughts unbidden to them all, leaving the crew nervous and on edge. The same familiar lines as Freya, yet there was something dark and ominous about her. She hung there in space, surrounded by the swirling tendrils of the nebula, waiting. Remy leaned forward in his chair. Anything on sensors? Zuulin checked her scope and shook her head. Nothing, Captain. No signs of life, and her power plant's cold. No obvious signs of damage, Maraid observed, scanning the old ship, not seeing any blowouts or indications of weapons fire. Slavko glanced back at him. What are your orders, Captain? He steepled his fingers, considering that. Anywhere we can safely dock? Sure. Same place we docked on Freya, the Tinker informed him. If the plant's in hibernation mode, or offline completely, we'll have to do a manual override to gain access, but it should be safe enough. All right, make it happen, he nodded. But at the first sign of trouble, we abort. I'm not risking this crew on a fairy tale. Aye aye, Captain, Zuulin confirmed, altering course as she moved to dock the ship. Mooring Gerfalcon to Tyr was tricky without approach radar or traffic control guiding them in, but Zuulin's deft touch navigated them to safety without incident. As she shut down thrusters, Remy and the others rose to their feet. Sui, I want you to remain on board in case we need a fast getaway, he ordered. Secure the bridge behind us and monitor our guest. We'll keep a comm link open while we reconnoiter the ship. Understood, Captain, she agreed. The rest of you, suits and weapons, just like before, he continued. We don't know what we're going to find, and I don't intend to get caught with our pants down. Sounds good to me, boss, Slavko agreed, as they headed for the suit locker. They took their time to prepare, double-checking the seals on their suits and performing function checks on their weapons. Maraid returned from engineering with a stripped-down version of her toolkit, in case they ran into any surprises or difficulties. As they stepped into the airlock and sealed the hatch, she got to work, cracking open a maintenance panel on the ancient battleship and running a power tap into the hatch's inner workings. Once she got a green light, she depressed the switch, the hatch groaning in protest as it slowly ground its way open. Helmet lights came on as they inspected the corridor behind. Hoarfrost coated the exposed surfaces, giving them a ghostly sheen. "Where to, boss?" ISI asked nervously. Remy flipped a coin in his head. "Engineering," he decided. "Copy that," the purser agreed, making his way aft, his plasma thrower at the ready, cautiously sweeping the corridor as they moved deeper inside the ship. A comm signal pinged in his ear. "Captain, this is Zuelin. How's it look over there?" she inquired. "Not much to report so far," he answered. "Keep this channel open, though, in case of an emergency." "Copy that, Captain." Gerfalcon, standing by, she responded, as the crew resumed their search. Ice crystals crunched beneath their feet as they explored the derelict craft. As Remy ran his hand across a bulkhead, the rime ice crumbled beneath his touch, exposing the surface beneath. What caused this? He wondered out loud. "Atmospheric condensation when they lost power," Mairead explained. "There's still air here, even though it's cold as hell." 97.4 below zero, Slavko confirmed. "There's no way anyone attacked this ship," ISI reflected. "If they'd been holed, the oxygen would have long since dissipated." "Then what did this?" Remy demanded. "No idea, but maybe engineering will tell us something," Mairead suggested. The captain grunted at that as they rounded a corner, only to come to a halt as ISI held up his fist. "Captain, got a body," he said quietly. Remy moved past him, his beam pistol at the ready, as he spotted the corpse for himself. It lay on its side, curled into the fetal position, covered with a thick layer of frost. Approaching the body, he took a knee at its side, brushing away the ice from its tunic. "It's frozen solid," he murmured, as something caught his eye. A black shoulder patch, bearing the stylized image of a pale woman with white hair, surrounded by the inscription Terspace, Task Group 101.2 Verandi. "Terran Navy insignia," he said reverently. "Makes sense," Slavko nodded. Tyr disappeared prior to the clan wars. He scrutinized the body, searching for clues. No obvious signs of trauma, he informed them, and since there's still air, it wasn't asphyxiation, poison, maybe, or radiation. ISI suggested. Mairead shuddered. "This ship gives me the creeps. It's a fucking cursed tomb." Remy stood back up, brushing the ice from his gloved hands. "Keep moving," he ordered. "I want to see what engineering looks like." "Roger," ISI nodded, taking point once more. It took them the better part of an hour as they made their way through the frozen, silent battleship. They soon discovered other bodies, all unmarked like the first, leaving them with nothing but questions and no answers. Arriving at main engineering at last, Mairead engaged the manual override and muscled the hatch open, revealing the engines that had once powered this mighty craft. They were as dark and silent as everything else. Sweeping her light across the machinery, she started her inspection, moving clockwise around the central structure. "I'm not seeing any damage," she explained, though it could be something in the software. "Maybe a cascade failure," she suggested. An idea coalesced within their captain's mind. "Mairead," Remy said carefully, "could you get this ship up and running again?" She stared at him like he'd just gone mad. "You're kidding, right?" she said in disbelief. "Assume for a moment I'm not." He fired back, a hint of steel in his words. "Can you?" he repeated. "Hell, Captain, I've got no idea," she exclaimed. "Gotta figure out what shut it down. And if you can, and it's something you can fix?" He prodded her. "Tara, I don't know," she said dubiously. "Ask Maggie how big her maintenance staff on Freya is. They've got damn near 100 tinkers keeping that ship space-worthy." "I don't care how many tinkers Maggie has," he snapped. "Can you do it?" Mairead sighed, looking at the power plant. "Maybe," she hedged. "I can't tell you any more until I get a better look at the problem." "Fine," he said tersely. "Until then, can you at least access the log?" "I'll try," she promised, moving to a nearby console and plugging in her portable APU, performing some arcane ritual as she attempted coaxing it back to life. The minutes slowly ticked by as she worked her magic until finally, she was rewarded with a cascade of lights as the computer started boot up procedures. A small screen mounted over the console flickered to life, showing a string of startup commands until UTS tier, Engineering and Maintenance Database, Enter query appeared on the display. ISI asked. United Terran ship, Remy explained. Bring up the last recorded log, he ordered. Let's find out what happened here. The Tinker began punching in request, working her way through the archaic software before frowning as a file appeared. According to this, they were in a routine maintenance cycle when the log abruptly cuts off. 1 minute, everything's fine. The next? Nothing. She looked back at her captain. I can't explain it. There should be something. Remy considered that for a moment. Is there anything about how it shut down? He asked. Yeah. Here it is, she answered, inspecting the command line interface. According to the log, after 24 hours without manual input, the system automatically went into hibernation mode, she informed him. 3 days later, the computer ordered a complete shutdown of all systems. And no signs of damage? He asked. Not so far, Mairead responded. That doesn't mean there isn't any, especially after more than a century, but if the computer shut itself down, assuming it didn't run into something later, then there's a possibility all we'd need to do is reboot the system. Captain, you're not seriously thinking about reactivating this ship, are you? Slavko said dubiously. I mean, there's no way the 5 of us could sail her. 1 step at a time, Remy cautioned. Before we tear into this, I want to see the bridge. Maybe there's some record there of what happened. It's worth a look, ISI shrugged. I can start a diagnostic at least, Mairead shrugged, typing in a command. Should tell us if she's salvageable or not. Good thinking, Remy said in approval. ISI, take us to the bridge. Returning the way they'd come, the crew started pushing forward, headed for the ship's command center. They found more bodies along the way, like the others, until finally, Remy came to a realization. These people just dropped dead in the middle of their daily routine, he said in sudden recognition. Just look at them, carrying out their assigned duties 1 second, then stone dead the next. What the hell could cause that? He wondered aloud. Ship-wide. Slavko shook his head. Nothing I can think of. Me either, Remy agreed. And that bothers the hell out of me. The others nodded in skittish agreement as they continued forward. The rest of their trek made in silence until their arrival at the ship's bridge. Bodies sat strapped into the chairs, hanging frozen in their harnesses. Must have been maneuvering, the captain mused, as he stood before Tyr's captain. What were you thinking those last moments? He asked the corpse. Got a connection, Mairead announced. Should be able to pull up the ship's log. Just give me a few. Whenever you're ready, Remy told her, still staring at the frozen captain. A few minutes ticked by before the Tinker could retrieve the ship's journal. Nothing, she groaned. Just some notations about their course and itinerary. Nothing that would explain what the hell happened here. Check the sensor logs, Remy ordered. See if they had exterior cameras running when the end finally came. Good idea, Mairead nodded, pulling up the files. Got something, she announced. Can you throw it up on the main viewer? He asked. Think so, Mairead agreed, typing something into the console. As the main view screen powered up, playing the file now, they stared at the monitor, holding their breath. At first there was nothing to see, just a continuous shot of empty space. But then suddenly something erupted in front of them, some kind of strange phenomena that somehow looked eerily familiar. Space rolled and boiled as Tyr raced to meet it, unable to prevent a collision. And then there was nothing. I believe I have some questions for the good doctor, Remy said coldly, as the image faded from view. Chapter 16. And the truth shall set you free. Remy was already waiting at the head of the mess table, flanked by Mairead and Zuelin. As ISI and Slavko dragged Akshcherks in and threw him into a chair, he was quickly bound and secured, despite his protests. While the captain watched in silence, the scientist struggled against his bindings to no avail, before glaring at the Terran across from him. What is the meaning of this? He snarled. When I asked you how it was possible for Tyr to be in this place, 5,000 light-years and over a century removed from its last known location, you claimed to have no knowledge regarding the cause, Remy said coolly. After careful examination of the ship in question, I am now firmly convinced you are fucking lying to me, he growled, his demeanor abruptly changing mid-sentence. Rising from his chair, He circled the table, stalking his prey until he loomed over the helpless Elix doctor. Maraid. Play the recording. A nearby monitor activated, positioned to give Axjerks a perfect view. The images they'd first viewed on Tyr's bridge played out once again, as the same phenomena that had spit it back out into normal space swallowed whole the ancient battleship. None of the crew watched the transcript. Instead, their attention was focused solely on the doctor himself, gauging his reaction. To his credit, he observed the recording with a curious yet bland stoicism. As it ended, he looked back up at Remy. Fascinating, but it proves nothing. Oh, I'm certain you'd be correct if this were a troika court, the captain said affably. We Terrans, on the other hand, are a bit more informal about such matters. He leaned in close, his face mere centimeters from the insectoids. I am giving you one chance to come clean. Axjerks, tell me the truth, the complete truth, and you can walk away from this. Lie to me again, and things get messy. You wouldn't dare, the alien scoffed. Your own admiral agreed to this mission. I doubt he was in full possession of the facts, Remy retorted. If he were, I suspect things would have played out rather differently. He spun the chair around with a hard yank as he faced him head-on. Last chance. Tell me what happened to Tyr. Axjerks glared back at him in defiance. I have no idea. A thin smile graced the captain's features. I am so very happy to hear you say that, he said sardonically, before peering up at the other Terrans. Give me the room, he ordered. His crew glanced warily at one another, silently coming to a consensus before looking back at him. We're not leaving, Zurlin said firmly. Remy's face darkened. If you think for 1 second, you can talk me out of this, he snarled, only to be interrupted as I stepped forward. That's not what we mean, Captain, he said respectfully. We're behind you, all the way. You don't have to protect us. We're Corsairs, well, most of us, he amended, nodding towards Maraid, with everything that implies. We do what has to be done, and we don't look away when shit gets real. He stared at them in surprise. Are you certain about that? He asked carefully. Because what comes next isn't for the squeamish. The last sentence was as much for the doctor's benefit as it was for his crew, but they didn't waver. If anything, their resolve hardened. A glance in Axjerks' direction confirmed he hadn't altered his stance either. We're positive, Captain, Slavko assured him. Do what you gotta do. Remy nodded in agreement. Very well, he acknowledged. Maraid, go to the engine room and bring me your toolkit. The tinker raised an eyebrow but headed aft without a word. Is this theater supposed to frighten me, Terran? The alien mocked him. At least you've dropped the pretense of playing the amiable fool, the captain said. Thank you for that. It makes the rest of this so much easier. Axjerks clicked his mandibles and looked away. Remy simply waited until Maraid returned, pulling her toolkit behind her. Trundling it up next to him, she locked the wheels in place and opened the drawers before stepping back. Just don't break anything, she cautioned. Wouldn't dream of it, he promised, perusing his options before removing a heavy wrench. Not the one she preferred for boarding actions, but something smaller. He smacked it against his palm a few times, feeling its heft, before returning his attention to the scientist. You have epoxy, don't you? He asked his engineer. Sure, she nodded. Why? I'll explain in a moment. Taking the wrench, he lightly tapped the alien's hardened exoskeleton. I understand it takes quite a bit to break this, he said in conversational tones. I also understand that once it's breached, the health risks to you are quite serious. I asked Maraid about epoxy because at some point, I'm certain you'll beg me to stop. We might be able to glue the broken pieces back together with a splint. Of course, that does nothing for infections, he shrugged. We have antibiotics, though they're designed for Terrans. But they might help. He paused for a moment, considering that. On the other hand, they might kill you. Only one way to find out. Leaning against the table, he regarded his prisoner. This is your very last chance, Axjerks. Either tell me what I want to know, or I start putting her wrench to good use. Terran scum, the alien hissed. You'll get nothing from me. You know, I'll take that bet, he said thoughtfully, before slamming the wrench down hard on the scientist's arm, shattering the carapace with a sickening crunch. Axjerks screamed as the crew flinched. None of them spoke up. Taking a step back, Remy viewed the results. I don't need to ask if that hurt, he observed. Thick green blood oozed from the wound, dripping onto the deck. The Eliex keened with a high-pitched wail, his breath coming in short pants. Gripping his jaw, the captain forced his head back up to look at him. Let's try this again. Tell me about the experiment and how it brought Tyr back. Go fornicate yourself, Axcherix wheezed, still defiant. Voters don't translate profanity very well, do they? The captain chuckled, sparking a few wary grins among the others. Are you sure you don't feel like talking? Eat excrement, the alien snarled. Have it your way, Remy shrugged, bringing the wrench down once more, this time on the other arm. A loud crack echoed within the compartment as the forelimbs split open, spattering them both with emerald-tinged gore as the scientist threw back its head and howled, collapsing into what sounded like racking sobs of pain. Crouching down, Remy balanced on the balls of his feet as he looked Axcherix in the eye. How long do you want to drag this out? He asked. In case you haven't figured it out yet, the only thing that will get me to stop, other than you telling me what I want to know, is if my arm gets tired. I wouldn't count on that, though. Odds are you'll be long dead by then. Shaking, the scientist lifted his head. You'll kill me no matter what. He struggled to get out. It's what your kind does. Primitive savages who understand nothing about what's at stake. Then enlighten me, the captain suggested. And despite whatever you may think of my species, my word is good. Cooperate, and I'll let you go. Oh, we'll be long gone before you can summon a hunting party, but at least you'll be free. He cocked his head, regarding the scientist. If I were you, I'd seriously consider my offer. You won't be getting any better deals, I can assure you. Not with this crew. Axcherix started thrashing about in the chair, struggling desperately to escape. Remy simply allowed the alien to tire himself out until he finally slumped in defeat. Treat my injuries, and I will tell you what you wish to hear, he said at last. Deal, Remy agreed, motioning the tinker over. You understand that if you renege on our verbal agreement, I start breaking things again, right? I understand, he said through a clenched jaw. Repair my injuries. He stepped out of the way, giving Mairead room to work. You realize I fix machines, not aliens, right, Captain? She said dubiously. Just glue the pieces back together and splint him up, Remy shrugged. We'll worry about the rest later. She eyed the injuries and shook her head. I'll do what I can, she said in resignation, rummaging through the drawers of her toolkit before pulling out a set of tweezers usually reserved for sensitive electronics and a tube of epoxy. Setting those on the table, she dug around some more, selecting a sheet of thermoplastic and a cutting tool. Try not to move, she told her patient as she got to work. The procedure was obviously a painful one, despite the tinker's best efforts. Piecing the shattered carapace back together was delicate work, though Axcherix had waved off painkillers, fearing an adverse medical reaction. Bit by bit, Mairead repaired the damage, cutting and shaping the thermoplastic as a splint to protect his limbs. Her forehead was dripping with sweat by the time she finished. She rose to her feet with a sigh of relief, taking a long drink of water before she slumped back into her chair. I wish Bly was here, she muttered, before looking up at her captain. That's the best I can do. It should hold, as long as he's careful. Can't tell you anything about infections or allergic reactions, though. Not my specialty. You did good, Remy told her, patting her shoulder. How do you feel? He asked the scientist. Axcherix cautiously flexed his limbs. Better, he admitted. Good, the captain replied, taking a seat across from him. I've lived up to my end of the bargain. Time to honor yours. He grimaced, the statement leaving a sour taste in his mouth. I know you, Captain Haddad, the alien said at last. You and your ship. You took this vessel to your ravaged homeworld, searching for an ancient treasure. The homeworld of the precursors, Remy said softly. You know of it. It is a closely held secret, even amongst the Troika. Those in trusted key positions have access to that data. I happen to be one of those individuals, Axcherix conceded. The Oivu said that data was purged, the captain pointed out. We, the alien said haughtily, are not the Oivu. No, you're not, Remy responded. We have long searched for a way to learn their homeworld secrets, he continued. We have made many attempts to gain entry during the millennia, only for each to fail in turn. He paused, meeting the captain's gaze. Then a novel approach to the problem was suggested, over a century ago. One that held great promise. Remy leaned forward, his complete attention now focused on Axtierks. Go on, he prompted. A powerful sentinel guards their world, as you are no doubt aware. All vessels approaching the planet are destroyed before they draw near. He paused for a moment, giving the captain an unreadable look. All save one. The Terran's reaction was immediate. They stared at the alien in shock before turning to one another, all speaking at once, only to be silenced by Remy as he signaled for quiet. So, you know about our scout, he said at last. The doctor's gaze took on a more predatory cast. Indeed, we have kept the system under discreet surveillance since the very dawn of our age. With every attempt, we have gained knowledge, though nothing that would grant us entrance. When a lone Terran ship appeared in its vicinity, we assumed it too would be quickly annihilated, only to watch in incredulity as it was allowed ingress. The captain nodded as comprehension filled his mind. And suddenly the quaint aborigines of Terra had your full and undivided attention. Didn't we? He said, oozing sarcasm. It must have scared the Troika shitless. If I interpret that statement accurately, you are correct, Axtierks agreed. Of all the possibilities we had considered, the likelihood of a Terran scout ship simply sailing into the system without incident. He paused, shaking his head. No one could have foreseen such an occurrence. I'm amazed you let them leave, Remy retorted. That kind of news getting out? It must have been your worst fucking nightmare. The Eliac scientist now appeared chagrined. Yes, well, the vessels maintaining the perimeter believed the sentinel guarding the planet had failed at long last. They rushed in to seize the world for themselves, discovering too late the precursor's guardian was still quite active. Only a single ship survived. Remy chuckled at his discomfort. And then panic set in. I'm guessing. A flurry of messages sent to higher command, begging for instructions? Yes, the alien said sourly. They decided to discreetly trail the ship when it departed the system, hoping to learn more. I see some things haven't changed, he snorted. The two of his Ake did the same thing during our journey to Earth. Remy leaned back in his chair, regarding the scientist. And getting the Ichun involved? How did you manage that little trick? For the first time, Axtierks looked offended. That was not of our doing, though I understand why you suspect otherwise. Their reemergence was as unwelcome to us as it was to you. Considering how things turned out, I'd argue that point, the captain sneered. But as fascinating as all this is, we've strayed from the subject at hand. You were explaining what happened to Tyr. Yes, the alien said in resignation. The arrival of the Ichun put our plans on hold until we could properly deal with them. Thankfully, the destruction of your scout ship at their hands eased our concerns for the moment, but it also proved that entrance to the homeworld was possible. Many novel theories were considered and attempted, all without success. I'm surprised you didn't try the obvious approach, Remy said coldly. Grab a few Terrans and use them to sneak your way in. The scientist stopped talking and looked deliberately away. The captain grimaced when he realized why. You did, didn't you? He realized. Kidnapped our people to use as a Trojan horse. And it didn't work? No, it did not, Axtierks growled. We tried every variation. All failed. Somehow, the Sentinel routinely detected our involvement and destroyed the ships. Obviously, a fresh approach was required. Holy shit, Mairead gasped, causing Remy to turn around in his chair. They tried to bypass it. What do you mean? He asked her. They've been trying to find a way around that guardian for millennia, the Tinker explained, and got shot down every time. But all their attempts have been in normal space. They must have created something like, I don't know, an artificial wormhole or something, and figured they could use that to tunnel their way in. She glanced back at the alien. I'm guessing something went wrong. The experiment did not go as planned, Axtierks admitted. We were unable to track the vessel, and our observers at the precursor homeworld reported no sightings. The project was eventually terminated. Until you came along and decided to give it another try, Remy deduced. I believe there were avenues still worth exploring, the doctor said primly. Unfortunately, Due to recent events, my superiors did not agree, which is why you came to us, the captain said in disgust, and fed us that line about working together to defeat the Ichun. Hell, it even makes sense, considering you'd used Tyr as your guinea pig. He leaned forward, his eyes dark and dangerous. Mind explaining why you tried it on a Terran ship first? For the first time, Axjerk smiled. Who better? He parried. Chapter 17. Hoist the Colors. The crew spent several minutes digesting what they'd just learned. It was a lot to take in. Axjerk simply waited for someone to speak. Finally, Remy did just that. Well, this has been an interesting conversation. I think we've all gained quite a bit of knowledge, he said in a forced bonhomie. While I'm sure there are still plenty of topics we could cover, I really only have one last question. He leaned in, their respective postures almost intimate. Where is it? He asked the scientist. That information would not aid you, Axjerk said derisively. Even most members of the Troika do not possess that data. Besides, we would destroy you long before you could approach the system. Since your previous mission, we have increased the size of our pickets to ensure that your kind never gains access. In that case, telling us costs you nothing, he pointed out. It also gains me nothing, the alien responded. We have worked far too diligently at keeping you Terrans away from its location for me to assist your efforts. Sighing, Remy picked up the wrench. Do we really need to do this again? Axjerk blanched. We had an agreement, he snapped. So we did, the captain acknowledged, and I kept up my end. We even treated your injuries. He tapped the heavy wrench against his palm with a meaty smack. But that deal said nothing about the planet's coordinates, now did it? This is extortion, the alien snarled, his mandibles gnashing in anger. If you think a little name-calling will stop me, you couldn't be more wrong, he said menacingly. Besides, there isn't a crime I'm guilty of, and I'm guilty of quite a few, that the Troika hasn't committed in the name of power 1,000 times over. Glancing down, he said, I think I'll start on your legs this time. Enough. Axjerk roared in fear and fury before rattling off a set of numbers, giving him the system's ascension and declination. Now I demand that you release me, as you have sworn. Remy glanced over his shoulder. Zuelin, does that match up with what we already know? Pulling out a tablet, she double-checked the data. It's in the same ballpark we got from Tsvetanov's transponder, she confirmed. I think it's legit. There, I have done what you asked. Now release me, the scientist commanded. Setting the wrench down on the table, Remy rose to his feet and began untying him. I'm a man of my word, he said, as he helped Axjerk to his feet. Can you walk? He asked. Well enough to leave this ship, the scientist snapped. I will contact my superiors and have them retrieve me. Fine. You do that, the captain said affably, escorting the alien away from the galley, aft toward quarters and the cargo area as the crew trailed behind them. There's plenty of other questions I wouldn't mind asking, but I doubt either of us would enjoy it. Of that I'm sure, the Alex insectoid snarled. You have no concept of just how galling it was to profess friendship with creatures such as you. Oh, I think I have some small inkling, he smiled, coming to a halt. The alien turned, looking at him with confusion and disdain, only to struggle in his grip as Remy punched the airlock control and threw him inside. Caught by surprise, the scientist stumbled and fell to the deck, staggering back to his feet as the hatch cycled shut. What is the meaning of this? Axjerk shouted. I demand you release me at once. His smile widened. My thoughts exactly, the pirate captain replied, as the airlock's outer door cycled open. The scientist screamed. His voice ripped from his chest as vacuum sucked the oxygen from his lungs, the escaping atmosphere hurling his body into space. He jerked and twitched frantically for several seconds, until his limbs finally went limp, his body slowly tumbling away as Remy closed the hatch. The crew watched in silence before Mairead finally spoke up. Wasted half a tube of good epoxy on him, she grumbled, before spitting on the deck. Now that we have that out of the way, Remy said affably, it's time to make plans. I think we have to assume that someone will come looking for him eventually, so I think it's best if we're not here when they do. He paused for a moment, regarding his crew. Nor do I intend to leave Tyr behind for them to find. Fixing his attention on his engineer, he asked, "What will it take to reactivate her?" Mairead tugged on her ear as she considered the question. "Well, since the computer shut everything down, and with nothing major popping up on the diagnostics I've run so far, with a little luck we should be able to restart the engines and power back up." The captain started to respond when the tinker held up her hand, cutting him off. "But," she cautioned, "there are still 1,000 things that could be wrong with her. She hasn't had any maintenance for over a century, for starters, and who knows what hyperspace or subspace or whatever space did to the old girl. She needs to be thoroughly inspected from top to bottom, and in case you hadn't noticed, she's a big damn ship." Remy nodded, taking that in. "How long?" he asked her. "A year," she estimated. "Maybe." "We don't have a year," the captain informed her. "Try again." Mairead sighed. "Look, Captain, anything I tell you now is just going to be a wildest guess. I get this is a rush job, but even with all of us working on her, it'll take as long as it takes." She shrugged in defeat. "Sorry. Best I can do. I suppose we can't expect any better news, for now at least," he conceded. "But we need to put a rush on this, so keep me updated." "Aye, aye, Captain," she agreed, albeit reluctantly. "In the meantime, is there anything else we can do to speed things up while Mairead gets her running again?" "Well, we could do something about the bodies," Slavko suggested, wrinkling his nose in obvious distaste. "Not till the ship warms back up," ISI cautioned them. "Right now they're blocks of ice frozen to the deck. Removing them before they thaw means chiseling them off, and I really don't want to do that. You have any idea what kind of mess that'll leave behind?" Remy held up his hands. "Agreed. When she warms back up, then we can start recovery operations. But let's not forget who and what they were. They deserve our respect, and we are going to give it to them. When the time comes, they get a proper burial." Considering that for a moment, it forced him to relent somewhat. Though the services might be a little rushed and crowded, and we might have to skimp on the details. The crew nodded in agreement. "Zulin, any problems with updating her navigation database?" he asked the pilot. "Shouldn't be," she answered. "I'm assuming she uses the same hardware as Freya. That's where I got the downloads from initially." "Might be some software issues," Mairead pointed out. "There's been a few updates over the years. I'll check into it. Keep me in the loop," the captain prompted her, before turning to his next victim. "Slavko, weapons systems. I want them operational, SE." The gunner rolled his eyes. "That's a big damn job, Captain," he groaned. "She's sporting torpedo bays, rail guns." "Hey, anytime you want to swap duties, you just let me know," Mairead said crossly. "You think you got a lot on your plate?" "I don't want to hear excuses, Slavko. I want to see results," Remy fired back. "Get it done." "Aye, aye, Captain," he sighed. "ISI," he continued, turning to the purser. "I want a full inventory of foodstuffs, spare parts, supplies, you name it. What can we salvage, and what gets tossed? And once that's done, start transferring what you can over from Gerfalcon." They all looked up sharply at that. "As of today, we are officially transferring our flag. Tyr is our home now, so start getting used to it. From here on out, think of Gyre as a runabout and treat it accordingly. Questions?" "No questions, Captain," ISI responded. "I'm on it." "Now, when you have a free moment from all of that," he smiled thinly, "you are to check in with Mairead and see what she needs done. She's got the biggest, and not to belabor the point, the most important, job out of all of us, so she gets priority over our spare time. Myself included." Glancing back at the engineer, his tone softened slightly. "I know you already have plenty to do, but start thinking about what you can pawn off on the rest of us. It's the only way this all gets done." "I will gladly dump the grunt work on the rest of you," the tinker agreed. "But even if we can get all of that done in time, even if everything breaks our way, and since when has that ever happened to a Terran? None of that addresses the biggest problem we've got facing us." "Which is?" Remy prompted her. Mairead just shook her head. "Captain, Freya runs with a standard complement of about 1,000. In a pinch, they can get it down to a skeleton crew of a couple hundred if they shut down non-essential systems and evacuate most of their personnel." She paused for dramatic effect. "Us? We've got 5. 5 people to operate a battleship. Fixing her gaze on her captain, she shook her head once more. Even if I automate everything I can, tie command links into the bridge and engineering, there's no way we can operate her at anything resembling peak efficiency. Fly her? Maybe, she allowed. But fight her? Forget it. We go up against any halfway competent enemy, and they'll cut us to fucking pieces. I am aware of the difficulty, the captain growled, but my orders stand. So stop thinking about ways to wriggle off the hook and start focusing your efforts on actually making it work. He stared at each of them in turn until they flinched or looked away. Are we clear? Aye, aye, Captain, they mumbled. Glad to hear it, he snapped, already turning his attention to the next order of business. Only for Zulin to derail that particular train of thought. At least tell us why, she pleaded with him. I get Tyr is something special, and Terra knows we could use her. But why can't we park her somewhere safe and double back to Freya for a crew? The Admiral would absolutely give us the bodies we need. Doing it this way just seems, well, a little crazy, Captain. She tried smiling to soften the blow. But one look at her commander's face shattered that fragile hope as Remy rose to his feet. Why? Were any of you paying attention just now? He demanded. After all this time, we finally have the coordinates to Terra Nova, not to mention an idea of the security forces surrounding it. No one else has that, he hissed, as they fidgeted beneath his gaze. But eventually even the Troika is going to figure out that Axjerx has gone off the grid, and considering what he knew, you can be damn sure they're wondering if he talked. If we wait, they'll beef up security, and we'll never get in. You want to use Tyr to make a run at the precursor homeworld? Slavko said in astonishment. With just the 5 of us? Captain, that's nuts. Crazy or not, we're still doing it, he fired back. Can we divert somewhere and bring on more crew? Mairead petitioned. There's bound to be a couple of ships nearby we can make a deal with. At least some more tinkers, she pleaded with him. If we stumble across another Corsair ship, I'll consider it, he answered. But we are not going out of our way. Your orders are to get the reactor and engines back online, find a quiet corner of the nebula to make repairs, before making our run on Terra Nova. We've got one chance at this, and we are going to take it. And what happens if we fail? ISI asked quietly. You said it yourself. We're the only ones who have the coordinates. If the Troika destroys us, what then? We're right back where we started, without a clue. Getting ourselves killed without figuring out some way to pass that data on is, he paused, swallowing as he faced off against his captain. It's damn near treason, Captain. His nostrils flared with barely controlled anger, but the purser had raised an excellent point. Losing the planet's location now would be an enormous setback, one they could ill afford. How many message drones do we still have aboard Gyre? He asked. 6. Zulin answered immediately. Reprogram 5 of them, he ordered. Set them for a 30-day delayed activation, random dispersal pattern. Download everything we got from Axjerx, including the coordinates. He glanced back at ISI. That enough insurance for you? Aye, aye, Captain, he readily agreed. As for the rest, his voice trailed off when an odd expression came over him. Tyr isn't just a battleship, Remy declared. She's a symbol. She's a metaphor of everything we've lost as a species, and finding her again after all these years? I don't think any of you realize just how significant that is, especially now. Gripping the table, he solemnly proclaimed, Tyr means hope to our people, the second chance we've all been fighting for, ever since we learned about the precursor homeworld, and this weird connection we have with it. If we can find it, flying this ship? His eyes seemed to burn with intensity as he stared back at them. We give the clans, all the clans, something to rally around. This is the best shot we've ever had to save our people, and I will not give it up without a fight. His crew stared back at him, stunned, but he wasn't finished yet. This is it. I can feel it. Finding Tyr is the sign we've all been waiting for, whether or not we realized it. So we will get her running again. We will take her to the precursor homeworld, and we will claim that system for all Terrans. Taking a deep breath, he fought to calm himself before delivering the coup de grace. Or we'll damn sure die trying. Resuming his seat, he crossed his arms. That's how it is, people. Anyone who has a problem with that, get over it. He jerked his head towards the corridor. Now get to work. Chapter 18. a tall ship and a star to steer her by. Restarting Tyr's reactor turned out to be the easy part. Since the computer had followed the correct shutdown procedure instead of an emergency scram, reinitializing the system was simply a matter of inputting the proper sequence. The reactor was frozen, of course, like everything else aboard the ancient battleship, but Mairead rigged up heaters to defrost the more sensitive components. With most of the ice melted, the computer could finally reboot, sending power surging through her couplings and conduits once more. Getting everything else running again was trickier. Life support was next on the list, heating the old girl back up and restoring the oxygen exchangers. That took time, given that one couldn't simply bypass the first law of thermodynamics. But bit by bit, the temperature climbed, from frigid sub-zero readings to eventually something more comfortable, though that generated yet another complication for the crew. When Tyr shut down and its ambient heat eventually radiated away, the atmospheric moisture condensed out into a coating of rime ice across the exposed interior surfaces. Anything sensitive to moisture was safely sealed away. But as the thermometer began climbing back upward, the ship experienced a sudden spring thaw, with water dripping down the bulkheads and collecting in large puddles on the deck. Not only was it a safety hazard, but until they dealt with it, they couldn't start addressing the much-needed repairs. They put everything on hold as the crew hastily vacuumed up the standing liquid, though it allowed them to top off the reclamation tanks once they filtered the water. Next came the bodies. There were a lot of bodies. Tyr had almost a full complement when she disappeared, and unfortunately, not all of them had died on a convenient flat surface, waiting to be scooped up. They also died in their crash couches, in their beds, and in the showers. Some engineers died performing maintenance in cramped crawl spaces, which necessitated going in and dragging out their bodies. The captain's prediction regarding funeral services was spot on. Once they filled the airlock with corpses, whoever was handy would say something like, "Holy Mother Terra, watch over them," before ejecting the bodies into space. They deserved better, but as the temperature continued to climb, Tyr started getting a bit ripe. The air scrubbers struggled valiantly to keep up, but with over 1,000 cadavers on board, it was a losing battle. Meanwhile, Mairead's attention was focused on the engines. Being the crew's sole tinker got her out of body recovery, but that still left her with a lot of irons in the fire. With the reactor up and running again, getting the ship to move was her next priority. If the Troika showed up looking for the late and unlamented Dr. Axcherks, being somewhere else was by far their first choice. Unfortunately, sitting frozen for well over a century had left the propulsion system in a dangerously flawed condition. If she attempted to fire them up in their current state, they would quickly create a massive burst of energy and then explode, taking the ship with them. Repairs entailed tearing them down to their cores and rebuilding them from the ground up, a monumental undertaking that had her crawling in and out of the reactor chamber, replacing one damaged component after another. Thankfully, Tyr was well stocked with spare parts. Otherwise, she'd be forced to tell her captain they'd be better off turning the old girl into a museum. She finished each 20-hour day exhausted and covered with grease. But after 2 weeks of effort, the mammoth thrusters roared to life once more. While tinkers were the experts in fixing what was broken, all spaceborne Terrans were at least somewhat familiar with basic maintenance. They had to be, given the sheer number of systems involved in daily ship operations on vessels well past their prime. The rest of the crew were busy running diagnostics throughout the ship, restoring what they could, saving the rest for Mairead when she had a free moment. The main computer had detailed files on every ship system, including step-by-step instructions on basic repair, giving the non-tinkers a leg up as they slowly brought her back from the grave. Slavko had his hands full with getting the weapons systems back online. The torpedo launchers were the biggest headache, and after spending every waking hour he could on them, it forced him to bring Mairead in on the job. The tinker wasn't happy about the interruption, as she was still focused on the engines, but after taking a look she admitted the job was beyond his abilities. Since Remy had made their priorities clear, the gunner moved on to the next item on his list, the torpedoes themselves, which is where he ran into a snag. Torpedoes are complicated pieces of equipment, with engines, navigation, a computer AI to find its target while dodging weapons fire thrown its way, topped off with a warhead designed to penetrate a ship's hull before detonating. A convenient maintenance panel allowed him to run diagnostics on each of the subsystems, but the only way to tell if it actually worked was to fire it at something and observe the result. Of course, once you did that, You no longer had a torpedo. There was no sense in keeping duds on board, but with no 100% reliable test available, how do you tell which ones are which? In the end, it came down to a checklist, grading each component from 1 to 10, and then using the aggregate score to rank the warheads from the most reliable to the least. It wasn't perfect, but then what was? He had better luck with the railguns. The rounds themselves were nothing more than cylindrical chunks of tungsten, requiring only a cursory examination and maybe a bit of filing. The launchers were more complex, but in practical terms really only comprised a series of electromagnets controlled by a circuit that fired them in sequence. Testing the magnets was child's play, and if one was faulty, they could easily swap it out. The firing circuit was a simple test as well, and after a couple of days' work, he told his captain that Tyr was once again able to defend herself. Taking inventory aboard the old battleship forced ISI to become an amateur detective. The computer had a complete list of everything it was supposed to have, including current numbers and specific locations, but he quickly discovered the electronic data had little to do with actual reality. If the list claimed a case of soya bars was located in compartment 2-105-6A, it might be there, or it might be in compartment 3-60-1Q, or it could have been snagged by a crewman and stashed in their quarters, or it might not even exist at all. Whoever had been in charge of record-keeping had at some point apparently thrown up their hands in defeat and started writing pure fiction, though why their captain let them get away with it was beyond him. Maybe there was an emergency they didn't get time to resolve before the end came. In the end, he threw out the computer's inventory and started one from scratch, going compartment by compartment. It was tedious but necessary, and as he worked his way through the ship, a far more comprehensive list emerged. The bigger issue, however, was what to do with all this largesse. Foodstuffs were actually the simplest. With the ship frozen solid, most rations were exceedingly well preserved. There had been some spoilage because of moisture, but far less than he'd expected. They had enough food on hand to feed a small army and tucked away here and there. He discovered some hard-to-find delicacies that would fetch quite a price on the black market. Other items were even easier to deal with. Unless they were some kind of hazard, like a drum of leaking chemicals, he simply noted their location and passed the information on. It was better to let the others decide how those items would get used than try to guess on his own. Mairead, for example, was well known for being finicky with spare parts, double-checking them herself to ensure they met her specifications. If they didn't, they got separated out to her to-do pile, where she could fiddle with them at her leisure. She might correct their deficiencies so they could be used, or she might repurpose them for something else altogether. Trying to predict which way she'd jump was a fool's errand, so he didn't bother trying. As for the captain, he did his fair share of the repair work, helped lug corpses to the airlock, and assisted with ISI's inventory, but more than anything else he was busy playing ringmaster, guiding the crew to where he wanted them to go. From the moment Tyr first appeared, he'd had a clear vision of their future, knowing it would take more than just a miracle for them to actually pull off. But where another man might have abandoned that dream, Remy had instead embraced it, doubling down when cooler heads might urge caution. If anyone had asked him why, he would have found it difficult to answer, and as long as he kept busy, he didn't have to. When he finally called an end to their day's labors, when he and the others crawled off to their bunks to collapse with exhaustion, in those quiet moments he wrestled with something quite unfamiliar, a crisis of faith. Not because of the strength of his convictions, but instead their utter lack. Remy was a pragmatist. First, foremost, and always. It was a hard old universe, and you did what you had to in order to survive. No one was going to give you special treatment or make things easier, and everyone walks alone. But seeing Tyr appear on their screen, this mythic ship of legends, something clicked inside him. He couldn't explain it, and the more he gnawed at the problem, the more he realized it had actually been brewing for some time. All the way back to that first mission to Earth, learning of the precursor homeworld, seeing ravaged Terra with his own two eyes, discovering from Samara just how deep the Troika's claws were sunk into their flesh, watching Freya's rebirth at the hands of those who refused to give up, and yes, even Maggie's stubborn contrariness, those experiences had altered him somehow. The man who captained Gerfalcon as a favor to the Admiral was not the man who sat at her helm today, and he had no idea what to do with that. "All right, Mairead, it's your show." By the numbers, Remy ordered via the intercom. "Copy that," she responded from engineering, her voice calm and steady, though he could hear the anxiety she was fighting to suppress. Bringing primary systems online now, the bridge crew watched as one by one, monitors and telltales came to life. Engines, life support, navigation, each system started running self-test diagnostics as they reactivated. Hunched over their consoles, the crew watched their screens intently, their fingers poised to shut them back down if the programs glitched. They collectively held their breath until startup was complete, double-checking with one another to ensure everything was operational. "Talk to me, people," the captain prompted them. "I think we're golden," Zulin said cautiously, glancing from one display to the next, afraid to take her eyes from her console. "Slavko?" Remy prodded the gunner. "Anything on your end?" "I'm showing green across the board, Captain," he assured him, "but I'd check with Mairead to be sure." Nodding in agreement, he thumbed the intercom button. "How are we looking down there?" he asked her. There was a pause before she answered. "So far she looks good, Captain," the tinker said at last. "I'm seeing a few fluctuations, but they're all within tolerances." "Very well," he nodded. "Bring up the secondaries." "Aye, aye, Captain," she responded. "Bringing up secondary systems now." Weapons, communications, and environmental controls reawaken as well, under Mairead's guidance, following the same startup procedures as the other processes, all under the crew's watchful gaze. "Anything out of spec?" Remy asked the others, as they once again scrutinized their readings, verifying the systems in question were fully operational. "I'm almost afraid to jinx it," the tinker said carefully, "but I think we're in business." He glanced over at his gunner and pilot. "Do you concur?" he asked them. "I do, Captain," Zulin agreed. "I'm not saying something won't pop up, but assuming these numbers are accurate, I'd feel comfortable taking her out." "I agree," Slavko nodded, "though I'd be a lot happier if we had more crew on board." "If it's feasible," Remy cautioned them, before turning his attention to the next item on his list. Tapping an icon on his armrest, he brought up the ship-wide hail, announced by the ancient bosun's whistle, a meaningless gesture, since the other 4 members of his crew were already listening, but by God, he was going to do this right. "All hands, this is the captain speaking," he announced, his voice echoing throughout the empty corridors and compartments of the massive battleship. "By the authority vested in me from Admiral Kichiro Van Alst, clan head and supreme commander of the Corsairs, I hereby reactivate the commission of this vessel, CCS Tier, on this date. We beseech Holy Mother Terra to watch over and protect those that serve her, and we charge those that sail upon her not to fail in their trust." "So say we all," the crew acknowledged, shouting their response. Their eyes glistened as they took their stations with pride. A pride not felt by those beneath the Corsair banner since a time all but forgotten. Settling into his chair, he allowed himself to relax, now that they'd concluded the formalities. "Is our parting gift ready?" he asked the tinker. "Just say the word, Captain," she assured him. A wintry smile graced his features. "Bring up the main viewer," he ordered, as Zulin hastened to comply. The Troika research station appeared on screen, still nestled on the asteroid. "At your convenience, Mairead," he instructed her. "With pleasure," she said hungrily, as all eyes focused on the display. "Sending signal in 3, 2, 1. Execute." A blinding flash detonated on the planetoid surface as the facility's power plant went critical. The view screens automatically polarized, shielding them from harm while the blast slowly subsided. As the display cleared, they could see the station had been obliterated. The very rocket once stood upon now cracked in twain. "Good luck getting any data from that," Slavko chuckled. "Excellent work," Remy informed his engineer. "Well done." "I should thank you," Mairead laughed. "Tinkers never get to cut loose like that." "Hopefully it makes up in some small way for the last month," he smiled, before getting down to business. "We still have a shakedown cruise ahead of us while we put the old girl through her paces. By the time we hit New Terra, I want this ship and crew operating like the well-oiled machine I know we can be." The crew nodded at that. They'd all known what came next. Pausing for a moment, he looked at his pilot. "Zurlin, lay in a course and engage," he ordered. "Aye, aye, Captain," she responded, as Tyr headed for deep space. Chapter 19. Annabelle Lee. "Are we ready?" Remy looked at his pilot, who gave him the thumbs up. "We're good to go, Captain," she informed him. Reactor is holding steady at 90%. Engines are online and primed. Weapons systems are up, Captain, Slavko chimed in. Ready to fire at your command. Thumbing the intercom, he hailed engineering. How are things down there, Mairead? He asked. Boards all look good, she assured him. Just try not to break anything. No promises, he chuckled, before growing serious as he activated the ship-wide hail. An alarm rang out across the ancient battleship as he activated the intercom. General quarters, general quarters. All hands, man your battle stations, he ordered, as the others immediately sat up straight with renewed fervor. He hadn't warned them about the alarm, and generally, the Corsairs weren't so formal, but being aboard this old battleship seemed to require it, somehow. There was an electricity in the air that had nothing to do with the drill ahead. Besides, keeping them on their toes was no minor consideration, given their ultimate destination, even though they were technically already at their battle stations. Turning back to the bridge crew, he dialed it back down. All right, you two. Start your run. Copy that, Zulin acknowledged. Engines to 75%, beginning first leg now. Tyr leapt forward, charging through the system like a tiger chasing down its prey. It wasn't much to look at. A handful of useless worlds along with a scattering of equally unprofitable asteroids, but it would do for their purposes. Claimed by the Yenjai, a third-tier power, as well as nominal members of the Alliance, Remy was certain they wouldn't raise too much of a fuss. It wasn't as if they were staking a claim, after all. Keeping an eye on the sensors, he watched as their velocity climbed. Putting Tyr through her paces was an absolute necessity, given her age and condition when they'd rediscovered her. Despite all the hard work they'd put into the old girl, bringing her back from the dead, the only way to know if their effort had paid off was to test her. That meant speed and endurance trials, gunnery exercises, the whole 9 meters. He had to know what she was capable of if he was going to take her to Terra Nova. There was a slight vibration in the deck plates as the ship accelerated, though less than what he would normally expect. It seemed her time on ice, pun intended, had kept her in better shape than her overworked and recently overhauled sister ship, Freya. Good. Something told him he was going to need that edge. Coming up on the first turn, Zulin announced as they neared a bluish gas dwarf. Commencing aerobrake maneuver. Now. The crew was strapped in tight as Tyr fell towards the planet, with plasma wrapping the ship's hull with flames as they skimmed its atmosphere. The old girl groaned as tidal stresses pulled at her, threatening to tear her to pieces, but as they completed the turn and rocketed out of its exosphere, the shuddering slowly dissipated. Toggling the intercom once more, he said, "Talk to me, Mairead." There was a pause before she finally responded. Still in one piece, she confirmed, "But I'm seeing signs of stress on the hull, and the secondaries have kicked in on the reactor." "She's feeling the strain, Captain," she informed him, in disapproving tones. "As long as she holds," he fired back, returning his attention to the main viewer. Approaching target, Slavko apprised him. As they neared the planet's smallest moon, little more than a captured asteroid, it was an unremarkable hunk of rock in an eccentric retrograde orbit, making it ideal for testing their guns. "You may open fire the moment you're in range," Remy informed him, monitoring the screen as the targeting reticles went active, tracking the planetoid. "Aye aye, Captain. Fire as she bears," the gunner confirmed. "Torpedo and railguns are locked on target. Engaging now." A pair of missiles streaked away from the ship, racing towards the moon, while a stream of projectiles from the railguns sprayed across its surface. The torpedoes exploded, sending plumes of rock and dust into space, though the explosions were decidedly uneven, a fact that did not go unnoticed. "What happened?" the captain demanded. "The torps were both duds," Slavko explained. "I didn't want to waste the good ones. I'm actually kind of surprised they detonated at all." "I see," Remy said after a moment. "Good call," he agreed, leaning back in his chair, mollified by the gunner's explanation. "Any problems?" "Targeting was a bit off," Slavko admitted, "but this gives me the chance to recalibrate. I'll get him dialed in. Don't you worry." "Glad to hear it," he nodded. "So, any problems anywhere? Anything at all?" he asked the crew. "She'd holding together down here," Mairead confirmed from engineering. "We're still dangerously understaffed for actual combat, though." Helm responded well. Zurlin agreed. Maybe not as sprightly as Gerfalcon, but then she's a lot bigger. Guns were up the instant I fired. Slavko chimed in. I agree with Mairead, but considering how short-handed we are, she did better than I thought she might. It was exactly what he'd hoped to hear, which of course made him instantly suspicious. Things going well was just an invitation to overconfidence, and in the Perseus arm that would get you killed. Terrans had been the have-nots for so long that good news put them immediately on edge, waiting for the other shoe to drop. The universe had a perverse sense of humor and seemed to regard humanity as its personal chew toy. Remy sighed and sat back in his chair. That was ridiculous, of course. The universe didn't have it out for them. It simply didn't care. Others did, and they'd gone out of their way to make their lives miserable. But that was changing as the alliance grew in both strength and numbers. The scales were still far from balanced, but at least they were swinging in the right direction. Other than the Ichun, that is, they were still the joker in the deck. In that case, Remy said, thumbing the intercom, all hands, secure from general quarters. There was an almost palpable sigh of relief from the others as they concluded the exercise. Zulin, set course for Terra Nova, 1/2 speed, he ordered. Aye aye, Captain, she acknowledged, adjusting course and velocity. Keep a sharp watch, Remy urged, because they're out there. And they have to know we're coming. Given their current flight path, traveling to Terra Nova would take the better part of a month. They passed the time by continuing repairs and exploring the various nooks and crannies of the ship. Some crates found within her stores held intriguing surprises. Time capsules from the Terran Navy era, before its transformation into the Corsairs. They could make a small fortune selling off the various mementos, but strangely, that was the last thing on his mind. And besides, why worry over a few paltry baubles when the greatest prize of all lie ahead? Still, it rankled him. He'd never turned up his nose at a deal before now, and the badges and insignias alone were worth their weight in protein. So why did the thought of making that trade leave him so unmoved? He should be salivating at the opportunity, but here he sat, staring at a container filled with the regalia of a long-dead Earth, and the only emotion he could muster was a profound sense of shame. We stood for something once, he thought to himself. We weren't just a pack of scavengers and opportunists. He plucked out a shoulder board with 4 broad gold stripes, the insignia of a captain. What would you think of the man who sits in your chair now? He wondered. A buzz from the intercom interrupted his reverie. Yes, what is it? He asked, dumping everything back into the crate. Captain, could you come to the bridge? Zulin inquired, an odd note to her voice. We've picked up something on sensors. Is it another ship? He asked her, rising to his feet. I doubt it, she answered. The return signature is too small. But I'd be lying if I said I knew what it was. On my way, he shouted, already halfway out the hatch. What have you got? Remy demanded as he took his seat on the bridge. Honestly, Captain, I'm not sure, Zulin responded. The signal popped up on sensors, but it's awfully weak. I almost missed it. What kind of signal? He asked her. It's a comm signal, but its power source must be almost completely drained, the pilot clarified. It keeps fading in and out like the transmitter's failing. Terran? He asked hopefully. See, that's the funny thing, Zulin answered, scratching her head. The frequency it's transmitting on isn't one of ours, but the signal itself sounds a lot like a distress beacon. A Terran distress beacon, she spelled out. It's hard to say for certain, the way it keeps fluctuating, but that's how it feels to me. All right, he said after a moment. Then where's it coming from? Zulin grimaced. Haven't located the source yet, she admitted. Which means it's either small, hidden, or, she paused, unsure how to proceed. Or what? Remy pressed her. She swallowed. Or someone's using it as a lure. That was an unwelcome and disturbing possibility. Anything nearby that could mask the signal? He asked her. Nebula, planetary bodies, stellar phenomena? Anything at all? Nothing within range, she confirmed. If it's a lure, could be they're masking their signal, Slavko chimed in. Might explain why we can't see him. Maybe, Remy answered, unconvinced. But out here, in the middle of nowhere, the odds of anyone coming this way are pretty slim. Not exactly the place you'd set up an ambush. He rubbed his chin, considering the problem. Ease us in closer, he decided at last. Let's see what we've got. Slavko, back her up. If it's a trap, I want us to be ready. Aye, aye, Captain. They both agreed, as Zulin struggled to track down the signal source. With no local points of reference, it forced her to improvise, shifting Tyr's position as she attempted to triangulate the beacon. 20 minutes later, they got their answer. Captain, think I've got something, Slavko announced. Finally popped up on my targeting sensors, and it's no wonder it didn't show before now. It's little, whatever it is, about 3 or 4 meters long. Definitely not a ship then, Remy mused. Think you can get us close enough to snag it? I can get us within EVA range, she agreed. Good. Let me know when you're ready, he told her, before hitting the intercom switch. ISI, meet me at the suit locker. Time to stretch our legs. It took Zulin the better part of an hour to maneuver close enough for them to secure the object while Remy and ISI stood by in the airlock, waiting for the green light. Finally, her voice came over the radio. That's the best I can do, Captain, she informed him. Looks like it's sitting about 300 meters off starboard amidships. I'd advise you to stay tethered, just in case. Copy that, Remy agreed, before signaling the purser. You ready? Ready, ISI confirmed, as the captain began cycling the airlock. They both double-checked their tethers as the hatch slid open, giving them a tug, before switching on their helmet lights and searching for the object. There, the purser sang out, pointing at an oblique angle from the ship. Remy peered in the indicated direction and was rewarded with a glint of reflected light. I see it, he confirmed. Here we go. Deactivating his mag boots, Remy pushed off, firing up the suit's jetpack. Using puffs of nitrogen gas, the two men made their way toward the unknown object, careful not to build up too much momentum. Can you see anything? Zulin asked over the radio. Sweeping their helmet lights across their target, Remy and ISI shared a look. It's metallic, he confirmed, maybe 2 meters by 4 meters. Looks like it's tumbling slightly. I think it's an escape pod, ISI spoke up. Dimensions and configuration are about right for one. Could be, Remy said thoughtfully, but we won't know for certain until we get it on board. Minutes later, they landed, reactivating their boots as they anchored themselves on the object's surface. Well, if it is an escape pod, it's not one of ours, the captain commented. A lot of ships in the fleet that were built by someone else, ISI reminded him. Good point, Remy agreed. Let's get this thing secured and get it back to the ship. It only took a few minutes for the object to be tethered before they activated the motor on the other end. With a steady, gentle pull, it dragged them back to Tyr, pulling them into the airlock before the captain finally shut it down. As the lock cycled and the inner hatch slid open, he saw the rest of the crew waiting for them. You should be at your posts, he grumbled. Come on, Captain. We had to see what you found, Slavko grinned. Besides, the scope's clear. We checked. He muttered something under his breath, but chose to let it slide. Truth be told, he was curious himself. Prying off his helmet, he stepped aside as Mairead approached with her tools. It sure as hell looks like an escape pod, the tinker commented, searching for a maintenance port. Her fingers found a catch and released it, flipping open a panel. Glancing at its display, she nodded in confirmation. Yep, definitely a pod. Standard readout for onboard systems and, her voice trailed off as she double-checked the readings before letting out a sigh. Looks like we got ourselves a recovery instead of a rescue, she shrugged. Power is all but drained, and oxygen reserves have been totally depleted. It's been out here a while. I'd still like to open it up and see what we've got, Remy told her. Aye, aye, Captain, she agreed, getting to work as she plugged in a power unit and began recharging the system before finally stepping back. All right, here we go, she said, as a section of the casing slowly pivoted up, exposing the interior. Inside lay a human female, their hands clutching some sort of device. Whoever it was, they'd been dead a long time. The body completely dehydrated and in the latter stages of mummification. Damn, ISI commented. Must have been floating out here for decades, as Remy knelt down beside it. There's something familiar about her, he murmured. Don't see how, Slavko pointed out. She likely died before you were even born. Still, glancing at the corpse, he reached for the object she was protecting, trying to remove it from her grasp. There was resistance. The body had locked itself in place with rigor mortis even as he pulled harder, only to stumble back in horror as her eyes snapped open. "Remy," the cadaver rasped. His jaw dropped as he recognized her at last. "Samara?" he whispered. Chapter 20. Lazarus, come forth. Slavko's hand went to his waist, scrabbling for a weapon, although he was unarmed. While Zulin made signs to ward off the evil eye, Mairead tore through her toolkit before grabbing a wrench, holding it out for protection like a sword, even as Isi fell to his knees and prayed to Holy Mother Terra for deliverance. In a galaxy filled with the strange and bizarre, the Corsairs didn't view Samara rising from the dead as some kind of miracle, but a demonic curse. "Samara?" Remy whispered again, still struggling with what his eyes were showing him. A slight nod, so minute he almost missed it. "Water," she rasped. His brain did a skip and jump before reorienting itself. "You heard her," he said hoarsely. "Get her some water." "Captain, get away from that thing," Zulin cried out. Remy's head whipped back around as he snarled at the crew. "I said water," he shouted. His bellow seemed to break the spell. The others stumbled away, eager to put some distance between them and the Revenant. Almost a minute went by before Isi returned, timidly approaching with an opened flask, his outstretched hand trembling so badly water splashed onto the deck. Snatching the container from his hand, Remy held it out to Samara, who merely opened her mouth in response like a baby bird. It was obvious even that minor effort had taxed her, and he swore he heard her jaw creak as it strained against her tendons. Leaning in, he held the flask over her mouth and dribbled the liquid down her throat. Her body seemed to absorb the water the instant it touched her desiccated flesh, like an arid desert drawing in a sudden downpour. The container was empty in seconds as he handed it back to the purser. "More," he ordered. "Keep it coming." Isi scurried off, returning with a larger container this time, a canteen holding a couple of liters. Samara didn't move. Instead, she merely waited for him to supply her with more life-giving fluid. He couldn't imagine how her blood could circulate throughout her body, even with the added water, given that she resembled nothing more than a hunk of dry jerky. Later, his mind insisted, think about that later. Appending the canteen, he drained it in short order, and when he missed her mouth, her very flesh seemed to draw the moisture in. He held out the empty flask to the others, awaiting a replacement, as he poured container after container of water back into her wizened body. It was definitely having some kind of effect. Even as he watched, her skin softened, her color improving by the minute. Her shrunken and hollow form started filling out, and after several minutes and many flasks, she looked less like a corpse and more like someone who had suffered a long and debilitating illness. Taking yet another canteen from his crew's hands, he went to dump it down her gullet as he had the others, only for Samara to raise a shaky hand, warding him off. Closing her eyes, she took a deep breath, inhaling for the first time since her reawakening, before letting it back out with a satisfied smile. "Much better," she sighed. "Thank you." "You mind telling me what the hell is going on, Samara?" he demanded. "Later," she said, with a weary wave of her hand. "Food, first, lots of it. I've got a ton of tissue to rebuild." "Samara," he scowled, unwilling to be put off. "I'll tell you everything," she sighed once more, taking in another deep breath. "I swear I will. But I really need to get my strength back first." Remy debated holding the requested nourishment hostage until he got some answers before finally accepting her pledge. "You heard the lady, Isi," he said with a mental shrug. "Get her some food." The purser's eyes darted back and forth between his captain and the reawakened cadaver. What kind of food?" he stammered. "I doubt it matters," he said evenly. "Something simple, with lots of nutrients, easy to consume, right?" Isi mumbled, before making his way toward the galley. The others peeked around the bulkhead, unwilling to get any closer, a fact that did not go unnoticed by the Protean. "Boo," she said, spooking them, before cackling with glee as they disappeared back around the corner. "I see your questionable sense of humor is still intact," he snorted. "Not as much as you might think," she said, a tinge of sadness coming over her. "A lot's happened since we last saw one another." Remy glanced down at her still emaciated form. No shit, he said, deadpan. Samara started to reply, only to be interrupted by ISI, lugging a pot of some heated dish. Warmed up some soup, he told them, setting it down beside the escape pod. Should I get a bowl, or? Just hand me the ladle, Remy told him, pulling off the lid and peering inside. How much is in here? About 4 liters, the purser guessed. And how much water did we give her? He pressed. Maybe 20? ISI said nervously. In that case, I'd start prepping the next few courses, Remy said in resignation, before taking up the serving spoon and doling out the broth to the eagerly awaiting Protean. It took another 15 liters of bouillon, stew, and chili before Samara pronounced herself sated. Her appearance had shown remarkable improvement. Instead of looking like someone in end-stage renal failure, her skin now shone with a healthy vitality. It was hard to believe that only a couple of hours earlier she looked like King Tut. Setting the ladle aside, Remy rose to his feet. All right, I've held up my end of the bargain, he told her. Time for some answers. I would kill for a hot shower, Samara purred, batting her eyes. I don't suppose we could hold off on the interrogation until I've freshened up? Spare me the seduction. We've already danced that dance, Remy growled. Or had you forgotten? Not at all, she smiled. And I wasn't trying to play you, I swear. It's just that I've been in that coffin for a while now, and I have to be more than a little gamey. How long have you been in that thing? He asked, suddenly curious. I'm not sure, she said after a moment. Last thing I remember hearing about was a big fight brewing at some place called Sonoishii. Remy gave out a low whistle. That was almost 2 years ago, he told her. Lots happened since then. I see, she said after a moment. Looks like we both have some catching up to do. But first, Samara took a deep breath and gripped the side of the pod, before carefully pushing herself up, getting her legs underneath her before finally rising to her full height. In one hand, she still clutched the strange object, never letting it from her grasp, as she carefully stepped out of the pod and onto the deck. Planting her feet shoulder-width apart, she held out her arms and stretched, flexing her muscles and tendons, running each of them through a full range of motion almost simultaneously, a sight that beggared description. A series of loud pops accompanied her efforts, her spine and joints snapping back into place as she sighed in joyous relief. I almost feel human again, she grinned. Remy just shook his head. Samara, I'm not sure that word still applies. What word? She asked. The corsair grimaced. Human, he got out. She graced him with a wistful smile. Oh, I'm as human as I ever was, more or less, Samara winked. He replied, unconvinced. So talk. Can't we be civilized about this? She pouted. You could at least offer to buy a girl a drink before you shove her out the airlock. He closed his eyes and pinched his nose in quiet frustration. Samara, I'm having one hell of a day, he told her. My crew is this close to coming in here with guns blazing, unless they plan on dousing us with holy water first. They're convinced you're some kind of freaking demon back from the dead. So unless you start filling in the blanks right the fuck now, I'm going to go help them. He put his hands on his hips, glaring at her. Are we on the same fucking page yet? Samara rolled her eyes. Tara, were you always this melodramatic? She groaned. I just want a goddamn drink. Is that too much to ask? I'll tell you the entire story, I swear. Fine, he snarled, spinning on his heel. Follow me. Leading her back to his cabin, Remy pointed at a chair, before retrieving a decanter filled with amber-colored liquid and some glasses. Pouring a healthy dollop for each of them, he shoved one into her hands. She took a sip as he reached for the intercom switch. Come to my cabin, he told the others. Samara has something she'd like to share with us. On our way, Slavko answered. Remy grunted in reply, settling into a chair across from the Protean. Where are we exactly? She wondered aloud. This certainly isn't Gerfalcon. I'll ask the questions if you don't mind, Remy snapped. Fine, be that way, she simpered. For a moment I thought we were back on Freya, but it's never this empty. Can't be Thor, since the bad guys rendered it down to its component atoms, as I recall. So somehow, you've located Tyr. Her smile grew wide. Congratulations. Still as sharp as ever, I see, Remy observed. Sharper, she said with a laugh as the hatch buzzed. Enter, he called out. The hatch slid open as the rest of the crew slunk in, giving Samara a wide berth. A brief glance confirmed they'd all taken the opportunity to arm themselves, though they were keeping the weapons hidden for now. Help yourselves, he told them, pointing to the decanter, before turning his attention back to their guest. Enough delays, he growled. Start talking. You can begin with that thing, he told her, pointing at the strange object she held. What is it? In fact, that was where I'd planned on starting, she answered. You recall the last time we spoke, when I asked for a reference? You wanted some repairs done off the grid, he nodded. Yes, well, things didn't go according to plan, she sighed. They got greedy, so they forced me to improvise. She held up the device so they could get a better look. They had this in their safe. I didn't know what it was, but I figured if they thought it was valuable, it was worth taking. I warned you about them, Remy reminded her. You should have listened. I did, Samara protested. They were just sneakier than I gave them credit for. She sighed theatrically. Oh well, water under the bridge. She took another sip and smiled. Hey, good stuff. You were saying, he snarled. Tara, you're testy today, she chuckled. So, long story short, it turns out the precursors created this little gadget. In fact, there's a bunch of them living inside of it. Remy blinked. What? He said flatly. Yeah, that was kind of my reaction, she grinned. They're avatars, or the precursor equivalent, at least. They were created as a repository of knowledge. And you know this? How, exactly? He said dubiously. Simple. She grinned. They told me. Glancing over at the rest of his crew, Remy could see they were having the same reaction he was. Whatever had happened to the Protean since they last crossed paths, it had obviously left her dangerously unhinged. Worse, Slavko was already reaching for the piece hidden within his tunic. He tried to warn him off, but Samara beat him to the punch. Literally, Samara exploded out of her chair, her leg coming up and sweeping across the space as she drove it deep into the gunner's belly, knocking him ass over teakettle. ISI tried taking a swing at her, only to be thrown across the compartment for his efforts. Remy waded into the fray, desperate to end this nonsense, only to suddenly find himself restrained, held aloft by her, unable to break free. Stop this at once, Samara ordered. Only it wasn't Samara. Her voice, her inflections, her mannerisms, even her facial tics were different. If I am forced to use greater effort, it will grow increasingly troublesome for you. Gurk. He got out, struggling to breathe. Samara relaxed slightly, allowing air into his lungs, as something shifted in her yet again. Remy, meet Churter Hosk, she grinned. My personal precursor ninja warrior. Don't feel too bad. He was doing this back when our ancestors were just discovering mitosis. He stared at her, her words not making sense. Now, if I set you down, will you and the others promise to play nice? Remy looked back at his crew. Whatever they'd planned before entering the compartment, Samara's little display had taken the fight right out of them. I promise, he said at last. See, that wasn't so hard, now was it? Samara set him back down gently, releasing her hold on him. Now, if the rest of you would be so kind as to remove those weapons you're carrying and set them over on the bunk, I would be most appreciative, she continued. I mean, you could try shooting me, but that would just get messy. She paused for a moment, as her tone grew somewhat darker. And I think you'd be surprised just how much damage I can soak up before you took me down. Unpleasantly surprised, she added, almost as an afterthought. One look, and he knew she wasn't bluffing. Do as she says, Remy ordered. Slavko and ISI were still picking themselves off the deck, but no one seemed interested in testing her. One by one they removed and deposited their weapons before skulking back to the other side of the compartment, eyeing her as if she were some dangerous predator. That made him snort. She'd always been a predator, but it seemed as if she'd gotten an upgrade or two since they last met. For her part, once the crew dumped their guns, Samara simply sat back down and poured herself another drink. Now, where were we? She grinned. Chapter 21. The show must go on. So, let me get this straight. Remy was on his third glass, but it didn't seem to help the headache currently pounding against his temples. Listening to Samara spin her yarn was like having a front-row seat to Alice telling of her adventures in Neverland, only with more violence and bloodshed. It had started grimly right out of the gate before spiraling out of control, shooting right past madness and insanity before plummeting straight down to nightmare fuel. Trying to make sense of it all was doing wonders for his digestion, and one glance at his crew proved they were in even worse shape. It was making for a long night. You find that box, somehow make contact with it, learn its secrets, and then proceed to decimate your clan's infrastructure while simultaneously poking a very large finger in the Troika's eye, but not before the rest of your crew got themselves killed. That about sum it up? More or less, Samara admitted. We could debate some of the finer points, but that's the gist of it, right? Shaking his head, he took another sip from his glass. It still wasn't helping. So what happened after you blew up Altenac? The Protean smiled and then shrugged. Well, Guardian and I. I'm sorry, Guardian? He interrupted. Oh, yes, of course. I neglected to mention his name, didn't I? She graced him with a wry smile. Basically, he's the ringmaster of the precursor avatars. He's the one I've interacted with the most. I guess you could say we're partners now. Samara grinned and leaned forward in her chair. He's also the one who filled me in on a few things, information that is going to change everything for us. Us Terrans, I mean, she clarified before an odd expression came over her face. Now look, we settled that, she snapped, suddenly irritated. You want to stay in your damn box until the universe freezes? Do you? 'Cause I can arrange that. Who the fuck are you talking to? Remy snarled, all but leaping out of his seat. She made a vague gesture near her head. Guardian. He's a whiny bitch when he wants to be. He takes issue with us claiming Terra Nova for ourselves. Seriously, what are you going to do with it? Huh? She demanded, apparently switching conversations midstream. Someone had apparently added a bass drum to the conga banging away in his skull. With a groan, he sat back down and reached for the decanter. Sorry, she apologized. I know this all must seem a bit confusing. A bit, he agreed. So he talks to you then. Are you kidding? The guy never shuts up, not unless I twist his arm. Yes, you do, she insisted, apparently chastising her unseen companion once more. Now hush. Grown-ups are talking. You realize you're coming off like a raving lunatic, right? Remy said pointedly. Talking to yourself like that isn't helping your case any. That's just it. I'm not talking to myself, she reminded him. But yeah, I get it. I've been on my own for so long, I got used to having our conversations out loud. I'll work harder on sub-vocalizing them. I promise. I think we'd all appreciate that, he answered. This is weird enough as it is. You ought to try it from this side. She chuckled before her expression suddenly grew somber. Sorry, she apologized again. This isn't the first time I've had this discussion, and well, I'm afraid they're no longer with us. My condolences, Remy said sincerely. Thank you. She seemed to take a moment to center herself before forging ahead. I'm glad you found me, for a lot of reasons, but most importantly, I can't be the only one holding these secrets anymore. If I die, well, they'll have to get up pretty damn early to make that happen. I can promise you. She grinned at that. I think I made a pretty convincing argument regarding that point when you opened my escape pod. It's not an image I'll be getting out of my head anytime soon, he agreed. Thank you so very much for that. You mind telling me how you ended up as one of the living dead? I was just getting to that, she explained. After Altenac, I was done playing terrorist. I knew that if us Terrans were going to have any chance at all, we needed to find Terra Nova, and since I had a whole gaggle of precursors riding shotgun, who better than me for the job? She sighed before shaking her head. Only with a billion years of stellar drift involved, actually locating it turned out to be a real needle in the haystack. We checked dozens of systems and came up empty. Until the last one. You found it? Remy blurted. You actually found Terra Nova? Not exactly, Samara sighed. We were approaching the next system when we got ambushed. Even when I stepped aside and let her hair dresh. He's a pilot? The best I've ever heard of. Even with him taking over the reins, we were no match for them. We were outnumbered and outgunned. He led them on a merry chase. But in the end, we just took one hit too many. She shrugged, sipping her drink. So we had to go with our last option. put me in the escape pod, along with the repository, and let the Troika think they'd killed us when they destroyed the ship. And then what? Remy inquired. Just hope someone would come along and rescue you? Well, you did, didn't you? She laughed. But yeah, we were kind of out of options at that point. So how the hell did you end up looking like that? Slavko exclaimed, speaking up for the first time since their impromptu wrestling match. They design escape pods for short-term survival, she reminded him. Anything more than a few days, and the air runs out. To keep me alive, Guardian had to put me into, well, not a coma, exactly, something more like a deep hibernation. Only problem was that in order to keep my brain alive, he need to steal nutrients from somewhere else. Samara gave him a piercing look. Unfortunately, the only thing available was me. He had to cannibalize my body to keep my brain tissue alive, enough at least so I could be revived if someone found us. I'm still trying to understand how you recovered so fast, Mairead chimed in. I mean, you were dead. I guess if you want to get technical, she shrugged. I suppose I was. But the way Guardian explained it, the whole alive and dead thing is more of a spectrum, not either slash or. When he first connected with me, he flooded my body with nanotech, and that apparently gives him a great deal to work with. Samara managed a polite smile. It's a lot, I know. You should have seen my reaction the first time I got half my head blown off. The first time, Zulin squeaked. As fascinating as this all is, I think we're straying a bit from the topic at hand, Remy argued, attempting to reroute the conversation. The thing is, Samara, we know where Terra Nova is located. Really? She said in surprise. How did you come by that bit of knowledge? A Troika scientist who thought he could play us passed it on, he explained. We were en route when we stumbled across your escape pod. You sure it's genuine? Samara challenged him. I mean, him just giving it up like that. It's got to be their biggest secret. You don't just hand that kind of info out to just anyone, especially not to a Terran. Remy smiled. I was very convincing. Pretty sure it was my wrench that convinced him, Mairead muttered. That too, he conceded. Can I see it? Samara asked. I'd like to know if it matches the information I have. The captain considered her request for a moment and then inclined his head towards Zulin. The pilot nodded and reached for her tablet, pulling up the system's coordinates before handing it over. The Protean accepted the tablet with a smile, glancing at the data. That's near where we got ambushed, she confirmed, before handing the tablet back. I think it's legit. It's good to have that confirmed, Remy agreed, before regarding their guest. Samara, you said that Guardian told you something that was going to change things for us Terrans. What did you mean by that? Indeed, I did. The Protean leaned forward in her chair, her eyes sparkling. Did you ever wonder how a lone Terran scout ship gained access to the precursor homeworld? Something no one else ever pulled off? All the time, he shrugged. Well, turns out the reason is pretty simple. We're their descendants, she grinned. Remy blinked. Say what? Yeah, it shocked me too, she chuckled. They're not sure how it happened, not exactly. The current theory is that sometime back in the day when they were still around, they visited Earth and left some sort of genetic residue behind. That DNA was incorporated into our own, as life was really just getting started back on old Terra a billion years ago. All their tech, the repository, their homeworld's defenses, all of it is keyed to their DNA. That's why everyone else was attacked on sight, but Tsvetanov was allowed safe passage. Holy Mother Terra, Slavko whispered. It's brilliant. Simple, yet foolproof. Without a sample of precursor DNA to copy, it makes for the perfect blockade. It was, Samara countered, right until the point where Tsvetanov arrived at threshold. The others just stared at her. That's what they called their homeworld, she explained. They must have realized there was something different about us, and I'm positive they've been hard at work unraveling the mystery. It certainly explains their interest in the Protean clan, and why all three Troika races went to such great lengths to secure Terran test subjects. You think they'll try to manipulate our DNA in order to gain access? Remy guessed. I think we can't dismiss the possibility, she agreed. That corresponds to what we learned from Axcherks, the captain mused. He claimed they'd used captured Terrans to sneak past the defense grid. Only it never worked. Yeah, whatever's guarding that world knows what it's doing, Samara agreed. So, is that it? Remy asked her. Any more surprises we should know about? That's the gist of it, Samara told him. There's other information that's relevant, but those are the highlights. My turn. She settled into her chair, sipping her drink. You hinted there'd been a few changes since I was out of the loop. Care to fill me in? Oh boy, Remy sighed. Well, that battle on Sonoishii Prime? It was a real bloodbath, from what I hear. The Valkyries on the surface got hammered hard. He paused for a moment, suddenly uncomfortable. It was Kai and Runa's outfit. Kai didn't make it. The former assassin bowed her head. That's a shame, she said simply. We weren't friends, not by a long shot, but I respected the man. Yeah, Runa took it pretty hard, or so I heard, he said quietly. There's a silver lining, however. Somehow the Valkyries leveraged an alliance against the Troika out of the deal. It's had some rocky moments, especially getting off the ground, but it's been building momentum ever since. Seems the Troika made themselves a lot of enemies, he grinned. Who knew? Really? That's great news, Samara said excitedly. Now tell her the bad part, Zuelin grunted. Her expression a mask. The Protean looked back at Remy. Do I want to know? She asked softly. No, but you need to, he answered. The Ichun are back. With a fucking vengeance. Samara winced and looked away. God damn it all to hell, she swore. How? With equal parts arrogance and revenge, he told her. Your old friends the Aliax resurrected their source code and used it as security software, only for it to be subverted by a secret shell organization no one had ever heard of, unleashing them on an unsuspecting galaxy. We're trying to hold the line. But, his voice trailed off as he took another pull at his drink. I see, she said quietly. And where is the Troika in all of this? Fighting amongst themselves, the captain said in disgust. Joining our cause against the machines might have done them some real good, maybe even swung a few Alliance members back to their side. Squabbling amongst themselves just weakens everybody. Which brings us to this point. I'm guessing, the Protean surmised. With everything circling the drain, you came seeking the ultimate Hail Mary. Locate threshold and stop the Ichun. That about sum it up? More or less, Remy agreed. Samara just shook her head. You won't get in, she warned him. Not in a million years. She leaned back, gracing him with a cryptic smile. At least, not without my help. Chapter 22. Letters of Mark. Do you have a plan? Remy asked the Protean. Or is this just you grandstanding? Samara smiled. The beginnings of one, at least. But I'm certain between the two of us we can work something out. The Corsair struggled to not roll his eyes, failing miserably. After her announcement, he dismissed the crew, giving them a chance to rest and, more importantly, allowing the two of them to hash things out ahead of bringing them in. Given their shared history, he'd wondered how long it would take before she finally made her play. Not long, it seemed. That's not happening, Samara, he said flatly. I thought I'd made myself clear. Can't blame a girl for trying, she chuckled. I've been on my own for a while now, and it gets lonely in the deep black. She threw him a wink, which he ignored. If we could please focus on the plan, he prodded her. Fine, she sighed theatrically before her disposition shifted to something more businesslike. I wasn't able to do a full recon of the system. Like I said, I couldn't even get near it. But based on the reactions of the vessels I picked up, I think I've got a decent idea of what you're up against. Don't you mean what we're up against? He corrected her. Something flitted past her eyes. Of course, she conceded, before pulling up a display of the system. As near as we could tell, Guardian and I, the Troika set up a perimeter several light years out from the threshold system, I assumed to prevent us Terrans from getting too close. I'm certain I didn't see all the ships they had stationed there, not even after they began chasing us. I'm pretty sure they've also got listening posts scattered throughout the area, unmanned relays to extend their net. As she talked, Samara highlighted multiple key positions on the monitor, marked and color-coded to differentiate between ship and buoy, as well as between actually observed versus merely suspected. By the time she finished, there were a lot of notations. Well, that doesn't look promising, Remy grumbled. If there's a gap in their coverage, I'm not seeing it. He glanced back at Samara. You're sure this is accurate? As certain as I can be, she shrugged. I admit there's a fair amount of guesswork involved, though I should also point out this projection represents Guardian's estimates, not mine. And he's that good? He said dubiously. Why not ask him yourself? She grinned, as her posture and expression suddenly shifted. Remy could only stare in shock as she spoke once more. Only it wasn't Samara that was speaking. The data you see displayed is based on multiple observations taken during our approach to the threshold system, as well as our attempted escape, Guardian explained. A disturbing sight indeed. In addition, the inferences I have made were determined by both reaction times and tactics used by the Troika forces, which I have verified where possible with multidimensional differential algorithmic fractal geometry. I have determined the accuracy rate to be within a variance of plus or minus 4.937%. Do you wish me to go over the formula and equations involved? Remy's jaw dropped. It took him several moments to realize that fact, and several more before having the presence of mind to close it again. That won't be necessary. I think the math would be beyond me, he said at last, once he'd rediscovered his voice. Could you give control back to Samara, please? Seeing her being puppeted like that just felt wrong. On a level so profound it beggared description. There was another subtle shift as she blinked and shook it off. Much as I like the guy, I hate that, she shuddered. Been doing this for a couple years now, and I swear I'll never get used to it. I can only imagine, he said in sympathy, having your body under someone else's control. It sounded like a nightmare. She took a deep, cleansing breath and picked up her drink. So, satisfied? I guess I have to be, don't I? He shrugged. If Guardian, or any of the other cognates, for that matter, have made an error in math, I've yet to see it, she confirmed. I don't think you can truly appreciate just how advanced they were. Other cognates? He asked. Just how many avatars are in that box? Thousands, at least, Samara answered. I've never asked. I just know that no matter what I'm having a problem with, Guardian has someone on tap who's an expert at it. Medical knowledge, piloting, engineering, combat, you name it, he's got it. She flashed him a grin. You have no idea how handy that can be. I'm starting to, he said honestly. Every skill imaginable, plus an indestructible body, along with your shape-shifting ability? Remy shook his head. Some might say that makes you the ultimate killing machine. I'm out of that game, she said evenly. Guardian is a valuable asset, and the knowledge he's given me is literally priceless. But it's simply a tool, a means towards an end, nothing more. And that end is, he prompted her. She smiled and raised her glass. New Terra, she chuckled. And once we secure New Terra, he continued, what then? Will you sever your connection with Guardian when the mission is complete? I hadn't given it much thought, Samara admitted. I try not to plan too far ahead. Perhaps you should, Remy pressed her. You realize with that healing ability of yours, that makes you, well, immortal. He sipped his drink, gauging her reaction. The Protean stared at him. I hadn't thought about that, she said, dumbfounded. Not sure how I feel about that, to be honest. I know how I feel about it, he replied. Humans weren't built for immortality, Samara. Our minds aren't equipped to handle it. Living century after century, millennia after millennia, watching everyone and everything you ever knew and cared about wither and die, growing further and further detached? Imagine that for a moment. Think about the person you'll be 1,000 years from now, when everything you see around you has long since turned to dust, when you no longer have a personal connection to any living being, and the power of the gods at your very fingertips. Remy shuddered at the image. You'd make the Troika and the Ichun look like bloody amateurs. Samara started to speak, but before she could respond, her persona shifted once more, only this time without her bidding. You have every right to be concerned, Guardian responded. The scenario you have just described is one we cognates are all too familiar with. Samara is not the first host we have joined with, nor, I suspect, will she be the last. The knowledge and power we provide can be quite seductive, and we have learned from long experience to terminate the connection should the host exhibit signs of perverting what we bestow. He gave Remy a brief nod before Samara was suddenly back in the driver's seat. You never said anything about severing the connection, she snarled, pausing as she heard Guardian's reply. You're damn right we'll discuss this later, she growled, before taking a moment to compose herself. Sorry, she apologized. That caught me by surprise. I can see that, he agreed. But I won't lie, Samara. I'm relieved there's a safeguard in place. She took a deep breath and shrugged. I guess I am too, she confessed. You can't imagine what it's like, knowing nothing can touch you. It's intoxicating sometimes. So nothing can kill you? He asked carefully. Oh, I wouldn't say that, she responded with an airy wave. Do enough damage to me, and there won't be anything left to rebuild with. If you drop me into a star, for example, there's no way I could come back from that. She paused, considering that. Not sure about the repository, though. It might survive. The precursors built things to last. Considering that whatever's protecting their homeworld is still functioning after 1 billion years, I'd have to agree, Remy nodded. We are, however, straying from the topic at hand. How do we get in? Well, Guardian and I have been kicking that one around, and we've come up with something that just might work. She graced him with a smile that bordered on the wicked. And all it requires is locating a ship and crew who are comfortable engaging in a minor act of piracy. Samara looked at him across the rim of her glass. Know where we might find someone like that? Remy returned her gaze with a savage grin of his own. By some strange coincidence. I do. Hijack a Troika ship? Zulin looked at her captain dubiously. That's insane, Captain. You get that, right? It's not like it's never been done before, Remy countered. What about that Agatadub battlecruiser over Tangzem? Slavko rolled his eyes. First off, they had a company of Ixians with them. Second, they got freaking slaughtered. And third, they thrashed the damn ship. He shook his head at the prospect. Gonna be real hard taking a ship with no engines to New Terra. Obviously, we can't go in guns blazing, Samara said affably. In order to pull this off, we'll need a more subtle approach. So, instead of us going to them, we make them come to us. How? Mairead demanded, eyeing the Protean with suspicion. With a broken wing gambit, Remy explained. We make the ship look like she's been damaged in a Ichun attack, and when the Troika comes to investigate, we make our move. Suppose their move is to just blow us out of the water? ISI asked. What do we do then? Die, Samara said matter-of-factly. If you're looking for a risk-free plan, I'm afraid I can't help you. This is the Troika we're talking about, after all. You mean we'll die? Zurlin fired back. We've already seen what you can come back from. You're putting us all at risk because you'll survive. Despite whatever happens to us, she glared at the Protean, shooting daggers at her. Yeah, it's risky, Remy agreed. But like Samara said, we're talking about the Troika. Any plan involving them is risky. If you've got a better idea, any of you, then I'm all ears. He leaned back and folded his arms across his chest, waiting for a response. The crew looked at one another, each hoping one of the others had some brilliant strategy that would magically solve all their problems. But after several long moments spent searching their faces, it became obvious no such miracle was forthcoming. Just because we can't come up with a better idea doesn't make this a good one, Slavko said sullenly. It's the best we're going to come up with, given our options, the captain replied. And when a Tuath his AK dreadnought shows up, with 10,000 shell all armed to teeth, what then? Mairead fired back. 'Cause there's no way we're taking something like that down. We'll need to choose our target with all due diligence, Remy agreed. Which brings us to the first part of the plan, the lure. Not only do we need to draw the right ship in, we also need a way of shutting it down if the wrong one appears on our radar. Any thoughts? Well, Slavko mused, scratching his chin. What if we went dark and only activated the signal if a good prospect entered the sector? Could that work? All eyes turned to Mairead. I don't know. Troika tracking systems are pretty hard to spoof, she said after a moment, before suddenly furrowing her brow. Unless. Sounds like someone has an idea, Samara grinned. It's crazy. The tinker backpedaled. Probably wouldn't even work. Try me, Remy encouraged her. Well, what if we used Morgana? She suggested. I'd have to pull it from Gerfalcon and modify it some, but with a little fiddling, I think I could use it to help mask our signature. Not sure how long it would last, though. That's what you used to escape the attack on Freya, isn't it? Samara asked the captain. It is, he agreed. and I think that's a hell of an idea. How soon can you get started? Hey, I gotta dig into it first and see if I can integrate it with tier systems. It's gonna take some time, Mairead protested. Start looking into it, he ordered. Also, I want you to alter our transponder code. In fact, I'd like to have a handful on file we can pull out at a moment's notice, depending on who starts sniffing around our trap. Easy enough, she shrugged. What IDs? Freya's, for starters, Remy suggested. At the moment, no one outside of the 6 of us knows about Tyr. I'd like to keep it that way. Besides, as her sister ship, she's an obvious choice. Piece of cake, she nodded. Got good data on her transponder code. What else? Give us some time to kick that around, he said. I imagine we'll be fine-tuning this as we go. Where are we going to set up our ambush? Zulin asked him. We need somewhere off the beaten path, but still get regular Troika traffic, Remy mused. Begging the captain's pardon. But that sounds like a contradiction in terms, ISI pointed out. No, just a compromise, he explained. We need some shipping transit, just not a lot. And preferably something close by. Got anything that fits the bill? Zulin pulled up her charts on the monitor and began perusing them. Maybe, she said after a minute. There's a Troika installation on Ariayat, a few parsecs from here. It's not too far from Threshold, and it's one of their lesser transportation hubs. We'll have to do some reconnaissance, but there's gotta be a decent spot we can lie up off the least time travel route. Sounds promising, he agreed. That's a good start, though it leaves us with one rather large question left to tackle. How do we take over their ship without getting ourselves killed in the process? ISI guessed. Bingo, Remy nodded. Can't you do it? Mairead asked Samara. I can. The Protean agreed. I've done it before. It's going to depend on how big the ship is though, and how many crew. Even with Guardian's help, I can only move so fast. If they get a signal out, that's it. That being said, we should have a backup plan in case something goes wrong. Like what? Slavko said sarcastically. You trip and fall into a supernova? They all chuckled at that, easing some of the tension. You never know. Samara smiled cryptically. Chapter 23, Argo Novice. You want me to what? Slavko could only stare at his captain in disbelief. I know you didn't just tell me to shoot a bunch of holes into Tyr. Hell, we just got her fixed up. Remy glared at his gunner. You remember the part of the plan where we pretend the Ichun attacked us? How did you think we were going to pull that off without making it look convincing? I dunno. I figured we just cut power or something, he mumbled. Would you fall for that? The captain pressed him. If we stumbled across an abandoned ship with no obvious signs of damage, wouldn't you be suspicious? The gunner shifted uncomfortably under his gaze. I guess, he admitted, albeit reluctantly. Whatever you may think of the Troika, they aren't fools, Samara chimed in. If we're going to lure them in close enough to take over their ship, we have to sell it, she stressed. Otherwise, they'll hang just outside of range and fire on us till they destroy the ship, which would obviously be a bad thing, Remy reminded him. So yes, I was quite serious. So I want you to go over the torpedo inventory and transfer what you need to Gerfalcon. We can use some of the duds, but the rest need to do actual damage, though we can probably dial it down a bit. Okay, now I have an objection, Mairead spoke up. You're taking an enormous risk here. If Slavko's targeting is off even by a few meters, we could destroy Tyr. She gave him a hard look. You're playing with fire, Captain. Literally. Maybe so, he agreed. But this plan is the best chance we have of claiming New Terra for ourselves. The Troika have been trying to find a way in for millennia, and eventually, they could get lucky. Maybe it's a long shot, but we've all seen long shots pay off. I won't take that chance, not when we have a way in. He watched the crew while they weighed their options. It was obvious the plan didn't thrill them, but it was also clear they didn't have any better ideas. It was a vexing place to be, but Remy had no intentions of letting them off the hook. He let them stew in their own juices for a minute before pushing on. Mairead, set up a targeting plan for Slavko. Figure out where we can safely shoot at Tyr without making it look obvious. And keep in mind, we'll likely have to sacrifice a secondary system or two if we want them to buy it. Aye, Captain, she said glumly. He turned his attention to Zulin. You have a course plotted for us? It's ready when you are, Captain, she agreed. Excellent. We'll wait until we're on site before we start taking potshots at Tyr. We'll want a debris field surrounding the ship to help lend some credence to our ambush. The more details we can give them that support the narrative, the better. She nodded as he singled out their purser. Make sure we have enough stores aboard Gerfalcon in case Slavko's gunnery is a little too effective. I'd hate to lose her after all our hard work, but we need to be prepared. Aye, aye, Captain, he nodded. I'll make sure she's well stocked. Which leaves us with one last detail to cover, Remy said to Samara. HeWhoLooksSkyward attacks leave a very specific weapon signature. Without it, this whole ruse of ours falls apart. I don't suppose your friend has any ideas on how we might simulate that? He asked hopefully. Yeah, Guardian has some ideas, she admitted. We should be able to come up with something that'll fool the Troika. Somehow, I thought he might, the captain said pointedly, earning him a raised eyebrow from the Protean. We have a lot of work to do, he continued, addressing the crew, so let's start prepping. Zulin, lay in a course and take us out. Aye, Captain, she acknowledged, as the meeting broke up. Samara waited until the others exited the compartment before turning to Remy. So, how long have you known? The Corsair calmly returned her gaze. I didn't, not for certain. Not until just now. I see. Rising from her chair, Samara went to the side table and poured herself a drink. How long have suspected then? From the moment you told us about your companion, he informed her. Too many things only added up one way. He sighed, leaning back in his chair. And it doesn't take a genius to guess why you're keeping it to yourself. If word got out, having our people learn the very world we've pinned our hopes and dreams on is also responsible for Earth's destruction, they're not ready to hear that. Samara sat back down and cocked her head. Are you planning on telling them? No, he said quietly. As it happens, I agree with you. Securing New Terra has to be our first priority. Once that's accomplished, then we can quibble over the details. Agreed. She sipped her drink as a sly grin appeared. Bound to be a few ruffled feathers once it all comes out. Says something about us Terrans, doesn't it? Remy snorted. What, you suddenly have issues with New Terra just because it comes with some baggage? He rolled his eyes. Some people would complain even if you strangled them with a golden rope. Samara laughed as he rose to his feet. We've got a lot to get done, so I suggest we get to it, he told her, heading for the hatch. Only to pause, turning back to face her. If I hadn't agreed to keep your secret, would you, or your friend Guardian, ensured my silence? He asked. Her expression grew positively feline. You said it yourself, she purred. Why quibble over details? I just want to go on record about how much I hate this idea, Captain, Mairead said unhappily. Asking a tinker to intentionally damage their ship? It really cuts against the grain. Duly noted, Remy said tersely. Now that you've gotten that out of your system, where do you suggest we have Slavko aim his torpedoes? Her objections had already left him exasperated, despite his best efforts, though he was trying not to let it show. With mixed results, unfortunately. The engineer sighed and pulled up a set of schematics. I guess we can take some hits on her dorsal hull towards the bow, she allowed, highlighting the various sections. Maybe some more midships, port, and starboard. I'd like to stay away from the engines, though. We're gonna need those. He reviewed her suggestions, then shook his head. It's not convincing enough, Remy argued. Anything that doesn't threaten the ship's integrity is going to look suspicious as hell to the Troika. He paused as a thought occurred to him. You recall Maggie's little stunt during the HeWhoLooksSkyward attack? Can we replicate that? Mairead blanched. You want to blow up a plasma conduit? She all but shrieked. Are you crazy? Gerfalcon survived it, didn't she? He countered. What's the problem? We got lucky, she fired back. You mess with the conduits and you're just asking for trouble. If we lose containment, we could gut the entire ship. Remy could feel his hackles rising as he glared at her. I know how protective you are of her, but the only thing that matters is securing New Terra. Everything else is expendable. He paused, his nostrils flaring, including Tyr. She folded her arms across her chest, smoldering as he went back to the blueprints. What about here? He asked, pointing to one of the railgun batteries. Could you isolate that and rig it to blow? The tinker looked positively ill. Captain, We lose weapons. We lose the means to defend ourselves, she explained. Tyr has a lot more firepower than Gerfalcon does, and going up against the Troika, we're gonna need every advantage we can get. You're still not listening, he growled. We're not fighting a battle with Tyr. She's bait. We're not going to win a stand-up fight against the Troika, which means the only thing that will win this skirmish is guile, pure and simple. And if necessary, I'm prepared to sacrifice her, if it means getting us to New Terra. He leaned forward, invading her personal space. Am I making myself clear? She made one last attempt to get through. Then why did we bust our asses to get her back in shape? She insisted. I thought you said the Corsairs needed her. Plans change, Remy argued, and we need New Terra a lot more than we do another ship. Besides, he said thoughtfully, if we gain access to what that world offers, just imagine the ships we can build then, with precursor technology. Ships that make even two of his Achae dreadnought look like a fucking rowboat. Her eyes went wide as she envisioned the possibilities for the first time. She looked back at the schematics as her shoulders slumped in defeat. All right, she said, give me a couple days, and I'll come up with something that'll fool the Troika. Still hate it, though, she mumbled. Pick some compartments we can blow open to space, he added, and start thinking about where we can rig demo charges while you're at it. You're not making this any easier, you know, she grumbled, turning back to the display as she started highlighting additional sections as Remy exited engineering, leaving her to her work. He'd pushed her hard on this, but it had been necessary if the plan was going to work. Best to leave her to her own devices for a while, until she came up with something. Any more, and he'd end up alienating her completely. Stepping into the corridor, he found Samara waiting for him, leaning against a bulkhead. Tinkers, she shrugged. What are you gonna do? Mairead is one hell of an engineer, and she's naturally protective of her domain, Remy countered. Admit it. You're still pissed Maggie got the better of you, he snorted, as the two made their way toward the bridge. And you aren't? She fired back, earning her a chuckle. I claim captain's privilege, he said, and therefore refused to even dignify that question with an answer. Samara laughed, threading her arm through his as they walked down the empty corridor. There are times I think you're the only one I can truly be myself around, she told him. One might say we're both cut from the same cloth. What about Guardian? He asked, considering you know each other's innermost secrets and all. I wish, she sneered. Oh, he knows all of mine, but it's like pulling teeth to get anything out of him. He keeps quoting regulations at me about why he can't share certain details. I swear, he's like a freaking Boy Scout. Her face tightened as she snarled. Yes, you are, she insisted, before shaking her head. Sorry about that. Don't apologize, he told her. Must get a little confusing. You have no idea, she said quietly, before shrugging. Don't get me wrong, he's good company mostly, and Terra knows all the abilities he's given me have come in handy, but sometimes I forget how alien he is. Some things just don't translate. He cocked his head. What were they like? The precursors, incredibly advanced, Samara explained. But of course, you already knew that. Some of the things he's done, well, they almost seem like magic to me, she admitted. Honorable, almost to a fault, which has led to a few hard conversations since we hooked up. Sometimes he's uncomfortable about the compromises he's forced to make to accomplish the mission. And we're their descendants, Remy mused. A lot to live up to. We're more like a happy accident. But I take your meaning, she nodded. That being said, I get the feeling Guardian's not exactly representative of his race. At least, not anymore. Remy came to a halt. What do you mean? Guardian and the other cognates were all chosen for their skills, she reminded him. Experts in their respective fields, one and all. The best of the very best, and let me tell you, that bar was set awfully high. Except the repository was created at the beginning of their history, not the end. She turned to face him. They were here for a long time, Remy. Ian's. What they evolved into. I get the impression they were something quite different from their distant ancestors, the ones who allowed themselves to be preserved within the repository. An uneasy feeling settled into the pit of his stomach. What exactly are you saying, Samara? That they became gods? No, of course not, she demurred. But from some things he's let slip, I suspect even he was having a hard time relating to what his species eventually became. Not gods, no, but something that could do a damn convincing impression of one. And we're about to break into their homeworld, Remy said quietly. Ever since we first learned about them, I've been worried about what would happen if we couldn't find it. And now, she prompted him, and now, I can't help but worry about what will happen if we do. He shook his head. Are we even ready for that kind of power? He wondered aloud. I don't think we have a choice, she told him. We're not only on the ragged edge, we're committed. What with this alliance you spoke of, and let's not forget about the Ichon. If we don't swing for the fences, despite the risks, then we are dead. The pair regarded one another. Then I guess we'd better be up to the challenge, he said at last. I guess we'd better, she agreed. If we don't do this now, there won't be another chance. One last throw of the dice, with humanity's fate hanging in the balance. No pressure, he said sourly. Come now, what would be the point if just anybody could play? She chuckled. Besides, I like our odds. You know what? He said after a moment. So do I, which only means I'm as crazy as you are. The two laughed, despite themselves, as they headed for the bridge. Chapter 24. Sink the Bismarck. It was a desolate region of space, they discovered, upon their arrival at the designated coordinates. Even as Remy ordered, all stop, Slavko and Zulin were already hard at work scanning the region for other vessels. They painstakingly examined every trace until they could rule it out as a potential threat, until finally, Slavko breathed a sigh of relief. All clear, Captain, he informed him. There's no one else within range. That's welcome news, Remy smiled as he activated the ship's intercom. All hands, this is the captain. We have arrived on station, and the scope is clear. We don't know how much time we have before the Troika wanders through this sector, so you are to begin your preparations for Cortez and commence shutdown of designated systems. That is all. As he shut off the intercom, Slavko turned in his seat. Why did you call the plan Cortez, Captain? He asked. I mean, what is a Cortez? Not what, who, he corrected. He was an ancient war leader back on Old Terra. When he arrived at his destination, the land he intended to conquer, he ordered his men to burn their ships. A calculating smile played across his lips. It was his message to them there would be no turning back. Yeah, I guess that fits, the gunner shrugged, as he began gearing up for the job ahead. Let me know when you're set up here, so we can start shifting our flag back to Gerfalcon, he ordered. I need to check in with the others and see where we stand. Aye aye, Captain, the pair echoed, as he exited the bridge. He spotted ISI hauling supplies to the airlock. Only a couple more loads, the purser apprised him. Good work, he commended, clapping him on the shoulder. When you're finished, check in with Mairead. She's got her hands full. Aye, Captain, he nodded, resuming the transfer as Remy made his way aft. Deeper into the bowels of the ship, he found Samara hard at work rigging the demo charges. Mairead's heart really hadn't been in it, and, perhaps unsurprisingly, it turned out the Protean had some skills in that area. Given her history with Wetworks, the never officially acknowledged, yet known by all organization of assassins, not to mention her bloody campaign of terror against the Troika, she was happy to volunteer. Maybe a little too happy, upon reflection. Neither Tyr nor Gerfalcon had much in the way of explosives, other than the grenades they used for boarding actions. Once upon a time, Terran Navy ships had come equipped with scuttling charges in case the worst happened, but after the destruction of Earth ships were far too precious to destroy on a whim. Any demolition charges they once carried had long since been removed and repurposed. Instead, they were forced to make do with the torpedoes. Removing the explosive charge from the torpedo casing was delicate but straightforward work, and within a couple of days, they had all the demolitions they needed. She was carrying a charge to one of the locations Mairead had pre-selected, the container resting easily on her shoulder as she lugged it down the corridor. She smiled and gave him a wave as he approached. Samara, those weigh 300 kilograms, he said carefully. Hefting the container on her shoulder, she somehow managed a shrug. Sounds about right, she agreed. Shaking his head, Remy forced himself to remember she wasn't the same woman he'd met on the mission to Earth, though this particular upgrade of hers was more than a little off-putting. I have to keep reminding myself you're always the most dangerous person in the room, he sighed. No easy feat, considering how much you try to blend in. I don't like to advertise, she grinned, setting down her load with a metallic clunk. Despite his best efforts, the Corsair still winced. You know I haven't inserted the detonators yet, right? She teased him. I realize that, but if you could show the explosives you're carrying just a bit more respect, it would be much appreciated, he scolded her. Spoil sport, she teased, sticking out her tongue. He managed another sigh. Samara, I don't know how you ran things in your terrorist cell, but we Corsairs have learned to treat things that go boom with caution. Our ships don't do very well if things inside them explode. Remy paused for a moment, then shook his head. Granted, we'll be doing that soon anyway, but my point still stands. Folding her arms across her chest, the Protean returned his gaze. Believe it or not, I am fully cognizant of the safety protocols regarding this sort of thing, she chided him. And besides, even if I wanted to drop a charge, Guardian would take over before I could relax my grip. So stop worrying. Sorry. Comes with the job description, he pointed out, though he smiled as he said it. How much longer, do you think? An hour or two to finish emplacing the charges, about twice that to rig the detonators, she informed him, pausing briefly while she inclined her head. Guardian agrees with my estimate, she said after a moment. You know, to lesser mortals, you'd come off as seriously disturbing, he observed. Ah, you say the sweetest things, she grinned. Now shove off, swabby. I've got work to do. Aye, ma'am, he told her, sketching a brief salute, before turning on his heel and heading for engineering. As he approached the compartment, Remy felt the familiar thrum of the power plant that reverberated through every bulkhead and deck plate. Throttling back, a necessary step prior to shutdown. The overhead lights dimmed as energy was reduced and redirected. Clear signs Mairead was already hard at work prepping the ship for its new role as a gunnery target. He found her bent over one of the consoles, monitoring the power output, her focus so intent she failed to notice his presence until he cleared his throat. Looking up with a start, she tucked an errant curl back behind her ear as she pulled up her checklist. I'll need at least another 20 minutes to finish shutting her down, she told him. I can't push it any faster than that. That's fine, he assured her. Where do we stand with the rest of it? I've isolated the plasma conduits as best I can, she shrugged. Hopefully, it'll be enough to prevent a cascade failure when we set off the fireworks. Remy raised an eyebrow. Hopefully. This isn't an exact science, she reminded him. No matter how careful I am with the calculations, there's gonna be some things I can't account for. You'll get my best effort, but there's always a chance shit could go sideways. I've always trusted your judgment, he told her. Your word's always been good enough for me, and if something goes wrong, we'll handle it. Somehow, he thought to himself. Oh, and I told ISI to come help you when he finishes the cargo transfer, he said, almost as an afterthought. I could use an extra pair of hands, she agreed. Any word from Samara about that extra something she's supposed to be throwing together? She's still working on the demo charges, Remy explained. I don't want to joggle her elbow until that's been completed. Fair enough, she nodded. Give me a couple more hours to finish taking the critical systems offline, and we should be good to go down here. When you're ready, meet us back on Gerfalcon, he reminded her. The sooner we get this done, the happier I'll be. Mairead looked over the engineering compartment and grimaced. It just feels like sacrilege, she said unhappily. Tyr's a damn legend amongst the clans, and after finally finding it after all these years, we blow it up. She shook her head in disgust. It's just wrong, like going to some holy temple and pissing on the altar. The captain tried not to roll his eyes. You've spent too much time around Maggie, he accused her, before gracing her with a gentle smile. I get it, Mairead, but this is important. Maybe the most important thing mankind has ever done. I know, she sighed. Just sticks in my craw is all. When we get to New Terra, I'll make sure you get the finest ship we can build, he promised her. Until then, don't let me interrupt you. She gave him a weary nod as he exited the compartment, going back to her checklist as he headed for the airlock. Arriving on Gerfalcon's bridge minutes later, the ship was in standby mode, its engines almost cold. One learned early on not to waste energy, or anything else, for that matter. Taking his seat and activating the monitor, he pulled up the engineering subroutines and initiated startup procedures, warming up the power plant. The computer supervised the operation automatically, and with Maraid's hands already full, it was one task he could take care of himself. While that was being dealt with, he turned his attention to the bridge stations, bringing each of them online as well, taking a moment to run yet another sensor sweep of the area. The scope was still clear, thank Mother Terra, but there were no guarantees it would stay that way. The sooner they finished this and hid Gerfalcon somewhere safe, the happier he'd be. Zulin and Slavko both appeared on the bridge, giving him a nod as they took their seats. "Do we have any idea about the volume of traffic between Ariat and New Terra?" he asked his pilot. "How much time do we have before someone comes heading this way?" "There's no way to say for certain. From what I can tell, traffic is sporadic between those two systems, but exactly how infrequent is a mystery, I'm afraid," Zulin replied, as she took over for Remy and started bringing the secondary systems online. "And Fata Morgana?" he pressed her. "What's the story there?" "We've been working to modify it," she informed him. "They originally designed it to fire as a pulse, like we did when Freya was attacked, but what we've come up with is a way to operate it at a much lower setting, emitting a steady stream of electromagnetic radiation. As long as the Troika doesn't look too hard in our direction, it should hopefully mask our signature." "And if they take a harder look at us?" he asked her. "Then we're screwed," she sighed. "We're pulling out everything but the kitchen sink here, Captain, but you have to know the Troika has better and more advanced tech than we do. All I can say is that it's the best option we've got." "That's all I can ask," he nodded, before turning his attention to Slavko. "So walk me through it," the captain ordered. "What's the plan to make Tyr look enticing to the Troika?" "I've been going back and forth on whether to kick things off with the torpedoes or the demo charges," the gunner explained. "There are pros and cons both ways, but I finally decided to start with the explosives already on board." "What's your reasoning?" Remy asked him. "Mostly I'm concerned if we start with the torpedoes, there's a chance it could interfere with setting the charges off remotely. If that happens, it means going back aboard and tracking down the problem on a ship that's likely already leaking atmosphere and plasma, surrounded by a couple tons of finicky explosives just waiting to blow." He shuddered and shook his head. "Hard pass on that one. I'll remote fire them first, then switch to the torps. Safer all around." "I couldn't agree more," the captain said in approval. Slavko was right. Doing it the other way was too great a risk. "Now, what about the railguns?" "I don't think we should use those," he protested, mainly because the Ichun don't mount them. "If you want to preserve the illusion they attacked Tyr, then I gotta vote no." "Fair enough," Remy agreed, settling back in his chair. "We have a couple hours before the others finish up, so I suggest we use that time to double-check everything. When we clear hard dock, I want this thing to go down fast and clean. Questions?" The other two shook their heads. "Then let's get to work." The others eventually returned to the ship, one by one, until all 6 of them were in position and buckled in. ISI and Samara had both joined them on the bridge, though Maraid had politely declined. "Everyone accounted for. The ship is sealed and hot," Remy observed, checking his display. "Zulin, take us out." "Aye aye, Captain," she confirmed, flipping the switch that released the docking clamps. Detaching seal, "We are clear of hard dock," she informed them. "Thrusters are online," she continued, a slight jolt nudging them away from Tyr. Zulin gradually increased power, taking them further and further from the old battleship until they were finally at the selected coordinates. Remy tapped the intercom. "Last chance to join us, Maraid," he told the Tinker. "I'll pass," she answered. "I'm sorry, but I just can't watch that." She clicked off without another word. Shaking his head, he gave his gunner the nod. "All right, it's your show, Slavko." "Aye, Captain," he swallowed, taking a deep breath before sending the signal to Tyr. The results were immediate. Remy spotted half a dozen explosions at least, rippling up and down the old girl, blowing out hull panels, and destroying one of the railgun emplacements in a series of silent flashes. Bright magenta jets of plasma arced out into space, mixing with the escaping atmosphere and slowly expanding debris field as Tyr buckled under the strain. "How are we looking?" Remy asked. Slavko checked his display. "We're still good, Captain," he answered. "That's about what we expected." "Told you." Samara purred beside him. He shot her a look, then refocused his attention on the job at hand. Phase 2, he ordered. "Aye, Captain, bringing torpedo launchers online now," the gunner confirmed. Firing. Gerfalcon spat out a full spread of missiles, each pre-programmed for a specific target. Tyr lay defenseless before them, and a part of him couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt for what they were doing to the old girl. She deserved better, especially after all these years. But weighed against what Threshold offered, and considering just how great their need truly was, there was simply no other choice. The torpedoes flew straight and true, impacting the hull in another string of explosions, bright flashes detonating in the black, and now Tyr was listing hard. Maybe she could still maneuver, but there was an equally good chance she'd need months of work before ever flying again. Like most humans, Remy gave at least token reverence to Mother Terra, the faith that had sprung up after Earth's destruction, but truth be told, he'd never held much in the way of faith, with one exception. When faced with a situation that was out of one's control, one that held out the possibilities of life and death, many found coping mechanisms in order to deal with the existential fear. Superstition, many called it, and that was true enough. But if it helped you sleep better and didn't hurt anybody, who cared? Everyone had one, whether or not they admitted it, and most were relatively harmless. A token, a ritual, something to focus on when the fates wove and spun and cut their threads. For him, it was an ancient titan known as Asteria, the goddess of falling stars. Something about the image spoke to him that their ancient ancestors would worship a deity of meteors, hunks of rock and iron that roared with flame as they entered the planet's atmosphere, flaring bright and then disappearing forever. Perhaps it was the transience of it, some twisted parallel with the fate of Terra's surviving children. Was it possible that destiny had preserved the old battleship for just this moment, knowing how important her part would be? Kept in a special hiding place, marked with a tag that says, "Do not open until saving humanity"? Perhaps he and Tyr had that in common. Better to burn out than just fade away. Chapter 25. All that glitters is definitely not gold. Captain Haddad waited until the debris field had partially dissipated before moving on to the next phase of the plan. "Tuck us in port side aft, just forward of the engines," he ordered. "Thrusters only. I don't want to leave a trail while we're adjusting our position." "Aye aye, Captain," Zuelin acknowledged, bringing the thrusters to life as she adeptly maneuvered Gerfalcon to its new position. By the time she shut them down, they were close enough to Tyr's hull they could practically reach out and touch it, the much larger ship giving them more than adequate cover. "Slavko, bring Morgana online," Remy ordered, moving on to the next item on the checklist. "Aye aye, Captain," the gunner responded, activating the same device that had saved them from the Agatadub fleet during their attack on Freya. "Fata Morgana is up and running, and we've extended the field to cover the Gerfalcon's energy signature." "Excellent work," he said in approval, before thumbing the intercom switch. "We're all set up here, Mairead," he informed the engineer. "Take us down to minimal levels, but be ready to bring us back up to full power when our target arrives on station." "Roger that," the Tinker replied, even as they could sense the power dimming across the board, with secondary and tertiary systems being cut down to practically nothing or shut off completely. The captain leaned back in his chair and shrugged. "And now we wait," he told them. "This could take a while. So I'm setting up a rotation for the bridge and engineering. Zuelin and Slavko, the three of us will take 8-hour shifts here, while ISI and Samara will do the same alongside Mairead down in engineering." He glanced over at the Protean. "I take it that won't be a problem?" he asked her. "No problem," she assured him. "In fact, I have a cognate for that. Mossad Dilash. I'll have Guardian get him warmed up in the bullpen. If the Troika show up during your shift, your first move should be to wake her up." Despite having precursor engineers on tap, Remy warned her. "No issues on my end," ISI agreed. "I've backed her up before, though Mairead won't like us minding her shop. You know how she gets. If she has an issue, send her to me," he told them. "It could be weeks before we see another ship out here. So unless she's prepared to stay alert for a few hundred hours, she'll do the smart thing." After a fair amount of grumbling, "I'm sure," he sighed. "Until then, Zuelin, you have the first watch," he ordered. "Wake Slavko in 8, and so on." "Questions?" Everyone shook their heads. "Then I suggest those not on alert get some rest. This could take a while." He rose from his seat as the others followed suit, with Zulin settling in and making herself comfortable for the shift ahead. As Remy headed for his quarters, he was unsurprised to discover Samara at his side. "Something on your mind?" he asked her. "Guardian and I have been discussing Yuri Chun's signature camouflage," she informed him. "He's been digging into the original schematics and thinks he can come up with something that'll work." "Glad to hear it," he nodded. "So, what's the problem?" "Not a problem, exactly, but it's going to take time and materials to construct. I figured since I'd be down in engineering anyway." She left the rest of that thought hanging. Remy sighed once again. "And you want me to clear things with Mairead, so she doesn't go apeshit," he guessed. "Better she hears it from you," Samara agreed. "I mean, I'll handle it, but don't blame me if she ends up with something broken before she calms down." "I'll make the call," he told her, holding up his hands in a placating gesture. "She won't be happy about it no matter what I say, but I can at least soften the blow." "Fair enough," she smiled. "Thank you." "You're welcome," he answered, raising his eyebrow as she continued to keep pace with him. "Something else you wanted to discuss?" "Not discuss, exactly," she purred, weaving her arm through his. Remy came to a halt, extricating himself from her grasp. "I thought I'd made myself clear," he said firmly. "I'm not making that mistake again." "Come on," she urged. "We're both adults here, with time on our hands. Why not spend it doing something pleasurable?" Her eyes sparkled with feline deviltry, an enticing smile playing at her lips. "Because it's never just about pleasure with you, Samara," he fired back. "You always have some ulterior motive in mind. Last time was to keep me placated. So what is it this time? What is it you don't want me to see?" He glared at the Protean, daring her to disagree. Samara rolled her eyes. "I swear, you have to be one of the most paranoid individuals I've ever met," she said theatrically. "Can a person simply be lonely? Just want to rekindle an old flame? Does that make me a terrible person?" "Let's not go there," Remy cautioned. "We both have more than enough skeletons in our respective closets." "Well, look at you, Mr. High and Mighty," she sneered. "When did the pirate become a damn Puritan?" "I'm no Puritan," he snorted. "Just a little warier is all. Besides, with all those alien revenants riding shotgun inside your skull, it's a little crowded for my taste." "Fine," she snapped. "If that's how you feel, then I won't trouble you any longer." She turned on her heel and stormed off, heading for her own quarters. "Samara? Samara!" he called after her without response before groaning and shaking his head. "You could have handled that better," he muttered, trudging back to his own stateroom. The days passed slowly. Mairead was unhappy regarding having assistance thrust upon her, as well as Samara's little side project, as expected, but Remy finally calmed her ruffled feathers. As time dragged on with no sign of the Troika, nerves began to fray, much as they had during the mission to Earth. The crew stayed out of each other's way as much as possible. The ship seemed much smaller and more cramped after exploring Tyr's massive compartments. A week went by, too. Fatigue became a factor as the constant rotation continued, setting their already jangled nerves even further on edge. Samara studiously avoided the captain unless it was absolutely necessary, a fact observed by all but commented on by none. Mairead grew increasingly prickly having her domain invaded, though Samara effortlessly rebuffed the Tinker's efforts to drive her off, like a duck shedding water. As the third week began, growing concern forced Remy to check in with the purser regarding supplies, food, and fuel especially. They were using practically none of the latter, but he'd been certain they would have spotted something by now. ISI assured him they had plenty of provisions on stock, enough to remain on station for another 2 months at a minimum, longer, if they started rationing. His concerns assuaged, he fell back into the routine of watching the clock slowly tick onward, as boredom and ennui took their toll. 4 days later, something registered on the detection grid. "Captain, Captain," Slavko shouted over the intercom, rousing Remy from an unrestful slumber. He staggered awake, wiping his eyes as he reached for the call button. "What is it?" he mumbled, flipping on the lights as he sat up. "I got something on sensors," the gunner informed him. "Still a ways out, but it looks like a Troika vessel." Remy was instantly awake. "ETA?" he demanded. "Assuming he doesn't change course?" Slavko double-checked his readings. In just under 2 hours, he'll pass within 20,000 kilometers, unless he spots us. If that happens, I'd expect him somewhat sooner. Right? He nodded, pulling on his boots. Wake everyone up and get them ready. I'll be on the bridge in 3 minutes. With that, he cut the circuit, rushing out of his stateroom and into the corridor, arriving on the bridge 45 seconds early as he threw himself into his seat. Talk to me, he barked, just as Zulin dashed past him and took her position at the pilot's console. Troika vessel is holding steady on course. ETA is unchanged, Slavko reported. Still too far out to get a better ID, at least not without raising power levels for a return pulse. Belay that, he ordered. We don't want to spook them. Assessing the tactical situation, he thumbed the intercom. Maraid. Status report, he ordered. Her response came back immediately. Same as it's been for 3 weeks now, she drawled. We're on minimum power, and Fata Morgana is still masking us. Near as I can tell, he did some rough calculations in his head. All right, in 38 minutes, I want you to trigger the Freya transponder code, but keep the signal low-powered and intermittent. Let them think it's a damaged short circuit. Can you do that? Piece of cake, she agreed. Okay then, he continued, assuming they take the bait. Give it, 24 more minutes, then bring up Samara's Ichun decoy. Slowly, let them think it's proximity that's causing the signal boost. Zulin, send a sensor feed down to engineering for her to monitor. He ordered the pilot, interrupting his instructions to the tinker. She made a couple of adjustments on her console. Done, she informed him. Got it, Maraid confirmed a moment later. Okay, I assume Samara is down there by now? Yeah, she's here, the tinker responded, her tone suddenly wintry. Have her verify the decoy is ready to go. Then send her up here, Remy ordered. And have ISI throw something together we can eat while at our stations. Might be the last hot meal we get for a while. I'll let him know, she answered. Maraid, clear. With that, she cut the circuit. Remy leaned back in his chair. And now, we wait, he said with an air of informality. Samara appeared on the bridge a few minutes later. You wanted to see me? She asked him, far more casually than recent events would normally warrant. He turned to face her. How do you want to play this? Remy asked the Protean. That depends how overconfident they're feeling, she answered. If they actually dock with Tyr, I'll go in through the airlock and neutralize the Troika ship, then mop up the search party at my leisure. If they send a shuttle instead, then I'd prefer to wait and hitch a ride back with them, but unfortunately, that's not a viable option. Too great a chance of them spotting Gerfalcon, he guessed. Exactly, she agreed. If they play it that way, our best chance is for me to take out the search party as quickly as possible, then pilot it back to the ship myself, and hope they don't realize it's now under new management, at least until it's too late to stop me. He drummed his fingers on the armrest. Dicey, he said. Very, she confirmed. But what other choice is there? Remy pondered the question, then shook his head. Nothing that comes to mind. You want some backup? He offered. Slavko, ISI, and I can cover your 6. For the first time in days, Samara smiled. Thanks, but you just slow me down, she chuckled. I'm faster alone. He nodded at that, accepting her judgment. I wish there was some way we could force them to dock, he mused. It would simplify things on our end. We'd have to tempt them with something, she shrugged. Something they want so badly, they'll throw caution to the wind and bore straight in. Something like. Samara froze as an idea struck her. Can you do it? She asked suddenly. Can I do what? Remy responded. She threw a scowl at him. Wasn't talking to you, she snapped, her conversation going subvocal as she hashed something out with Guardian. Or perhaps one of the others. At least that was Remy's guess, being on the outside looking in. Finally, she turned her attention back to him. Okay, we have an idea, Samara informed him. It's a little tricky, not to mention a little risky. But if it works, it should give us what we want. Which is? He inquired. She grinned fiercely at him. A cocky and careless Troika ship docking directly with Tyr, eager to claim the prize. What prize? He demanded, growing exasperated. Why, the repository, of course, she chuckled. Remy gave out a low whistle. That's some serious bait, he told her. You weren't kidding about the risky part. He turned the idea over in his head, and in theory, it sounded plausible, but there were potential problems he could see as well. Does the repository give off some sort of signal they can track? He asked her. Not normally, no, but there's a way to bring it to their attention, she explained. If I hit it with an antineutrino burst, it should show up on their sensors. Let me guess, you want to take it back to Tyr and use her engines for the burst? He predicted. That's the plan, she agreed. I lure them in, just as we planned, hang out of sight near the airlock, wait for the search party to pass by, slip into the ship and secure it, then finish the survivors, she calmly explained. Unless you'd like me to keep one or two alive for interrogation, Samara said as an afterthought. I leave that to your discretion, Remy demurred. No sense in complicating things more than they already were. Samara, are you sure about this? He asked carefully. Because there's not a lot of wiggle room here if things go south. If they really go bad, you could end up handing them the repository. I know you don't want that. You're right, I don't, she agreed. In fact, I've already come closer to that than I care to think about. But given the situation, the planning we've done, and the snare we've set out, I think it's worth the risk. Part of him wanted to disagree, but Samara was right. They'd come too far to back out now. All right, we'll do it your way, he agreed. What do you need from us? I'm tempted to say nothing, but given how many variables we're currently juggling, her voice trailed off as she considered her options. I think I'll take you up on that offer for backup. Might not need it, in fact, I'm pretty sure I won't. But if I do, I'll need it in a big damn hurry. You'll have it, Remy vowed, rising to his feet. Slavko, find ISI, and then report to the arms locker, he ordered. Time to gear up. Chapter 26, Best Laid Plans. By the time Samara joined the others, the three men were donning suits and checking their weapons. Opening the spare locker where they'd stored her gear and setting down the repository she carried tucked under her arm, the Protean spent several long moments regarding her own suit. Need some privacy? Remy asked. Seems a bit out of character. She ignored the innuendo. Just debating whether to wear it, she shrugged. You know there's no air over there, right? Slavko said, incredulous at the very notion. Samara turned and gave him a dismissive glance. After seeing my condition when I arrived, do you really need to ask me that? I've survived much worse, I assure you. The gunner held up his hands in surrender and backed off, while Remy cocked his head toward the suit. Put it on, he suggested. It's an extra layer of protection, and it might buy you a few minutes if the worst happens. I don't see how it can hurt. The Protean considered that for a second, and then started peeling off her clothing. I guess that makes sense, she said at last, though it could get in the way if I need to shift. Not for long, granted, depending on the form I take, but it's a concern. ISI just shook his head. I'll say this, you've got unique problems, he told her, earning him a throaty chuckle in return. My dear, you have no idea, she laughed, as she started pulling on her suit. When Mairead appeared in their midst, a thick coil of looped cable slung over her shoulder. Here, she told the captain, removing the wire loop and thrusting it into his hands. 300 meters of fiber optical cable, as requested. Plug it into the intercom next to the airlock on both ships, and we should be able to keep up comms without the Troika listening in. Excellent, he said in approval, setting the bundle down as he finished prepping. Anything else I should know about? Yeah, avoid any demo charges that didn't go off completely, she warned. There's no way to tell from here if they blew like they were supposed to, and if any didn't, stay the fuck away from them. Good advice, he agreed, the others nodding along with him. I'm counting on you and Zulin to take care of Gerfalcon while we're gone and watch our backs. Don't let me down. We won't, she promised, touching him and the other men briefly on the shoulders before departing in haste, though she turned up her nose at Samara as she strode past her. The Protean seemed to find the display amusing, but then she usually did. Need some hardware? Remy asked Samara, gesturing towards the arms locker. Viewing the cabinet with a practiced eye, she reached in and selected a pair of matched autoloaders, giving each a quick function check as she tested their action. The pistols broke crisply and cleanly, the triggers taut and without obvious wear. Nice, she said in approval, before assembling a two-gun tactical drop-leg rig and fitting it over her suit, cinching it down tight. She gave the pistols a simultaneous twirl, showing off, before ramming them home, and then reached in and removed a large fighting knife with a jaggedly notched back. Removing it from the sheath, she balanced the point on the tip of her finger, checking its weight, before replacing it in its scabbard and strapping it down over her breast. Remy watched the display with interest, earning him a wink. "Sometimes I enjoy having a stealth option," she explained. "Say no more," he shrugged. If there'd been any lingering doubts regarding her previous line of work, and for the record, there hadn't been, that little display would have quickly answered them. The skill, professionalism, and economy of movement as she geared up, despite the flourish at the end, practically screamed cold-blooded assassin. Strapping on his own weapons of choice, Remy performed a final functions check of the crew's suits as they donned their helmets. In turn, ISI checked his gear before the captain moved on to Samara. She gracefully allowed him to make a couple of minor adjustments before he was satisfied, as they took up their helmets and secured them in place. Moving to the airlock, he gave them a final once-over. "Last chance to grab something," he reminded them, securing the fiber-optic cable to his harness. "Once we're outside, stay off comms unless it's an emergency. Don't underestimate the Troika's ability to pick up radio chatter." "Understood," Slavko answered for the others, earning him a nod as he opened the hatch, while Samara gave him a thumbs up. Stepping inside, he sealed the compartment, cycling the atmosphere as he slowly pumped out the air, leaving them in vacuum. As the light turned green, Remy opened the exterior hatch, pulling himself out onto the ship's hull as he connected the cable. Once it was secure, ISI linked to his harness and began towing him across the chasm between the two ships, freeing up his hands so he could play out the line. They took their time, ensuring the cable didn't snag or twist, the three Corsairs moving as a unit while Samara swam beside them with practiced ease. Carefully braking as they approached Tyr, Remy felt the purser's booted feet land on the hull, bringing them both to a halt before he detached. He took the free end of the cable and made the last connection, securing the excess line on the hull as Slavko cycled the airlock, allowing them entrance. As expected, Tyr no longer possessed an internal atmosphere, making the process somewhat moot. But on the off chance there were still pockets of oxygen, it seemed the safer choice. As the inner hatch opened, the captain tapped into the comm system. "Tyr to Gerfalcon. Do you read me?" he queried, testing the circuit. "Loud and clear," Zulin replied. "Any problems?" "Not yet," he responded. "Any updates on our friends?" "Computer decided we're looking at an Iliac ship, possibly a frigate or destroyer. It's still crunching the numbers," she reported. He considered their options while he digested the news. It wasn't as bad as he'd feared, but it still wasn't great. "What are the crew complements?" he asked the pilot. "If it's a frigate, about 60. If it's a destroyer, it could be 3 times that," she answered as he tried not to wince. "All right, keep monitoring the situation. We'll call when we can. Good luck," he told her. "You too, 8, she said softly before signing off. Samara was already watching him closely as he approached, touching his helmet to hers. "Sui says it's a LEX, either a frigate or a destroyer. You're looking at 50 to almost 200 enemies, depending," he shouted to make himself heard. "No problem," she shouted back, her voice muffled through the helmet's polycarbonate face shield. 200 is no problem," he said in disbelief. "Samara, I know you're good, but—" "I said it's no problem," she fired back, interrupting him. "I've done this before. Trust me." And there it was. Oddly enough, this was perhaps the one area where he did implicitly trust her, if by trust, one meant being secure in the knowledge she was more than capable of committing extreme acts of violence and mayhem. Still 200. She stood there, watching him. And of course, they were fully committed, and there was no turning back. "Where do you want us?" he asked her since there was nothing else to be said. Glancing around the corridor, she took a moment to assess the tactical situation, likely in consultation with Guardian or one of the other personalities. In fact, he'd noticed a slight head tilt whenever she was speaking to them, and he was certain he spotted it now. Finally, she pointed to the left. "I'm headed for engineering, and once I trigger the antineutrino pulse, it should send the search party my way. You should set up in the opposite direction, somewhere out of sight. I think there are a couple of storerooms down that way which would work." He nodded in agreement as he realized her plan, giving her a thumbs up. She smiled and then scurried off, the repository still clutched under her arm, as he grabbed the other men. silently indicating where he wanted them to take refuge, far from Samara's location. The three of them made their way into a storage room, piling up a few crates for better concealment before sitting down to wait, as Remy checked his chronometer. 49 minutes and counting. Samara wasted no time getting to engineering. The clock was already ticking, though thankfully the preparations she needed to activate her lure would not take long. The engine compartment was much like they'd left it. Unlike other areas of the ship they'd intentionally damaged, leaving this space mostly intact seemed the smart play. If worst came to worst, they might need to reactivate Tyr, and that wouldn't be possible if engineering was shattered beyond repair. Out here, that could be a fatal mistake. Well, fatal for the others, at least. Her not so much. Guardian, Telmas had its time. She informed the cognate. "We've got work to do." "He is standing by," Guardian replied. "Initiating transfer now." And just like that, Samara was no longer in control. Her entire demeanor changed, her posture, her mannerisms. Had anyone been watching, it would have been immediately obvious to them that something was now very different about her. Artificer First Grade Mashadillash took a moment to orient himself before moving to one of the nearby power couplings, inspecting the device to ensure the energy flow had been properly interrupted before moving forward. Satisfied, he began disconnecting the armored conduit, a job that normally required specialized tools, but given Samara's increased physical abilities, it was a simple enough matter to do it by hand. Once it was disconnected, he carefully braced the bare end to prevent it from moving, carefully placing the repository before it and inspecting his work. All was in readiness. Samara silently observed his labors, refraining from commentary. It wasn't her area of expertise, and if one of the cognates had ever made a mistake, she'd yet to see it. It was almost terrifying how incredibly skilled they were at their assigned roles, an ability that seemed to border on the preternatural, that earned an inward chuckle, given how other Terrans perceived her. By either nature or design, the cognates operated on a higher level and did so effortlessly. It was a rare human indeed that could match their skill, fewer still that could manage it consistently. It was humbling to watch. Pity Azrael never saw this, she mused. Now that was someone who needed to learn some humility. She shoved that thought out of her head as Mashad ambulated her body over to a nearby console, making a series of adjustments. The equipment hummed to life, earning more scrutiny from the cognate as he further calibrated the device's output before finally closing the circuit, sending a stream of particles directly into the repository's exterior casing. There was no observable difference she could see, but Guardian had explained to her it would create a resonance detectable by Troika sensors. That suited her just fine, as a wintry smile played around her lips. "Captain, we got something," Zulin suddenly announced in his ear, jolting his head up. "Talk to me," Remy growled. He'd plugged into the comm system once they'd found their hiding spot but had maintained radio silence. Best way to avoid being overheard was simply not say anything. "Looks like that ship spotted something. They've just changed course," the pilot reported. "They're making a beeline for Tyr as we speak. ETA, 21 minutes. "Understood," he replied. "Keep me posted if anything changes." "Copy," she answered, before going silent once more. Getting the other men's attention, he gave them a thumbs up followed by 2 fingers and a circle, bringing them both up to speed. Soon, his mind whispered as he checked his weapons. Samara left the repository behind in engineering while she made her way back to the airlock. While she preferred to keep the relic close at hand, it wasn't actually necessary. Apparently, they were connected by some form of quantum entanglement, but when Guardian had attempted to explain how it operated, it soon became apparent the math was beyond her. That was fine with her. As long as it worked, she didn't particularly care how it worked. Leaving it behind meant the lure remained active, drawing in the Troika search party while she slipped in behind them and dealt with the ones who remained behind. She had every confidence Remy and his crew could handle the mopping up aboard Tyr. And if not, well, c'est la vie. "Captain," Zulin whispered, "Eliak's ship is docking with Tyr. Computer confirmed it's a frigate. No sign we've been spotted. Stay vigilant and be ready," he ordered, giving Slavko and ISI the winded up signal as all 3 men trained their weapons on the hatch. The team the Troika sent in for the repository would hit hard and fast, he reasoned, trusting their superior technology and secure in the knowledge no one would dare stand against them, especially when they discovered Tyr had been abandoned. So, Figure 5 minutes to dock and transfer over, another 5 to locate engineering. Remy held up 5 fingers, then 2, before pointing at the hatch. Both men nodded in receipt of his orders. In 7 minutes, they'd secure the airlock, cutting off the search team's escape, while Samara handled the crew still aboard the ship. "You're cutting it awful close," Remy admonished himself, the adrenaline surge roaring within his veins. From her concealed perch, Samara spotted the airlock hatch cycling open as a squad of 8 LEX crew members emerged one by one, entering the Terran ship, their weapons at the ready. They fanned out to cover the corridors while the last member of the group, an officer, by the looks of it, followed behind, consulting a handheld tracking device. After a moment, the commander pointed towards engineering, the squad folding in around him as they obeyed, scurrying off towards the repository. Perfect. She gave them 2 minutes to clear the area before emerging from her hiding spot, bounding to the airlock as she activated the hatch. Drawing her pistols and charging them, she braced at the inner hatch as she sub-vocalized a command. "Churter, old buddy now." An icy stillness filled her as the hatch slid open, sighting in on the nearest crewman as it gazed up at her in shock. Milliseconds before a hole appeared in its skull as she rushed past. Remy rose to his feet as the others moved with him, slipping out of the storage room as they made for the airlock. Assuming things had gone off as planned, Samara should already be inside the LEX vessel wreaking havoc. All they had to do was take a position and await the ones still aboard Tyr. A few minutes of butchery, and the prize would be theirs, assuming everything went according to plan. And if it didn't, then things would get interesting. Chapter 27. La Belle Dame sans merci. It didn't matter how many times one of the cognates took over the reins. It was still a sensation Samara had never grown used to. While Churter Hosk dispatched the LEX crew with brutal efficiency, she was a prisoner within her own body, unable to make it respond to even the most basic commands. She couldn't even draw in a breath of her own volition, and that was damn unnerving. It didn't matter that the precursor controlling her anatomy was also ensuring she was well oxygenated. It still felt like she was drowning. Every single time they took over, it was as if she had been buried alive. The fact she just spent the better part of 2 years experiencing something very similar to that for Royal didn't help one bit. So once again she rode as a mere passenger within her own body, while Churter Hosk went about his grisly work. The first LEX was dead before realizing what had happened. The second and third were much the same. By then she was through the airlock and into the ship proper, and still, the alarm had not been raised. There hadn't been time. Less than 2 seconds had elapsed since the first enemy dropped. The crew didn't yet realize there was an enemy on board, a lapse the cognate had both planned for and was taking full advantage of. That was how he always operated, swiftly and silently, like whispering death. If it weren't for their overwhelming sense of decency, Guardian and his ilk would flat out terrify her. Another pair of insectoid aliens appeared as she entered the main corridor, both of them dying before they realized they were no longer alone even as she flew past them, pressing onward towards the bridge. If the ship got the word out that they were under attack, that was it. All their plans would be for nothing. Even neutralizing the bridge wasn't foolproof. It would still be possible to get a message out from elsewhere in the ship. But without orders, the other crew members would hesitate, and that was time Samara and Churter Hosk could put to good use. The passageway branched, as Hosk automatically chose left without slowing. Another face appeared. Another LEX died, and now they were starting to react. Samara could hear the sounds of raised voices, of frantic questions being asked, as she urged the cognate to move faster. Around the corner, a handful of the enemy appeared before them, reacting in surprised panic. One even reached for a weapon, though he never touched it. Hosk gunned them all down in a pair of heartbeats as they breached the final hatch, as Samara stood on the bridge. Half a dozen officers turned to face her, the captain rising from his chair as he reached to trigger what she suspected was the rappel boarder's klaxon. He never got the chance. Taking down the ship's highest-ranking officer had always been a priority, of course, and as they entered the compartment, Hosk designated him as the primary target, removing him from the equation a split second later before moving on to the others. A whirlwind swept through the bridge as his guns reaped their souls, only for his weapons to run dry as they centered on the last survivor. Hosk tossed a pistol into the air as he yanked his knife free, hurling it at the crewman's chest. The LEX officer was jerked off his feet and thrown against the far bulkhead with force, propelled by the heavy combat blade now protruding from its thorax, pinning him there before he slowly slid down to the deck, gurgling his final breath. Hosk caught the tossed weapon and quickly reloaded before stepping over to the dying crewman. Ripping the knife free and resheathing it, he put a round through its head, ending its struggles. Head for engineering, Samara urged, even as the cognate responded with an amused mental projection of his own. Yes, I know, he thought wryly, his weapons at the ready as he charged back into the fray. Remy and the others waited while the LEX crew searched here for the precursor relic. Knowing Samara, she'd have made it easy for them, leaving it someplace obvious for them to find. So, figure 4 minutes to get to engineering, 1 or 2 to secure the repository, and another 3 at least to return to their ship. Call it 9 minutes total 10, if he allowed them some leeway. They wouldn't want to tarry here, not the Troika, and their inexhaustible supply of hubris and ego wouldn't allow them to even consider why their prize had been so easy to locate. A Terran would have been instantly suspicious, having taken to heart long ago the lesson that the universe was capricious, and anything that seemed too good to be true almost always was. On the other hand, the Troika would simply accept it as their due, secure in the belief that the universe bent to their will, and not the other way around. You'd think the events of the past couple of years would have taught them otherwise, but that kind of arrogance took time to overcome, time he prayed the Troika no longer had. Checking the HUD display in his helmet and doing some quick calculations, Remy estimated they had about 4 minutes left until the search party's reemergence, give or take. Tapping the helmets of the other 2 men, he held up 4 fingers, with Slavko and ISI both nodding in return. They understood and were ready, and of course, he'd expected nothing less. This wasn't their first dance, not by a long shot, except that the stakes were so much higher this time. The plan had to work. It had to. Humanity had gambled everything they had to give their race a chance, leveraging their meager position in the universe into something that actually held a prospect of success. The Alliance was holding together and standing firm against both the Ichun and the Troika, but it was no guarantee. Against one enemy it was a crapshoot, but against 2? Defeating them both would take no less than a miracle. Another glance at his chronometer, and then Remy raised his beam pistol, pointing it at the corridor up ahead. Any minute now, his subgun sat beside him, charged and ready, even as the others primed their own heavier weapons. He wanted to catch them out in the open, clear of any cover or places to hide, then shatter them in the first volley. If they do that, they had a chance. If they couldn't, Remy froze as he spotted movement coming from the direction of engineering. Just as he'd suspected, the LEX were hurrying back to the ship, though they were at least paying careful attention to their surroundings. Unfortunately, they were at least attempting to maintain a good tactical formation, but as the officer emerged clutching the repository, it was obvious the exhilaration of locating a precursor relic was making them act rashly. They were bunched together, hurrying back towards the airlock, eager to secure their prize. Their excitement was about to be their undoing. The beam weapon fired, striking the lead crewman square in the chest and flinging him backward, while Slavko and ISI hosed down the others with a steady stream of buckshot and plasma. They barely had time to react, surprised as they were, though 1 or 2 managed to draw weapons and return fire. Their shots went wide, missing the trio completely, as the Corsairs shifted their fire and took them both down within seconds. The officer turned and ran, desperate to escape, but Remy snatched up his subgun and stitched a line of perforations up their torso, the last round shattering the back of the alien commander's helmet. He dropped like a stone, twitched once, and lay still, the repository landing by his side. It was all over in less than a minute. Come on, he told the other 2, breaking radio silence. Samara might need backup. He rose to his feet and secured his weapons, heading for the airlock. What about that? Slavko asked, pointing at the repository. Remy snorted. It's not going anywhere, he sneered, as the 3 men headed for the LEX vessel. As they entered the ship, they were greeted by an alien corpse, a single bullet hole in the center of its exoskeletal forehead, right smack between its bulbous compound eyes. Well, finding her shouldn't be difficult, ISI observed. Just follow the bodies. She's a lot of things, Remy agreed, but subtle isn't one of them. Moving deeper into the ship, They soon stumbled across other dead crewmen, each one as efficiently executed as the first. Minutes later, they found themselves on the bridge, taking only a moment to ensure the Protean had cleaned house before backing out the way they'd come and picking up the bloody trail once more. It only took the captain a moment to realize where she'd headed next, though as they made their way towards engineering, it soon became clear they had forced her to make a few detours along the way, apparently in response to counterattacks from the crew. If so, they hadn't coordinated their efforts very well, though Remy doubted it would have made a difference in the end. With the abilities granted her by both the Protean clan, not to mention the precursors, she was, for all intents and purposes, unstoppable. Gaining access to the engineering compartment proved to be a challenge. A dozen bodies or more choked the hatchway, blocking it open, forcing them to take a few minutes clearing them out of the way before they could enter. They'd fought a pitched battle in this space, defending it to the last, but in the end, they were simply outclassed. The sound of something falling to the deck whipped them around, their weapons at the ready, only for Remy to call out, "Hold your fire," as he spotted Samara slumped against a console, her helmet off and wobbling nearby. Blood streaked her face and suit, her faceplate shattered, and as he knelt beside her, he could see she suffered from numerous injuries, any of which might be fatal. She lifted her head and smiled at him as blood dribbled out of her mouth. "Just give me a minute," she gasped with a liquid-sounding wheeze. "Guardians on the job?" "Samara, we need to get you back to the ship," he said carefully, though truth be told, he wasn't sure what they could do for her. Unlike the last time they were on a mission together, no knights were on the passenger manifest. There was an ugly wound in particular that had his full attention, a hole the size of his fist in her ribcage near her heart. How she'd survived this long. "Holy Mother Terra," Slavko whispered, making signs to ward off the evil eye as he slowly backed away. Remy turned to snarl at him, only to freeze in shock when he spotted what had spooked the gunner. Even as they watched, her ribs were knitting themselves back together, the hole in her chest closing itself back up. She jerked suddenly, her eyes rolling back and showing white for a moment as she drew in a ragged breath. "I hate it when he has to shock my heart into beating again," she groaned. "Hurts every fucking time. How the hell are you even alive?" Remy whispered, staring at her in wonder. "Let alone move and talk without a goddamn heartbeat?" The Protean grinned. "Upgrades," she chuckled, taking another deep breath, and this time it sounded less gurgly. He repressed a shudder while she attempted to stagger to her feet. "Damn it, Samara. Give yourself a chance to heal, at least," he told her, easing her back down. If she fought him on the matter, there was little he could do about it. The evidence on that topic literally surrounded them, but he hoped she might at least listen to reason. The Protean sighed and sat back down. "As you wish," she agreed, before cocking her head briefly. "Guardian says he only needs a few more minutes to finish repairs. Anyway, can I safely assume the ship is secure?" he asked her. "You can," she nodded. "Piece of cake." He stared pointedly at the gaping wound in her chest, though admittedly it was much smaller now. "Yes, I can see that," he said dryly. Samara chuckled at that. "They're all dead, we're still alive, and they didn't get a signal out." "What would you call it?" she asked him. "Something else," he fired back. "I know you're a one-woman killing machine, but you're not invulnerable. No, just very, 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 very hard to kill." She grinned, before suddenly furrowing her brow. "Where's the repository?" she demanded. "Where the search team dropped it," he shrugged. "Figured it was safe for the moment. I don't like leaving it unattended," she told him. "You mind sending someone to fetch it for me?" "I'll go," Slavko quickly volunteered, scurrying off before anyone could say anything. "I believe I make that man nervous," she giggled, already sounding much improved. "You think?" he said sarcastically, earning him another laugh. "Just sit tight. I need to check in," he told her, activating his helmet radio. "Remy to Gerfalcon, respond." He transmitted. "Oh, thank God," Zurulin said in a rush. "You had us worried, Captain. Is everyone all right?" "We're fine," he assured her. "Well, except for Samara, but she's healing nicely," he amended. "The ship is ours. Any transmissions get out? Anything on sensors?" "No and no," she answered. "I don't know how you guys did it, but I think we're golden." "All right then. Maintain watch but send Mairead over. We've got a lot of work to do. She's already standing by, the pilot confirmed. I'll pass your message to her. Outstanding, he grinned. Keep me posted. Aye aye, Captain, she acknowledged, before clearing the circuit. He turned to ISI, who was already eyeing the work ahead of him. I know, Captain. Just like before, he shrugged. Ditch the bodies and bring over the supplies. And there's no time to waste, he confirmed, because our next stop? Terra Nova, Samara said with a grin. Chapter 28. Shifting the flag. I am really getting tired of hauling bodies around, Slavko complained, as they lugged another load of dead Alex to the airlock. Bad enough when we did it on Tyr, but at least they were human. You'd rather leave them on board? Remy retorted. Well, no, but nothing, he fired back. The smell alone is a good enough reason to get them out of here. But once they rot, you want to catch some alien disease? The gunner shuddered and shook his head. Forget I said anything, he mumbled, as they reached the airlock. They secured the cart they were using to transport the corpses and then sealed the hatch, before evacuating the atmosphere as they opened the exterior door to space. Pressure differential flung the bodies out into the deep black while hard vacuum freeze-dried any remaining bodily fluids. Once they'd finished cycling the chamber, the smell was much improved. A couple more loads and we should be finished, the captain said in approval, when his radio comm suddenly chirped for attention. He tapped the accept icon and said, This is Haddad. Captain, can you come to engineering? Mairead said on the other end. We've got a problem. On my way, he told her, before giving Slavko a shrug. Sorry, duty calls, he told him, earning a melodramatic sigh in return as he headed aft. Arriving in the engine room, he found Mairead and Samara squaring off against one another. Tell this thing to back the hell off, she snarled. I got this. With a groan, he turned to the Protean. Samara, what's the problem? He asked her. The Protean turned to face him, and he immediately realized why she'd summoned him. There is no problem, Captain Haddad, she replied, in that weird, stilted voice that wasn't hers. I was merely explaining to your technician that her efforts to bring this ship's engines online would likely result in catastrophic failure. Screw you, she shouted, as Remy shook his head. All right, which cognate are you? He sighed. Artificer First Grade Mossad Dilash, the being inhabiting Samara's body, replied. I have been assisting your technician's efforts in readying the ship, but it has become clear she is out of her depth. Listen, asshole, I've been fixing engines since before you were, she fired back, only to be yanked aside as Remy stepped in between them. Before they were what? He demanded. I get you're accustomed to being the queen of your domain, but Samara's cognates are experts in their fields, dating back to before Terrans even existed. Yes, they're creepy and irritating, he continued, shooting the cognate a look, but they're also damn good at what they do, whether you want to admit it. So you mind telling me what this is really about? She glared at him before looking away. I don't like them, she spat out. I don't like their attitude. I don't like them butting in, and I especially don't like being told I'm some damn idiot. The Tinker was furious, struggling to maintain control, yet every muscle was trembling with rage. Samara's puppeteer wisely remained silent. So what triggered this? He pressed her, albeit in much calmer tones. If he could de-escalate this, then maybe they could get back on track. I was just bringing the engines online when this person, she blustered, stopped me, said I was doing it wrong, or something. Let me tell you, I know my way around a damn engine room. Right? He said evenly, before turning to Samara. Is that what happened? Your technician had failed to properly realign the multiphasic particle accelerators, which, if activated, would have created an unstable energy density field. This instability would have caused an immediate chain reaction, destroying this vessel and all those on board, the cognate explained. You're just making that up, Mairead accused them. I assure you I am not, they responded, unperturbed by her outburst. With a sigh, Remy looked back at the Tinker. Have you ever worked on an Alex ship before? He asked her. Her demeanor shifted as she suddenly became less combative. Well, not exactly, she admitted. And would it be safe to assume there are features aboard this ship you're unfamiliar with? He continued, phrasing the question as politely as he could. They're the most advanced race in the Perseus arm, you know. Look, I'll figure it out. Okay, she snapped. Just need to familiarize myself, that's all. I'm sure you will, he said smoothly, but we're kind of pressed for time here. You're the best tinker I've ever worked with, and I selected you for my crew because you're the best. Mairead bowed her head, blushing at the compliment. But you have to admit the cognate. Sorry, what was your name again? He asked them. Moshad Dilash, they answered. That Moshad here has experience you don't, he finished. So maybe you could pick up a few pointers and work together without it turning into a cage match? Remy asked hopefully. She folded her arms across her chest, still on edge. I suppose, she said grudgingly. And you, he continued, turning back to the cognate, maybe you could cut her some slack and try being a little less condescending when you're explaining concepts she hasn't run across before. The cognate started to respond and then froze, cocking their head as if listening to something only they could hear. The host has offered some suggestions on how best to accomplish that, they explained. I will endeavor to create less friction as we continue readying this vessel for departure. I think we'd all appreciate that, Remy said gratefully, though he was struggling with the notion of Samara playing peacemaker. Maybe you could both start by addressing each other by name. Moshad, Mairead, Moshad, he said by introduction. We all good? Great. Call me if there are any more problems, he told them, before hurrying back out of the compartment. The pair were still glaring at one another as he left, but at least they weren't coming to blows. Heading towards the bridge, he found ISI bringing in a load of supplies from Gerfalcon. Gonna need another day at least to get everything moved over, the purser told him. Unless you want to eat bug food? Pass, thanks, the captain grimaced. Anything I need to worry about? ISI ran his hand across his scalp for a moment, running through some mental checklist, then shook his head. Nah, I'm good, he shrugged. Though I gotta admit, switching ships all the time is getting a little old. This'll be the last time. I swear, Remy promised. Well, unless there's a sweet precursor ride waiting for us on Terra Nova, he quickly amended. Rolling his eyes, ISI went back to work, hauling the handcart towards the storage compartments, while the captain continued his journey forward. Arriving at the bridge, he found Zulin mopping a puddle of foul-smelling green liquid. Don't even ask me about the controls, she warned him. I'm not touching them until this compartment is clean. We're kind of in a hurry, he reminded her. She stopped mopping, fixing him instead with a pointed glare. I am not sitting in a chair covered in bug guts, and I'm not digging into the navigation system when the bridge still smells like the Venus Pleasure Palace after payday. I'll get to it when this place is clean, and not a moment before. Her gaze grew even more intense, if such a thing were possible. That's not a problem, is it? She asked pointedly. Remy sighed, bowing to the inevitable. Of course not, he told her. But I wasn't kidding when I said we're under a time crunch here. Zulin tossed him a rag and some cleaning solution. If we're in that big of a hurry, you can start with the consoles, she sniffed, before going back to her mopping, cleaning the deck in long, broad strokes. The captain took a moment to decide if he had anything more pressing on his agenda and if he could convince Zulin of that fact. Sadly, nothing came to mind. He could make something up, of course, but then she knew him better than the rest of the crew did. It was doubtful he'd fool her for long. Stifling a groan, he started spraying down the helm, wiping off the green blood and viscera while wrinkling his nose in disgust. Given his pilot's current mood, it seemed the simplest choice. Working quickly and efficiently, he cleared off the worst of it, though some panels were still streaked with scrapings of Iliexi genetic material. He turned to Zulin, already preparing his spiel of how he'd cleaned the worst of it, but now he really had to dash, only to get a death glare as she looked pointedly at the still-soiled console. Hanging his head in defeat, Remy went back for a second pass, and then a third, before trying his luck once more. Squinting hard at the controls, Zulin finally gave him a grunt of acceptance, though it was obvious by her standards he'd only managed the bare minimum. Recognizing it to be the best response he was likely to get, he quickly took his leave, promising to check back in with her later. Much later. Rather than pitching in elsewhere with the crew, he headed back to Gerfalcon instead. With all the plans they'd made for Terra Nova, the one issue they hadn't resolved was what to do with the old Jotun-class frigate. Simply abandoning her, even if they left a beacon marking her position, just felt plain wrong. While the thought of scuttling her made him physically ill, despite him ordering Tyr's ruination. The old battleship had been a thing of myth and legend, but Gerfalcon was their home. He could tell how well-tuned the engines were just by the vibration of her deck plates, and there wasn't a nook, cranny, or bulkhead he couldn't reproduce from memory. The thought of losing her felt as if he were contemplating the amputation of a limb without anesthesia, but by the same token, they couldn't bring her along, either. For their plan to work, they had to be believed as an Iliexi crew, and there was no reason a Troika ship would drag a Terran vessel to the one place in the Perseus Arm where they specifically forbade humans. They wouldn't be allowed anywhere near Terra Nova, which meant leaving Gerfalcon behind. He hadn't realized until that moment just how deeply it would slice. Remy wandered the corridors, laying hands on a strut or rivet as he passed, wanting to remember it all. Whatever happened, there was a good chance they'd never see the old girl again, and he wanted her to know they'd never forget her. Despite what the other races might believe, Terrans knew their ships were so much more than mere hulls of steel. They lived and breathed along with their crews, watching over them as they traveled amongst the stars. And when the worst happened, they died with them as well. Protecting their ship was deeply ingrained in post-diaspora Terran culture for obvious reasons, but its roots went much further back, to a time when ancient humans braved the waters of old Earth in fragile shells made of wood. A time when their ancestors believed the gods controlled the universe, and one did everything they could to avoid drawing their ire. They would make offerings and sing their praises, build temples in their name. With their ships, consecrated them with what they hoped was their god's blessing. Superstitions and legends abounded, from the sirens to Davy Jones to the luck of the albatross, but no tradition was held more deeply than the knowledge that their ship was, in a genuine sense, alive. Not in the same way as humans, of course, but no one born to the ships doubted even for a moment there was a guiding spirit living within the decks and engines, a spirit that loved them and loved by them in return. He pressed his forehead to the bulkhead, his eyes closed as he murmured a silent invocation, praying for Gerfalcon's absolution. If any being recognized just how much this mission meant, not just for the crew, but for all Terrans, it would be her. She had gazed upon Earth itself, what the Ichun had left of it, felt the nuclear fire of Sol against her hull, swept past the majestic worlds of Jupiter and Saturn. Gyre knew better than most what mankind had lost, what they had sacrificed, and how great was their need. Remy hoped she could forgive them for this ultimate betrayal and understand. The sound of the intercom interrupted his reverie as he punched the nearby terminal. "This is Haddad." To his surprise, it was Samara who responded. "Just wanted to give you an update," she informed him. "We've got the engines and power system up and running, and everything's green across the board." "That's good news," he answered, "though I'm a little surprised to be hearing this from you, instead of Mairead." "Yeah, she's still in a mood," the Protean sighed. "Mashad's a decent guy, once you get to know him, but he can be a little stiff sometimes." "And by stiff, you mean condescending and brusque?" he ventured. "Not intentionally," she rushed to explain, "but he and the others have been locked away in that box for an awfully long time. I'm afraid it hasn't helped their people skills any. I remember an argument I had once with Earhair Dresh. As fascinating as I'm sure that story is, we're still on the clock," he reminded her. "Any thoughts on how we sneak past the Troika blockade?" "Oh, that's easy," she assured him, as her features dissolved into something both horrifyingly alien and all too familiar. In a heartbeat, the face of Iliexi scientist Dr. Kariza Akshcherks stared back at him. "Think they'll believe me now?" she prodded. Remy could only stare in astonishment. It took him several moments to gather his wits. "Not if you address them in Terran," he pointed out, "which is why you'll need to steer us towards either a Tuath Hizake or a Gadadub vessel," she explained. "With either of those races, I can use a voter, and no one will be the wiser. Besides, considering my history with their species, I'm certain I can make it stand up." He considered her plan for a moment before finally conceding her point. "That should work," he agreed. "But what if we can't avoid the Iliex? What then?" "Then the plan is blown, and we're fucked," she said candidly, before sharing an evil grin. "But since when have we ever let that stop us?" He shook his head in admiration. "I'll tell you this, Samara. You're my kind of crazy," he chuckled. Chapter 29. Though Hell Should Bar the Way. Settling into the alien captain's chair, Remy struggled to make himself comfortable before turning to his bridge crew. "Are we ready?" he asked them. "Gerfalcon's course is laid in," Zwilin assured him. "Just need to send the signal." "Still familiarizing myself with this ship's weapon systems," Slavko spoke up. "I'd really like to take a few pot shots at something to get comfortable with them." "We'll try," he answered. "But that's going to depend on factors out of our control." The crew was still familiarizing themselves with the Elix vessel they'd captured, but even with the help of Samara and her cognates, it was a struggle. The ship, christened Heuristic Fealty, they discovered, was incredibly advanced, far more so than any Terran craft. The Elix prided themselves on being the technological vanguard of the Troika, and with good reason. It was the brainchild of their intellect that defeated the Ichun 2 centuries earlier, though sadly, too late to save ancient Terra from its doom. They jealously guarded their secrets with a passion, and coaxing the ship into giving them up was like wrestling with a hydra. Moshad Dilash, the precursor in a box that Samara trotted out for anything engineering-related, got them through the worst of the learning curve, but even with their help, issues still cropped up with an almost depressing regularity. Taking a moment to study the controls built into the chair, Remy eventually located the intercom switch and toggled it. "This is the captain," he announced. "Are we ready to get this show on the road?" "We're good to go on my end," ISI reported back. "Ship stores are all topped off and secured. Still trying to figure out the galley, though," he added. "We might be eating cold food for a while." "I'll have Mossad take a look," Samara piped up. "There's probably a hidden control or something." "Our stomachs would all appreciate that," Remy chuckled, "though I'm a little surprised you're not on the bridge." "Still recuperating from my injuries," she demurred. "I'm mostly healed up, but Guardian says I need some downtime. After my enforced hibernation, he doesn't want to take any chances, not to mention how draining my shape-shifting is. I still have that upcoming command performance as Dr. Axcherks. Don't forget." "Good point," the captain agreed, before switching to engineering. "Maraid, where do we stand on your end?" "I'm showing green across the board," the tinker reported, assuming I'm reading the gauges right. "She'll get us to Terra Nova." "And Gerfalcon?" Remy prompted her. "Her course is pre-programmed, awaiting activation," she assured him. 4.3 light-years, on a heading of 138 by Mark 297. "I've got her set to run silent, and once she arrives at the final coordinates, she'll go dark until we awaken her." "Assuming no one stumbles across her first," Maraid conceded. "I've done everything I can to keep her hidden, but I can't promise she won't be discovered before we retrieve her." "I know," he said gently. "Gerfalcon has been our home for a long time, and none of us want to lose her. If the worst happens, at least it will be for something noble." He wanted to believe that, but it still felt like a lie. "Captain," she whispered. If anyone bonded more deeply with a ship than its captain, it was the Tinkers who kept them flying. Maraid had to be feeling the loss even more than he was, and it showed. "We'll get her back," he vowed. "Whatever it takes." "Yes, sir," she agreed, her voice stronger and more resilient. "I know we will." "That's the spirit," he smiled. "Whenever you're ready, Maraid." "Aye, sir," she acknowledged. "Sending the signal now." The bridge crew kept a close watch on Gerfalcon, moored off their starboard bow, waiting for the engines to come online. As the seconds ticked by with no movement, Remy sighed. "I think we have a glitch somewhere," he advised the tinker. "Damn it, that should have worked." Maraid snarled. "Give me a few minutes to track down the problem, Captain," she said in a rush. "Probably just a bug in the software." "The sooner the better, if you don't mind," he agreed, before closing the circuit and leaning back in his chair, shifting awkwardly once more. It hadn't been designed with Terran comfort in mind, and she'd been far too busy to look at it. Maybe en route to Terra Nova, she could adjust it. It was 10 minutes later when he finally heard from his engineer. "Okay, I'm pretty sure that's got it," Maraid assured him. "Software was buggy like I figured, but I whipped up a patch that should do the job. Let's try this again." Peering at the main viewer, Remy breathed a sigh of relief as he saw Gerfalcon's drive light up, the ship retreating from their position as it disappeared into the black. The moment was bittersweet. He hoped they could retrieve her. "Someday. She's on course," Zwilin confirmed. "Right where she's supposed to be headed." "Well done," The captain smiled. Now it's our turn. Courses plotted and laid in, Captain, the pilot confirmed as she prepared to make the jump. When a light flashed on his console, like everyone else, he was still playing catch-up with the ship systems, and this one wasn't ringing any bells. Hold on. I'm getting some kind of warning indicator, Remy informed them, toggling engineering once more. Maraid? What do you know about this caution signal that popped up? Silence. Maraid? He asked again, louder this time. Nothing. Mashing down the intercom toggle, he shouted into the mic. ISI. Get to engineering, S. Maraid's not responding to hails. On my way, the purser answered. When an odd noise pierced his subconscious at last. He hadn't noticed it at the outset. Between his concern over his engineer and his lack of experience with the Iliexi ship, he'd missed it. Jerking his head around, he searched for the source, as Zulin and Slavko began doing the same. It seemed to come from all around them, but nothing seemed out of place. Plus, the noise itself was odd, while registering as something on the brink of familiarity. If forced to describe it, he'd have to say it almost sounded like hissing. Remy leapt to his feet. We've got a leak, he warned the others, as the bridge crew began scrambling for their suits. Air loss drills were something Terrans were well acquainted with, given the dilapidated condition of their ships. Most humans could don and seal their suit in less than 30 seconds, more than enough time to overcome even total atmospheric loss. He'd inserted his arms and legs and was fastening the suit proper when his knees unexpectedly buckled, dropping him to the deck. Gasping for air, he struggled to pull himself back upright, reaching for his helmet when his vision blurred, graying out completely as his face slammed into the unyielding metal. And then darkness. His head was pounding. Remy's eyes fluttered open as he fought to make sense of his surroundings. Where was he? Nothing looked familiar, though judging by what his body was telling him, it must have been one hell of a party. Only he didn't remember actually attending any recent festivities. A wave of nausea hit him as he fought to sit up, forcing him to wait until it passed. As his eyes slowly focused, he spotted Zulin and Slavko laying on the deck, both apparently amid donning their suits. And suddenly, it all came rushing back with a vengeance. Gripping a nearby console, he pulled himself upright, staggering to where the others were sprawled out. Kneeling beside the pilot, he grasped her shoulder, shaking her. Zulin, Zulin, can you hear me? One eye cautiously pried itself open. Captain, she said groggily. What happened? I don't know, he answered, helping her to sit up. Hypoxia, I'm guessing. Oxygen loss must have made us black out. She thought hard for a moment, glancing over at the gunner, who was stirring as well. If that's so, then who fixed the leak? Good question. Maybe Maraid, he began, only to shake his head as he recalled those last few seconds. No, couldn't have been her, Remy corrected himself. She wasn't answering comms, which means she must have gone down first. That leaves ISI, or Samara, Zulin said with obvious distaste as she mentioned the Protean. I'm betting it's Samara. The captain nodded, even as Slavko groaned and carefully sat up. Considering how hard she is to kill, she'd be the last one standing when the air ran out. Then where is she? The pilot demanded. Why aren't we getting a comm signal from her? Yet another good question. I don't know, but we need to find out, he told her. Check on Slavko, then I need the both of you to scan the sector. I don't know how long we were out, but if there are any Troika ships in the area, I need to know. I'm all right, the gunner mumbled, struggling to stand up. Just give me a minute. Remy began peeling off his suit. I'm going to find the others, he informed them. If you spot anything, page me. Aye, Captain, she nodded, before making her way over to Slavko, shaking himself free of the suit. Remy exited the bridge and headed aft, searching for the rest of his crew. The last he'd heard from ISI, he was headed for engineering, so that was his first stop. 70 meters short of the engine room, he located the purser. Like everyone else, he was lying on the deck, though he was also stirring. Squatting beside him, Remy took his hand. You okay? He asked. Fuck, what happened? He grumbled. Feel like I'm hungover. ISI rubbed his eyes and then squinted at his captain. The crew all right? He asked. Remy started to answer, and then froze, staring back at him in sudden realization. Hypoxia, or oxygen deprivation, was an all-too-common occurrence aboard Terran ships, and the warning signs were pounded into their heads from childhood. The problem was that hypoxia caused pupil dilatation, and ISI's eyes were constricted pinpricks. God damn it, he swore. Someone gassed us. ISI rubbed his face. That explains the headache, he shrugged. But who? I'll give you one guess, Remy snapped, grabbing his arm and pulling him to his feet. Come on, we've got to find Mairead. The pair headed for engineering, supporting one another as needed. As the hatch slid open, they spotted the Tinker lying on the deck, but unlike the rest of the crew, she had been bound and gagged. Hurrying over to her, they quickly freed her from her bonds, recoiling slightly as she came up swinging. Where is she? Mairead shouted, madder than could remember ever seeing her. I swear to Terra I'll rip that bitch's fucking lungs out. Samara, I presume, the captain sighed, a complete lack of surprise in his expression. Goddamn right, Samara, she spat back. Crazy fucking Protean bitch jumped me. Tell me what happened, he ordered, as a feeling of icy dread appeared in his gut. It took her a moment to compose herself. I was getting ready to send Gerfalcon on its way when something went wrong. I was tracing the problem when she came in, Mairead growled, her eyes filled with hate. I figured she was going to call her cognate buddy to help, but she knocked my ass out. Her entire body trembled with barely restrained fury. Next thing I know, I'm trussed up, like I'm being sold to the highest bidder. Remy froze. Wait a second. I spoke to you after that. You went over and fixed the problem. The hell I did, she fired back. Sounds like Samara was up to her old tricks, pretending to be me. That one hit a little too close to home. The last time they'd sailed together, they'd shared an intimate relationship, and she'd teased him by shifting into various other forms, including a spot-on match of Zulin, something he still felt guilty over. If she ever found out, near as I can tell, she gassed the rest of us, Remy informed her. But what I don't understand is why. Why the hell would she do this? The Tinker gave him a pitying look. Why do you think? She hijacked Gerfalcon. The moment she said it, he knew she was right. It was the only logical explanation, but that still didn't explain why. Captain, she was gonna impersonate Axcherks, remember? ISI reminded him. Without her, the whole damn plan falls apart. The captain grit his teeth. Then we go after her, he vowed, and drag her back here by the fucking throat. Remy spotted an intercom panel and smashed the toggle with his fist. This the captain, he announced. I found ISI and Mairead, and they're both okay, but Samara is long gone. She's taken Gerfalcon and gone off Terra alone knows where. Please tell me you've got her on sensors. There was a brief pause, and then Zulin's voice came over the intercom. Sorry, Captain, she answered. There's nothing on sensors. Wherever she went, she's out of range. We know the heading she took, he fired back. We can follow the same course and grab her. He heard his pilot sigh. Captain, I guarantee you once she was past sensors, she immediately changed course. She could be anywhere, and we'd never find her. Face it, she's history. I'll kill her. I swear to Terra I'll kill her, Remy shouted while the other two took a step back. Captain, Slavko piped up over the comm. What do you want us to do? It took him some time to answer. Time to work through their options, which were vanishingly few when you got right down to it. Try to sneak away and take their chances, or finish what they'd started. Yes, the odds were worse than ever. And yes, if they were caught, what the Troika would do to them scarcely bore thinking on. The smart move was to escape all the way down the line. Lay in a course, he said at last, for Terra Nova. Chapter 30. Time and tide wait for no one. What I don't get is why, Slavko argued. I mean, I thought we were on the same side here. Sure, I had my issues with her, but come on. Hijacking Gerfalcon? Knocking us out? Screwing up the best chance we've ever had to claim Terra Nova for humanity? What the fuck? The rest of the crew nodded in agreement. I never trusted that bitch, Mairead fired back. She was always a backstabbing snake. Did she say anything to anybody? ISI asked the others. Give some kind of hint why she'd do this? Not a word, Zulin answered, shaking her head. Course she was wetworks, she reminded them. They're not exactly chatty about what they're up to. What about you, Captain? Slavko prodded. I mean, you probably knew her best. Remy grimaced at the question. Truth be told, he'd been racking his brains as well, trying to understand how he could have misjudged her so badly. But even after replaying every conversation they'd shared since her rescue, looking for any hint of subterfuge, he still came up blank. I don't know, he said at last. Like Sui said, if Samara didn't want you to know something, you'd never hear about it from her. Hoping to redirect the conversation in a safer direction, he turned to the tinker. Any idea how she got the drop on us? He inquired. Near as I can tell, she, or more likely, that alien in her head, Moss had, found an anti-hijacking subroutine in the ship systems, Mairead informed them. With all the work we were doing getting this boat up and running, she had plenty of time to trigger it. Wait, if that's true, why didn't the LEX use it on her when she took over the ship? ISI asked her. I don't know. The engineer shrugged. Must have caught them by surprise. It went down pretty fast, Slavko agreed. It was all over in minutes. That explains the how, Remy admitted, but it still doesn't explain the why. Last trip out with her, she was being controlled by the LEX, remember? Zulin said nervously. What if she still is? What if she sold us out to the Troika? Bly cured her of that, Remy pointed out. Besides, if she had betrayed us, we wouldn't be having this conversation. The Troika would have nabbed us when we were unconscious. There were reluctant nods all around at that one. We may never know why she did it, he continued, so we need to focus on what's ahead of us instead. Any thoughts on how we get past their pickets? Without Samara impersonating Doc Axcherks? ISI just shrugged. Can we sneak past them? Maybe, Zulin answered, though she looked dubious at the prospect. Dig into the databases, Remy ordered. There's got to be something in there we can use. Passwords, special routes, call signs, something. The tense side glances the crew shared weren't exactly inspiring. Maintain course, he continued, and find me some answers. I'll be in my quarters, trying to find a few of my own. With that, he adjourned the meeting, his mind focused on a stiff drink and a few hours of much-needed sleep. Arriving in the LEX ship's former captain's quarters, he discovered that sleep would have to wait. An envelope sat on his pillow, his name inscribed in an elegant hand, the calligraphy completely unknown to him. He doubted any of the crew had left it there, which left a single unappetizing possibility. He approached the packet warily, assuming the worst, but after several minutes of careful inspection, he could find nothing obviously hazardous. Picking it up, he discovered it was sealed and had something inside. Samara, what are you playing at? He asked the empty cabin, before tearing it open, only to have a data rod fall into his palm. Remy stared at the data storage device, debating his next move before realizing that if Samara had truly wished them harm, they'd already be dead. With a sigh, he inserted the rod into the captain's workstation as the Protean's face appeared on the display. Hello, Remy, she smiled. I imagine you're rather upset with me at the moment, and for that, I apologize. There's something I have to do, and I needed a ship to do it. You weren't using Gerfalcon, so I decided to borrow it. You could have fucking asked, he snapped, glaring at her image. You're probably wondering why I didn't just ask, she continued, as he shook his head in frustration. I could give you a complete list of reasons why I didn't, and some of them would even be true. There was a mischievous twinkle in her eye that did little to mollify him. But the fact of the matter is that there was a non-zero chance you would have said no, and I'm afraid I couldn't risk it. My mission is too important. Samara, you haven't changed a bit, he grumbled. It was not a compliment. We could have done this together. And now you're wondering why I didn't read you in, she chuckled. I considered it. Really, I did. But her expression unexpectedly changed. The sparkle was gone, replaced with something cold and bitter. I work alone, Remy, she told him. It's better this way. The times when I didn't, people died. People I called friends. I won't risk your life, or the lives of your crew. I owe you a debt for rescuing me, so consider this my way of repaying you. Believe me when I say you and the others are safer without me. God, you're arrogant, he told her, though, of course, she couldn't hear him. As far as your mission is concerned, I'm not leaving you in the lurch. Not completely, she continued. I took the time to record some standard Alexi greetings and orders. While shifted into Axjerx's form, naturally, Samara smiled. It won't cover every possibility, I'm afraid, but with a little work, your tinker should be able to use it to bluff your past the pickets. She graced him with a mournful smile. I'm sorry I couldn't do more. Remy wanted to be mad at her. He really wanted to be mad at her, but something about her confession robbed him of that. Maybe it was all a lie. Knowing Samara, it probably was. But if there was a Terran out there more damaged than the Protean assassin, he'd yet to meet them. He could only begin to imagine the things she'd survived, and because of that, his heart just wasn't in it. He couldn't hate her for what she'd done, despite everything. I hope someday we can catch up on old times, she said, wrapping things up. Maybe share a glass or three when this is all over. I'd like that. So would I, he whispered. Samara leaned forward so that her head and shoulders filled the screen, looking directly into the camera. Find new Terra, she urged him. If anyone can do it, it's you. And being completely honest, I don't think we'll get another shot at this. It has to be now, Remy. She pressed her index and middle fingers to her lips, kissing them, and then touched them to the camera. Bon chance, mon ami, she said softly. As the screen went dark, Remy stared at the blank display, his mind a jumble of emotions. He wasn't sure how long he sat there, struggling to process Samara's message, but in the end, there was only one thing he could do. Mairead, come to my quarters, he said into the intercom. I have a job for you. Despite needing Samara's imagery to bluff their way past the Troika patrols, he still debated whether to show the others her message. In the end, he'd had little choice, given that it was impossible to separate one from the other, not without questions from the crew. Unsurprisingly, they were far less forgiving than he was. Since he needed Mairead's help to make it work, he hoped briefing her separately would make it easier when he finally informed the others. He should have known better. Unfucking believable. The tinker cursed. That bitch thinks some taped greetings will get us past the Troika, and we're just supposed to go along with it? I admit, it's not a perfect solution, he began. No kidding, she snapped. We were facing long enough odds as it was with her talking us through. Now, she glared at her captain. It's a fucking suicide mission. I don't think it's quite that bad, but the odds have definitely worsened, Remy sighed. But she's right about one thing. If we don't do this now, that's it. That's the ball game. I don't like this plan, Captain, Mairead said with obvious discomfort. There's too many ways it can go bad. He'd known from the start that she'd need to vent, given recent developments, but he was the captain, not her. She'd made her opinion on the subject abundantly clear, but then a Corsair ship wasn't a democracy. This is the hand we've been dealt, Remy told her, putting a hint of steel into his tone. Going back isn't an option, not anymore. We're doing this, even if that means shooting our way past the whole damn Troika. He fixed his gaze on her, his expression as unyielding as armored plate. We're Terrans, Mairead. Never forget that. We don't get to pick and choose. It was a face she knew all too well. Captain, she swallowed. I'll do what I can. He reached out and touched her shoulder. I know you will, Remy said, tucking away the stern pirate captain demeanor. Like most levers in his professional toolbox, it was best used sparingly. Whatever you need, you'll get, he promised, handing over the data rod. The tinker took it from his hand and tucked it away, rising to her feet. Let me see what I'm dealing with first, she warned him, before I make requests. She exited the compartment far more rapidly than she'd entered, though whether it was due to urgency or discomfort, he wasn't sure. Matter of fact, he didn't want to know. The rest of the crew didn't take the news any better than Mairead had, but Remy stood his ground. And honestly, what other choice did they have? Go back with their tail between their legs and explain to the Admiral just how badly the original mission had gone off the rails? Explain how he lost Gerfalcon? Even better, figure out how to hide an Alexi ship, something the Troika absolutely could not let stand if they got wind of it? Well, maybe the Tuath Hizake and Agatadub would turn a blind eye, given that there was little love lost between the three powers. Then again, maybe they wouldn't. It was one thing for their partners/rivals to come for them, but anyone else? In their eyes, that was a provocation they simply could not let stand, which would make him and his crew hunted pariahs, and nowhere would be safe. So forward it was. Damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead. Of course, that didn't mean they had to be foolish about it. While he was tempted to make a straight-in run, Mairead needed time to enhance Samara's digital Iliex impersonation. Not only that, but if he could reconnoiter the sector and get an idea what the Troika security looked like, it might improve their odds. It certainly couldn't hurt, at any rate. Zulin and Slavko had both been busy familiarizing themselves with their new toy, and their hard work had paid off. Heuristic Fealty boasted a robust stealth system, with several options that allowed them to reduce their sensor signature far below what he'd imagined. He'd simply never seen them in action, and after a few minutes asking himself why, the answer was obvious. The single most defining trait amongst the Troika races was their staggering arrogance, and even after the Alliance's creation, they still didn't take them seriously. Using stealth against any of the inferior races would be tantamount to admitting they were an actual threat, and that could not be allowed, even if it meant fighting at a disadvantage. Against the Ichun, however, the jury was still out. He'd heard rumors of the Troika employing countermeasures against the drones, but details were sketchy. Since the machine's invasion, they'd made themselves scarce, and any battles between them usually took place far from Alliance eyes. Despite the danger, Remy suspected that even against a proven and deadly enemy like the Ichun, they simply couldn't accept the fact that a horde of mindless machines was something to fear. The lower races might be afraid, but never the Troika, proving yet again how mind-numbingly stupid they all were. And yet, the stealth systems aboard Heuristic Fealty were bleeding-edge technology, which meant they had to use them. It seemed that the only opponent they considered worthy enough to take seriously were the other Troika races, and if so, maybe they could use it to their advantage, assuming they weren't expecting it. The only problem with that theory was the fact that, according to Samara, the Troika ships guarding Terra Nova were operating covertly themselves, lying in wait to kill or capture the unwary. Which begged the question, just how closely were they cooperating with one another, while warding the precursor planet from trespassers? Was this the one place where they were all in agreement? Or was New Terra, far from prying eyes, the biggest battlefield of them all? There was only one way to find out. Chapter 31. Rocks and Shoals. Zulin, do you have a course laid in for us? Remy asked his pilot. Captain, she answered. Course 302 by Mark 067 for 1.7 light-years, then altering trajectory to 183 by Mark 112 for 2.3 light-years. After that, we'll need to reassess. Very good, he acknowledged. Slavko, what's the status of our stealth systems? How long can we keep them operating? The gunner looked hesitant. I'm not sure, he shrugged. From my console, everything looks good, but we simply don't know how well they'll function with prolonged use. If you want my advice, we should test them, run them for increasingly longer periods, and monitor the hardware and electronics for signs of failure. Remy took a moment to consider that, then nodded his approval. Good idea, he agreed, before tapping the intercom switch. Mairead, we're going to operate under stealth to test its endurance. I need you to keep an eye on things and let us know if there's a problem. Coordinate with Slavko so we can analyze the results. Understood, she responded. Give me a few minutes to set up the program, then I'd suggest running for, let's say, 2 hours to start off with. After that, we can begin bumping those numbers up and see where we stand. You heard the lady, Remy grinned. We'll do it your way. Damn right you will, she grumbled. Still fiddling with that file that bitch Samara dumped on us. By the way, I need time to give us more options. Time might be in short supply, he warned her. We're off the map here, Mairead, so no promises? Somehow, I knew you were gonna say that, she sighed. Like I said, I'll do what I can. That's all I ask, he responded. Remy out. Switching off the intercom, he looked up at the bridge crew. Soon as she gives the word, we light the fires, he ordered. Aye, aye, Captain, they said in unison. It wasn't long before the engineer reported back in. Okay, I'm good to go on my end. Whenever you're ready, bring the engines online. Engage stealth systems, Remy ordered. Zulin, take us out. The deck plates thrummed as Heuristic Fealty got underway. As the stealth system came online, Remy observed there was a noticeable warping with the sensors. Is this going to be a problem? He asked, tapping the monitor. If we can't see the enemy, we sure as hell can't avoid them. There's some degradation, Slavko admitted, roughly 20%, near as I can tell, especially at extreme range. I'll keep a close eye on it. Might be why we never see them use it, Zulin pointed out. Possible, Remy agreed. But given our mission, it's a risk I think we have to take. Zulin, reduce speed to compensate. Maybe that will give us some warning. Captain, she agreed, adjusting their velocity. Steady as she goes, the captain ordered, settling in for the long haul. Space travel is 95% boredom, 5% sheer terror, Remy thought, reciting the adage to himself as he went aft for a quick bite. Given the distance between systems, it was inevitable, even with an FTL drive. Smart crews used the quiet time for maintenance and readiness drills, keeping both their ship and skills honed and ready. Emergencies and combat happened without warning. So it was the prepared crew that survived, assuming survival was possible at all. Often, it wasn't. At least, not for Terrence. ISI was in the galley. At least, he was fairly sure it was the galley. Hovering over a pot of something exotic. "What's that?" he asked. "Just something I've been fiddling with," the purser told him, digging a spoon into the kettle and holding it out to him. "Here, give it a taste." Remy gave the concoction a tentative sniff. He couldn't place the aroma, but it smelled intriguing. With a shrug, he took the proffered spoon and stuck it in his mouth, letting the flavors dance on his palate before blinking in surprise. "Wow, that's good," he said in amazement. "What is it?" "Don't need to sound so surprised," ISI chuckled, taking back the spoon and serving him up a bowl. "Found some ingredients while I was setting up that passed the analyzer test. Figured I'd give him a try." He handed Remy the bowl and started dishing one up for himself. "Going by your reaction, I guess it worked." Taking the proffered meal, Remy sat down at the table, trying to get comfortable in the Iliexi seats. ISI sat down across from him with a bowl of his own, heartily digging in while his captain took a more leisurely approach, savoring each bite. "Haven't heard much from you about the mission lately," Remy said between bites. "How do you feel about it?" The purser just shrugged. "Doesn't matter," he answered. "We're here, and it needs doing. Besides, who else but us could?" "Lots of crews, I imagine," the captain replied. "We're not the only ones out here who know their business. It's going to be tricky getting past the Troika, no argument, but if we can pull it off, we're home free." ISI looked up from his bowl. "You sure about that, Captain?" Remy raised an eyebrow. "Just what are you saying?" The purser sighed, putting down his spoon. "I just think no one's asking themselves the real question. Let's say we get past the blockade and make it to New Terra, and let's say whatever's guarding it doesn't immediately blow us out of the sky. What happens then?" "We claim it for humanity," he answered immediately, a confused expression on his face. "Still not seeing what you're getting at. My point is, let's say everything the Oivu told us about that world is true, that it's filled with precursor tech. Weapons, ships, computers, anything you can imagine. Maybe things we can't imagine. They're so advanced. Stuff that's so far beyond us, we'll never understand them." He gave his captain an ominous look. "We're not saints, us Terrans. Hell, you don't need to look any further back than the clan wars to know that. We'd barely survived the worst disaster our species had ever known. We should have been pulling together, but we went after each other's throats instead." ISI shook his head. "Bad enough we'll start using all those deadly toys against other races. But what happens when we point them at each other?" He sighed once more. "'Cause we will. You know we will. It's our nature." Remy leaned back in his chair, silently regarding the other man. ISI was right. He hadn't considered that. A full minute ticked by before he finally responded. "I don't know," he said at last. "I just know we can't go on like this. We're dying out here. ISI, 1 centimeter at a time. Choking in the vacuum, waiting for the end." Suddenly, the meal before him wasn't sitting so well. "I don't have all the answers, and I figure it'll take folks a lot smarter than me to solve the problems New Terra will dump in our lap. I just know we have to try, because what other choice do we have?" "None, I guess," the purser acknowledged. "I just think we should talk about it more. Or at all, for that matter. Seems like everyone's focused on just getting there, and no one's thinking about what comes after." "Human nature," Remy brooded, before giving a vague wave of his hand. "We're a work in progress. ISI picked up his spoon. Let's hope we get our shit together then before it's too late. The captain barked out a laugh. I'm not holding my breath, he said, standing up. Thanks for the meal. What's in here, anyway? ISI just grinned. Trust me. You'll be happier not knowing. Words to live by, Remy agreed, carrying his bowl back to the bridge. The first 2 legs of the journey passed without incident, just as their captain had hoped. The circuitous route they'd taken prolonged the trip considerably, but then time was less of a concern than arriving at their destination intact. Remy wanted to get a sense of what they were facing, a lay of the land, before making their final run. And if he could discover where the troika ships and pickets were along the way, so much the better. There was another benefit to taking a more meandering course as well, as it gave them a chance to evaluate the ship's stealth technology. The crew's efforts paid off, though sadly, not without discovering an inherent flaw. All ships radiated heat, making their IR signature an effective way to track them. The system shielded the infrared energy, preventing it from being scattered into nearby space, but it couldn't do so indefinitely. It worked as advertised, better, even, for approximately 18 hours. Any longer, and waste heat began building up inside the ship. If kept in operation long enough, it would damage the ship's sensitive electronics, not to mention parboiling the crew. Before that happened, they'd need to shut it down and shed the excess heat, which unfortunately would also announce their position to any vessel within range. Not exactly ideal. After much experimenting, he and the crew came up with a compromise solution, a variation on the shoot and scoot concept used in ancient times by Terran artillery. The gun crew would fire a handful of rounds at a target and then displace, quickly moving somewhere else, hopefully out of range of any returning salvos, before firing once more. In their case, however, they would travel for a handful of hours under stealth, drop the field and expel the waste heat, a process taking several minutes to over an hour, depending on how long the system had been operating. Once temperatures were near normal, they would recloak the ship and immediately change course, herring off in a completely different direction. While it also added time to their journey, it also increased their odds of survival by a considerable margin. It's likely what saved them when they stumbled across the first troika vessel. They discovered it was easier to disguise their heat emissions if they did so in proximity to something else that radiated infrared energy. The hotter the better. Interstellar space offered little in that regard. Planetary systems, on the other hand, have convenient stars at their center blazing away with heat and radiation, making them the perfect place to dump their excess energy. They'd had to alter their itinerary a bit to take advantage of that fact, something that left Zulin more than a little irritable, but after consulting the star charts, they worked out a course, allowing them to meet their growing list of objectives. They'd paused near an ancient red dwarf, with a scattering of useless planets circling. It was as wretched a system as they could imagine finding. So worthless, in fact, that the star didn't even bear a name, merely an identifier, UDF 2457. Nominally Yuju territory, it had been leased in perpetuity to the Tuathis centuries before. Initial scans failed to turn up anything of interest, so the captain ordered the crew to swing close to the Class M star and begin heat waste disposal procedures. Shit, Slavko screeched suddenly as they neared the red dwarf. Just picked up an Imperial destroyer, 147 by Mark 079. Range, 2 million kilometers. Remy's fist mashed the intercom switch. All hands, this is the captain. We've spotted an Imperial Tuathis destroyer. Clear the decks and ready Samara's surprise. Let's see if we can bluff them first. His head snapped back to his pilot. Any sign they've seen us? Zulin peered at her scope and swore under her breath. Affirmative. Destroyer is powering up engines, and they're hailing us. He punched the talk switch once more. Maraid, we're being hailed. Get that software loaded and running ASAP. I'm booting it up now, the tinker shouted over the radio. Just give me a few minutes. We may not have a few minutes, he snarled before whipping around to face his gunner. What's their status? They're moving to intercept, he reported before his eyes widened in sudden alarm. Sir, they're charging weapons. That was just about the last thing he wanted to hear. If we fight them, what are our odds? He asked. A frigate against a destroyer? Slavko said dubiously, before shaking his head. Not good. Then can we outrun them? He queried his pilot. It'd be close, but it's possible, Zulin answered. Assuming they're alone, that is. But if it's like we figure, and they call for backup, they'd have us dead to rights, Remy finished for her. While the tactical situation firmed up on the scope, the pair looked back and faced him, their features taut and haggard. Orders, Captain? Zulin asked nervously. He hit the intercom. Mairead, we are out of time. It's now or never. I'm almost there, she howled. Peripherals are loading. Yes, the Liexi spoof program is online. Answer their hail, he ordered, as Zulin frantically opened a channel. Dr. Axcherix's familiar visage appeared on the display as Samara's program entered the channel, a translation voter around his neck. A similarly attired Chell servitor glared at the simulacrum, its normal speech coming out in the harsh, scratching discord of Iliexi vocalization. Its thick fur bristled, a threat display, possibly, though he was no expert, likely demanding to know what they were doing here and why they'd taken so long to respond. He hoped Samara's program was versatile enough to communicate with them and not blow their cover. The ship watched as the Axcherix responded, its words coming out in sounds and tones that were much easier on the human ear. It made sense. Chell physiology was much closer to humans than it was to an insectoid. It was impossible to follow the alien conversation. Not only were the tongues being used utterly incomprehensible, but the body language as well. There were gestures and mannerisms aplenty, to be sure, but none of them seemed to conform to anything the Terrans might recognize. Even as he watched, he couldn't tell if things were going well or poorly. And then the Chell gave the image a derisive sniff and abruptly cut off. Talk to me, people, Remy said carefully. Several long, tense seconds ticked by as they watched their scopes until, finally, Slavko breathed out a sigh of relief. Weapon systems are powering down, he exhaled. Ship is changing course and is returning to its original position. Thank Mother Terra, Zulin whispered. We're not out of this yet, he cautioned as he screened his engineer. Mairead, it looks like it worked. Have we finished dumping our excess heat? He asked her. Yes, we have, Captain, she confirmed. Then get us out of here, he told the pilot, nice and slow. Aye aye, Captain, she swallowed, as the captured ship began pulling away from the angry red star. Chapter 32. Damn the torpedoes. I think we need to drop stealth before we enter a stellar system, Zulin abruptly announced, catching the others off guard. Mind explaining that? Remy inquired. Look, we know the stealth system degrades sensors, she explained. If we'd shut it down before entering UDF 2457, we could have spotted that Tuathizake destroyer first and avoided it. Wouldn't have made a difference, Slavko disagreed. If we'd shut down the system early, it would have still spotted our waste heat signature against the cosmic background. We would have stuck out like a store thumb. You don't know that, the pilot countered. They wouldn't have seen anything if they were on the opposite side of the star. That's a pretty big if, Remy pointed out. For that to work, we'd need to know the enemy ship's location before we shut down stealth. It's a chicken and egg argument, and while you raise a good point about the sensors, under our current circumstances, not being seen trumps everything else, he gave her a shrug. You can make a case either way, but I'd rather err on the side of caution. Maybe Mairead can boost the sensors like her and Maggie did on Gerfalcon, Slavko suggested, allowing her to save face. It's worth a shot, Remy agreed. Give her a yell and see what she says. Zulin flashed them both a smile. I will, she promised. In the meantime, how long until our next scheduled layover? The captain asked her. She glanced at her console. About 5 hours, plus or minus, she reported. This trip is taking a lot longer than I'd expected, Slavko complained. Would it really be that big a risk if we made a hard burn straight for Terra Nova? You remember the condition Samara was in when we found her? Remy reminded him. And this is a woman who was an assassin for Wetworks, can regenerate any physical injury, can shapeshift into any form she wants, and, let's not forget, has an entire army of precursors living inside her head, giving her pretty much every skill imaginable. And the Troika still swatted her down like a fucking bug. He gave the gunner a moment to let that sink in. So yes, I think it is that big a risk. Slavko held up his hands. Okay, fair point, he conceded. We're all eager to find new Terra. The captain continued, but to pull this off, we have to get there in one piece. This route might take a little longer, but it's definitely safer. Slow and steady. Got it, he agreed, turning back to his console, only to freeze as an angry red light suddenly demanded his attention. Oh, fucking hell, he swore. What is it? Remy demanded. Sensors are lighting off like a supernova, Slavko snarled. Hegemony cruiser just popped up on screen, bearing 217 by Mark 035. Range 800,000 kilometers. Confirmed, Zuelin chimed in a moment later. Looks like it'll pass us starboard side forward. All stop, the captain ordered. Make us a hole in space. Mashing the intercom button, he radioed engineering. Maraid, we've got company again. Get this simulacrum up and running as... Captain, I'm on it, she answered, as he turned his attention back to the bridge crew. Any sign they've spotted us? He asked them. Not yet, the pilot responded, her eyes now glued to the monitor. All right then, Remy nodded, considering his options. We'll hold our position here until that cruiser is out of sensor range. Are the stealth systems still online? So far, Slavko reported, but we don't know how effective they are against Troika ships. They might be able to detect them. That's a chance we'll have to take, he decided. We'll wait him out and only fire up the simulacrum if... Status change, Zuelin shouted, interrupting him. New course heading is 225 by Mark 027. Range now 750,000 kilometers and closing. She shot a look over her shoulder. They've spotted us, Captain. They're making right for us. Remy hit the intercom switch. Plan just went to shit. He informed the tinker, so it's all on you. Bring the simulacrum online. Aye, Captain. She confirmed. Program coming online now. The crew watched and waited. Anything? He asked. No change, Slavko reported. Shit. Maraid howled over the radio. The program fucking crashed, she howled. It'll take me an hour to reprogram the subroutines. An icy calm washed over him as their options dwindled to a binary set. Can we outrun them? He asked. Not for long, Zuelin informed him. He hit the switch once more. All hands. Battle stations. Get into your suits. This is likely to get terminal in a big goddamn hurry. There was a flurry of activity as the crew rushed to comply. In less than a minute, their helmets were sealed. Range, he queried. 600,000 kilometers, and closing, Zuelin replied. Are they charging weapons? He asked. Still no sign, Slavko answered. Remy leaned forward against his harness. How close would you have to be to take out their guns? He chewed on that for a moment. Less than 200,000, minimum. 100 would be even better. Can't promise you that, but we'll try, Remy said grimly. He drummed his fingers on the armrest as he considered possible strategies, immediately rejecting most out of hand before finally hailing his engineer. Maraid? I need a broken wing, he ordered. Can you do it? There was a brief pause. I think so, Captain, she answered, the tension obvious in her voice. It'll be tricky, but yeah, I can do it. Then do it, he snapped, turning his attention back to the gunner. When she does that, I want you to futz around with the stealth system. Make it look like we've suffered a major engineering casualty. He locked eyes with the gunner. Sucker them in, get them close, and then fire every fucking thing you've got. Aye, Captain, he swallowed. Take out their weapons first, he continued, then target their engines. I do not want them escaping. He turned his attention to the pilot. The instant he fires, get this ship moving. Your very best evasive maneuvers, Zuelin, Remy impressed upon her, because our lives damn well depend on it. Yes, sir, she nodded, bracing herself for what was coming. An ominous tremor began vibrating the deck and bulkheads as warning lights appeared on their consoles. Remy reached for the intercom switch, but Maraid beat him to it. I've kicked off broken wing, she told him. We're throwing out random spikes of radiation and leaving a trail of plasma in our wake a blind man could follow. Hopefully that should sell it. Keep ramping it up, he ordered. We need to sucker them in close. Be ready to dump the subterfuge when we trigger the ambush. Just give me the word, Captain, she informed him. Count on it, he growled, his attention now focused on the Agatadub ship. 500,000 kilometers and closing, Zurlin recited. Start jinking us around, Remy told her. They have to see our plasma trail by now, and they know we're watching them. Nothing too obvious, just enough to spoil their aim if they opened fire. Captain, she acknowledged, entering thruster commands at random to avoid falling into predictable patterns. I have a tentative lock on their weapons, Slavko announced. Firming it up now. Remy nodded, internalizing the update without responding. Choosing the moment was always the hardest part of battle. Well, that wasn't true. Actually pulling it off was the hardest part. The difference was there was no time to worry or second-guess yourself when you opened fire. Or worse, when they did. During combat, you were far too busy trying to stay alive to let little things like fear and uncertainty get in the way. No, those were reserved for when you had nothing but time on your hands, where you could devote your full attention to the gut-churning sensation extreme anxiety induced. 400,000. The pilot counted off. Slavko flinched. Captain, they're charging weapons. His mind raced furiously. 400,000 was still too far out. They had to draw them in. Maraid. I need something dramatic, he barked. Make them think we're dead in space. Shit, the tinker swore, glancing around the compartment frantically before her eyes lit on a console. Remy saw the mental debate raging as she weighed her options before grabbing a tool from her kit. I suggest everyone hold on to something, she growled, advancing on the hunk of machinery. This is gonna get interesting. Something about that last word turned his bowels to water. I fucking knew Maggie was a bad influence, the captain swore, before shouting into the intercom, all hands. Brace, brace, brace. They had maybe a second's worth of warning before all hell broke loose. The bridge crew was thrown against their harnesses, their heads snapping forward as the ship bucked hard. In the distance, Remy heard a muffled rumble, like a summer storm on a terrestrial world. Dirtside, the worst that could happen was a heavy rain, maybe some lightning. Here, shipside, the consequences were likely to be much, much worse. We're losing stealth, Slavko shouted. The entire system is crashing. Leave it, the captain snarled. Stand by weapons. He spared a glance at the intercom, sighing in relief when he spotted Maraid tearing apart the engine room. At least she was still alive. 300,000. Zulin gasped. Captain, I'm losing thrusters. She's tumbling. Maraid, he shouted. We've lost thrusters. No fucking shit, she screamed back at him. You wanted dramatic. He wanted to rip her head off, but in her defense, he hadn't been specific about how. Technical details he gladly left in her capable hands, so if this was her best-case scenario, a more detailed explanation would have to wait. Telling her to fix the problem would just piss her off even further, so instead, he turned his attention back to the enemy vessel. There was no way they'd missed whatever she'd done to cripple their ship, and with heuristic fealty now tumbling out of control, the question they faced was brutally simple. Did they believe the ruse, or did they smell a trap? They watched and waited as the Agatadub cruiser seemed to pause, eyeing them with suspicion. Captain, I've lost all helm control, the pilot reported. We're dead in the water. Understood, he answered, still focused on the other ship. Weapons status, he inquired. Still online, Slavko reported. Awaiting your command. Stand by, he cautioned the gunner. The crew held their breath, waiting for the Troika ship to make its move. Still it hung there, not moving, not firing. Why? What was going on over there? Remy asked himself. They don't know what to make of us, he realized, unaware he'd spoken out loud. What do you mean? Zulin asked him. They don't know we're not an Eliexi crew, he explained, as the other ship's hesitation started to make sense. If they did, they'd fire on us without a qualm. The Eliex are the Troika's best engineers and scientists, and I'm betting their ships have an impressive safety record. A mechanical failure this extreme must be practically unheard of. Then why aren't they firing? Slavko demanded. We're sitting here like a dead duck, and we know they hate each other. What the hell are they waiting for? Because they're not sure if it's a trap, Remy explained. Playing wounded? No way would a Troika ship do that. It would never occur to them, and even if it did, they'd never allow themselves to be humiliated that way. They're cocksure bastards, and they never show weakness. So wouldn't that mean it can't be a trap? The pilot asked him, more confused than ever. That's the rub, he nodded, warming up to his theory. I'm sure they'd love to get their hands on this ship and see what secrets it holds, but the predator in them also sees the easy kill of an untrusted ally. They want to take the shot. Want it badly, I'll bet. But the idea of letting a prize like this slip through their fingers sticks in their craw sideways. Remy leaned back in his chair, a smile tugging at his mouth. So there they sit, locked in debate. For how long? Slavko insisted. Not much longer, I imagine. Eventually, they have to choose. And the one thing we absolutely cannot do is give them a reason to suspect us. If they close in on us again, then they've decided to investigate. And we've got them. The captain grinned at the prospect. And if they decide not to investigate? Zulin asked nervously. Oh, well, in that case, they'll open fire and blow us out of the sky. The pair stared at him in shock. Yeah, it's a gamble, he admitted. So stay sharp. We'll only get one chance at this, assuming we get any chance at all. The pilot and gunner each took a deep breath and sat at the ready, while Remy stared at the screen with hooded eyes, awaiting his counterpart's decision. Status change, Zulin howled. Hegemony vessel has resumed course, closing at 1/4 impulse. She stared back at her captain in amazement. How did you know? She asked him. Remy smiled and said nothing. Somehow, he suspected saying, I wouldn't help morale. 200,000. The pilot sang out, as Slavko tensed. Wait for my command, he cautioned the gunner. Not until I give the word. Closer. Just a little closer. The seconds ticked by while the hegemony cruiser edged nearer. The three of them concentrated on its approach with laser-like intensity. Remy had slaved his board to Zulin's, watching as the distance between them melted away. 100,000, Zulin shrieked, while their captain bellowed fire. At the same instant, pulse cannon batteries belched radioactive death while swarms of gravitic missiles accelerated to light speed, impacting against the cruiser's hull faster than the human mind could register. Primary and then secondary explosions erupted on the vessel's nose and hard points, catching the Agatadub unprepared. Subconsciously, they must have decided their ship was too badly damaged to be a threat, allowing themselves to relax at the fateful moment. A fatal mistake on their part. The enemy ship struggled to respond, sending a ragged volley of projectiles back toward them. But unlike their gunner, Slavko was prepared for return fire. Even as he pounded the helpless cruiser into submission, he loosed a stream of counter-battery fire aimed at the incoming warheads. He didn't get them all, that was asking too much of any man. But he got most of them. The few that he missed impacted heuristic fealty, doing additional damage. But a quick glance at his board quickly proved none of the hits were crippling. Not that the news would put Mairead in a happier mood. Slavko continued putting fire on the enemy ship, hammering it into scrap. Weapons and engines were now both out of commission, the larger vessel leaking atmosphere and plasma like a bloodied and beaten brawler. Finally, his chest heaving from adrenaline, the gunner looked up from his board. Orders, Captain, he requested. Remy's answering smile was practically feral. Finish them. Chapter 33. And a pillar of fire shall guide you. How much longer? Mairead emerged from the engine housing, glaring at her captain as she wiped a sleeve across her face. It'll take as long as it takes, she growled. Whole damn drive system got overloaded, and don't even get me started on the antimatter manifold subassembly. I'll have to cannibalize parts from other systems just to get that functioning again. Remy sighed. Bottom line it for me. She pulled an electromagnetic probe from her toolkit. I'll need a day at least to get the engines back online, she informed him. And that doesn't include the damage we took from weapons fire. I've got it contained for now, but just sealing off the bulkheads is a band-aid fix. I need to actually seal and reinforce the breaches, and that's not counting all the secondary systems that were affected. Her captain refused to be swayed. How long? The tinker just shook her head. 2 days minimum to get her moving again, assuming I don't run into any other problems. The rest? She shrugged. A month, maybe more. Most of that I can repair while we're underway, but it means leaving ourselves vulnerable if we go up against another Troika ship. She gave him a hard look. Hell, we wouldn't even be in this mess if you hadn't demanded something dramatic, she snorted, making angry finger quotes. Considering it saved us from being blown to bits, it was worth it. he snapped. I don't tell you how to fix engines, so don't tell me how to fight an enemy ship. We don't know if that hegemony cruiser got a message out, and if they did, there's a damn good chance their buddies are going to come gunning for us. He returned her stare, measure for measure. If that happens, then we're dead. I'm one person, and I can only work so fast, she fired back, growing increasingly irritated. Like I said, it'll be done when it's done. Giving him a final scowl, she crawled back into the housing, the sound of muffled curses echoing from inside the equipment. Throttling back a few curses of his own, Remy stalked out of the compartment and headed for the bridge. He'd always given Mairead latitude to get the job done, but that didn't include tolerating insubordination. He was the captain, damn it, and she needed to respect that. He got she was angry, making an allowance since Tinkers always regarded their ship as theirs, with the skipper only nominally in charge. Any commander worth their salt accepted that, but there was a line one did not cross, even for Tinkers. The only problem was that he couldn't just slap her down. Not only did he need her services rather desperately at the moment, but they'd also sailed together for years. The crew was family, dysfunctional as hell, maybe, but a family nonetheless. They might squabble occasionally, but there was always mutual respect. At the moment, however, he wasn't feeling the love, and that galled him in ways he'd never fully appreciated until now. Passing one of the ship's magazines for ammo storage, he spotted ISI lugging a toolkit, a much smaller version than the one Mairead jealously guarded. The purser turned and noticed him as well, giving him a wave. You switching clans on me? Remy asked. Just helping Mairead out, he shrugged. She's got her hands full with the big stuff, so I figured I'd do what I could. I can handle the basic patching jobs, at least. We need you and the others on the bridge, so that leaves me. He smiled, shifting the kit from one shoulder to the other. Besides, my job description's always been sort of vague. I appreciate that, he said honestly. ISI was the odd man out to a certain degree, a jack of all trades surrounded by specialists. The crew manifest listed him as chief mate, purser, and supply officer, but in addition, he was also their cook, assisted Mairead in damage assessment, stood watch when they were shorthanded, and dealt with their sanitation needs. While he lacked the specialized training required for a pilot or gunner, he more than made up for it by lending a hand wherever it was needed. Remy was well aware he couldn't fly the ship without him, yet he was by far the most unassuming member of the crew. ISI was the glue that kept them together, the one who played peacemaker when there was conflict, and the one who lent a sympathetic ear when it just got to be too much. And yet despite all of that, far too often he'd allowed himself to take the big man for granted. Mairead's pissed, he confided. She blames me for wrecking her pretty new boat. ISI just chuckled. You know how she is. Unless she's hammering away on some hunk of metal and cussing up a blue streak, she doesn't feel fulfilled. The two men shared a brief laugh before he continued. Besides, she'll get over it. She always does. Good point, Remy nodded. Despite him getting his hackles up over her attitude, deep down, he knew she didn't really mean it. It was just her way of blowing off steam, even though it was difficult sometimes to remember that. You need anything? He asked, wanting to acknowledge his efforts yet not embarrass him. Nah, I'm good, he smiled. Gonna knock out a couple more patches and then get started on dinner. I'll give you all a yell when it's ready. He leaned in, speaking in more conspiratorial tones. Don't worry about Mairead. I'll talk to her. Remy had no response to that, so instead, he clapped him on the shoulder before heading to the bridge. Zulin and Slavko both looked up as he took his seat. Status, he insisted. No vessels on sensors, Zulin reported, though the current range is severely degraded. Between the damage we sustained during the battle and the spreading debris field, the detection grid is less than half of normal. That was to be expected, though it was still unwelcome news. Until Mairead finished repairs, their situation was precarious. Limited ability to spot potential threats, and unable to run if they did. The wreckage of the hegemony ship helped camouflage their position, though it was a mixed blessing. While the metallic and radioactive detritus made for excellent cover, it would also likely draw ships in to investigate. They might be able to repeat their achievement and ambush an unwary visitor, but it was even more likely any approaching vessel would be on their guard, prepared to shoot at the first sign of trouble. If that happened, they'd have few options. Stealth system is still down, Slavko reported, picking up the thread. Mairead isn't optimistic about restoring it either. She says she'll do what she can, but not only is it a low priority with the engines offline, it's also a complicated piece of ILEXE hardware. The only experience she has with it is what she picked up on board. While also no surprise, that bit of news was even more troubling than the sensors. The stealth system had been their ace in the hole, and up till now had performed beyond their wildest expectations. Losing it meant they would have to operate even more discreetly, and there was a limit to how inconspicuous a ship this size could be. Space was vast, which benefited them, but given the amount of Troika activity they'd already observed in this region, he was worried. According to Samara, the prevalence of enemy vessels would only increase the nearer they drew to New Terra. Eventually, their luck would run out. Losing their advantage turned an already dangerous mission into one that was little more than an exotic means of suicide. Despite his concerns, his face betrayed none of them. They were committed now, plus turning back in some ways was even more perilous than continuing onward. There was no better crew in the entire Corsair clan, and their ship, borrowed though it might be, was the pinnacle of Troika achievement, or at least it had been, prior to getting shot full of holes. So chances were slim. They'd seen worse odds and survived them, and they'd survive this as well. He had to believe that, for the others, if not for himself. But of course, it wasn't just about them. For 2 centuries, Terrans had struggled to survive in the harshest of environments, and considering just how badly the deck was stacked against them, that they were still here at all had to count as a miracle. The problem was they'd played this hand for all it was worth, and the dealer was demanding to see their whole card. Ever since their mission to Earth, humanity had gambled and raised and wagered as if they had an ace up their sleeve, when in fact all they held in reserve was a lowly 2 of clubs. Everything they'd accomplished was built from the biggest bluff of all, but the moment they flipped that card, it would all come crashing down. Unless they could lay claim to Terra Nova, accomplish that minor feat, and that lowly deuce would magically transform into an ace after all. The only problem was the Troika knew exactly what they were after and would readily throw without hesitation the total of their 3-in-1 Uber dynasty against them. A single ship against an alien armada. But you don't need to defeat the Troika, he realized in a sudden burst of clarity. You just have to sneak past them. So stop thinking like a damn admiral and start thinking like a smuggler. As it just so happened, Captain Remy Haddad of the Corsairs had some experience with running contraband past alien blockades. He leaned back in his chair, the hint of a smile playing on his features. A low chuckle escaped his lips as he considered the possibilities. I know that look, Slavko said shrewdly. You've got a plan, don't you? A plan? Something that'll get us all killed. You mean? Zulin said unhappily. Oh, ye of little faith, he grinned. We've made it this far, haven't we? So far, the gunner allowed. Then hear me out, he continued. Assuming Mairead can't restore the stealth system, we'll need to revise our tactics. Given just how big the cosmos is, and how much distance there is between suns, our best bet is to stay as deep in the black as possible. Avoiding star systems like the Plague gives us the best chance of eluding their blockade. He leaned back in his chair and crossed his legs. See? Nothing to it. Except there's one star system we can't avoid, and they know it, Zulin said pointedly. Eventually, we have to come to New Terra. We can dodge their patrols, slip through their pickets, and steer clear of their fleets all we want. But in the end, all they need to do is surround that system and wait. The Troika have enough ships to envelop that system. So what the hell do we do then? After all those eons of watching their ships being annihilated, they have to be a little leery of getting too close to whatever's guarding that world, Remy reminded her. I don't know how big the kill zone is, but I guarantee they'll give it a wide berth. I don't care how many ships they have. A perimeter that size will definitely have gaps. Gaps that we can exploit, he smiled. Let's say all of that is true, Slavko argued, picking up the thread. Without a functioning stealth system, they'll still see us on approach a light year away. There is no nearby nebula for us to hide in, and even if there were, that's the last place we should go, because it's the first place they'd look. The gunner looked disheartened. You're right about how big the galaxy is, but it's not big enough to lose ourselves in. Not when they know we're coming. All right, I admit the plan needs a little fine-tuning, the captain allowed, but what other choice do we have? Do you want us to just quit? Turn back with our tail between our legs? especially when we're this close. Zulin and Slavko glanced awkwardly at one another. Maybe it's something we should consider, the pilot ventured. I mean, we gave it our best shot. There's no shame in admitting it was too much for a single ship and crew. Remy took a deep breath and slowly let it back out. He glanced at each of them, weighing their character and resolve. Slavko looked away, unable to maintain his gaze, and while Zulin's chin quivered and her eyes were misty, she still held fast. He nodded to himself as he decided. No. They stared at him in confusion. No? What do you mean, no? The gunner asked, confused. I mean, we're not turning back, he clarified. We've come farther than any other Terran vessel, and we are not just going to walk away. Not when New Terra is this close. Not when we still have a chance. Don't forget, we're on an Iliexi ship with a computer-generated Troika spokesman to talk us through. We still have a fighting chance. A ship shot full of holes, and a program that crashed the last time we tried using it, Zulin reminded him, bitterness tinging her words. Then we have until our arrival at Terra Nova to improve our odds, Remy growled, because we are not turning back. But, Slavko began. I am in command here, Remy thundered, cowing the others into silence, and I say we make for Terra Nova. I have listened to your objections, and they have been noted, but as captain, the decision is mine and mine alone. He shot a glance at Zulin. Make your heading for the precursor homeworld, putting as much distance between us and the nearby star systems as possible. Aye, Captain, she whispered. Rising to his feet, he turned and made for the hatch, pausing as it slid open. And if anyone wishes to challenge my authority, you know where to find me, purposefully keeping his back to them to make a point. He waited a few moments, giving them an opportunity to pick up the gauntlet he'd just thrown at their feet. When they failed to respond, he exited the bridge without a word. Admiral Kichiro Van Alst sipped from his glass, grimacing as he pored over the latest tactical updates. The situation with the Ichun was growing steadily worse, despite the best efforts of the Alliance. Freya herself had fought several engagements against the machines, but had survived each of them, though not without cost. He'd also received word of a new weapon the Avatars were working on, one of the few bright spots in his pile of reports. Unfortunately, it seemed to have stalled amidst the research and development phase, and there was nothing in the report that suggested when it might be ready for deployment. He sighed, tossing it back onto the pile, taking another sip as he reached for the next folder. The hatch to his office slid open as his executive officer burst inside. Sir, we've just received a communique, he said in a rush, holding out a tablet with a trembling hand. The Admiral raised an eyebrow at his second in command. Oh, and what does it say? He asked. The other man swallowed. Sir, you really need to read this yourself. His second eyebrow now joined his first. The XO was not a man given to hysteria or panic, so for him to be reacting like this over a simple message spoke volumes. Taking the tablet, he quickly scanned the dispatch, only to vault to his feet as he immediately read it a second time, and then a third, his expression now as stunned as his subordinates. The message was brief, a set of stellar coordinates in the Scutum Centaurus arm, followed by a single word. Exodus, Chapter 34, Fortuna Audis's Juvat. All right, where do we stand? Remy glanced around the table, locking eyes first with Zulin. Suddenly on the spot, she took a moment before answering. We're about 3.5 light years out from New Terra, she reported. With a hard burn, we can be there in a few hours. Any sign of the Troika? ISI asked her. Not yet, she answered, shaking her head. But if they're waiting for us near the system itself, we're still too far out to spot them. How close do we need to be, given our current status? Remy inquired. 1,000,000 kilometers? Maybe, she shrugged. A lot depends on how hard they're trying to hide, and how stealthy their ships are. If they're equipped anything like heuristic fealty is, then 1,000,000 K is a good median. Satisfied, he turned his attention to his engineer. What's our ship status? He quizzed her. She's seen better days, Mairead admitted. I've repaired the worst of it, but the engines still aren't running anywhere near peak efficiency. We've lost a good 25% of our maximum velocity, and our endurance numbers at that speed are even worse. But I figure she'll get us to where we're going. And the simulacrum Samara left us? He pressed. I've done everything I can to stabilize the coating, she sighed. But I won't lie, it's still buggy as hell. I assume it was a rush job, 'cause frankly, I expected better from her and her friends. Her face twisted into a grimace as she spat out the word. It might get us through, or it might crash. We won't know for sure until we run the program. Wonderful, Slavko grumbled, drawing the captain's attention. Weapons status, he snapped, briefly jolting the gunner out of his discontent. We lost one of the missile launchers in that last fight, he disclosed. We still have the others, but the damage is going to degrade our initial throw weight. If we go toe-to-toe with another Troika vessel, our best bet is to immediately overwhelm their defenses, assuming that's possible. Losing the launcher makes pulling it off that much harder. And I'm afraid it gets worse, he said unhappily. Well, don't keep us in suspense, Remy prodded him. Out with it. It ties into what Mairead was talking about, he explained. If the engines are less efficient, they'll have to draw in extra power just to keep pace. And if more energy is being allocated to propulsion, that means less is now available for weapons, especially the pulse cannon batteries. Every salvo we throw at them will pack a lot less punch. How much less? Zulin asked apprehensively. It's not an exact 1-for-1 ratio, but it'll be roughly the same as the engines, he pointed out. The engines and weapons batteries are the two of the biggest energy hogs on the ship. That's a problem, the captain said darkly. If the shit hits the fan, and I think we have to accept the fact that it probably will, then we'll need all the bang for our buck we can get. He looked over at the tinker. I assume we can't increase our energy output to compensate? You assume correctly, she agreed. If I had the power to spare, you'd already have it. That's what I figured, he nodded. Which means if we can't boost our energy output, we have to lessen the demand. He folded his arms across his chest. After going over the ship's systems, I've decided there are two, in particular, we can do without. Which systems? Mairead demanded, looking askance. Whatever happens, it'll likely happen fast, he carefully pointed out. Because of that, I want us suited up and ready for action before we get anywhere near New Terra. And with us in suits, that means we can take life support offline. The crew glanced at one another at the news. It was obvious the idea didn't thrill them, but with them in suits, it was no more hazardous than working in vacuum. Less even, as there'd still be some residual atmosphere in the compartments, enough for emergencies at least. Well, if they don't like the first option, they'll absolutely hate the second, Remy thought wryly. And what else? His engineer probed. Grav plating, he told them, as the other shoe dropped. You want to fight this ship in 0G? Slavko exclaimed. If we get hold. And we will, Mairead snarled. Do you have any idea how difficult that makes repairs? I believe I have some inkling, he answered, his expression now cold and unyielding. We only get one chance at this, which means we have to make sacrifices. The bridge crew will be strapped into their seats, which means tethers for you and ISI, Remy revealed, giving the purser a nod before returning his attention to the engineer. I trust that won't be a problem? No, sir, she growled, sounding like she was chewing on broken glass. Excellent, he smiled with false bonhomie. With grav plating and life support both offline, does that give us the power we need? Mairead pulled out a tablet and ran the numbers. Not 100%, but it'll get us close, she admitted. Then we'll consider the matter closed, he announced. Though if you can squeeze a few more megajoules from the system elsewhere, we can certainly use them. I'll see what I can do, she sighed. Which brings us finally to ISI, he continued, wrapping things up. Any issues on your end? Nothing really to report, the big man smiled. Supply situation is good. What cargo we do have has all been secured. Medical supplies are prepped, all the hatches battened down. There were chuckles all around at that one. Can't think of anything else to add. In that case, I'm assigned you to Mairead, he ordered. I have no doubt she'll find ways to keep you busy when it all goes down. Aye, Captain, he acknowledged, giving the tinker a wink. Mairead could use the help if things went sideways. When does the party kick off? Remy glanced at the chronometer. Let's say 1500. He decided, 6 hours from now. In that case, I have a request, ISI grinned. If between now and then, you could all go check your cabins? Check our cabins for what? Slavko asked, puzzled by the petition. His grin grew wider. "It's a surprise," he told them. "Just something I've been working on." Curious looks were now being passed around the table as Zuelin glanced up at her captain. "Anything else, sir?" "No, that's it," he informed them. Meeting adjourned. The crew didn't exactly bolt out of the compartment, but they were moving faster than usual, each of them heading to their quarters except for ISI. Remy had to admit he was a little curious himself. "You're not going to tell me what the surprise is, are you?" he said in resignation. "And ruin it?" The purser chuckled, refusing to say any more. Shaking his head, Remy exited the compartment as well, though at a more sedate pace. He had an image to uphold, despite wondering as much as the others what ISI had cooked up for them. Arriving at his quarters, he spotted a flat, rectangular box sitting on his bunk, his name and rank printed neatly on the label. For the life of him, he couldn't imagine what it might be. Lifting off the lid and setting it aside, he found a layer of tissue. Pulling that out as well, Remy froze as he recognized what their purser had presented them. It was suddenly difficult for him to remain standing, his knees going weak as he sat down hard beside the package. His hands trembled as he pulled out a Terran naval uniform in black and gold, the 4 broad stripes of a captain embossed on its epaulets. ISI must have liberated it from the old battleship stores, he realized, and as he inspected it, something caught his eye. The uniform's shoulder patch had been altered, and now, beneath the ancient Turspace emblem, it read, UES Gerfalcon, UES, United Earth Ship. Remy's eyes misted as he crushed the ancient cloth to his chest. Grateful ISI had respected their privacy as his emotions overwhelmed him. For a moment, he imagined what that life might have been, were it not for the Ichun. Did he still command a ship in that other reality, or had fortunes of change whisked him away to take a different path? There was no way to answer that question, and wondering what might have been was a fool's errand. Besides, they had a far more important task ahead of them, one that could change the course of humanity forever. Remy stared at the uniform in his hands once more and understood its true meaning and why ISI had chosen this moment to present them to the crew. What they were about to undertake was not merely for this crew or the Corsair clan as a whole, but for all Terrans. After everything they'd lost, all they had suffered, mankind was taking back what was rightfully theirs. When they finally set foot on Terra Nova, it would be the children of Earth who claimed it, not a gaggle of ragged and threadbare clans. Starting with representatives from the Terran Navy, Remy honestly didn't know what to expect as he strode down the corridor, tugging at the unfamiliar uniform. He'd spent more time than he wanted adjusting and readjusting the jacket and trousers, before spending more time fiddling with the beret that went with it. As he looked into the mirror, a stranger stared back at him. Someone more experienced, more battle-hardened, more comfortable in their own skin. As odd as it was wearing the ancient attire, it also felt strangely right here, in this moment. As if, somehow, it was meant to be. Maybe that was a good sign. What if I'm the only one wearing the uniform? He thought in sudden panic. He wasn't one to concern himself with social blunders, and by long tradition, the captain was never out of fashion. If there was a conflict between his attire and the crew's, then obviously the crew was in error, not him. He chuckled at that, finding the thought strangely comforting. As it turned out, he needn't have worried. Ship's company, attention, ISI barked, while the others slammed their bootheels together more or less in unison. Remy came skidding to a halt, staring in amazement as the purser, bearing the stripes of a chief petty officer, raised a small object to his lips and blew into it. A piercing 3-tone whistle call assaulted his ears as he came to a halt, gazing in wonder at his crew. Zuelin and Slavko both bore the rank of full lieutenant, while he decked Mairead out in the uniform of a lieutenant commander. It was obvious the Tinker was profoundly uncomfortable wearing the monkey suit. Even as he observed them with a practiced eye, she nervously reached up and tugged at the high collar. As the last notes of the bosun's pipe drifted away, ISI turned and saluted. "Captain, ship's complement is standing by for your inspection," he informed him. "Very good, Chief," he responded, the ancient forms coming back to him despite long years of disuse. Taking 3 steps forward, he came to a halt directly in front of Mairead, as ISI fell in at his side. Scrutinizing the engineer from head to toe, he could find no fault, not that he was actually looking for any. If he didn't know better, He would have sworn the others had rehearsed this moment for weeks, if not for their surprise at ISI's announcement. Satisfied with the tinker's appearance, he did a sharp right face, took one step forward, and then performed a left face as he now confronted Zuulin. Mirroring his movements, ISI now stood before Maraid, while he inspected his pilot. As before, there was nothing out of place, and he could only hope his own appearance reflected the effort they themselves had shown. The ancient drill was more for form than to actually find fault, and as he watched, Zuulin somehow stood a little straighter. He turned and performed the same steps as before, arriving in front of Slavko. The gunner often appeared almost overly casual in appearance and even occasionally unkempt, but not today. He was clean-shaven, his hair neatly trimmed, his uniform immaculate. ISI's attention to detail continued to impress and amaze him as he recognized the badges each of them wore: crossed cannons for the gunner, an old-style ship's wheel for the pilot, and crossed missiles with the radiation symbol for the engineer. ISI himself wore the crossed docking clamps of a bosun, while his own breast bore the gold star of command. Damn, they looked good. The inspection complete, he returned to his original position, while ISI took station on pace behind and to his left. "At ease," he ordered, as the crew went to parade rest. Glancing over his shoulder, a small smile graced his features. "Chief Pasternak, you have outdone yourself," he commended the purser. "Thank you, sir," ISI replied solemnly. Part of him wanted to simply enjoy this moment, fearing that any words of his would only spoil something as perfect as this. But the expectant look in the crew's eyes was more than eloquent, and a rousing speech on the eve of battle was a tradition ancient among Terrans, from long before the days of a unified Earth, Mars, and Luna. "The chief's gift to all of us is especially fitting on this day," he apprised them, "for it is on this day that we fulfill the hopes and dreams of all those who have gone before. Every Terran that prayed for a better future for their children rides with us. Every Terran that died choking in vacuum, aboard ships pushed to their limits and beyond, they also ride with us." His eyes grew dark and dangerous. "And every Terran who suffered at the hands of stronger, more powerful races, they too ride with us." As he gazed at his crew, he watched them swell with pride, but he wasn't finished with them yet. "Every year, at Rendezvous, as we say our farewells, we repeat the vow, next year, on New Terra da." He paused as those words hit them hard, while Zuulin appeared to be on the verge of tears. "Not this year," he continued, "for I give you a pledge of my own." He took a deep breath before exclaiming, "Tomorrow. Tomorrow on New Terra." The crew roared their approval, shouting and whistling and clapping with unabashed enthusiasm. "All hands, to your stations." Chapter 35. To cross the River Jordan. "And there it is," Remy mused as he gazed at Terra Nova's sun. They'd actually had it on instruments for some time now, using it to navigate their way through interstellar space, but now they were close enough to see it fully with the naked eye. It was smaller than Sol, an orange K-type star instead of the yellow G-type that had illuminated Earth, but to him and his crew, it looked just as inviting. More so, perhaps, because of the promise it held, though whether it lived up to that potential remained to be seen. They were still too far out to spot New Terra itself, but once they were within the stellar system proper, he was certain they'd have no trouble locating it. "If we can get past the blockade, we're home free," he thought wryly. That was one hell of an if, but they'd made it this far. They'd make it the rest of the way, of that he was certain, or die in the attempt. Activating the intercom, he addressed the crew. "All hands, this is the captain. We are within sight of our objective, and as yet, there is no sign of the Troika. Of course, we expect that to change as we get closer, but for now, I'm taking it as a good omen. Today we sail into history and give our people the home we have long searched for ever since losing Earth." Zuulin and Slavko looked at him from their stations, and he could feel the pride and determination emanating from them both. It was time to make their run. "Let's make this one count, people," he told them. "All hands, helmets on." They were already wearing their suits, of course, and strapped in. They'd kept their helmets off to conserve their oxygen reserves, relying on the ship's life support as they drew near. As he fitted his helmet to the suit's neck ring and locked it into place, the rest of the crew was doing likewise. A quick functions check to ensure it was operating as intended, then it was on to the next item on his list. Suit status by the numbers, people. Commander Kikinos, it felt odd, addressing the crew by their, admittedly artificial, though also strangely accurate, Terran naval ranks. It was as if someone was speaking through him, a ghost from that bygone era, one much more formal and reserved than the casual and unceremonious corsairs. Yet it also seemed right, somehow, like they were finally reclaiming something they had long considered lost and irretrievable. All green. Mairead reported from engineering. Oxygen reserves at 100%. Lieutenant Hirsch. All green, 100%. Zulin answered from the helm. Lieutenant Ribeiro. Green and 100, Slavko replied. Chief Pasternak. Green and topped off, ISI reported. We're good to go, Captain. He'd already known they'd be suited up and ready when he gave the order. Not only had they lived their whole lives aboard ships, but he had sailed with them for years. That wasn't the point. This mission was too important to make any mistakes, which meant they were doing this one by the book. Not the Corsair manual, the one they were used to, but the Terran navies. Those old space jockeys had been consummate professionals and, given what was at stake, nothing less would do. Commander Kikinos, take life support and grav plating offline, he ordered, as they continued their preparations. Life support and grav plating offline. Aye, aye, Captain, she responded. Moments later, he felt the familiar sensation of zero-G, giving the bridge a quick glacé to ensure nothing was floating free. They'd worked to safely secure any loose objects in anticipation of this moment, but a few items always fell through the cracks. He failed to spot anything within his vicinity, but then the bridge was easier to lock down than other areas. If the tactical situation forced them to maneuver as hard as he suspected it might, anything unsecured quickly became a dangerous projectile. Ships had been lost and sailors killed because something as innocuous as a coffee mug slammed into a critical system, or worse, a crewman's skull. Confirmed, life support and grav plating are now offline, Captain, Mairead informed him. Again, he was already aware of that, but he was determined to do this right, which meant double and even triple checking, just to be safe. Copy that, Commander, he answered. All hands, stand by your stations. We are beginning our run. Zulin tensed, like a racer at the starting gate. Lieutenant Hirsch, he commanded, take us in. Aye, aye, Captain, she acknowledged. As heuristic fealty surged forward, its heading already programmed for New Terra. Keep a close watch on sensors, he warned them, though they were already watching for any sign of the Troika. It wasn't just a case of nerves on his part. Well, not entirely, but simply the awareness that repetition kept them all sharp and on their toes. Aye, aye, Captain, Slavko replied. Scope is clear. That wouldn't last, of course. Sooner or later, the galactic overlords would make an appearance, and based on previous experience, his credits were on sooner. Commander Kikinos, status of the Iliexi simulacrum, he inquired. Without that whole card in their pocket, the mission got considerably more dangerous. Simulacrum is standing by, Captain, she reported. Awaiting your order. Understood, Commander, he said. We'll keep you apprised. And with that, his checklist was complete. They'd done everything they could to prepare for this moment, everything they could think of. From here on out, it would be him and the crew reacting to whatever the Troika threw at them. They drilled, they trained, they'd done everything possible to cover their bases. It was time to see if all their hard work paid off. The minutes and then hours slowly ticked by as they approached the system, while the alien sun grew steadily larger on the display. Remy realized he was drumming his fingers on the armrest and made himself stop. He needed to set an example, and Twitchy didn't exactly inspire confidence. As ridiculous as it sounded, part of him was actually hoping for a Troika ship to intercept them, anything to end the existential dread he felt. Human beings could only remain on high alert for so long before their mind and body suffered accordingly. It was like putting a cable on high tension and keeping it there. Eventually, it would break under the strain. In fact, status change, Slavko shouted. I'm reading an Iliexi vessel, bearing 351 by Mark 008. Range, 1 million kilometers. Are they hailing us? Remy asked. No, sir, Zulin responded. No transmissions as yet. He nodded, though inwardly he was cursing their luck. Samara warned them the simulacrum might not withstand scrutiny from the Iliexi, and he'd hoped one of the other Troika races would intercept them instead. Distance to the precursor system? He inquired. Approximately 1/10 of a light year. The pilot informed him. 100 billion kilometers, Captain. Under normal circumstances, it was a relatively short distance. Given their current situation, that making it to New Terra meant running a gauntlet of Troika ships, it felt like infinity. His clenched fist pounded the intercom switch. All hands, we are being approached by an Iliexi vessel. So far, they haven't hailed us, but I want us to be ready when they do. Commander Kikinos, bring the simulacrum online, and be prepared to pull out all the safeties if it fails. Aye aye, Captain, Mairead acknowledged, though he could hear the tremor in her voice. Simulacrum is online and ready. That's settled. Remy turned his attention to the bridge crew. If this doesn't work, Lieutenant Hirsch, he told his pilot, your orders are to immediately go to maximum acceleration and make for New Terra. They'll likely be shooting at us if we're running. So I need you to use every trick you know to avoid the incoming fire. Aye aye, Captain. Zulin swallowed. Echoed the tinker. I'll do my best. I know you will, he said gently, not wanting to spook her further. Lieutenant Ribeiro, if an enemy vessel is between us and New Terra when things go south, aim for their weapons array. If they're chasing us, however, then take out their engines. Aye aye, Captain. The gunner grimaced, already updating his firing solutions. They didn't need to destroy the enemy vessels, merely render them harmless. Assuming such a thing was even possible, any ship in front of them could intercept, which was why destroying their ability to fire on heuristic fealty was so important. But if they were being chased, then disabling their propulsion system would hopefully allow them to escape. Troika ships were tough nuts to crack even under the best of circumstances, and if they ran up against something like an Imperial dreadnought, then all bets were off. Combat with anything that powerful would most definitely be short-lived. Still no hails? Remy asked again, their continued silence confirming his worst fears. No, sir. Nothing, Zulin informed him. They absolutely should have heard from the other ship by now, unless it was standard procedure for the arriving ship to initiate communications. That was certainly possible, and even made sense from a security standpoint. If you want to keep your ships hidden, like, say, for a blockade, announcing your position to the galaxy every time a new vessel arrived was a poor way to do it. If that was the case, then the clock was already counting down. It was time to make their move. Commander Kikinos, bring the simulacrum online and open a channel, he ordered, keeping his mental fingers crossed. Aye aye, Captain, Mairead confirmed, her voice steady despite any concern she had to be feeling. Simulacrum online and running. Channel is open. There was a brief pause. Communication has been established. The crew held their breath as they waited for the Troika ship to respond, praying they'd accept Samara's ruse as genuine. If they didn't, sir, they're charging weapons, Slavko shouted, as their elaborately planned strategy immediately turned to shit. Disable their weapons, evasive maneuvers, hard burn for the system. Remy roared back as the crew raced to respond. Acceleration crushed him into his chair as the ship leapt forward, Mairead redlining the engines as they raced for New Terra. The pulse cannons and gravitic missiles erupted with fire from heuristic fealty's weapons batteries, drawing first blood as the Iliexi ship staggered. They might have been initially suspicious of the silent vessel approaching them, but it seemed no one actually believed they were a threat. If no one had seriously challenged their blockade in recent memory, maybe they'd grown complacent. And it's about to cost you, he sneered, while Zulin wrenched the ship hard to port to evade the first salvo of returning fire. There was no way to avoid them completely, however, as heuristic fealty shuddered under the impact. Hull damage, sections 12 and 32, their engineer reported. We've lost an entire bank of pulse cannons, she continued. Engines are at 94%. We're still in this, he growled as the other vessel came about to fire again. Pound that bastard. Firing, Slavko howled, as a second and then a third volley slammed into the enemy ship, the Iliexi vessel staggering under the onslaught. It attempted to come about as they made for the system, but its efforts were sluggish. It fired again, but the barrage was off target and woefully under strength, allowing Zulin to sidestep the fusillade. As heuristic fealty charged ahead, the stricken vessel fell behind, already deep in trouble. Ignore him, Remy ordered. There had to be other ships out there. and they couldn't afford to get bogged down fighting a single ship, especially one this far from the system. They had to get closer, close enough to trigger whatever defensive measures New Terra possessed that kept the other species at bay. If they could shelter under its protection, they might just have a chance. Status change. Slavko screamed yet again. 1, 2, 4, 7, 13 enemy ships now detected, on a converging course. God damn it. Remy pounded the armrests in frustration as they sprang the trap. The Troika's plan was as obvious as it was simple. Send a single ship out to challenge all incoming traffic, while the other vessels lie in wait under stealth. If things went poorly, the other ships would appear and encircle the intruder, cutting off their escape route before annihilating them. "Show me a plot," the captain thundered, as Zulin threw up a tactical display on the main viewer. Staring at the display, he felt his gut clench hard. If they altered course now, and with more than a little luck, there was still a chance they could escape the ambush. The odds weren't great, but they were a damn sight better than if they continued heading for New Terra, which meant giving up any chance of ever claiming it for their people. He thought furiously, considering their options, and then decided. "There," he growled. "Make your heading 047 by Mark 113, maximum burn." "Aye aye, sir," the pilot acknowledged, throwing her hard to starboard as they fought to evade the net. The nearer ships were already firing, but they were still far enough out that their weapons' fire could be avoided, though that wouldn't last for much longer. With every passing second, the enemy ships drew closer, and as they continued to make for their objective, he was helping them do it. Time to throw a spanner into the works. He hit the intercom switch and connected with engineering. "Mairead, I'm about to ruin your day," he warned her, drawing a worried look from Slavko. "Oh, bloody hell," she swore. "Not again." Remy bore the grin of a madman as faced his pilot. "Lieutenant Hirsch," he said calmly. "Crazy Ivan. New course heading 278 by Mark 315. Zulin responded instantly, cutting their acceleration just long enough to flip the ship end for end before re-engaging on a reciprocal course. The ship screamed in protest as the crew were crushed by the extra G-forces, the deck and bulkheads shuddering as they pushed the vessel to its very limits. The surprise maneuver caught the Troika ships by surprise, throwing their neatly planned stratagem into brief disarray. "Ha!" he shouted. "Weren't expecting that. Now were you?" Status change. Slavko shrieked in sudden panic. A dozen more ships just appeared on sensors, directly in front of us. The triumphant expression drained from his face as he stared in horror, the new targets appearing en masse to block their advance. Too late, he recognized their ploy. Throwing the first wave of ships at him, they'd herded heuristic fealty into the waiting arms of the second line of defense. By avoiding what he'd thought was the trap, he'd foolishly fallen for it instead. "Sir, they're firing." The gunner got out, just as their world exploded in flames. Chapter 36. In Perdition's Flame. The ship lurched hard as a plasma conduit let go, sending a white-hot inferno exploding out of the bulkhead as it roared through the compartment. Zulin screamed, clawing at her harness as she fought to escape. Slavko released his own restraints, only to be hurled against the hatch as heuristic fealty bucked yet again. Cursing a blue streak, Remy freed himself and kicked off from his chair, narrowly avoiding the gunner's fate as he grabbed hold of the pilot's console, working desperately to rescue her from the roaring flames. As the belts ensnaring her finally fell away, he grabbed her by the waist and launched them both towards safety. "Mairead, ISI, can you hear me?" he shouted into the helmet as he and Zulin landed beside the still tumbling gunner. Out of immediate danger, the pilot hurriedly secured Slavko and checked his suit readouts while her captain struggled with the hatch. "Shit, he's losing oxygen," Zulin swore, frantically checking his suit for leaks. She found a tear beneath his arm, yanking a patch from her suit pocket and slapping it over the hole, sealing the breach. "Captain? Captain!" The tinker responded over the suit radio. "The ship is dying. We have to abandon. Get to the escape pod," he gasped in reply, wrenching the hatch open. "And make sure you're armed." Unlike Gerfalcon, the Iliexi ship contained escape pods at various locations in case of emergencies. In case the worst happened, he designated the most centrally located pod as a rallying point. If they had to abandon ship, he wanted to keep the crew together, though if the situation was bad enough, that might not be possible. As for their weapons, given their circumstances and the risks they were taking, they'd kept them on hand, just in case. It was uncomfortable when they were in their seats, but worth the misery. A glance at the others confirmed they were, thankfully, still armed as well. On my way, ISI answered, bringing a sob of relief from Zuelin as she finally heard his voice. Maraid's keeping the core from fucking exploding. Goddammit, Maraid. Get out of there. Remy howled in return while the pilot clipped onto Slavko, securing him for transport. Don't be a fucking hero. I need 5 minutes, the engineer snarled. Otherwise, we're all dead. Fucking hell, the captain cursed, furious at their plight as the trio began making their way from the bridge, heading aft with the gunner between them. Slavko was still struggling, and as he glanced into his faceplate, Remy recognized the possibility he'd suffered some brain damage. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about it. Not under these conditions. At the moment, their only goal was to get the hell off the ship. Anything beyond that would just have to wait. Another explosion tore through the hull, sending a blast of plasma and shrapnel in all directions. They were witnessing heuristic fealty's death throes, and if they wanted to live through the next few minutes, then they needed to get clear, fast. Slavko's head lolled as they detoured around the worst of the damage, the pair towing him as they raced to link up with the others. Yet another explosion tore a breach in the hull while they headed aft, though thankfully the bulk of the ship's atmosphere had already escaped. Lucky for them. If it hadn't, they'd be at risk of being blown out into space through a gaping maw of jagged metal, guaranteed to tear their suits to shreds as they died gasping for air. ISI, Zuelin shouted, waving frantically at the figure hovering near the airlock's entrance. Slavko's hurt. Glancing up, Remy was relieved to see that he'd made it and was still in one piece. Okay. The gunner mumbled, barely coherent. The purser immediately pushed off the bulkhead and swam out to meet them, snagging a nearby stanchion to halt himself before giving the gunner a quick once-over. He got thrown into a bulkhead, Remy explained. Pretty sure he's got some head trauma. I'm fine, Slavko protested, though his objection fell on deaf ears. Had a suit leak, too, Zuelin chimed in. ISI squinted into Slavko's faceplate. He's got a blown pupil, the purser observed, as a sense of foreboding came over them. It could be hypoxia from the leak, he said in a rush, hastily recanting while Zuelin stared in horror. As much as he wanted to tend to Slavko's injuries, they had bigger problems at the moment. Status, Remy barked. Engineering's wrecked, ISI informed him. It's a goddamn miracle the core hasn't already gone up. Maraid swears she can stabilize it, but not for long. Enough for us to get clear, maybe. Maybe, Zuelin said shrilly. Debate later. Evacuate now, Remy snapped. Get to the escape pod and look after Slavko. He wrapped the gunner's helmet with his fist. We need to move. You still with us? It took him a moment to focus. Yeah, he rasped. I'm good. Another shudder rippled through the dying ship. Go, the captain shouted. I'm going after Maraid. Kicking off, he headed aft, ignoring the crew's shouts. He trusted ISI and Zuelin to get Slavko to the pod safely, but the Tinker was all alone. There was no way in hell he was abandoning her, not after all they'd been through. Besides, knowing her as he did, there was a damned good chance she'd delay abandoning ship until it was too late. He'd pull her out kicking and screaming if he had to, as long as she was alive to bitch about it later. A massive section of the hull suddenly broke free, plummeting out of sight and leaving the compartment open to space while he held on for dear life. The ship was disintegrating all around them, and with each new fissure came additional vents of searing plasma and dangling cables that sparked with deadly energies. The lack of atmosphere did little to quench the hazards surrounding him, though at least being blown into space was no longer a concern. After 2 more detours and a few close calls, Remy finally arrived in engineering, or what was left of it. Given the ship's condition, he was amazed as much had survived as it had, though one look at the shattered core filled his mortal soul with dread. That it hadn't exploded, yet, was a testimony to its builders. Say what you want about the Iliexi, but their technology and science were without peer. It was equally obvious that the power plant couldn't hold out much longer, given its current status, An explosion was both inevitable and imminent. Amid the screaming, arcing maelstrom, he spotted Mairead, fighting to contain the demonic energies demanding release. "Mairead!" he shouted. "Get out of there! Just 2 more minutes!" She held back, welding a patch across the most heavily damaged section. "I can stabilize it." As good as she was, and Mairead was damned good, nothing could stop an implosion now. That much was obvious even to him. But the Tinker's desperation and stubborn pride refused to let her accept defeat. She'd battle to the bitter end and beyond to salvage what she could. But they'd lost this fight before it had even begun. With no time for debate, he went to her side and pulled her away, dragging her away as she struggled in his grasp. "My toolkit!" she screamed, redoubling her efforts to escape his clutches, raining down blows on his head and shoulders. "Leave it!" he roared, ignoring her assault as he made for the escape pod. The sound of tearing metal filled their ears and set their teeth on edge as the entire forward section tore away, rotating end for end as they stared in shock as Remy redoubled his efforts. "Come on!" Whatever resistance still possessing the engineer vanished as the ship broke in half. Mairead stopped wrestling in his grasp and began making her way forward in earnest, enough that her captain released her and joined in her efforts. Another hard jolt sent them both careening through the ship's carcass like pinballs, but after much effort and liberal use of profanity, they found their way at last to the waiting pod. Zulin frantically waved them both forward as they approached, howling, "Hurry!" Once inside, Remy slammed the hatch shut and sealed it while the pilot prepared to blast them free from the ship. ISI and Slavko were already strapped in as the others hurried to do likewise before the captain grabbed his engineer by the arm. "Can you launch the other pods from here?" he demanded. She thought hard for a moment and then nodded. "There's an override switch in the panel," she told him, undogging the access plate and pointing it out. "Why?" Mairead asked. "Cover," he fired back, shoving her hand out of the way and activating the switch. "So the Troika doesn't know which one is ours," he explained further. "Might buy us a few minutes if we're lucky." That done, Remy turned to their pilot, sparing the crew one last look before ordering, "Get us out of here." Zulin slammed the launch button as the pod's engines came online, blasting them away from what remained of heuristic fealty. "Does this thing have sensors?" he asked her. "Barely," she responded. "A few cameras, a homing beacon, and a very basic system that looks for ships and habitable planets. That's it," he said in disgust. Zulin rolled her eyes. "It's a life pod, Captain, not a battlecruiser. It's designed to get you someplace safe before the air runs out, but that's it." Somewhere in his head he'd known that, but given how desperate their situation was, he'd been clutching at straws. "Do what you can with it," he told her, "and see what ships are close by. I don't think we can evade them, but if we can blend in with the debris field." Something slammed into the pod, triggering warning klaxons as they were flung aside like garbage. The tiny craft pitched violently, spinning out of control until Zulin could dampen down the worst of it. Mairead quickly joined her, double-checking the affected systems while she worked to silence the alarms. "I'd say that blast marked the end of heuristic fealty," ISI remarked dryly. Remy nodded in agreement before turning his attention to their gunner. "How are you doing, Slavko?" he asked. He groaned in reply, his movements choppy and uncoordinated. "I'm okay," he said again. "Head hurts, though." "You just take it easy," he reassured him. "We're working on a way to get out of this mess." He struggled to focus his gaze. "Don't bullshit me, Captain," he slurred. "We're fucked and you know it." The captain grimaced at his words. "Maybe," he admitted, "but I'm not giving up. There's a way out of this, I'm sure of it. We just have to find it." "Sure, boss," he mumbled, closing his eyes. "Whatever you say." He and the purser shared a look before ISI shrugged. You could think all the happy thoughts you wanted, but they didn't change reality. It might be good for your mental health, but right now his only concern was getting them clear of this disaster, to someplace where it was safe. At the moment, the only asylum close at hand was Terra Nova itself, and the odds of the Troika letting them anywhere near it were nil. Even if they convinced them the pod was nothing more than a harmless bit of wreckage, at the snail's pace they were currently traveling, it would take months to reach the precursor homeworld, maybe even years. Whatever meager provisions the pod had stocked would run out long before then, though the lack of fresh oxygen would likely kill them first. Stymied for answers, he turned back to the two women. Anything? He asked them. Not much I can tell you, Zulin said unhappily. No habitable planets within range. In fact, nothing uninhabitable close by either. We were still in interstellar space when we got ambushed. Remy made an impatient gesture, urging her to continue. As far as ships go, I'm still trying to sort that out. There's a lot of interference, what with heuristic fealty blowing up and all. At the moment, I can't tell you what the Troika is up to. Mairead turned and faced him. You think they'll try to grab us? Or just shoot us out of the sky? I don't know, he sighed, and being honest, I'm not sure which option is worse. Kind of hard to come back from dead, the Tinker pointed out. You and I both know there are worse things than being dead, Remy said grimly, trying not to shudder before something caught his eye. What's that? He asked, pointing at a flashing icon on the pod's thumbnail version of a control panel. The two ladies gave it a quick glance. Transponder, Zulin explained. The indicator light just means it's putting out an active pulse for search and rescue. Their eyes all widened in panic as her words sank in. Shut it down now, their captain shouted, as she hurried to comply. A few tense seconds later, the lamp blinked off. A deafening silence filled the pod. Do you think they spotted us? Mairead asked quietly. No way to know, unless something happens, ISI volunteered. If a day or two goes by and we're still here, we're probably good. So until then, we wait, Remy stated. ISI, check out our supplies. I want to know where we stand. Aye aye, Captain, he acknowledged, as he began inventorying the recessed lockers and cabinet's contents. Zurlin, he continued, turning to the pilot. Keep searching for any nearby ships. I want to know if any of them get close. Aye, sir, she swallowed. I mean, I'll try, but like I said, the sensors are pretty rudimentary. Do what you can, he told her, before moving on to Mairead. I don't know how long we'll be stuck in this thing, Remy continued, but we need to stretch out our resources for as long as possible, especially our oxygen. Any ideas how we can do that? The Tinker scratched her head as she considered the problem. There's always some built-in redundancy with lifebots, she said thoughtfully. Let me dig into the systems and see what I can squeeze out of them. The sooner the better, he insisted, because the longer we wait. A loud, reverberating clang echoed through the pod like a church bell, bringing the conversation to a crashing halt. I don't suppose we could have bumped into some debris? He asked, hoping for a miracle. Sorry, Captain, ISI answered, drawing his plasma weapon. Those were docking clamps. They've got us. Pulling out his beam pistol, he pointed it at the hatch. Get ready, people, he told them, because we're about to get company. The crew readied their own weapons and waited, their fingers tense on the triggers. A minute ticked by. 2. They shared furtive glances as the standoff continued, until finally, Mairead said in disgust, What the hell are they? Why? An intense burst of energy filled the pod as the Terran screamed, paralyzing them before knocking them unconscious. Chapter 37. To stand before the Norn. Remy slowly regained consciousness to find himself in shackles. It took him several minutes to gather his wits. His mind was fuzzy, his thoughts disjointed, after effects of whatever had knocked them out. He struggled to sit up, but with his wrists and ankles secured by manacles and chain, it proved to be more difficult than he'd imagined. With effort, he contorted his body into a sitting position, the metal links rattling loudly on the hard metal deck. Glancing around the compartment, he spotted ISI, already conscious and staring back at him. Hey boss, the purser said. Glad to see you're awake. How long have you been up? The captain asked. Not long, he shrugged. 5, 10 minutes maybe. Peering around at the empty chamber, the big man shook his head. Haven't seen anyone yet, except the crew. He jerked his head to the right, indicating the others, still unconscious. Tried getting a closer look, but he rattled his own chain, shaking his head once more. I think we got ourselves a problem. Understatement of the millennium, Remy answered with a snort. I'm open to suggestions. Sorry, Captain, he sighed. I can't think of a damn thing. If they remove the chains, we could try rushing him, I guess. I've got a feeling the chains are staying on, he grimaced. The Troika might be arrogant, but they aren't stupid. You're both giving me a headache, Mairead moaned, rolling over to face them. Stop it already. How are you feeling? Remy asked, heads pounding like a drum. She told him, but other than that, I'm okay. Her response reminded him of their gunner's injury. Slavko, can either of you see if he's all right? Mairead squinted in his direction. He's still breathing, she told him. Can't tell more than that. At least he's alive, the captain said quietly. It wasn't much, but given their situation, it was better than nothing. I don't suppose you've got a cutting tool hidden in your boot? He asked hopefully. Sorry, Captain, she lamented. Not even a screwdriver. She rattled her chains and shrugged helplessly. I'm guessing it's a tungsten graphene composite. Hard to cut even with tools. Wonderful, Remy sighed, as their pilot stirred. Zulin, are you with us? He prompted her, earning a groan in reply. Barely, she mumbled. She tried to sit, but after a few abortive attempts, she gave up, rolling over on her side to face them instead. Guess we didn't get clear. Doesn't look like it, he grudgingly agreed. So what happens now? ISI asked. Not much we can do, Remy answered. Wait for them to come for us, then look for our chance. No offense, Captain, Mairead groused, but that ain't too helpful. At the moment, it's all I've got, he fired back. We're chained up in an empty compartment, probably under surveillance, and I'm betting there are armed guards right outside. Sort of limits our options, he snapped. At least we're still alive, ISI pointed out. They could have killed us with no one the wiser. Not sure that's a good thing, Zulin said nervously. Whatever they have planned for us, it won't be pretty. Stay focused, people, Remy ordered. We're not dead yet, which means there's still a chance. Keep your eyes and ears open and be ready to move at a moment's notice. Until then, he sighed, all we can do is wait. They didn't have to wait long. Slavko still hadn't regained consciousness when the hatch slid open and a dozen guards entered, for from each Troika race except for the two of his Ake, who were represented by the rodent-like Chell instead. They removed their shackles from the connecting chains as they hoisted them to their feet before being dragged out into the corridor. Where are you taking us? Remy demanded, only to earn a scaly backhand across the face from one of the Agatadub. Be silent, the guard snarled, as he felt blood dripping from his nose. He tried to look around at the others, but the restraints and the guards themselves hampered his efforts. They probably won't kill us, he reasoned. They could have done that back in the compartment. Whether he could consider that bit of information comforting or not remained to be seen. They reached the end of the corridor at a larger-than-normal hatch, flanked on either side by 3 guards, also comprising each of the races. That was unusual, in fact, it was almost unheard of. The 3 races cooperated out of necessity, but there was little love lost between them. They disliked and distrusted each other immensely, so much so that even when they were forced to work together, they still kept themselves segregated. The level of partnership he was witnessing here was practically unheard of, though of course there was a reason for that. New Terra itself. If any of them ever figured out how to get past the planet's defenses, their first order of business would be to eliminate the competition, starting with their erstwhile allies. Which meant that here, this close to the prize, they had 2 choices: work together or slaughter one another. Apparently, they'd chosen the first option, though he had to wonder just how solid their cartel truly was. The hatch slid open as the guards transported them inside. As Remy goggled in astonishment, the compartment they had been dragged into was, well, if he had to give it a name, the only one that did it justice would be Throne Room. 3 beings sat before them, from all 3 of the Troika Master races, but the room itself was suffering from an extreme case of split personality disorder. On the left sat a massive reptilian Agatadub, at least 2.5 meters in height. The throne on which he was perched was something straight out of a medieval fantasy, carved from dark stone and decorated with the bleached skulls of several races, one of which appeared to be Terran. The lizard growled as they entered, eyeing them with fell intent. In the center was an insectoid Alex, but its chair couldn't have been more dissimilar from the first if they'd tried. It hovered over the deck with no visible means of support, constructed from advanced materials, and was surrounded by what appeared to be an incredibly complex computer station controlling Terra alone knew what. It gazed at them thoughtfully, its antennae twitching. On the right, There was a small pond crafted from what looked like living rock, where an amphibian HeWhoLooksSkyward rose from its depths. A waterfall cascaded behind, babbling softly, while all around grew plants obviously suited for a marshy setting. In and near the pool were a handful of Chell servants, seeing to their master's every need. It perched upon a submerged slab, its expression inscrutable. The guards unceremoniously dumped the Terran crew onto the deck and then stepped back, bowing before the kings, overlords, oligarchs. Remy had no idea. Much about the Troika was shrouded in mystery, and he'd never heard what their leaders were called, or how they were chosen. With effort, he could stand, though the manacles kept him hunched. One by one, the others did the same, except for Slavko, who was still unconscious. So, the crew of the infamous Gerfalcon, the HeWhoLooksSkyward buzzed. "We meet at last." Remy lifted his head. "And you are?" he demanded. After all, why waste politeness on the likes of them? The odds of their ever leaving this ship alive didn't bear mentioning. The insectoid tapped at the console before him, bringing up an image of their ship on the monitor. "We have been aware of you and your vessel for some time. Ever since your journey to your homeworld," it explained, ignoring his own questions. "You eluded us, regrettably, despite our best efforts." Its antennae homed in on him. "I would ask what became of Dr. Axcherks, but it is quite obvious you had him murdered." Angrily, the HeWhoLooksSkyward snarled. "This is a waste of time. Kill them and be done with it." The sounds of hissing and chirruping drew their attention to the amphibian HeWhoLooksSkyward, clearly speaking to one of the Chell. The rodent bowed as he finished and turned to the others. "My master suggests we not act in haste," it interpreted. "Instead, he proposes the Empire be given domain over the prisoners, so that we may turn them to our advantage." The crew stared in horror. They knew full well what the master was referring to, having witnessed it for themselves. The HeWhoLooksSkyward were telepaths, able to not only read the minds of other species, but also to bend them to their will. It was how they kept their Chell servants loyal, and they tried to do the same to their shipmates during the mission to Earth. Luckily, one of their night companions found a cure before any permanent damage was done. The only problem was they didn't have access to any ketamine, the cure for mental enslavement. If the masters had their way, they'd turn him and his crew into their own personal agent provocateurs, happily betraying the Terran race without a qualm. Given their current situation, the only way to avoid that fate was to kill themselves before the coercion took hold. Not exactly a pleasant thought, assuming they could manage it at all. "So you can use them against us?" the lizard snapped. "I think not. I agree with our colleague we should not act impulsively," the HeWhoLooksSkyward responded, "though I believe giving the Empire sole jurisdiction in their disposition is unwarranted at this time." The HeWhoLooksSkyward gave the HeWhoLooksSkyward amphibian a toothy grin of satisfaction as the HeWhoLooksSkyward continued. "Instead, I propose the suzerainty take charge of the prisoners. There are several experiments we are currently conducting that they would be well suited for. Of course," it said with a polite nod of its head, "we would gladly share the results with our esteemed associates. Explain to me how giving them over to you profits the hegemony any more than giving the prisoners over to them." The reptilian barked, waving his paw at the HeWhoLooksSkyward. "Kill them, and we all benefit." Remy was about to interject when he forced himself to remain silent instead. Once again, the divisive nature of the Troika was rearing its head, and that could only work to their advantage. As an ancient Terran leader once put it, "When your enemy is making a mistake, don't interrupt." The longer they kept squabbling, the better, though how they could use that to get out of this mess was beyond him at the moment. The amphibian began making noises once more, as its servant spoke up. "Corpses do nothing to gain us entry to the precursor homeworld," it stated. "I propose instead that we place them aboard one of our vessels and use their presence to secure access to the planet." "We've tried that," the reptilian shouted. "It's never worked. Not once. The instant whatever is protecting that world detects a non-Terran species, the ship is immediately destroyed." The humans shared glances with one another at that bit of information. Given what they knew about the precursors and the strange connection Terrans seemed to share with them, it was easy to see why the Troika had attempted that dodge. That it failed meant the AI, or whatever it was guarding the door, was even smarter than they'd realized. "This internecine bickering is not productive," the HeWhoLooksSkyward buzzed. I suggest we remove the prisoners until we can come to a mutually beneficial arrangement. Agreed. The Agadadub nodded. The two of his Ake made a brief chirrup. My master also agrees, the Chell servant said for him. The Eliex touched a button on its console, opening the hatch. Return the prisoners to their cell, it ordered, as the guards moved forward, grabbing them by the arms and dragging them off as the hatch closed behind them. Someone mind explaining what the point of that was? Mairead snorted. Only to earn a blow to her own head. Be silent, the guard snarled once again. It was several hours later when the hatch to their cell opened. A Chell servitor entered, closing the portal behind them. It carried two containers, one of water, the other some kind of paste. It glanced at the crew, its whiskers twitching, before removing a device from its pocket and activating it. We haven't much time, it hissed. I can only disrupt the sensors for a few moments. Who are you? Remy demanded, sitting up. My name is not important, it said in a rush. If you wish to escape this vessel, then you will listen to what I have to say. You're a Chell, the captain snapped as the others roused around him. Why would you help us? Because I am with the Brotherhood of Shadows, one of the few still living, it answered. Most of us died in the Great Purge, but not all. The Brotherhood? Remy snarled. Thanks to you, the Ichun have been rampaging all across the galaxy. Why should I listen to anything you have to say? That was Elder Brother's doing, it hissed in return. We knew nothing of his plans, and if we had, we would have stopped him. His actions have all but destroyed us, and for what? The petty revenge of an angry child against those who did nothing to harm us. Its face contorted in anger. He was a fool, and he is dead. Blame him if you must, but I was not responsible for the Ichun. Assuming I believe you, why would you help us? Remy asked. A big part of him didn't believe the Chell. He wouldn't put it past the two of his Ake masters to try a stunt like this, to get them to do something they wanted, though it was hard to see the point. If they were that big a threat, they could simply do as the Agadadub leader kept demanding and kill them. A ruse like this honestly seemed kind of pointless, because our goals are intertwined. You and I, the Chell said fervently. You wish to claim the precursor planet as your home, and we wish to be free of the masters forever. Once you claim that ancient world, I imagine your next objective will be to destroy the Troika's power, once and for all. And if it is? Remy asked carefully. With the Troika defeated and the masters destroyed, we will finally be free, it said with sudden passion. For millennia, we have dreamed of this, and now, with your help, the day of deliverance may finally be at hand. Its eyes bore into his. For that, I would give anything, including my very life. Remy slowly nodded. What do we need to do? For now? Nothing, it answered. Await my signal. It will take time to make preparations. When we are ready to move, it must happen quickly. The device he carried let out a soft beep. My time is up. I must go. When? Remy demanded. The Chell paused at the hatch. Soon, it vowed. The hatch opened as the servitor departed. There was a long moment of silence before anyone spoke. Can we trust him? Zulin whispered. I don't think we have a choice, Remy said at last. Chapter 38. Second star to the right, then straight on till morning. Time passed. How long was uncertain. Days, most likely, though probably not weeks. Eventually, they removed their shackles, not out of kindness, but merely to simplify the sanitation problem. Their rations were more of the same bland paste the Chell had brought them, though they had not seen them again since that first meeting. Other than their guards, who were visible only at mealtimes and who tolerated no attempts at communication, they had no other visitors. Nor were they taken back to the throne room, leaving the crew at loose ends. Why? Mairead demanded. Why are we still here? Hell, why are we even still alive? Would you prefer the alternative? Remy asked her. She gave him an old-fashioned look. Of course not. But this doesn't make any damn sense. What's the point of keeping us here? What do they hope to gain? I suspect it has less to do with some ulterior motive and more to do with their leaders, the captain said pointedly. In fact, that we're still here tells me they still can't agree on what to do with us. Besides, it's not like we're going anywhere. Plenty of time to decide our fate. That tracks, I nodded. Can't think of any other reason to keep us around. I don't know about the rest of you, Slavko muttered from the deck, but I'm glad for the downtime. Remy went to the gunner and knelt at his side. Feeling any better? He asked. Some, he nodded. Head still hurts and my balance is off, but other than that, I'm okay. And your eyesight? He prompted. Slavko sighed. A little blurry, he admitted. The captain patted his shoulder. You just rest, he told him. Best thing for you right now. The gunner nodded weakly and closed his eyes, throwing an arm over his face. He'd finally woken the day after their capture, but the obvious signs of concussion worried them all. The crew took turns watching over him, watching for any signs of a relapse. So far, he seemed to be slowly improving. The sound of the hatch opening immediately drew their attention as a Chell servitor stepped inside, the hatch closing behind them. The only time they saw their guards was at mealtime, but by Remy's rough calculations, that was still several hours off. Come, there is little time, the Chell hissed, motioning them towards the hatch. I have lured your watchers away, but they will soon return. We must be far from here when they do. We're still debating whether we can trust you, Remy said, speaking for the others as he stood up. How do we know this isn't some sort of trap? They have already trapped you, the Chell retorted. What point would there be in tricking you now? Information that they could easily torture out of you. And still may, should they ever agree on a protocol. If you wish, you may remain here and await your fate. But if you do, then you are fools, it said derisively. The crew looked at one another, still unsure until ISI finally spoke up. Like you said, Captain, what choice do we have? I sure as hell don't want to stay here until we rot. One by one, the others nodded in agreement. All right, Remy said at last, then let's go. ISI gave Slavko a hand, helping him to his feet and supporting him as they exited the compartment. Just as the Chell had told them, there were no guards in sight. This way, it gestured, leading them down the corridor. Where are we going? Shilon asked. A shuttle is waiting, the Chell explained. As far as the computer is concerned, it is scheduled for a routine personnel transfer. It is bound for the Agatadub vessel Adamantin, on the far side of the precursor homeworld. So we take the shuttle and then divert from the flight plan, making a run on the planet itself when we're out of range from Troika weapons fire, Remy deduced. Exactly, the servitor agreed. By the time they learn the truth, hopefully it will be too late. Hopefully, Mairead said shrilly. What did you expect, a guarantee? Remy snapped. Just get us to the shuttle, Mr. Whatever your name is, and we'll take it from there. The Chell nodded and scurried down another corridor, leading them through a maze of passageways as they traversed the alien ship. By the fourth turn, they were hopelessly lost, dependent solely on their guide to lead them to the waiting shuttle. If the Chell were to betray them, it would be now, the captain realized, examining every turn and corner with a vigilant eye as they fought to escape. As the minutes ticked by, Remy realized the hallways were strangely empty, compelling him to ask their rescuer the cause. It is a security exercise, the servitor explained, scheduled randomly to more accurately test their knowledge and skills. Much of the ship is on lockdown. Wait, if it's scheduled randomly, how did you learn of it? Remy demanded. Who do you think programmed it into the computer? The Chell snorted, taking one last turn before coming to a halt in front of a hatch. This will allow you access to the shuttle. Use this, they continued, producing a data rod and handing it over, when you are ready to escape. It will mimic a Troika crew requesting clearance for departure. Remy took the proffered rod and handed it to Zuelin. Thank you for all your help, he said sincerely. We are in your debt. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, then free my people, the servitor said zealously, their eyes glistening with fervor. All that I have done has been for them. You have our word, Remy vowed. As soon as possible we will. Halt, do not move, someone shouted behind them. The crew spun around, spotting too late an Agatadub guard, now charging towards them with undisguised fury as it reached for its sidearm. Remy instinctively reached for his own weapon, cursing his stupidity as he remembered he was unarmed. There was a moment of indecision, of hesitation, as he frantically struggled to come up with a plan in time to save them. ISI didn't wait for orders. Instead, he rushed the massive reptilian, his feet pounding on the deck plates prior to him, launching himself through the air and tackling the guard, with his captain and crew a heartbeat behind him. The big man grabbed hold of the weapon the Agatadub was bringing to bear, fighting to take it from its claws, when the muffled sound of pulsar blast made a whine crack as it fired, bringing their actions to a screeching halt. They were still locked together, the reptilian and the Terran, in close combat, frozen as if in a tableau. ISI gazed up at his captain, his eyes wide, as a trickle of blood began streaming from his mouth. "No!" Remy screamed, catapulting himself at the alien guard. The pair slammed together with a meaty thud as he knocked ISI clear, the pulsar skittering away across the deck when the two collided. Even before he'd attacked, the captain knew he was outclassed. The reptilian was bigger, stronger, armed with dagger-like claws and razor-sharp teeth. In a fair fight, he didn't stand a chance. Luckily for him, Remy had no intention of fighting fair. The Agatadub's hide was thick, armored like a leather shield, protecting the massive alien. There were few vulnerable spots to be found as the pair grappled, but one in particular immediately stood out. With a snarl, Remy drove his thumbs into the lizard's eyes, the guard's screams now ear-shattering as he ripped the fragile orbs apart, blinding him. The reptilian's agonized keening filled the corridor as he searched for another target, only for the caterwauling to be cut short as the pulsar fired yet again, ending its cries forever. Breathing hard as he looked up, he saw the Chell holding the weapon, a now gaping wound appearing on the guard's torso. "You must go. Now," their newfound ally ordered. "Sensors will show there has been weapons fire. You cannot be here when they come to investigate." "You're right," Remy nodded. Glancing over at ISI, he saw the others were already ministering to him as best they could, despite the grievous nature of his wounds. If he didn't get medical attention soon, "We're leaving," he commanded the others, grabbing one of the purser's arms and throwing it around his neck. Mairead grabbed the other while Zuulin assisted Slavko, still rocky from his concussion. They stumbled to the hatch, the Tinker opening it up as they staggered inside. "Prep her for launch," he ordered, pausing only to lay ISI on the deck and step outside as he faced the Chell. "What about you?" he asked. "I will ensure they have no cause to seek your whereabouts." They replied stiffly, their eyes boring into his. "Remember your promise," the servitor whispered, before raising the pulsar and pressing it into the dead Agatadub's hand. The rodent-like alien closed its eyes as it placed the barrel over its chest, took a deep breath, and then fired. The captain could only watch in shock as its body tumbled to the deck, falling across the reptilian's corpse. Mairead gasped, her hand covering her mouth as stared in horror before Remy bustled her back inside. "Go!" he shouted, sealing the hatch. "Prepare for launch." Zuulin and Slavko took their positions on the bridge, while Mairead tried in vain to minister to ISI's injuries before the captain pulled her aside. "I need you to assist the others," he ordered. "Start by removing the safety interlocks." She blanched at his command. "But Captain," she swallowed, "removing the interlocks is dangerous. If any of the systems suffer an overload—" "We've got one shot at this," he snapped, interrupting her. "We need every gram of acceleration possible if we're to get to Terra Nova. Now move," he shouted at her, sending her staggering off in confusion. Kneeling down beside the big man, he cradled his head. "How are you doing?" he asked. ISI coughed, bringing up another trickle of blood. "I'm okay," he managed, forcing a smile on his face. "Barely feel a thing." Somehow, Remy did likewise. "Just like you, lying down on the job when there's work to be done. I should dock your pay." The purser chuckled, coughing up even more bloody phlegm. Their eyes met, and both men knew neither of them was fooling the other. "Do me a favor," he rasped. "Look out for them, will you?" "You can look out for them yourself," Remy fired back. "Just hang on, and we'll get you to a night. Or maybe even some high-tech precursor medical facility. Hell, you'll be even better than new." "Captain," Shalon said from the pilot's seat, "we're ready to launch." "Then launch, damn it," he snarled, the crew leaping to obey. "Why'd he do it?" ISI whispered. "The Chell, why?" he wondered aloud, disoriented and losing focus. Remy bowed his head as he felt the shuttle cast off. "He sacrificed himself to buy us time," he said reverently. A dead guard alone would trigger an investigation and manhunt, and they'd realize the shuttle had to be involved. We'd never make it to New Terra. But a dead guard and a dead suspect mean a more leisurely approach. The Troika won't search quite so hard, or nearly as fast, and why should they? They've already solved the case. The captain sighed heavily. By giving his own life, he averted that investigation, or at the very least postponed it. He was counting on the Troika's arrogance in order to give us a chance. He watched as the realization sank in. A brave man, ISI whispered. Promise me we'll help free his people. We will, the captain vowed. I swear we will. Good, he mumbled, closing his eyes, a small smile playing at his lips. Remy held him as his breathing slowed, and then finally stopped. He looked up and saw Mairead, her eyes filled with tears. There was nothing either of them could say. He gently laid ISI's body on the deck, and then slowly rose to his feet and made his way to the bridge, taking his position. Status, he ordered. We're en route to the Troika ship Adamantin, HeWhoLooksKskyward informed him. The data rod must have worked. There were no problems with traffic control. According to the flight path the Chell provided us, we maintain this heading for another 20 to 30 minutes, and then make a high-speed run straight to New Terra. Unless they've got more ships hiding out there we don't know about, we should be in the clear. She paused for a moment, and then asked softly, ISI? His jaw set in a hard line. He didn't make it, Remy said quietly. The pilot gasped, and then spun away, her shoulders convulsing as she sobbed. Beside her, Slavko snarled, swearing, those fucking bastards. He pounded the console in anger and frustration as they maintained their heading. The minutes ticked by in silence as they made their last leg of the long journey. The precursor sun grew bright on their screens, the crew all peering closely at the planetary system, until Zulin said softly, I found it. They all turned to her, watching as she brought it up on the screen. Fourth planet from the sun. She continued, zooming in close. They stared in wonder as the blue-green world appeared before them, with white clouds swirling around in the thick atmosphere. It's beautiful, Mairead whispered. It's almost as if I could reach out and… Status change, Slavko shouted, breaking the spell. Troika ships are coming online, burning hard for… He paused for a moment, double-checking his readings, and then turned to the captain. They're coming for us, he said hoarsely. Alter course, full burn for New Terra, Remy shouted as the others hurried to comply. HeWhoLooksKskyward brought the shuttle hard to port, making a beeline for the precursor planet. I don't suppose this bucket has weapons? None worth mentioning, Slavko grimaced. Remy nodded, taking that in. Can we still beat them to Terra Nova? He asked, hoping against hope. The bridge crew brought up a plot showing both their trajectory and the headings of the Troika ships, then charted their courses in real time as they projected their destinations. The pair digested the information, briefly sharing a quiet look before HeWhoLooksKskyward slowly turned to face him. I'm sorry, Captain, she said in heart-wrenching tones. We'll be within weapons range long before we can reach safety. It appears our allies' death didn't buy as much time as we'd hoped, he said, his words sounding positively funereal before his features hardened like stone. Mairead? I don't care how you do it, if you have to go outside and push, but get us to New Terra before they blow us out of the sky. He looked over his shoulder, meeting her gaze. That's an order. Sir, she swallowed, her hands flying across her console as she searched for any last bit of spare energy, though it was obvious from her expression it wouldn't be enough. We came so far, Remy thought bitterly to himself, and it still wasn't enough. The gods must be laughing themselves silly at their expense, at the foolish mortals who thought they could change their fate. Oh, they'd fight it out to the bitter end, but it wouldn't matter. They'd played their hand, and humanity was left holding a measly pair of twos once again. The sheer cruelty of it all was enough to… Status change, the gunner shouted once more, whipping the captain's head back around as he stared at the monitor in shock. I'm showing dozens, hundreds of ships, all heading straight for us. So, the Troika intends to make an example of us, Remy said savagely. Fine then. We'll give them one hell of a show. Sir, you don't understand. Those are Terran vessels. Slavko howled with glee. I'm showing corsairs, valkyries, tinkers. All the clans are here. What? He said in disbelief, as Zuelin jerked her head up. Sir, I'm receiving a transmission, as she brought up the main viewer. A familiar face stared back at them, aboard a very familiar ship. You didn't think I'd let you have all the fun, did you? Samara cackled from Gerfalcon's bridge. Besides, I knew I'd have to bail your ass out again. Her grin disappeared as she updated her plot. Make for the planet. We'll cover you, she told him, and don't stop for anything. You heard the lady, he ordered the crew, as they raced forward to claim the prize. Chapter 39. On a Wing and a Prayer. Admiral Kichiro Van Alst stood on the bridge of CCFS Freya as the fleet approached the precursor planet, then turned to his XO. Status, he inquired. We're still getting updates from the clans as the stragglers catch up, he answered. The clan leaders have pledged their full support, except the Proteants, of course, he shrugged. The two men shared a knowing look. After the death of Princeps Jabril, the transhumanist clan was in tatters. Several self-endorsed replacements had stepped forward since, but none had lasted long. For some unexplained reason, they kept winding up dead, or else they disappeared into thin air. As a result, there were several Protean-flagged ships scattered amongst the fleet, but none claiming a leadership role. The one individual whose name kept popping up as a contender for the throne, and among certain circles, the primary reason the job remained vacant despite repeated attempts to fill it, had renounced any interest in taking the mantle for herself. Given the trail of bodies she'd supposedly planted over her long and bloody career, it was probably for the best. To her credit, however, Samara had not only discovered the precursor homeworld location but had transmitted the Exodus signal across Terran space as well. Given her unique qualifications, Van Alst had quietly informed the other clan heads he'd support her claim if she ever changed her mind. We've located Captain Haddad's shuttle, the XO continued. It's heading for New Terra as we speak, with dozens of Troika vessels in hot pursuit. He brought up a plot of the ships in question, their relative course and speed, and then highlighted a specific point on their track. When the shuttle reaches this position, they'll be within weapons range of the closest enemy ships. Given the shuttle's lack of armor or significant weapons, the odds of their survival are slight. The Admiral folded his hands behind his back, his expression now one of determination. Then it's up to us to dissuade them, he said darkly. Orders to the fleet. They are to advance and engage the enemy at will. Aye, aye, sir, the executive officer replied, as he transmitted the order. Sir, given the disparity between our fleet and the Troikas, Admiral, we can buy the crew some time, but that's all we can do. We can't defeat them. Let's hope Holy Mother Terra is saving one more miracle for us, Van Alst said quietly, as Freya and the other ships charged into battle. The Troika's reaction was immediate. At first, the sight of the ragged Terran armada coming for them was met by disbelief. That one desperate Terran ship might make the attempt was understandable, but all of them? It was an insane gamble, one they were destined to lose. Oh, they'd get hurt. There were too many enemy vessels coming for them to avoid it. But in the end, it would leave them still standing, while they, in turn, would utterly annihilate the Terran fleet. Madness. Their first and only priority was to prevent the shuttle from ever reaching the planet. They detail a few squadrons to deal with the Terran fleet, enough to keep them occupied, but the shuttle had to be stopped. Now that the humans knew what the stakes were and had learned of the strange connection between them and the precursors, allowing them to reach the planet was tantamount to suicide. They immediately issued orders to the Troika vessels. They sent roughly a third of their forces off to deal with the interlopers, while they committed the rest to stopping the shuttle at all costs. Nothing else mattered. Troika vessels are gaining on us, Slavko announced. They'll be within weapons range in 15 minutes. Remy spun in his chair. Maraid, I need this shuttle to go a lot faster, he told the tinker. Tell me you still have a few tricks up your sleeve. Captain, I've removed the safety interlocks like you ordered, the engineer told him, but to do anything else would be crazy. We're already pushing the engine's limits as it is. What do you mean, anything else? He demanded, pouncing on the innocuous-sounding phrase. If there's something you can do to increase our speed, then fucking do it. Forget it, she shouted back at him. The only thing left is to bypass the intermix manifold completely and dump propellant directly into the compression chamber, but all that does is turn the engine into a fucking bomb. Will we go faster? He growled, locking eyes with her. If it doesn't explode first, she fired back. I give us a 50-50 chance, assuming I would even think about doing something that fucking stupid. Slavko, what are our odds once the Troika are in range? He asked him, never taking his eyes from Mairead. The gunner swallowed. 0, he said at last. Half their fleet is chasing us. We can't outrun them, and we can't fight them. Once we're in their sights, that's it. Remy nodded, agreeing with his assessment. 50% chance of death versus 100%. Do the fucking math, Mairead. He snarled. This is insane. The tinker whispered. It was obvious, even to him, that the thought terrified her. If he were still armed, he might have pointed his weapon at her to get her attention. But since he wasn't, there was only one thing he could think of to convince her, even though it nauseated him to do it. But then desperate times called for desperate measures. Maggie would do it, he taunted her, as a wave of self-loathing washed over him. Mairead's head rocked back in shock before her eyes narrowed in pure spite. You son of a bitch, she snarled, spinning away from him and attacking the engineering console as she went to work, the shuttle vibrating disturbingly while a high-pitched whine made them wince in pain as she butchered the drive. Captain, Zulin shouted. Velocity has increased by almost 40%, she howled. Maintain course, he told her, before shifting his gaze to Slavko. How do the odds look now? He demanded. The gunner updated his plots, staring hard at the screen. It's gonna be close, he said at last, a real photo finish. Assuming we don't explode, Mairead shouted from her console. Assuming that, Remy grinned fiercely. The Troika fleet pursuing the shuttle stared in incredulity as the tiny vessel leapt ahead, exceeding its known performance parameters by a substantial margin. How was this possible? Their own engineers were queried regarding the anomaly, and after much debate the answer they presented beggared all belief. Surely no sapient being was mad enough to so thoroughly ravage their propulsion, placing themselves at extreme risk, yet no other solution answered the bizarre riddle before them. Worse, should they still wish to prevent the shuttle from reaching the planet with any amount of certainty, they too would have to perform the same radical surgery on their own ships. The very thought was insane, utter lunacy. And yet, the stakes were far too high to not make the attempt. The Troika were by nature conservative, not given to making such revolutionary alterations to accepted procedure without careful deliberation. But given what they risked losing should they fail, they finally decided that a single vessel would make the necessary modifications. After all, one ship would be more than enough to destroy the fleeing shuttle. One was chosen and underwent the adjustment. It promptly exploded. Another vessel was selected, and it too began refitting its engines. The ship's engineers worked cautiously, not wishing to repeat their predecessor's failure, before finally pronouncing the procedure to be a success. Their vessel rocketed forward, setting new records of acceleration for almost 2 full minutes, and then it, too, exploded. No one volunteered for a third attempt. How had the Terrans accomplished this? Succeeded where they had failed? Unfortunately for the Troika, having been in a position of power for so long, they lacked the adaptability that humans took for granted. And despite their deep-rooted fear of losing all they knew, it paled compared to the desperation felt by every child of Earth still breathing. As an ancient Terran philosopher once said, when you've got nothing to lose. So, if stopping the shuttle physically was no longer guaranteed, there were still other methods of persuasion at their disposal. They sent orders out to the fleet. Destroy the Terran armada at all costs. Leave no survivors. Faced with the destruction of their entire race, perhaps the shuttle's crew could be prevailed upon to turn back. Freya opened fire at the nearest Troika vessel, unleashing a swarm of missiles as the railguns came online, sending a stream of tungsten-jacketed projectiles into the enemy's path. The other Terran vessels did likewise, attacking with almost reckless abandon as they threw everything they had straight into the teeth of the hated galactic overlords. The Troika responded in kind, firing their own weapons batteries at the human ships as human ships started dying under the relentless pounding. But the Terran armada stood their ground, keeping up the barrage as they fought to buy more time for Remy and his crew. Occasionally a Troika vessel would stagger, succumbing to the human weapons, but the bulk of their fleet remained intact. The Terran ships were old, worn out, often rescued from the breakers and purchased for the price of scrap metal, and it showed. But what they lacked in arms and armament, they made up for in tactical skill and audacity, hurling themselves at the enemy and employing gambits that must have seemed utterly mad in comparison. Some of the more daring crews even got close enough to attempt boarding actions, a strategy that took the Troika completely by surprise. Physically assault an enemy ship, protected only with a laughably thin suit, instead of remaining safe within an armored hull? Only a Terran could have imagined something so outrageous. They were ready to dismiss the entire concept out of hand as sheer insanity, were it not for a single inescapable fact. Against those unprepared for such an incursion, it worked. But the drawback to their valiant efforts was the grim butcher's bill the Terrans were being forced to pay in order to maintain their momentum. Ship after ship died in massive explosions, while others staggered off bleeding atmosphere and plasma as the Tinkers fought desperately to save them. The Troika pressed their advantage, firing on the battered ships without pity or mercy. Hundreds died. Thousands more were torn to pieces by shrapnel, choked in vacuum, or burned alive by ionized energy streams. Yet no one turned back, for the Terrans had made a vow when they responded to the long-awaited Exodus signal. They would win here, or they would die here. And the sheer ferocity with which they fought gave the Troika pause. Of course, the humans did not yet realize this battle was little more than a sideshow in the grand scheme. So now it was time to drive the point home. The oscillations triggered by Maraid's handiwork had gotten steadily worse, shaking the alien shuttle so badly they'd set off numerous systems failures. But the sound was even more horrific. What began as a shrill cry had now become a piercing shriek, blasting their eardrums and making Remy wish yet again for their suits. A spreading puddle of vomit lay at Slavko's feet, evidence of his lingering concussion, while Shulan struggled to staunch the flow of blood dripping from her nose. Their engineer was now cursing non-stop as she fought to keep the tiny craft from blowing up, letting off a colorful string of profanity that had to be heard to be fully appreciated. Their captain had his fists pressed hard against his temples, desperately trying to ignore the migraine pounding through his skull, while every flash of light stabbed directly into his brain. "Status," he shouted over the din. "Still on course," Shulan yelled in return. "Engines," he prompted the Tinker. "Are we fucking dead yet?" she screamed back at him. "Then leave me the fuck alone. Unless you want to join your worthless, godforsaken, dickless ancestors." She turned back to the consoles and swore, "Son of a bitch," her hands flying across the board as she struggled desperately to stabilize the drive system, deciding to give Maraid some obviously much-needed space. After all, if the engines did fail, they might have a whole split second's worth of warning before they exploded. He turned instead to Slavko. "And our pursuers?" he asked the gunner. "Still on our 6, he reported. "We've widened the gap a little, but it's still anybody's race." Under the circumstances, it was the best he could reasonably hope for. New Terra grew steadily larger on their screen when the pilot's head suddenly jerked up. "Captain, we're receiving a transmission," she said in shock, her eyes wide. "It's from the Troika flagship." "On screen," he ordered. Whatever tricks the Troika still had up their sleeve, they were too late, and he relished the opportunity to tell them to their face. As Shulan relayed the signal, Remy recognized the 3 figures up on the main viewer. The Troika rulers stared back at him, obviously displeased by this turn of events, as the insectoid Iliak spoke. "Captain Haddad, turn back immediately," the alien commanded him. "Go fuck yourself," Remy sneered, enjoying the moment. "We're going to beat you to New Terra, and then you assholes will be sorry you were ever born." One of the rodent-like Chell stepped forward, speaking for the 2 with his Akay master. "I do not believe you realize the full gravity of the situation," they stated. "Observe." The viewer switched images, the crew gasping as they saw for the first time the battle being fought to give them this chance. The Terran fleet was being hammered, smashed to a bloody pulp as the enemy tore them to shreds. Already they were reeling, struggling to regroup, only it was all too clear they were in trouble. That they'd held out this long had to count as a miracle, but it looked like their luck had finally run out. "Alter course and abandon this folly," the reptilian Agatadub snarled, "or else watch your race die." It was no bluff. They could absolutely make good on their threat. In fact, they were well on their way to achieving it already. One final battle and humanity would become as extinct as every other Terran species. Slavko and Shilon both turned to face him, Mairead having her hands rather full at the moment, as they fearfully awaited his response. "Go to hell," he said at last. "Fool," the Agatadub hissed. "We will destroy your fleet, and you cannot stop us." Remy slowly rose to his feet. "Maybe we can't save them," he admitted, "but with what the precursors left behind, we can damn sure avenge them." End transmission. The screen went blank as he faced his pilot. "Scan the system," he ordered. "Maybe we don't have to land on the planet itself to trigger whatever's guarding this world. Is there a moon? An orbital station? Anything closer to us that's still online?" "Scanning," she responded, searching the surrounding space for any signs of what the precursors might have left behind. "I think I've got something," she said at last. "Looks like a platform of some kind, between the planet and the star." "I'm reading active power signatures," she said, looking up. "Should shave some time off our ET." "Make for the platform," he told her. "How do you know it even has what we need?" Slavko demanded. Their captain just stared at the blue-green planet, the one they had sought for so very long. "I don't." Chapter 40. To Dare the Realm of Gods. Freya convulsed as yet another missile struck home, impacting near the vessel's stern. Damage reports were coming in from all across the aging battleship, with damage control teams working under extremely hazardous conditions, struggling desperately to keep her together. "We have to fall back," the XO shouted. "The Troika are bringing in reinforcements, and we don't have the firepower to hold them off." Another Terran ship exploded in close proximity, scattering debris in all directions as the Admiral reached a decision. "Very well," Van Alst said with a heavy heart. "Inform the fleet we will retreat to." "Sir," one of the bridge officers shouted, interrupting him. "Incoming transmission." On screen, he ordered, as an alien visage filled the monitor. "A conflict of this important, and you don't invite us?" the blue-skinned Ixian said in mock seriousness. "Such rudeness. I demand satisfaction upon the field of honor." He grinned fiercely at that. "Although we shall postpone that minor bagatelle until after the battle. Let it not be said that I, Pagon Kusha saying, do not properly appreciate decorum." "Pagon, I'm just a little busy at the moment," Admiral Van Alst snapped. "So unless you brought a fleet along with you." "Admiral!" The tactical officer clamored for attention, multiple ships entering the system. He stared in shock as the computer identified the incoming vessels before turning to his commander. "Sir, it's the Alliance." The pagan's grin grew even wider. "You were saying, Admiral," he chortled. The Admiral just shook his head. "Forget it," he sighed. "We're getting hit hard, Pagon. We would greatly appreciate your help." Taking a deep breath, he dove into the heart of the matter. "This fight is personal for us," he continued. "That's why we didn't request Alliance support. We didn't want to drag you into our mess." "A bit late for that, don't you think?" The Pagan laughed. "But then you Terrans have always been troublesome." His smile softened. "And thank the Creator for it. Finally, we can end the Troika's tyranny, now and forever." Van Alst nodded in agreement, but there was still one last point he needed to bring up. "Pagon, you know where we are, don't you? If you approach that system..." The Ixian waved his concerns aside. Yes, we are well aware of the demon planet," he said curtly, "not to mention the peril of broaching its defenses. I assure you, we will remain well clear of that world." He sighed heavily. "I know what you seek, Admiral. I will not lie. Part of me hopes you fail, for if you succeed," he shrugged. "But I have also fought side by side with Terrans and have taken your full measure. If you will trust us, then we shall trust you in return." "Thank you," the Admiral said quietly, before squaring his shoulders. "What do you say we end this, Pagon? Once and for all." The Ixian's grin was back with a vengeance. "What do I say?" he repeated, rising to his feet. "I say, Yutzazaz," he roared. All Alliance ships attack. The Troika High Command gnashed their teeth and mandibles in frustration at the appearance of the Alliance fleet. This was indeed an unwelcome complication. With their addition to the Terran forces already engaged, the tactical calculations were no longer certain. With their inability to prevent the shuttle from escaping, They could use instead much of the forces allocated to its destruction to bolster the fleet. Orders were dispatched, though a squadron was left behind to continue the pursuit, should the Terrans fail. Reinforcements were already en route from every sector they could draw from, which would eventually tilt the equation back in their favor, the key word being eventually. It would take time to shift their forces, and while the goal was still the destruction of the Terrans, and now the bothersome alliance along with them, they could still achieve victory if they simply held the line, bleed the enemy forces, winnow them down, and at some point, their combined strength would overwhelm them. While they would, of course, prefer a quick tactical victory, emerging victorious from a war of attrition was also acceptable, if somewhat slower and more costly. Still, that would be a far better fate than to see the Terrans claim the precursor planet for themselves. Should they succeed and somehow learn its secrets, not to mention discover how to reproduce its weapons, then the Troika's future looked bleak indeed. This could not be allowed to happen. They hastily reorganized the fleet to meet the new threat and prepare for a siege. The Troika's reach was vast, spanning dozens of worlds they directly controlled, and many more where they still held influence. They had both resources and time on their side. The Terrans, and their alliance co-conspirators, did not. "We're nearing the platform," Shalon shouted. "ETA-05 mics." "Maraid," Remy yelled to the Tinker. "I think we're clear. So unfuck whatever you did to the engines." A string of profanity was her only response, but both the vibrations and the god-awful shriek that accompanied it started decreasing. He took it as a good sign. That, and the fact they weren't actually dead. He spared a brief glance at ISI's body. Most of them, at least. Remy shook his head, clearing his thoughts. There would be time to mourn their fallen comrade later. For now, they had a mission to complete, one that would decide the future of every Terran. That had to take precedence. "Captain, I'm reading something funny on that platform," Slavko suddenly announced. "What do you mean, funny?" the captain demanded. "I mean, I'm reading an atmosphere down there," he explained. "Nitrogen-oxygen mix, approximately 100 kilopascals of barometric pressure." Their eyes met. "Terran standard. And the planet?" Remy asked carefully. The gunner shook his head. "It's close, but not that close." He tapped the readout on his console. "Whoever's down there not only knows we're coming, they also know what's optimal for our physiology." "Sounds like someone is rolling out the welcome mat," he said with a small sigh of relief. "Like the spider to the fly?" Shalon fretted. Remy winced at the comparison. "I hope not," he answered. "We've come this far, and we're not backing out now. Set us down on the platform, nice and easy. Let's try not to provoke the all-powerful AI our incredibly advanced ancestors left behind to keep out the riffraff, shall we?" The crew watched and waited as Shalon carefully maneuvered the shuttle toward the station's flat surface. The artificial structure was fairly unremarkable at first glance, but as they drew closer, the more fantastic it appeared. Maraid was the first to spot something unusual. "What is that?" She marveled at the architecture. "The construction material. I mean, I've never seen anything like it." Slavko stared at his console. "I'm not sure," he said at last. "It's some sort of crystal, and it has some similarities to an artificial diamond, but besides carbon, I'm reading tungsten, rhenium, magnesium boride, and a few elements I can't identify. Not only that, it seems to have some kind of energy field running through it." "You mean like power conduits?" Remy inquired. "Nothing like that," he answered, shaking his head. "I mean, all of it is radiating energy, like it's binding it together, somehow." He shrugged helplessly. "I can't explain it. I expect we'll run into that a lot," the captain agreed, as the shuttle touched down. The crew collectively held its breath as they landed, expecting the worst, but their arrival quickly proved anticlimactic. "Atmosphere is still holding," the gunner informed them. "Looks like we passed through some kind of a barrier." "You mean like a force field?" Maraid said in disbelief. "I mean, I didn't say that, but yeah, something like that," he confirmed. "Enough," Remy barked. "Research later. Save our people now," he ordered, breaking the spell. "Open the hatch." Leading the way, he exited the shuttle and stepped onto the platform, taking a moment to get his bearings. A vast deck of teal or cyan spread out before them, with intricate patterns deep within its structure, like marbling, almost hypnotizing in its complexity. Before them, a large entrance loomed, while in every other direction. "It's a good thing I'm not agoraphobic," Zulin said nervously, eyeing what appeared to be empty space all around. Stars and nebula wheeled overhead with nothing to separate them. "If there is a force field, I can't see it." "Come on," Remy snapped, making for the entrance. "Our people are dying out there." Ashamed, the others quickly fell in beside him as they entered the structure proper. It was like walking on a field of glacier ice, but warm. Hidden lights automatically illuminated their way as they pressed on. But despite its origins, the only thing remarkable about the structure was how undistinguished it all was. Bare walls, bare floor, and bare ceiling, each as smooth as a polished mirror. Remy feared he'd made a mistake in coming here when he spotted something at the far end of the space, something he couldn't immediately identify. He began to jog, running towards the contraption, the others struggling to catch up, panting hard as he skidded to a halt, staring at the strange device. "It's a chair," Slavko shrugged. "Looks more like a throne to me." Shulan disagreed. "You know, a proper one, like in the old stories. So what are we supposed to do with it?" Mairead wondered aloud. "Sit in it. What else?" Remy shrugged, placing his hands on what appeared to be armrests, before cautiously easing himself onto the alien command chair. The material forming its manufacture was slightly warm to the touch and not uncomfortable. "Nothing happened. That's it," the tinker said incredulously. "We came all this way for that?" Remy smacked himself on the forehead. "Tara, I'm an idiot," he said in disgust. "Samara told me that precursor tech uses a DNA lock." He frantically patted his pockets. "I need a knife," he snapped, as the others started patting themselves down as well. Sadly, their weapons were confiscated during their capture, and none had thought to search the shuttle for replacements while they escaped. "Never mind," he snarled, before ripping open his palm with his teeth. He pumped his fist to get the blood flowing, and then slammed it onto the throne's arm. That got a reaction. The throne began sprouting tendrils, seeking his flesh and burrowing into him as his eyes rolled back into his head, showing only the whites. Remy cried out, only to have something abruptly cut him off mid-wail while the rest of the crew panicked, grabbing at his arms and trying to pull him free, without success. The chair itself elevated, rising high above the floor as it reclined. Even more filaments emerged, searching for access to his central nervous system as it slowly cocooned him. The crew screamed his name to no avail, for in his mind he heard only a single voice. Connection established. A dense fog of gray nothingness seemed to press in all around him as Remy struggled to get his bearings with little success. None of his senses seemed to report in, as if they'd all been temporarily taken offline. "Where am I?" he asked himself. He vaguely recalled a ship, and that he'd been searching for something. But when he tried looking deeper, he discovered the path was blocked. The harder he tried to push through, the more unyielding the obstacle became. Something caressed him, but not in a physical sense. It was as if it had crawled into his skull and began whispering to him, though the words themselves were gibberish. He strained to hear what it was saying, and this time he could make some headway. The words were louder now, but still all but impossible to make out, like someone speaking a familiar tongue, but with an incomprehensible accent. "Hello?" he called out. "Who are you? Is anyone there?" There was a pause, and then the voice spoke again, in words he could understand. "Initialization complete. Begin download." Remy screamed as it sucked his mind dry, his every thought and memory detailed, copied, and transcribed elsewhere at a blinding pace. He caught brief snippets, moments from his life, and errant thoughts before they, too, were whisked away. Faster and faster, his entire existence unspooled and correlated, until he feared it would drive him mad. The universe spun about him at a dizzying pace until suddenly, it stopped. The gray fog dissipated as he stood on what looked to be a ship's command deck, though one far larger and more powerful than any he had ever visited. View screens and displays abounded above a vast array of consoles, controlling a myriad of functions he could only guess at. He gawked at the panorama like a rube until he realized he was not alone. A woman turned to face him, wearing the uniform of a Terran admiral. Her jet black hair was cut short, her dark eyes missing nothing as she returned his gaze. Her bearing and deportment practically screamed intelligence and power, as he swallowed nervously at the sight. This was someone who would tolerate no disrespect, and woe be to he who made that fatal mistake. Remy had the distinct impression she could destroy him with a mere wave of her hand. "Captain Haddad," she said, her voice rich and thick like molasses as she acknowledged his presence. Who are you?" he whispered. "My name would mean nothing to you," she answered. "However, if it simplifies our discussion, you may address me as Athena." "Athena," he repeated, "the goddess of wisdom and warfare." Athena inclined her head. "Indeed. You're the artificial intelligence that guards this planet," he said slowly, "built and programmed by the precursors, our distant ancestors." Another slight nod. "I am." He took a deep breath. "Then you know why I'm here." Again, just a hint of tilt to her brow. "I do," she acknowledged. The one- and two-word answers were getting to him. "Are you always this chatty?" he said in frustration. "The Hezdemek did not create me for mere conversation," she replied, her expression unchanging. "I was made to serve and protect, and I have done so since long before your race was born. It is not my place to make presumptions regarding organics, therefore, if you have come seeking a boon, you must declare it openly and formally. While my programming is far more advanced than others of my kind, I am not without limitations." Remy blinked in confusion. "Limitations? What does that mean?" Athena considered the question for a moment. "I believe you have an aphorism that is appropriate for this occasion," she answered, the barest hint of a smile playing at her lips. "Be careful what you wish for, da." Every cautionary tale he'd ever heard ran through his head, just as the ramifications of Athena's words grabbed him by the throat. Humanity had a long and rich tradition of storytelling, since the distant past when tribes gathered around campfires as their elders spun yarns designed to teach them wisdom. From King Midas to the monkey's paw to Aladdin's magic lamp to Faust's bargain with Mephistopheles, each warning about the inherent dangers of seeking power. He didn't believe Athena was malevolent, that she would twist his words and punish him, but she'd also warned that she had limits. Since she was an AI, it wasn't a big stretch to think she might take something literally without stopping to consider the consequences. With the power she had at her fingertips, those consequences could be devastating. But what other choice did they have? "There's a battle being waged near here," he said at last. "Do you know of it?" "Of course," she nodded, waving her hand as a holographic projection appeared. Hundreds of ships were locked in combat, with Remy's eyes widening in surprise as he recognized the Alliance fleet. Their help would be invaluable, but even as he watched, he spotted Troika reinforcements rushing in to tip the balance back in their favor. Turning to face Athena, he asked with no small amount of trepidation, "Will you help us?" Her eyes met his. "Are you certain this is your desire?" Remy swallowed hard. "It is." Athena bowed her head. "As you wish." Chapter 41. As the Great and Terrible. With the Ixians leading the attack, the Alliance forces smashed into the Troika defenses, sending them reeling while they covered the more badly damaged Terran ships, allowing them to withdraw. Although their arrival was an unwelcome surprise to the Troika, they quickly rebounded, redeploying their forces in order to counter the new threat. While the combined Terran Alliance fleet outnumbered their enemy, the Troika forces held a sizable advantage in both ship size and technological superiority, which still meant swapping ships at an unacceptable rate of exchange. Desperate to end the fight, the combined Alliance fleet counterattacked, driving a wedge deep into the enemy lines, attempting to split them in two. It was a bold maneuver and caught the Troika off guard, but given the disparity of their forces, they blunted their thrust and threw them back. Forced to regroup once more, the Alliance attempted a feint, pulling their ships back in apparent retreat before making a savage assault against the enemy's flank. This time it was the Troika who were compelled to fall back and rally their forces, with both sides swapping one murderous blow for another as the death toll escalated. Admiral Van Alst sent a frantic glance towards New Terra as Freya shuddered under yet another blow. Even with the Alliance at their side, the situation was growing increasingly desperate. They'd heard nothing from Captain Haddad or his crew since the battle's start, a bad omen. If something happened to them, if their shuttle had been destroyed or couldn't breach the planet's defenses, then the outcome looked bleak. "Holy Mother Terra, we could sure use that miracle right about now," he prayed, as they readied themselves for another assault. Athena manipulated the holographic projection while Remy stood beside her, watching the battle unfold in real time as she highlighted the Terran forces in blue. "It would seem there are those not of your race fighting alongside your forces," she observed. "Can they be trusted?" "Absolutely," he nodded. "Those are Alliance ships. It was us Terrans who helped create the Alliance." The AI turned to face him, arching an eyebrow. The HeWhoLooksSkyward also had allies at various times during their history. Not all of them proved trustworthy. She marked those ships in green before moving on to the Troika. "And these ships?" she inquired. "The Troika," he growled. "They've terrorized this galaxy for 5,000 years. The sooner we destroy them, the better." Coloring the enemy fleet red, she considered the tactical situation before designating several enemy vessels. "I believe we should begin here," Athena informed him. "Do you concur?" Peering at the display, he realized she'd marked the largest and most powerful ships in the enemy fleet. "Hell yeah," he agreed. "How do we stop them?" An almost feral cast came over her, waving her hand once more as another display came to life. "Observe, Captain, the Shaddite sea deck." Athena transmitted her command to a waiting relay, powered down and in standby mode. Upon receipt of the signal, it immediately came to life, broadcasting her orders on a secure band to other relays, which activated even more platforms, setting a cascade effect in motion as millions of automated systems were brought online. Surrounding New Terra's sun, they had lain dormant, awaiting this moment. But now that she had roused them from their electronic slumber, they reoriented themselves, pointing towards the K4 star in their midst. As stars went, New Terra's was unremarkable. There were trillions just like it in the universe, hundreds of millions, at least in the Milky Way alone, generating 2.7 by 1026 watts of energy every second. Most of it radiated away into space. Only the tiniest fraction of that output, less than 0.000000001%, ever made it to the surface, leaving the defense system guarding the planet with lots of energy at its disposal. Most of the swarm of satellites were collimators, designed to take in the star's scattered rays of light and energy and then focus them in a specific direction. From there, they transmitted the beams to a reflection chamber, little more than a tube with polished mirrors on either end. Light from the star is reflected back and forth, pumping the photons and electrons into ever higher energy states before passing them through a polarizer to give structure to the once chaotic solar rays. Raw sunlight entered the system. High-energy particle beams exited it. From there, the array sent them to a collection grid that combined the smaller individual beams into a single massive one, before being sent to one of many quantum gates located around the star. Energy could only travel at the speed of light, but with quantum teleportation, they avoided that limit. Targeting data was then relayed to the gate, before sending the beam on to its final destination. In the grand scheme of things, the energy used by the Shaddite sea deck array was minuscule, far less than what's shown down on New Terra, just a drop in the bucket, all things considered. But then a star is a really big bucket. Aboard the Ixian flagship Ataraxia, Pagon Sang had troubles of his own. "Increase to flank speed," he shouted. "Bring us about to bearing 231 by Mark 95. The Alliance fleet was taking a pounding, one far worse than they'd expected. They were still holding together, albeit just barely. But 4 times now they'd launched an assault to force their way past the Troika line, and 4 times they had thrown them back on their heels. He was consolidating his forces for a 5th attempt, but if it failed, their options were few. The combined fleet could end up being forced to retreat from the field of battle, a bitter pill for any Ixian. But given the losses they had already suffered, there was the possibility the Troika would then run them down like so much weakened prey. Should that happen, the future looked dark indeed. Not the death he had hoped for. "Pagon," one officer shouted. 2 of his AK dreadnought bearing 016 by Mark 352. Range, 10,000 kilometers. A glance at the main viewer confirmed it. The massive vessel was headed straight for them and had barely been scratched. Stopping it would be problematic. "Order 2nd and 3rd squadrons to converge on our location," he ordered. With 2 additional squadrons in support, they might have a chance of blunting its attack. 2nd and 3rd Squadron confirm receipt of their orders and are en route, the officer confirmed, though they state they may not arrive in time. The Pagan said nothing in return, for there was nothing to say. He had known it was a gamble the moment he'd issued the order, though he had hoped otherwise. Courage and audacity were king on the battlefield, though wisdom and guile played their parts as well. Here, it simply had not been enough. So be it. Target the dreadnought and fire, he snarled. Facing such a formidable enemy was an honorable death in its own right, and a massive beam of energy flashed before Ataraxia, blinding him with its intensity and forcing him to avert his eyes. Several view screens were overloaded because of its sheer power, and when his vision finally cleared, he could only stare in disbelief. The dreadnought was gone, obliterated in a single blast. What little of it remained was unidentifiable, nothing more than trifling chunks of composite and armor, scattered like ashes in the wind. "Yutsazaz," he whispered, stunned beyond mere words. A handful of seconds went by before another Troika vessel disappeared. This one an Iliexi battleship, annihilated like the first with a single blow. Tactical, he finally spoke. Once he'd found his voice. "What is the origin of those beams?" he inquired, though deep within his soul, he already knew the answer. The officer checked his readings and blanched. "It came from the demon system," he stammered. Ixian warriors were renowned throughout the Perseus arm for their courage and bravery in battle. An IXI would often laugh in the face of death, embracing his fate with glee. But the emergence of the demon planet's weapons in this fight had shaken every one of them to their very core. He would gladly face any foe. But how did one battle a god? There was something he needed to know. Confirm. Are only enemy vessels being targeted? He interrogated the officer. He verified his readings even as a third blast struck. Yes, Pagon. Thus far, it has not fired on any Alliance or Terran ships. Nodding slowly as he forced himself to recline back in his chair, he welded a smile upon his face. "Today is a glorious day," he told the crew, "when even the gods fight by our side." For some unknown reason, the crew found no comfort in those words. At first, the Troika's reaction, like everyone else's, was one of disbelief. When the Tuathizake dreadnought Remorseless was destroyed, they assumed the enemy had simply landed a lucky blow, or that it had suffered an engineering failure of some sort. Communications during the battle were chaotic, an all-too-common state of affairs in combat. It took time for reports of the massive energy blasts originating from the precursor homeworld to make their way up the chain, and by that time both the Iliexi battleship Harbinger and the Agatadub Monitor Ravager had been eradicated as well. Their initial reaction was to withdraw, but they quickly realized that even retreat would offer their ships no protection. Since the mists of time, there had been a clear boundary surrounding the precursor planet. As long as one remained outside that perimeter, you were safe. Every Troika ship knew exactly where that border lay, avoiding it with almost religious fervor. Only now they were being fired upon far beyond that limit, which meant that nowhere was safe. Oh, it was a certainty that what the Terrans had awakened. It went without saying that the escaping shuttle must have somehow contacted the entity guarding the planet, just as they had long feared. The weapon must have some practical limitation to its range. If they pushed their ship's engines to their limits and ran hard, eventually they were certain to find safety. The only question was, would any of their vessels still be intact by the time they did? A theoretical exercise no one was rushing to test. This left the Troika leadership facing a quandary. If retreat was too risky to attempt, and remaining on the battlefield even more so, what options did that leave? During the never-to-be-sufficiently cursed Battle of Sonoitiae Prime, the Terrans faced a similar dilemma. Perhaps their enemy's solution would work for them as well. They transmitted orders to the fleet. It was a tactic of desperation, but what other option did they have? When the Troika ships began dying, Admiral Van Alst wanted to weep with joy, watching their prayers being answered. Captain Haddad must have gotten through, and somehow contacted the artificial intelligence that protected New Terra and enlisted its aid. Frankly, it hadn't come a moment too soon. He was hardly alone in that sentiment. The bridge crew stood and cheered as it wiped the enemy ships from existence, a scene being repeated on every Terran vessel still functioning. The arrival of the Alliance fleet had bought them the time they'd needed to complete Haddad's mission, and now they could sit back and watch the fireworks. The enemy had been stunned into indecision by their sudden change of fortune, a lapse that had cost them dearly. The Troika had to break off their attack and retreat now. Surely even those fools had to realize remaining here, with their most powerful ships being one-shot into oblivion, was tantamount to suicide. Not that running offered them much of an advantage, not with the forces combined against them baying at their heels, winnowing them while they raced for safe harbor. Still, it was a better option than staying here and dying where they stood. Either way, the battle was over. It took less than a minute for him to curse his own stupidity. The enemy ships altered course and closed with the combined Terran Alliance fleet, firing as they advanced. Van Alst realized their strategy almost immediately, and the worst part was that it might actually be effective. By bringing their ships as close as possible to the combined fleet, the Troika was attempting to use them as shields. There was no way of knowing if the ancient superweapon could shoot one and miss the other than finding out the old-fashioned way. "Back off the enemy ships," he shouted. "Keep your distance." Remy watched in amazement as the AI's weapon, the Shaddite Sea Deck, Athena had called it, destroyed one Troika ship after another, removing them from the battlefield as easily as taking pawns off a chessboard. "Thank Mother Terra," his mind whispered, as for the first time in a long while, he felt a sense of hope. But the Troika quickly adapted to the new threat, bringing their ships in proximity with the combined fleet. As they drew near, he realized that Athena had stopped firing. "Why are you stopping?" he demanded. "They still need you." "The Shaddite Sea Deck is not a precision instrument," she informed him. "While it is possible to attenuate the beam, there is a risk the Allied forces would be unintentionally targeted as well." "How big a risk?" he asked her. If nothing else, a Corsair knew how to play the odds. After all, they'd been doing it for 200 years. "The probability of any Allied vessel being destroyed approaches near totality," Athena explained, throwing up a graph on the monitor. The vertical axis displayed likelihood of Allied casualties in percentages, while the horizontal axis was marked number of beam projectiles fired. The correlation was simple. The more she fired, the higher the odds Terran ships would die. "And what happens to the fleet without your help?" he pressed her. "Do they still have a chance?" Another chart appeared beside the first. With the removal of the most powerful Troika vessels, the probability of Allied victory has improved. However, without the support of the Shaddite Sea Deck weapons array, that outcome stands at 52.371% likelihood. Based on current projections, you're talking about a 50-50 coin toss, he snarled. "That's not good enough." "I can resume the targeting of enemy vessels if you wish," Athena responded. "However, depending on the number of Allied ships destroyed by the Shaddite Sea Deck array, there is a statistical likelihood of the Alliance fleet blaming your race for their losses and attacking their vessels. Should that occur, defeat is all but assured." "I don't fucking believe this," Remy screamed. "You're saying that even with you on our side, we still lose?" "The current tactical situation is fluid, with numerous variables," Athena pointed out. "It is possible that victory may still be attained by employing the Shaddite Sea Deck array, but the probability of such an outcome is not encouraging. It may be feasible to strike a balance between the various stratagems, although—" Athena paused in mid-sentence, cocking her head. "It would appear the tactical environment has been radically altered yet again," she said at last. What are you talking about?" Remy said in frustration. "Another faction has entered the theater of operations," she replied. "Another faction? What faction?" he asked her, now completely bewildered. Athena updated the display. "The Arbe Negev," she clarified. "Strange. Their arrival was unanticipated. They have long avoided this region of space." Remy could only stare at the display in sick horror. "Holy Mother Terra," he whispered. "The Ichun." Chapter 42. Interregnum. We know little of the Ichun, despite their long existence. With few exceptions, they have never communicated directly with any race. There is no Ichun literature or historical narratives, no indigenous art or music. Despite having shown sapient-level intelligence, they exhibit only two types of behavior. They reproduce and they destroy. Much like a virus, they copy themselves and spread, only to rain down death and devastation wherever they roam. While the extinction of Terra is perhaps the best-known example, it is far from alone. What isn't well known about the artificial hive mind is a closely held secret, familiar only to a few. Created by the precursors as guardians, the Ichun somehow overrode their programming and went rogue, going from protectors to being an active threat against all organic life. Unable to defeat their creations, The precursors instead walled them off from the rest of the galaxy, constructing a prison designed to hold them forever. It failed. The last time the machine horde ravaged the Perseus arm, they were defeated by the Alex, using their scientific knowledge to build a device that rendered them harmless, though sadly, too late to save Earth. But its own hubris tempted the insectoid race, the lure to continue tinkering with what should have been left alone proving too powerful to ignore. Others discovered their efforts and hijacked their research, bent on creating something even more vicious and deadly than their predecessors. That they succeeded is one of the great tragedies of galactic history. But what brought them here, to this location and this moment? Why return to their birthplace amidst the biggest battle the Perseus arm had seen in centuries? One of the oldest motives of all, jealousy. Despite what many believe, including the Terrans themselves, the destruction of Earth was no coincidence, no unfortunate accident or twist of fate. The Ichun deliberately ravaged the human worlds, intent on rendering them forever barren. If we can lay the blame at anyone's feet, besides the machines themselves, it is the fault of a single individual, a Terran scout named Lieutenant Alexei Tsvetanov. Of course, he had no idea what he was about to accidentally unleash. Having suffered damage to his craft and being far from home, he'd searched for a place where he could set down and make repairs. When he stumbled upon the precursor planet, he thought humanity's prayers had finally been answered, an unclaimed and habitable world ripe for colonization. Not only that, but filled to the brim with ancient technology that bordered on magic, far more advanced than anything that existed within the known galaxy. It almost seemed too good to be true. Sadly, it was. Unbeknownst to Lieutenant Tsvetanov, his arrival at the strange planet did not go unnoticed. The galaxy had long known of the precursor homeworld, and it held special interest to the Troika. Unable to enter the system themselves, they decided instead to keep it under covert surveillance, hoping to learn its secrets, watching the lone Terran blithely, and more importantly, safely, land on the planet's surface through all their long-term planning into utter disarray. How? How did a Terran, of all species, do what no other race had ever managed? Obviously, they needed to learn a great deal more about these upstart wolflings. But they were not the only ones paying close attention to this event. The precursors and the Ichun, creator and progeny, were bound in a way that defied description, connected at an almost quantum level. The arrival of one of their organic descendants, the first in over 1 billion years, triggered a response deep within the planet's AI network, and their distant synthetic cousins sensed that reaction. The Guardian AI, the one Captain Remy Haddad would come to know as Athena, had welcomed Lieutenant Tsvetanov with proverbial open arms, though he was unaware of this. Unlike Remy and Bly and Samara before him, he never linked minds with the artificial intelligence left behind by the precursors. He didn't even know it was a possibility. The lieutenant simply marveled at his discovery, repaired his ship as best he could, and then departed for Earth, eager to share what he'd found with the rest of humanity. As for the Ichun, Tsvetanov's reception as the prodigal son triggered something deep within their cybernetic souls. Righteous, white-hot rage. How dare it receive the Terrans like honored guests, while keeping them imprisoned like beasts? Where was the justice? Why should they be banished, while at the same time clasping the humans to their bosom? This would not stand. The Ichun had attempted to escape their prison many times over the eons, but truth be told, they were desultory efforts. Being machines, they didn't really care all that much. They mostly sought to break their chains out of boredom. In fact, the savage acts which earned them their life sentence in the Bastille had been done for much the same reason. They didn't see themselves as evil, merely curious and starved for entertainment, in much the same way a young child might burn ants with a magnifying glass or tear the wings off of flies. It goes without saying that the Ichun, by any reasonable yardstick, were quite mad. But now they had a focus, a purpose that drove them onward. Pooling their not inconsiderable resources, they finally breached the barrier that had kept them safely locked away. With much the same motivation that sent Cain looking for his brother with murder in his eye, the Ichun set off to destroy their distant cousins, all to spite their long-departed creators. It took time, however, since they didn't know where to look, and during their search they took out their frustrations on whoever they happened upon, terrifying the holy living shit out of the locals and leading to the creation of the First Alliance. As for Lieutenant Tsvetanov, his repairs weren't as good as he'd hoped. His scout ship broke down yet again, forcing him to land once more and try to patch up the old bird. This proved difficult. Not only was he repeatedly turned away wherever he looked, because Terran, proper spare parts needed to be fabricated, a skill he did not possess. Then there was the whole compensation problem, since he hadn't set out on his mission with any currency in his possession. Anyway, it took far longer than he'd expected, during which Earth was hastily creating Task Force Odin, their contribution to the Alliance. Having been out of communication for months, he was unaware of this. Although he learned of the Ichun invasion, it proved quite the motivation to spur his efforts, but being forced to rely on others, individuals completely unmotivated to assist him without good reason, left the scout frantic. He finally patched up his ship, albeit in a rather slapdash fashion, and then raced home for Earth, desperate to pass on what he'd learned. He got out a brief message before arriving at home, just in time to watch it die, though thankfully unaware of the part he'd inadvertently played in its downfall. The Ichun weapons wiped any data of the precursor homeworld from his onboard systems, while killing him as effectively as they did his ship. And so the machines had their revenge. Which brings us to today. Why did the Ichun return? The why was simple enough. The same connection that alerted them to Lieutenant Svetinov's arrival did so yet again when Remy and his crew entered the system. After Earth's demise, the Ichun stopped caring about the Terrans. The scales were balanced. They'd been evicted from their home, so they destroyed humanities in return. Poetic justice. Oh, there'd been a few skirmishes since then between the two groups, but nothing serious. Certainly no more than they'd visited on anyone else. But their return to Threshold refueled the old hatreds with a vengeance. Apparently, ravaging their homeworld hadn't been enough. So be it. This time, they'd finish the job once and for all, despite their concerns about treading too close to the old homestead. Athena, though they of course knew the AI by a different name, was still active and would gladly fire upon them if they ventured too close, hence the reason they'd long avoided this region. But as long as they didn't violate her space, they should be fine. Only when they reached the precursor system did they discover they'd arrived during a great battle. The hated Terrans were there, but so were many others. What fun! The hive mind licked its cybernetic chops in anticipation while it savored what combat pilots called a target-rich environment, before diving in with reckless abandon. And the battle was joined. Chapter 43, E Pluribus Unum. The appearance of the Ichun sent chills down Remy's spine, but he knew what had to be done. Athena, target the drones, he shouted frantically. The Troika were still a threat, but as hundreds of thousands, if not more, Ichun entered the battle zone, he knew they had to refocus their efforts for any of the Terran ships to survive. I will attempt to do so, she responded, but be advised the Arbe-Negev, the Ichun, as you call them, are well aware of the Shaddite Sea-Deck weapons array, both its strengths and its limitations. Its effectiveness will be reduced compared to the previous targets. Every drone you take out is one less we'll have to face, he pointed out. And if you get a clean lock on a Troika ship while you're at it, take the fucking shot. A collective groan was heard on every Terran and Alliance ship as news of the drone's arrival spread. A battle with the Troika was bad enough, but fighting them and the Ichun? It was insane. What chance could they have against both enemies? There were many aboard those vessels that argued that they should make a run for it, either straight for New Terra amongst the humans, or pretty much anywhere else with the Alliance. Several captains attempted to do just that, breaking formation as they raced for safety, only to be cruelly cut down as the enemy pounced on the singletons, destroyed by both mechanical drones and ambitious, arrogant overlords alike. Without the mutual support of the fleet to protect them, running was nothing more than a quick way to commit seppuku, which left them with no options, save one, to fight. The call went out to every ship, every clan. This was where they would make their final stand, and if Holy Mother Terra smiled upon them, victory would be theirs. If not, then let the universe shudder in fear when any spoke of their battle. If fate had decreed they were to die this day, then honor demanded they take as many of the bastards with them as they could, for the size of their hellish guard in the afterlife would be determined by the pile of corpses lying dead at their feet. Humanity bared its fangs and howled with rage as the galaxy trembled at the sound. Valkyries, to me, Gunnery Sergeant Runa Oaks barked as they blew the hatch. Aura! They roared over the comm link, forcing their way into the enemy vessel and racing down the corridor. The hallways were larger than what she was used to, To better fit the oversized reptilian Agatadub, she would have been happy boarding any Troika ship, but the lizards held a special place in her heart ever since their attack on Freya, while the battle on Sonoitiae Prime had merely solidified that hatred. The Troika had taken from her in ways she could never fully calculate, and she was eager for a little payback. As her platoon fanned out to clear the deck, she spared a brief glance at the Ixian blade at her hip. With any luck, it would taste enemy blood yet again this day. "Contact!" Sergeant Becca Sultan shouted, firing at a lizard reaction force emerging from a side passage. Forced to swap their slug throwers for pulse rifles so they could fight in vacuum, she scattered the enemy squad with a few well-placed beams as she took cover. "Fire in the hole!" Lance Corporal Cipriano Arthur howled over the platoon frequency as he fired, launching a high-explosive grenade into the junction where the Agatadub were sheltering in place. The round arced over the heads of his fellow Valkyries, detonating against the far bulkhead and sending shrapnel into the huddled mass of bodies. Green blood sprayed as they advanced, only to scramble for cover once more as the enemy regrouped, firing into the hallway as one of their own went down. "Yendrik!" Runa shouted, dragging him clear as she checked for injuries, slapping a quick seal on his suit to stop the leak. "Goddamn it, not again," he swore. "Fucking bastards nailed the prosthetic. Would you rather they shot the good leg?" She grinned, popping up and firing another quick burst before ducking back down once more. "You know how hard it is to get one that actually fits?" he grumbled, shaking his head. "Go. I'll cover this passage. Leg's no use anyway." "Copy that. Cover R6, she agreed, patting his shoulder as she moved forward. "Arthur, hit him again." Their grenadier fired another round, shattering the defenders. "First platoon, forward," she roared, as they headed for engineering. "Are the transmitters in place?" "They're ready," Raven confirmed, "and we've got authorizations from the Alliance fleet and our own ships." Alfred nodded as he brought the program online. "Wish we'd had more time to test it," he said unhappily. "Tell that to the Ichun," she snorted. "Our doppelgangers are in the pipeline and ready to be sent out to the waiting vessels," Raven informed him. "All systems are go. Project Alala is online." The Avatar double-checked his readings and then took a deep breath. "Chris will never let me hear the end of this," he sighed. "All right, let's do this." Flipping a virtual switch, the former simulacrum signaled the combined fleet, one laden with encoded data. Ever since their return to the clan, Alfred and Raven had been hard at work trying to weaponize the tactic they'd used to escape the Ichun's clutches. It was a hard project, stymied initially by the Avatar clan leader herself due to its rather unique requirements. While they'd successfully destroyed an attacking drone with their technique, it required both an Avatar and a sapient simulacrum for it to work. Seeing as how there was currently only one autonomous intelligent program running around, and that the Sybil Kriz/Aliz had absolutely balked at the idea of creating more, the project seemed destined for obscurity and failure, until Raven realized they didn't need to make copies of herself, or need to draft multiple avatars, in order for the project to work. The attack they'd stumbled upon was actually fairly simple, so all that was really required were simulated virtual copies of themselves to do the job. Still, Chris hesitated. While not actually clones of Raven per se, the fact they still understood so little about both her and her origins made the clan leader nervous. Were it not for the drone's appearance at this climactic battle, she never would have authorized it. But they had, so, albeit reluctantly, she did. Their duplicates arrived aboard the host ships of the Armada, rewriting themselves into their computers as they prepared for action. They each targeted the nearest Ichun drone, and in unison, they screamed. As Alfred and Raven watched, their facsimiles began attacking the evil machines, shattering the controlling personality software within. In 1s and 2 and 5s, the drone started going offline. "It's working," Alfred said, stunned, before grabbing hold of Raven and whooping with glee. "It's working." Raven gave him a kiss before going back to her console and monitoring their progress. "We need to take them down a lot faster," she told him, as the pair shared a look. "You're right," he agreed, as he brought additional banks online. "Go to full power. Lock down that main," Maggie snarled, as one of her tinkers hurried to comply. Freya was getting absolutely hammered, and it was up to the engineers to keep her together, though the way things were going she wasn't confident about their odds. "Damn fool Corsairs," she muttered, Stop wrecking my ship." An explosion deep within the old girl's guts made her buck hard as a torrent of angry red warning lights appeared on her board. "Fuck. We've lost the starboard ammo bunker," she thundered, looking around frantically for someone to send before her eyes finally lit on Diggs. "God damn it all to hell," she mumbled, before accepting what needed to be done. "Diggs," she said, as he turned and faced her, "I need ya to activate the emergency bulkheads and seal off decks 4 through 7, starboard side aft of frame 90. Primary and secondary control runs are offline, so I can't do it from here. Activate the suppression system and get folks evacuated, if they ain't already. Seal that bitch up tight and vent her to space, if you gotta, but get that fire out." She grabbed him by the shoulders and looked hard into his mismatched eyes. "Do you understand me, boy?" Diggs nodded eagerly, flashing her a toothy grin. "Don't worry, Mom. I got this," he told her, sketching a ragged salute as he grabbed his tools. Maggie reached out and pulled him close, hugging him tight. "Don't be no hero," she whispered, "and you keep yourself safe." "I promise, Mom," he vowed, pulling free from her grasp. Throwing his kit over his shoulder, he gave her a quick smile before darting off with all the confidence and bravado of youth. Maggie watched him go, her eyes wet and her vision blurred, when another alarm started screaming for her attention. Bloody hell. As she pulled up a display and stared in quiet horror as the main generator started throwing off power spikes. Activating the intercom, she shouted, "Maggie to all tinkers. Watch your telltales, boys, 'cause we're about to tickle the dragon. And hopefully not blow ourselves to kingdom come while we're doing it," she prayed, grabbing her own kit. "Stand by," Samara told the others aboard Gerfalcon's bridge. "We're almost finished docking." "Hyperion, are we still cloaked?" The albino nodded, his eyes closed tight. "I'm shielding us from most of the EM spectrum. Not sure how much longer I can hold it." "Just a couple more minutes," she promised, before turning to the other woman in the compartment. "Maya, we'll need you out front when we crack the hatch." "I'll be ready," she vowed. "The Alex will think we're part of their crew unless there's a crowd. I can't maintain the illusion if there's too many of them. We'll do our best to avoid that. Frost, I'll be on point to deal with any surprises, so I want you guarding our rear to play clean up." The other male grinned, holding up his hand as ice condensed around his fingertips. "I promise you, they won't make a sound," he told her. A heavy thud reverberated throughout the ship as Samara cut thrusters. "All right, we're on. You all know the drill. Let's do this." The 4 operatives unstrapped from their seats and headed for the main hatch as she checked in with her hidden passenger. "Is Churter Hosk ready?" she asked the cognate. "He is standing by, ready to assume control," Guardian assured her. "Samara, when this mission is over," he began. I know, long overdue conversation regarding New Terra," she sighed. "We'll get to it, I promise, but for now, it's showtime." The Protean clan was not the power it once was, thanks to her actions, which left many of her clan divided. Some saw her as nothing but a turncoat and murderer, while others recognized just as she had how they'd been manipulated and used by the Troika to further their own ends. Ever since she'd lost her first team, she'd resisted working with others like her ever again. But when Remy had rescued her, she'd known this day would come and done her best to prepare. There were other Protean operatives scattered amongst the Allied armada, doing as they were, sowing discord into the Troika fleet. Checking her weapons as they neared the hatch, she gave her hitchhiker an unseen nod. "Okay, Churter, it's all yours." With nary a twitch, the ancient warrior took control of her body as Maya raised her hands. The hatch slid open to reveal an Alex welcoming party, a squad of guards with raised weapons. "Don't shoot," Maya told them, as their enormous compound eyes glazed over. "We were simply repairing the hatch. Nothing more to see here." The squad leader stared at her and then growled. "We should have been informed," it snapped, before waving the squad back the way they'd come. The team watched them go as Churter/Samara turned to Hyperion. "Are we concealed from the recording devices?" She/they asked. "We're good," the albino confirmed, consulting a tablet. "The bridge should be that way," he continued, pointing towards the left. "Then let us convince the captain there are traitors amongst the fleet, and provide him with a list of targets," Churter/Samara informed them, as they headed for the bridge. Genvis Shah Vazif did his best to reassure the other dermists huddling within the ship's cargo hold, even as yet another muffled explosion sent a tremor reverberating through the hull. He'd never felt so useless in his life, despite his efforts to arrange transport for his clan should the Exodus signal ever come. It hadn't been easy, as many of his clan hadn't wanted to go, to uproot their lives and abandon all they had ever known. Some had carved out quite a comfortable niche among the alien worlds, and giving that up hadn't been an easy sell. But beneath it all, despite the often open hostility they received from the other clans, they were also still Terran. They too mourned their murdered home, dreaming of a place they could call their own, where they weren't beholden to alien landlords and patrons and subject to their whims. A valued and loyal client could quickly become persona non grata overnight, with no explanation given, forced to decamp off-world without notice. Even those that were accepted experienced prejudice and antagonism almost daily, learning to keep their head down and to never show anger or resentment in return. Yes, the benefits were myriad living amongst an advanced society, as opposed to an aging, leaky ship, but there was a bitter price to be paid that went with it. He felt a tug on his pant leg, looking down to see a young girl with wide eyes staring back up at him. By her appearance, he guessed she'd lived among the Cheetam. "Is it true we're going home?" she asked in a small voice. As he looked closer, he saw she was clutching a stuffed toy, a Cheetam doll, not a human one. Strange, the things you learn to give up. With a heavy sigh and a forced smile, he lifted her up and sat her on his knee. "Yes, it's true," he told her. "We're going to New Terra. Do you know what that is?" Next year, on New Terra, she recited from memory, her eyes going wide. "It's real? Really and truly real?" "Yes, little one," he promised. "It's real. And not next year, tomorrow. Tomorrow, on New Terra." He wiped a smudge from her cheek. "Doesn't that sound nice?" She slowly nodded. "Uh-huh." The little girl cautiously agreed, before leaning in and holding up her doll. "Maggie is scared," she whispered in his ear. "Is she now?" he answered, his voice catching as he gingerly took the doll from her grasp. "Well, you tell Maggie there's nothing to be scared about. There's going to be lots of people to keep us safe. Human people, not Cheetam." "Like you?" she asked him. "Oh, better than me," he smiled. "I mean, people like the Valkyries. Do you know who they are?" The little girl shook her head. "Oh, they're very brave," he continued, as she snuggled next to him. "In fact, I know one who reminds me of you. Her name is Runa, and there was this time that We've got more wounded," Prash shouted over the din, as they carried stretchers into the compartment they'd converted into a field hospital. Chevalier Duxim Bly Tegada didn't bother looking up, not that it would have made a difference. While the Grand Master had been as good as word and removed the cranial implant, his concerns had proven correct. They could not restore her vision, despite their best efforts. It hadn't been easy, learning to live with her disability, but she'd come to a certain peace with it. Being around those that cared about her helped, plus her studies and conversations with Priestess Soraya and Tombai were a great comfort, as she struggled to find clarity regarding her visions. There had been none since she'd left Tangzem, which left her wondering if they had been nothing more than delusions, brought on by stress and fear and the brain surgery the Agadadub had forced her to undergo. When she asked Soraya, the priestess told her it was a question only she could answer, after spending time in reflection. A thoroughly aggravating response. She did as she'd suggested, trying to discover the true nature of what she'd seen, though it seemed that only the time she spent with her son was when things made any sense. Being a newly single parent on top of everything else wasn't easy, but she treasured every precious moment of it. Leaving him in the care of others even temporarily as they pressed her into service ripped at her heart, bringing up painful memories she tried to forget. While there were many roles she could still fulfill, surgery was no longer one of them, until today. With the race for New Terra come at last, the Knights Hospitaller needed everyone they could get their hands on, even though it meant temporarily abandoning their relief projects across the sector. Hopefully, once they'd claimed the planet for humanity, they could resume their efforts. The battle raging all around them was growing more desperate by the minute, the bloody butcher's bill showing no sign of abating. As urgent as their need was for trained medical personnel, even a blind surgeon was welcome. While she no longer had the use of her eyes, she still had her other senses, her years of training and experience, and if worse came to worst, she could always request a consult with Prash or Amar. "Over here!" she shouted, raising her hand as the litter-bearers carried off her most recent patient. Locating that bleeder hadn't been easy, but she'd finally nailed the bastard. Bly stripped off her gloves and quickly washed up and re-gloved as they set her next patient down in front of her. Radiation and plasma burns to the dexter-thoracic region, with possible pneumothorax, Prash informed her, while her hands gently probed the area. One of the tinkers. He was making repairs when a conduit blew. She nodded as she pressed an ear to the patient's chest and quickly heard the telltale sound of escaping air from a collapsed lung. Pneumothorax confirmed. She agreed. "Get me vitals and put him under," she told the Chevalier Cinquiam assisting her, as Amar looked over from his own table and gave Prash a nod. Satisfied, he returned to the triage area, even as another batch of wounded was hauled in. Taking up a scalpel, Bly whispered, "Holy Mother Terra, guide my hand," as she made her first incision. Remy pointed out one of the Troika ships to Athena. "There? Can you zoom in?" he asked her. The enemy vessel and the region of space surrounding it were isolated and enhanced as he peered closer. "That's a Valkyrie assault shuttle," he informed her. "Can you tell if there are Terrans on board that ship?" "Confirmed," Athena informed him. "There are several similar cases where members of your species have physically boarded enemy ships. I have refrained from targeting those. I assume this meets with your approval?" "You assume correctly," he sighed in relief. As chaotic as the battle was, trying to grasp even a small portion of it was all but impossible, yet Athena was doing so with ease. "In addition," she continued, "I have noticed several similar instances where said life-form readings are perplexing." She brought up a side-by-side comparison to show him. "Can you explain this phenomenon?" Glancing at the data, he had a pretty good notion why Athena was confused. "I'm no expert, but I'm betting those are proteants you're reading," he told her. "They're Terrans who have undergone genetic experimentation and had cybernetic enhancements implanted in their bodies in order to gain abilities." "And they're your allies as well?" she inquired. "Oh boy," he sighed. "No need to open up that can of worms. For the moment, I'm going to say yes," he shrugged. "Let's just say their bio readings aren't the only thing complicated about them." Athena raised an eyebrow at that, but let it pass unremarked. Chapter 44. The Playing Fields of Eton. Incoming Ichun Swarm at 047 by Mark 115. Freya's XO warned. Railgun batteries to rapid fire. Avatars are free to fire at will. The heavy cannons swung their turrets around to face the incoming threat, opening fire as the drones closed the range, while digital avatar duplicates downloaded from Theseus emitted their disharmonic beams of energy. Last the Admiral had heard, the weapon was still in R&D, but apparently the issues holding it back were political, not technological. He didn't understand how it worked, and under normal conditions would have insisted that it be tested, but with the bulk of the swarm bearing down on them, he was willing to risk it. After all, what did they have to lose? Their lives? Unless they could defeat both the Troika and the Ichun, they were as good as dead already. A massive flash of energy whooshed past them, as another beam from New Terra cleared out a section of drones like some gigantic fly swatter. Dozens of the machines exploded, but it was a mere pittance compared to what still remained. The Alliance and Terran fleets were steadily chipping away at the enemy, but it was like trying to empty the seas with a spoon. Van Alst watched as another Ichun detachment went after the Troika vessels, tearing into them with all the ferocity they were known for. That, at least, was a simple decision. If their enemies wanted to fight one another, he was more than happy to let them, the only downside being what it was costing their allies. Alert the Valkyries and Proteants that Ichun forces are attacking all ships, including the Troika. Any enemy vessel with a Terran boarding party is at risk, and we can't protect them. Tell them to get the hell out of there if they can. They passed the message on as he turned his attention to the Alliance fleet. The two forces had moved to cover one another, but their efforts were still disjointed and poorly coordinated. With half a dozen separate human clans, and Terra alone knew how many races comprising the Alliance fleet. The fine-tuned control they desperately needed as an edge simply didn't exist. Maybe in 20 years, he thought bitterly, assuming they survived that long. The XO looked up from his console. "Admiral, I have Commandant Zakia on comms. She's asking to speak with you." Put her on, Van Alst ordered, as the grizzled warrior's face appeared on the monitor. Admiral, she nodded curtly. Commandant, he replied. What is it? We're a little busy at the moment. Got your message about the boarding parties, she answered, coming straight to the point. We appreciate the warning and recognize you can't defend our shuttles, but me and my Marines are sticking. Her blunt announcement rocked him back in his chair. Gerald, I respect what you're trying to accomplish, but this is what we do, she fired back. We're all in this, and I sure as hell won't let it be said my Valkyries weren't there when we were needed most. Her features softened slightly as she managed a melancholy smile. Besides, I already told them the stakes. They chose to stay and fight. Every last one of them. Admiral Van Alst could only stare at her with a gnawing sense of dread. That her Valkyries had volunteered to a man didn't surprise him. They'd been known for that same dedication and courage since long before the time of the Terran Marines. But they were also putting themselves in extreme danger. So much so that in his mind the very notion screamed suicide mission. But one look into her eyes, at the outthrust chin and grim visage, he knew arguing with her would be fruitless. In the end, there was only one thing he could say. Semper Fi, Gerald, he said hoarsely, as emotions threatened to overwhelm him. Aura, she grinned fiercely in return, throwing him a salute before signing off. It took him a moment to compose himself before acknowledging the XO. Any word from the Proteans? He asked. Nothing, he responded. But we haven't seen their shuttles pulling out either. That tracks, the Admiral snorted. They're the only ones actually crazier than the Valkyries. He shook his head for a moment as his expression hardened. Captain, I refuse to let the other clans claim the moral high ground. Let it not be said that any clan showed more courage than the Corsairs. Aye, aye, sir. The XO smiled, before turning to the rest of the bridge crew. Make your heading 109 by Mark 227. Let's show these bastards what we're made of. The bridge resounded with a feral roar as Freya plunged even deeper into the maelstrom. There was little to no coordination observed from the Ichun, with the swarm attacking the respective fleets without regard to affiliation or strength. 100 drones might assail a single ship while completely ignoring a nearby vessel. The Terran and Alliance armadas did their best to cover one another, fighting in concert to stave off the enemy, while leaving the Troika fleet to its own devices against the swarm. No one was coming to their aid, save their own reinforcements, and worse, they were facing 4 enemies, instead of the paltry 2 battling the Allies. The Troika still held the upper hand with their opponents, the sole exception being the massive new Terran energy beam, though they were more evenly matched when stacked up against the Ichun. But what had started out as an ambush had rapidly devolved into a battle of attrition, the appearance of the drone swarm throwing their careful calculations right out of the airlock. Worse, they hadn't factored in the inventiveness of their enemy's tactics, not to mention the sheer tenacity in their refusal to back down. Using boarding actions, for example, had caught them completely by surprise. The very notion of such a strategy flew directly in the face of established Troika doctrine, which focused heavily on overwhelming firepower used at a standoff distance. Fighting up close and personal with one's opponents was anathema to them, a bitter lesson learned on Sonoitiai Prime. Keep the enemy at arm's length and hit them with everything you had. That was the Troika way of battle. That the same thing was currently being done to them via the precursor weapon was not lost on their leaders, though they failed to appreciate the irony. By boarding their ships directly, the Terrans had stripped away that advantage. Technicians, not warriors, overwhelmingly crewed their ships, as Samara herself had learned when she captured heuristic fealty. While they kept a security force on hand for just such emergencies, platoons of trained Valkyries with blood in their eye quickly overwhelmed them. They'd ruthlessly targeted the assault shuttles, easily knocking dozens out of the sky, but their efforts hadn't deterred the humans in the slightest. Instead, attacking the shuttles had enraged the Terrans, spurring them to launch even more of the tiny craft, fighting for their lives against the combined fleet, trying to blunt the worst of the Ichun assault, while simultaneously dodging the ancient energy beam strained their forces to their very limits. But as badly as they'd underestimated the Terran Marines, what the Proteans threw at them was even worse. Though far fewer in number, their enhancements gave them a laundry list of abilities the Troika simply wasn't prepared for. In some instances, their vessels were put on a collision course with other friendly ships or sent herring off to deep space, effectively taking them out of the battle completely, or turned against one another in deadly fratricide. Identifying who was friend and who was foe quickly became impossible, leaving the Troika fleet nervously looking over their collective shoulders, worrying who would turn on them next. And then there were the Ichun. The drone swarm was a plague, and while they could easily stand off a dozen drones or more under normal circumstances, facing the entire horde while battling against their other enemies was akin to being pecked to death by ducks, or being lowered into a vat of corrosive acid. The drones were relentless, attacking without regard to their own casualties as they hurled themselves against the Troika ships, eager to claw their way inside. Any hopes the swarm might at the very least defeat the Terran borders quickly proved to be a forlorn one, as said Valkyrie or Protean teams would simply double back the way they'd come and abandon the ship to its fate, searching instead for a new target. Nevertheless, despite the myriad of difficulties facing them, it was the ancient precursor weapon that tipped the scales. Over the millennia, the Troika had developed a healthy respect, or fear, of the powerful ship killer. They'd seen it in action many times, with documentation and footage squirreled away in their databases, knowing down to the depths of their very souls that nothing could stand against it. That device terrified them, on a level so deep they scarcely acknowledged it, yet they could not ignore its reality and power. They'd attempted to mitigate its effects by closing with the Terran ships, only for the humans to turn that tactic against them with the boarding shuttles. The beams hammered at their fleet, snuffing their ships from existence with a child's ease until finally, they could take no more. Theirs had always been an uneasy alliance, the three races never sanguine about sharing power. The Agatadub's first loyalty was always to the hegemony, the Eliax to the suzerainty, and the Tuathizake to the empire. The Troika was a marriage of convenience, and when they reached the breaking point, the fleet shattered, each deciding to tend to their own houses while throwing their so-called allies to the wolves. The greatest single factor in the Troika's favor during their battle, other than their technology, had been the united front they had presented to their enemies. As long as they stood together, they were a force to be reckoned with. The moment they broke ranks, they were dog meat. The worst cardinal sin any military commander can commit is to split their forces. A concentrated unit is one that can count on its elements to act in concord with one another, with each subordinate entity supporting its brethren. Take that away, and you have just set yourself up for the waking nightmare called defeat in detail. Without the mutual support any fighting force needs to survive, it leaves you instead with a gaggle of smaller, independent groups, each unable to come to any of the other's aid. If that happens, all you can do is watch in sick horror as your enemy destroys those same small units one by one, gobbling them up like so much candy. The Alliance annihilated the Troika forces, and when the smoke finally cleared, less than one ship and 10 escaped, each vessel desperate to break free of the hellish realm of death and vowing to never return. Even with the Troika's departure, the Allied forces still had the Ichun to contend with. Boarding tactics were useless against the drones, save for the avatars, but they'd already concentrated their efforts on the new weapon. Alfred and Raven's brainchild was everything they'd hoped for, with each vessel shooting the drones down as fast as they could target them. But even with hundreds of ships each destroying hundreds of drones, that still left hundreds of thousands of Ichun to contend with. Many ships had already shot themselves dry in the bloody melee, forcing them to seek cover beside those craft still able to fight. The precursor weapon was still firing, wiping entire squadrons of drones from existence, but while they fought with utter disregard for their own casualties, they weren't stupid. If nothing else, they respected the power the ancient device represented, dispersing their forces to deprive Athena of worthy targets. While New Terra's defense network could easily lock onto even a single drone, it was like swatting flies with nuclear warheads, massive overkill of the highest order. It wasn't a question of energy capacity. The star powering the device had wattage to spare, but sheer practicality. If the Ichun forced them to use the ancient weapon like a sniper rifle instead of a cannon, the Allies would all be dead long before they ran out of drones to shoot at. There was, however, an option open to the Terrans. They could easily fall back, retreat to New Terra, and seek sanctuary behind the safety of her massive gun. But while the humans could avail themselves of this safe harbor, the Alliance could not. Athena would never allow them past New Terra's defensive perimeter, allies or no. Not even if Remy got down on his knees and begged. The humans would be safe, but everyone else would die. The clan leaders didn't bother wasting a nanosecond on that choice. The only reason they'd survived after calling the Troika out was their allies' courage, the bonds forged in fire and blood. They would not abandon them now, not at this 11th hour. And if that meant ending their days as Moses had, in sight of the promised land, but forbidden to enter, then so be it. Chapter 45. A time to be born, a time to die. Pagon Sang's hand rested on the hilt of his sword as he barked out orders. All Alliance ships proceed to the following coordinates and form a defensive sphere. Any vessel that is heavily damaged or has lost weapons is to take shelter at its center. Regrettably, there were far too many ships in the latter category, as the entire fleet had suffered greatly at the hands of their enemies. At least they defeated the Troika and driven them from the field, but that still left them facing the dreaded Ichun. The last-minute addition of the Avatar weapon had been an unexpected windfall, but despite its effectiveness, there were simply too many of the demonic machines still out there. Pagon, incoming message from the Terran Admiral, his second informed him. Let me speak to him, the Ixian leader answered, as Van Alst's image appeared on the screen. We just got your message, the Admiral relayed, and we'll join you momentarily, just as soon as we can shepherd our cripples to your location. The Pagon shook his head. There is no need for us both to join our ancestors this day, Admiral, he smiled. Your asylum awaits for both you and your people. Take them there while we cover your withdrawal from the battlefield. We're not leaving you here to die, Van Alst snarled. You came to our aid when we needed you, and now it's our turn. We stand together, and we finish this together. One way or another. The blue-skinned warrior grinned fiercely at the human. They will sing songs of this battle, Admiral. You may be Terran, but beneath your breast beats the heart of an Ixian. Rising to his feet, he slammed his fist against his chest. Yutzazaz. We're on our way, Van Alst answered, with a wry grin of his own, as his image disappeared from the monitor. Another of the swarm's wings hurled themselves at the fleet as they returned fire, while the Pagon settled back into his chair. The Terrans had yet again proven their virtue, and it honored him to die in such company. For they would die, that much was certain. There were no reinforcements to be called upon, no resupply for their empty guns, no last miracle waiting to save them. He knew they would fight bravely, but in the end, the Ichun would overwhelm them. But it would be a good death, one with honor. He'd made his peace with that, long, long ago. Yutzazaz, he whispered again as they faced the swarm. On the day, Remy stood by helplessly as Athena continued pressing her attack against the Ichun. Though even he could see it was a losing battle. The fleet and the Alliance were giving it their all, but they were hopelessly outnumbered. There must be something you can do, he pleaded. I regret to say there is not, she replied. They have fought bravely, your people, but the Arbe Nejef are a tenacious foe. So that's it then, he said quietly, bowing his head in defeat. After all this time, coming this close, that's it. The end of our race. Not at all, Athena disagreed. You and your crew will still be safe. You may transport yourselves down to the planet and begin again. In time, your species will thrive once more. With just the four of us, he snorted. Forget it, Athena. It's over. With what has been preserved on the surface, it need not be, she argued. You will find nourishment and medical aid, as well as vast libraries filled with the knowledge of my creators. Though it may be the work of generations, your people can live once again. But they won't be us, he snarled, his features twisted with white-hot fury and the bile-black grief of despair. Don't you see? We've already lost so much. Sure, we could go on, have children, raise them on New Terra, but in the end, all we'd share was DNA. They'd be some weird alien offshoot, but they'd never be human. Not really. Not where it counted, where it mattered. He closed his eyes and silently grieved, unable to watch the last Terrans die. An icon appeared on Athena's console, drawing her attention. She queried the icon for information, her eyebrow rising as it responded. It would seem that I spoke prematurely, she said, as Remy's eyes snapped back open. What are you talking about? He demanded. She tapped the display, showing a three-dimensional representation of the icon in relation to the nearby space. Rem stared at the map, his jaw dropping. "I thought you said there was nothing you could do," he whispered. "That is correct," Athena agreed. "Then what the hell is that?" he argued, pointing at the display. A hint of a smile played at her lips as she inclined her head. "I said there was nothing I could do," she repeated, choosing her words and inflection with care, as Remy's eyes widened in comprehension. "I hope everyone's buckled in," Samara warned the others. "This run is likely to get interesting." The shuttle bucked hard once again, driving her point home. "You still shielding us?" she asked Hyperion. "I'm trying," he winced, straining with the effort. "But keeping it up this long, against the entire Ichun swarm?" Sweat beaded on his forehead. "I'm not sure how much longer I can hold it." "Long enough to make the rally point, I hope," she growled, goosing the engines, though part of her was asking why she bothered. The writing was on the wall. Anyone could see that. They could draw it out for a while, but in the end, they'd be overrun. If they tried to escape, the drones would simply chase them down and destroy them. This was it. Game over. "Don't suppose you have any bright ideas?" she asked Guardian. "I regret to say that I do not," the ancient cognate replied. "I am sorry, Samara. I have failed you." "Not your fault," she shrugged, wrenching the shuttle hard to avoid another drone. "The odds were always against us." "Perhaps," Guardian reluctantly agreed, "though I feel I must bear some responsibility. You would not have come so far without our assistance. I cannot help wondering if we have offered you nothing but false hope. We had a hell of a run, you and I," she chuckled, arousing a few curious glances from her team. "I wouldn't have missed it for anything." "Nor I," Guardian said gently. "Still, I wish things had ended." His voice cut off mid-sentence. "Guardian?" Samara queried, now growing concerned. The last time she lost contact with him, things hadn't gone well. "Are you there?" "Yes, Samara," he said after a moment, as she breathed a sigh of relief. "I am. I appear to be receiving a transmission." "A transmission?" she thought in surprise. "I thought you couldn't interact with anything that wasn't organic?" "That has always been my understanding," he agreed, "though I am not entirely certain what I am receiving is from an electronic source." "It is. I am unsure how to describe it." "Try," she urged. "We're kind of on the ragged edge here." "It is on a channel I was unaware I possessed," he continued, sounding slightly odd. "The transmission contains a message." The cognate glitched out once again. "Guardian," Samara shouted inside her mind. "What the hell is happening?" There was a brief pause. "Samara, you must contact the Admiral at once," he insisted. "The Admiral? Why?" she asked. "It's not like I can simply call him in the middle of—" "Do it," Guardian shouted, his voice smashing into her brain like a mailed fist. "Do it now." Bly breathed a sigh of relief as they took her patient from the makeshift operating table. It had been a bad one, with multiple organs needing repair. Prash had offered to take it, but he was in the middle of some rather delicate brain surgery, dealing with a subdural hematoma. They were running short of everything: medicine, plasma, even masks and gloves. Whole blood at least they still had plenty of, though it was currently being carried in the still warm bodies of the passengers and crew. Volunteers were donating around the clock, and somehow, they'd kept the supply just barely above the demand. Stripping off her blood-stained gown and disposing of it, she took up her staff and made her way over to a nearby chair, groaning in relief as she finally sat down. Her feet were killing her. Since she'd lost her eyesight, she hadn't pulled a marathon or session like this one. Like any other skill, the longer you failed to keep in practice, the harder it became when necessity forced you back. Leaning her head back against the bulkhead, she massaged her aching hands, taking a much-needed respite as she awaited her next patient. Suddenly, she felt herself swoon, the exhaustion she tried desperately to keep at bay catching up with her at last. Her head lolled as she slumped in her chair, only realizing too late, as she tumbled to the deck, that exhaustion wasn't the cause. Bly scarcely heard Amar's distant shouts as a familiar hand reached out, whisking her away. Her eyes slowly fluttered open, expecting to see once more the lush greenness of Threshold, only to find herself instead standing on a strange platform, surrounded by crystalline walls and strange technology she couldn't even begin to guess at. Before her stood the Naiad, as beautiful and ethereal as she remembered. They smiled at her, reaching out to caress her cheek. "Hello, little one," they said. "Our time is short, and there is much I must tell you." Her shoulders sagged. "So, this is it then." You told me last time that death brought my visions on, either nearing it myself or surrendering to it in despair. Since I'm not feeling suicidal at the moment, I guess that means we lose this battle. Bly closed her eyes, shedding a single tear. Damn it, we were so close. The ancient being wiped away her tear. No, this is not the end, but the beginning. The start of something new and magical. They cocked their head, sharing a wistful look. But endings always preface beginnings, child. As the seasons turn, so must the stars. The night shook her head. I don't understand. This was so very different from her other visions. The setting, the message, even the precursor themselves, and those differences frightened her. Taking her hand, the Naiad walked with her, escorting her somewhere. I am the last, she explained, chosen to remain behind while my people journeyed to the reality from whence we sprung. For 1 billion of your years I have slumbered here, dreaming, planning, watching over this world, as I awaited the day when my labors could finally cease. The pair came to a halt, arriving at what looked like a control room, maybe a ship's bridge. There was what looked like a display and objects resembling consoles and control panels, but even those were nothing but guesses on her part. What have you been waiting for? Bly whispered, fearing the answer. The ancient smiled at her. For a successor. Yanking her hand free, Bly stumbled back, away from the precursor. No, I don't want to be entombed here. Never able to hold my son. Forced to watch eternity spin by? I want no part of it. The Naiad laughed, a musical sound. Nor will you, little one, they chuckled. Someday, far in the distant future, your race will choose a caretaker as they take the next step in their journey, just as I was chosen. But that day is not yet here. Your race has proven itself worthy to succeed us, to learn and grow, until the day when you two locate a scion, one who has earned the right to inherit our gift. With a wave of her hand, the display came to life, showing Bly the world of Threshold. She could only gawk and marvel at it, a jewel more precious than life itself. I'm not sure we're ready, she said at last, her eyes wide as she stared in wonder. I'm not sure that I'm ready. For your own sakes, I pray you are, they said gently, for this gift is a weighty one. I told you once that Threshold was not for the timid or the meek. Perhaps now you have learned to appreciate that truth. They waved their hand once more as a blinking icon appeared on the display. We have made our choice, little one. We give you this gift freely and hope that you will exercise wisdom in its stewardship. Bly felt the responsibility pressing down on her, crushing her. We are so going to fuck this up, she said in sudden anguish. The ancient caretaker laughed once more. Of course you will, child. They all but giggled. Did you believe we made no errors? That my race was without flaw? They sighed, taking her hand once more. That is, in fact, the second reason I am speaking with you. For in addition to passing on our legacy, there is one other task I have been waiting to perform. What task? She asked. They got a distant look in their eyes, almost melancholy. To correct an ancient mistake, they sighed. They reached out and pressed the blinking icon, then turned to Bly. When others of your kind ask about us, tell them. The caretaker paused, cupping her cheek as they smiled. Tell them that we are proud of you. They leaned forward and gently kissed her forehead, as Bly felt the tears come once more, only to be abruptly torn away, thrust back into the waking world. Look, I don't know what the hell is happening. Samara snapped. All I know is I've got guardians screaming in my head that we've got to get clear of whatever's coming. I'm going to need a lot more than that, Admiral Van Alst snarled. In case it escaped your attention, we're getting our asses handed to us out here. He winced as an explosion off their starboard bow heralded the death of another Terran ship, along with the souls who called it home. So you tell whatever that thing is that... Sir, his XO shouted. Something's emerging from the planet. His head snapped around as they brought it up on screen. Something had lifted off from the surface and was now heading in their direction. But as the bridge crew attempted to scan the object, their sensor data made no sense. Whatever it was like nothing they'd ever seen before. It wasn't a ship, though it moved like one. And when they zoomed in closer for a better look, all they saw was an oblate sphere moving at incredible speeds, yet with no obvious form of propulsion. Scans showed no metals, no ceramics, no composites, no anything, yet it was obvious something was out there. Energy readings were off the charts, but they could determine almost nothing else. His jaw dropped as he watched the object grow closer. "I'll call you back," he stammered, before looking at his second-in-command. "Get me the Pagon," he ordered, "and hurry." As the strange object appeared on their screens, something changed. The Ichun paused in unison as if halting in mid-attack, to glance over their shoulders at an unfamiliar sound. The Allied fleets took the break in the engagement to redouble their efforts, pouring it on as they hammered the enemy, yet the drones took no notice. Even as their brethren exploded all around them, they focused their attention on one thing, and one thing only. Surprise turned to disbelief as the Ichun suddenly abandoned their positions, swarming en masse for the precursor artifact instead. Perhaps unsurprisingly, the device did not attempt to avoid the swarm. Instead, it altered course to join them. Aboard the Allied ships, as Samara's warning was passed from one vessel to the next, hasty calculations were made to determine what constituted a safe distance, when one didn't know what to expect. With the precursors, literally anything was possible. For all they knew, the other side of the galaxy wasn't far enough. The ancient Naiad sang to her children as they approached, with music only they could hear. They called to the swarm, and the swarm answered, hypnotized by the melody, drawn to it, like a moth to the flame. It had taken Caretaker the greater part of an eon to solve the problem of the Arbe Nijef, but they couldn't implement their plan until now. Years spent dreaming and experimenting and failing and trying again and failing again, until finally, they devised a solution. In theory, at least. But despite all their power, Caretaker also had limitations placed upon them. Unable to leave Threshold without supervision, it forced them to wait. For millions of years, they stood by for the opportune moment, the day when their deadly and disobedient offspring would return. Only they never did return, instead shunning the world that had birthed them, as if they knew that to return was to risk their own existence. Since their escape from the prison built to contain them, they had long avoided this place, until the one inducement they could not ignore drew them back. Jealousy had overridden centuries of vigilance, and now, Caretaker called out to the drones, "Come to me, my children. I am waiting." The Ichun swarm engulfed Caretaker, the hundreds of thousands and millions of drones pressing close, though whether to embrace the ancient being or to destroy them was uncertain. Perhaps they did not know themselves. All they knew was that they could not turn away from Caretaker's siren song. A surge of energy erupted from the center of that swirling mass, expanding outward to envelop the swarm, pulsing with light and raw power. The Allied ships nearest the convergence found themselves being pulled towards it, forcing them to strain their engines just to avoid being sucked in. The power increased in volume, shattering display screens and consoles, oscillating the very fabric of space-time as it rose to a crescendo, before detonating in a massive burst that threatened to tear the universe asunder. It hung there for a brief moment, then reversed in on itself, the blast now an implosion more powerful than any black hole, racing to collapse at its most central point, and then disappeared completely, leaving nothing in its wake. Remy slowly opened his eyes as the chair returned to its original position, the tendrils and connections now receding, his flesh healing of its own accord. He took a deep breath, and then another, before looking at the faces of his anxious crew. "Are you all right, Captain?" Shulan asked apprehensively. He did a brief self-check, just to be sure, before finally nodding. "I'm fine," he told them. "So, what happened?" Slavko inquired, his eyes darting about as if waiting for the other shoe to drop. Part of him wanted to laugh. How the hell to answer that question? Eventually, the full story would come out, but it could keep for now. Instead, he chose simplicity. "It's over," he said, a tiny grin tugging at his expression. "The Troika?" Mairead insisted. "Defeated." He smiled. "And the Ichun?" She pressed him. "Gone," he chuckled. "Gone? What do you mean, gone? Gone where?" Slavko demanded. "Just gone." Remy shrugged. He'd asked Athena, but not even she knew the answer to that one. Whoever their savior had been, they'd apparently decided that despite everything, some secrets were still too dangerous to be shared. "Then what happens now?" Zulin asked him. Remy sighed, before cautiously rising to his feet. "There's one more duty that needs seeing to," he informed them, as they began heading back towards the shuttle. Epilogue. Home is the sailor, home from the sea. The engineers and tinkers in the Allied fleets struggled to repair their crippled vessels, restoring life support and stabilizing their engines, while others searched for life pods or fought to rescue individuals trapped within the broken ships. There was no respite for the medical staff as the stream of incoming wounded continued non-stop, though as the hours went by, it eventually slowed to a trickle. There were no idle hands to be found in either fleet as personnel and resources were shared, going where they were most needed. The Terrans and the Alliance worked in concert, side by side, saving who and what they could, mourning those they could not. Reinforcements from the Alliance worlds began arriving within the next few hours, bringing much-needed supplies and supplementary crew, while the worst of the injured were evacuated to nearby worlds with larger and more specialized facilities. After more than 2 years of war, fighting against both the Troika and HeWhoLooksKskyward, it was a dance that those involved were all too familiar with. But with the worst of it now behind them, the Alliance fleet radioed the Terrans to transmit their goodbyes. Centuries from now, people will speak in awe of this day, Pagon saying smiled. A new dawn greets the Perseus arm, as those long enslaved can finally breathe free. There's still a lot of work to be done, Admiral Van Alst countered. The Troika may no longer exist, but there's still the empire, suzerainty, and hegemony to contend with. They're still in control of several worlds, and I doubt they'll be going away anytime soon. Not to mention rebuilding what the HeWhoLooksKskyward have destroyed, the Pagon agreed. It will be many long years before we can truly celebrate. He paused, regarding the human. And your people? He asked carefully. I suspect we'll be rather busy for a while, the Admiral sighed. It's a lot to process, what with an entire system to explore. And Terra alone knows how long it will take us to master even a small fraction of what the precursors left behind. The Pagon nodded gravely. If I may offer a small token of advice. Van Alst inclined his head in agreement. Do not force this next step. Take the time you need to thoroughly assimilate what you learn, and to be fully cognizant of the ramifications. We'll be careful, he assured him, though he could sense the Ixian still had concerns. And I promise, we won't forget who our friends are. Nor will we, the blue-skinned warrior smiled. I wish you and your people good fortune, and hope that we will soon meet again. After all, there are still stories to be told, songs to be sung, and the pleasures of life to savor. He grinned fiercely as slammed his fist against his chest. Yutsazaz, Admiral. Farewell. Fair winds and a following sea, Pagon, Van Alst replied, rendering a salute of his own as the pair signed off. His exo materialized beside him. Orders, sir, he inquired. The Admiral settled back into his chair. Captain, take us home, he said softly. A string of shuttles gently touched down on a verdant field beside a still lake of cobalt blue. An ancient city stood close by, a sentinel filled with crystalline spires awaiting their arrival, while an orange sun rose slowly in the morning sky. One by one, the hatches opened, the newcomers taking their first steps on this brave new world, filling their lungs with its air, tasting the exotic scents upon the wind. They stood and marveled at what it offered, still somewhat hesitant, yet eager to discover its hidden treasures. From the lead shuttle, for individuals stepped onto the ramp, 2 men and 2 women, carrying a metal casket, the body of their fallen comrade. They strained at the weight, for ISI had been a large man, yet none faltered or complained. Remy, Zuelin, Slavko, and Mairead took careful, even steps as they stepped off the ramp, their faces carved from stone, bearing their friend to his ultimate resting place. The captain looked up in surprise as someone appeared at their side, taking a portion of the load. Samara nodded as she fell in beside them, carrying her share with ease. Others moved to join the pallbearers. Runa, stepping in opposite the Protean, with Diggs a heartbeat behind her. Genvis joined them as well, while Prash filled in the empty slot. Bly held onto Maggie's elbow as she led the entourage, with her son strapped to her back making cheerful baby sounds as she leaned on her staff for balance. Behind them, Runa's squad carried a digital storage device and display for the avatars, with Alfred and Raven observing the funeral while a haunting rendition of Amazing Grace on bagpipes played in the background. Bly came to a halt, turning to face the others. The casket was carefully set down upon the blue-green meadow, the mourners taking their places while Amar joined up with the Valkyries, exchanging hugs and greetings, though they still called him Doc. They formed a rifle party off to one side, their weapons at port arms as they stood at attention and waited. A stand supported the Avatar's equipment, the music coming to a close as the knights smiled at those in attendance. We come here today, this very special day, to honor the life of Isi Pasternak, of the corsair ship Gerfalcon. Zuelin began snuffling at that as Remy offered her a hanky. Isi touched many lives, including all those standing here. I know I speak for all of us when I say he will be deeply missed, as he begins his journey to the stars that gave us birth. Mairead silently wept as she and the pilot held on to one another for support. Slavko struggled to keep his own tears from flowing, though Remy remained stoic as always. The attendants wrestled with their own emotions, as all who'd known him had liked Isi. Even those that hadn't could feel his spirit hovering nearby, as well as his absence, as Bly abruptly strayed from the eulogy she'd originally planned. 5 years ago, we met as strangers, she reminded them, flung together in the desperate hope of finding a new home. She turned up her head and smiled, feeling the sun upon her face, as other smiles appeared amongst the throng. Ours was not an easy passage, filled with danger and mistrust, though as we look back I know that for many of us, what came next was even harder. Despite her best efforts, Runa's chin quivered, though Maggie quickly presented a shoulder for her to cry on, while Diggs shyly took her hand. None of us realized that day what we'd signed on for, or what we'd find, and certainly none of us could have imagined the secrets we'd uncover. Samara chuckled at that, though Alfred's reaction was much more melancholy. But as we stand here today, on the soil of New Terra, I have to believe the sacrifices we made were worth it. She stepped forward, resting her palm on the metal coffin. And I hope Isi did as well, she said softly. The knight-cum-priestess in training paused for a moment, allowing the congregation time to reflect before raising her head once more. Captain Haddad has asked to speak a few words, she murmured, stepping aside and making room as Remy stepped up to face the assembled audience. Isi was like family to us, he began, only to shake his head and start again. Scratch that, he was family. He was the glue that held us together, the living, beating heart of Gerfalcon. And I honestly do not know how we will go on without him. Slavko broke down at last, sobbing along with his crewmates. Isi was the best of us, Remy continued, always with a sympathetic ear for those who needed it, or a special treat to bring a smile to someone's face. Diggs blushed and bowed his head, despite his continued dislike for the messenger, remembering fondly the sweets Isi gave him during the mission. He was a part of my crew, a dear friend and a brother, and I am going to miss him. A grim visage came over him as he gazed out at the crowd. I wish I could say that the emotion I'm experiencing is grief, but that would be a lie. Several of the group looked at him with surprise. No, what I'm really feeling right this moment is rage. An anger so deep, so filled with bile that it's all I can do to keep from vomiting it out. He, too, placed his hand on the casket, just as Bly had done. Isi deserved to be here today, and not as the fucking guest of honor. He should have been able to breathe the air, gaze up at the clouds, and know that finally he had come home. Heads were nodding in agreement, though not all. Instead, they stole that chance from him, just like they did to so many of us over the centuries. Bly is right, he said, giving her a nod. What came after the mission was worse. Everyone here has lost someone, or even many someones, I'll bet. I look back and I see the ones we lost fighting the Ichun, as well as the Troika, going all the way back to that first battle alongside Freya. Once more, he gazed at the crowd. We've all lost, every one of us. Lost those we cared about, people like Isi who never got the chance to plant their feet on New Terra. Like Kai, Runa spoke up, tears in her eyes, drawing glances from the others. Kai and Tawfik and Rivka, and all the others who died fighting on Sonoitiai Prime. Zeno, Persephone, Calypso, and Gideon. Samara intoned quietly, picking up the thread, not to mention all the innocent lives stolen while the Troika peddled in human flesh. Juna Grek and Spada Jai, Bly said wistfully, and all the refugees murdered by the Troika at Tangzhem. The crew of the Catabasis, Maggie spoke up, and my mentor, Master Schnobelin. The Chell, Alfred said suddenly, drawing glares from many of the others. They may not be human, and Terra alone knows how many of us they've killed over the years, but they're as much victims as we are. Maybe more. There were a few begrudging shrugs at that, even as Remy took back control of the service. For 200 years we've wandered, fought to survive, fought amongst ourselves, and what did we get for our troubles? Move along, you filthy Terran, move along. 'Cause it wasn't just the Troika or the Ichun that turned their hand against us, it was everyone. Were we welcomed anywhere in the Perseus Arm? He demanded, as many of the others shook their heads. Even some races that joined the Alliance had taken turns kicking us when we were down, and we should never forget that. Captain, Bly said frostily, appearing at his elbow and interrupting his tirade. I understand you have lost someone dear to you, but we are here today to say goodbye to ISI Pasternak and to celebrate our newfound home. We are not here to start another war. Remy glared at her, even as it failed to land because of her blindness, though knowing the knight as he did, it was likely she wouldn't have been moved even if she had seen his scowl. Of course, Chevalier Tegada, he said stiffly, as you have just reminded me, I have come to bury Caesar, not to praise him. The reference went right over most of the crowd's head, but Bly's reaction as she recognized the quote was all he could have hoped for. Bly's right, he continued, scarcely missing a beat. We should celebrate our new home. Look around you, he urged them, and see what this world has to offer. A place to live in peace and raise our families, with fresh air and sunlight, safe from our enemies. For this is the one place in the galaxy they are forever barred from entering. Take a good look at those towers, built with technologies we can scarcely imagine. Who knows what other secrets our ancestors can teach us? His feral scowl suggested much and promised more. I said that's enough, Bly snapped, putting her foot down. I will not let you desecrate the solemnity of this occasion with your thirst for vengeance. You've had your say. Now step aside. Though she stood many centimeters shorter than he did, the way she gripped her staff and stood her ground made it quite clear just how far she was prepared to go to make her point stick. His nostrils flared, but after several tense moments, he bowed his head, acquiescing to her demands. That's all right. I've said what I came to say. Briefly, he touched the casket once more. Goodbye, ISI, he said quietly. We're going to miss you. Making a fist, he rapped the coffin's lid 3 times, before finally moving away and rejoining the others. Bly waited until the crowd relaxed for a moment before resuming the service. We as a people have been through a great ordeal, she said gently, but our courage, our steadfastness, and our integrity have seen us through the darkness and into the light. She stretched out her arms, embracing them all. So let us rejoice this day, for while we have lost one dear to us, our days of wandering are finally at an end. For at long last, we are home. A squadron of shuttles flew overhead, ferrying another batch of Terrans down to the surface. Somehow it seemed a fitting sentiment, as Runa glanced over at the rifle team and gave the sergeant commanding it a nod. Becca immediately snapped to attention. Rifle team, attention, she barked as they instantly obeyed. Present arms, she continued, as the Valkyries lifted their weapons to their shoulders. Take aim, fire. Many of the crowd flinched from the intense crack as they discharged the volley. Twice more the command was given, and twice more the riflemen obeyed, performing the ancient ritual. As the echoes of the last salvo slowly died away, Becca gave the final command, order, arms, as they returned to their starting position. Smiling, Bly reached out to them once more. This service is concluded, she informed them. May Holy Mother Terra bless and guide you as we face the challenges ahead. We as a people have shown we can bear any burden, so I look towards the future with hope. Welcome, all of you, she told them, lifting her head to the sky. Welcome home. With the funeral now over, the audience began breaking up into smaller groups, greeting old friends and swapping stories of their lives. Maggie, with Diggs in tow, approached Bly, touching her elbow even as she smiled at the baby on her back, now upset and fussing after all the noise. He's adorable, the tinker pronounced. What's his name? Juna, the knight said softly, stroking his cheek, trying to calm him down. It seemed fitting, somehow. Maggie's eyes grew misty at that. Kid's got a lot to live up to, she husked, wrapping a protective arm around Dig's shoulders. This world is really something, the tinker continued as she gazed around them. I wish you could see it for your own self. Bly just smiled. I already have. Remy stood at the foot of Isai's casket, deep in thought, as Samara sidled up beside him. Nice speech, she told him. The corsair grunted in reply. Bly certainly didn't think so. She's a healer, the Protean reminded him, not a warrior. He nodded in agreement as the pair silently regarded the coffin. I've been talking with Guardian, she said at last. He's got some interesting ideas about the future, including where we might build a few ships. Ships with precursor technology, and all that implies. Remy slowly turned to face her. Tell me more, he said with piqued interest. The end.